Welcome, trainers. We're here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. I am 2 Porters, joined by Wholesome, Lundberger, and Speediest Chief 2. We have gathered here today for a special pre-show because of a very exciting development in Pokemon Go Championship Series. Next weekend in Sao Paulo, Brazil, for the Latin American International Championships, we will have a limited meta format, and this is the first time ever, so there is a lot to dive into. First off, what even is a limited meta format?
I mean, that is a really good question, because since it is the first time, I think a lot of trainers are maybe wondering the same. Typically, when we do our regional competitions, our international competitions, they are in the Open Great League format, which means any Pokemon under 1500 CP can usually be used of any different typing. However, in this meta, there's only going to be 5 typings available: Dragon, Flying, Ice, Psychic, and Ghost. Now keep in mind, there's also Pokemon that have dual typings, like Medicham. Medicham is a fighting type, but it's also a psychic type, and that means that it can be used. But even if there are some Pokemon that are dual typing, like say Aurora, which is rock and ice, it's not allowed because rock and dark type Pokemon are banned.
Speaking of bans, Amanda, there are a lot more. So we have some categorical bans like Legendary Pokemon, Mythical Pokemon, Ultra Beasts, Shadows, as well as Mega Evolutions and Primal Reversions. But there's more, because there are some targeted bans in this meta format as well, including Alolan Ninetales, Alolan Sandslash, Alolan Sandshrew, as well as Corviknight, Galarian Corsola, Jellicent, Kingdra, Lapras, Honedge, Doublade, and Aegislash.
And obviously, this is way different than our typical Open Great League format. It's gonna present a unique challenges for the trainers in Sao Paulo. So I feel like it's only fitting to challenge my co-casters while we talk about the projected top 5 meta Pokemon for Sao Paulo. I'm gonna challenge Speediest Chief and Lundberger to draw which Pokemon they think will be the strongest next weekend in Sao Paulo. And of course, we have Wholesome, the 2-time cookie decorating champ, to be our official judge for this art contest. But first off, I need to talk about the meta. Also, wait, hold on. It's a limited meta, so you have limited time. You only have until I finish talking about what I think is the projected top 5 Pokemon for this meta. Wholesome, I believe the top 5 is gonna be number 1, Oranguru is everywhere. It's on pretty much almost every team in practice tournaments. Turtonator is insanely strong. You can run Incinerate, you can run Ember. And then number 3, I think I have Gyarados. The flexibility of that 1-turn fast attack, I think is gonna be incredibly strong in this meta, because a lot of these top Pokemon actually have larger fast attacks like the Incinerate, like the Confusion, and then to round out that top 5, I think number 4 has to be the Dugong archetype. Dugong can also be a Celio, it can maybe be a Glalie, it could be a different ice type. Then number 5, you have that ghost type, the Runerigus. This Pokemon can be very dangerous. Dusknoir, Dusclops as well in that role. And I think I'm just gonna round it out with a top 6, because you can't forget about Bronzong. That has been on a lot of practice teams, and then you can also put Metang in that position as well. Looks like Speedy is done. So let's see this Pokemon that Speedy and Amanda think are gonna be strongest. And we're in Vegas, so we're gonna have some neon signs here. All right, Wholesome, you're the judge. Which is our champion of this competition?
Like, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with me here. I think that this is a pretty much a no-brainer. I have to give this one to Amanda. Amanda with the Oranguru. Incredible drawing, and I think that was under 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I am blown away. Speedy, we need a little more detail there, I gotta say.
Wait, actually, Amanda's is so good. And we have about 2 minutes remaining, so there's one more challenge. Which Pokemon is gonna be your favorite Pokemon that you're most looking forward to seeing in the Latin American International Championships in this limited format? And while you're doing that, I'm gonna ask Wholesome, do you have any honorable mentions, some picks that you're looking forward to in this meta?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Drampa is going to be the sleeper pick potentially in the meta. Overall, I think it's a very strong Pokemon with the newly buffed Dragon Breath, and then it has Stab, Swift. There's not a lot of fighting type in the metas whatsoever, and not a ton of steals either outside of those 2 main picks that you mentioned. With how fast that it can pace to that same type attack bonus Swift, plus with access to fly, I think it's going to be a really, really strong pick that has a good mix of fast attack pressure and good pacing to charge attacks.
I absolutely, and two other Pokemon that I want to shout out, some honorable mentions. I think Pharaoh, we saw that recently, obviously, in Open Great League, but this Pokemon is really strong against a lot of the neutral picks. I think that Pokemon's going to be quite strong. Charizard, also with the Dragon Breath. Remember, shadows are not allowed in this limited format. Looks like both of our trainers have completed, so let's look at these drawings. Show those neon signs. Our esteemed judge, take it away.
All right, look, I know the last one was a landslide, all right? This one is a little bit closer, but I have to give it, because of the detail, yet again, to Amanda.
Wow!
with the whiskers specifically, they're on, I believe, the Celio? All right.
Wow.
Look, the Goudreau was respectable as well. I did understand which Pokemon it was this time, so it is an improvement there for Speedy, but nonetheless, Amanda, I gotta give it to you.
Looks like Amanda is our champion, and who will be the champion of the Latin American International Championship? We're gonna get started here in Vegas. We're gonna start with our pre-show after this.
Five, four, three, two.
And then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam!
Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Viva Las Vegas, trainers. Welcome in, everyone, to the Las Vegas Regional Championships 2026. It's going to be an incredible show this weekend. We are in the beautiful City of Lights, and I've got one of my best friends here co-casting with me. I'm Speediest Chief with Amanda Lundberg.
Yeah, let me tell you what, it's one of our largest competitions for Go. So many talented trainers. Things are gonna get a little bit wild.
Absolutely, a little bit wild in the wild area, but right here in the venue, we are touched down here in the beautiful city of Las Vegas. But that is just the most recent stop along our route to the World Championships in the end of the season. So, Amanda, we've already had a couple of regional championships under our belt. We're here in Las Vegas. We got Sao Paulo coming up next weekend. Everybody's talking about it, but we also have Toronto, London, and more.
Yeah, there are so many more competitions, including a couple ones that you might want to be keeping your eye on as the season progresses, because we have still two that are to be announced right before NAIC, and then, of course, World Championship season.
There's so much to gain from competing at these regional championships. Most importantly, those championship points, 350 points for that first place finish, plus the automatic invitation to the World Championships. Trainers, keep in mind, as we move through the season, you need to be within the cutoff range on the championship point leaderboards. For the US and Canada, it's 75, but Amanda, in EU and LATAM, it actually bumped up this season to 65.
And there's going to be a lot of trainers, and of course, I think that people are looking to take away the lion's share of it this weekend. They want to make sure that they're at the top of those leaderboards, because like you said, Will, championship points is the way to go to be able to get to Anaheim Co. Or not even Anaheim this year, it's going to be in San Francisco.
Exactly right. Well, let's take a look back at our most recent regional championship in North America. That was Milwaukee. What an incredible event that it was. Let's take a look back.
Hello trainers, I'm Caleb Payne. Heading into Milwaukee, players came ready to show off their take on the meta. With Chilling Water Florges becoming eligible for the first time, Clodsire made a resurgence, claiming multiple victories on day one. Championship Sunday saw no previous champions on the winner's side, and the path was paved for underdogs like LW Josh 91 and Meteor Fallion to meet in the winner's finals. LW Josh faced off against the anti-meta Firo and Bastion combination from Meteor Fallion. In Game 5, Meteor brought Blastoise in the back to answer LW Josh's double ground line, patiently avoiding a catch and closing out the series with a super effective Hydro Cannon. On the loser side, Pranav wove in and out of matchups with his Murkrow, KOing every Pokemon LW Josh tried to challenge it with, leading Pranav to a 3-1 victory in the losers finals. In the grand finals, Meteor leaned into his Bastion, but after getting swept in the first best of 5 and barely finding any success in the bracket reset, Meteor decided to bring back the Firo in a matchup that looked impossible for the bird. Against all odds, Meteor forced a Game 5. After losing the lead matchup and forcing his Marowak into a bad Credilli head-to-head, Meteor pulled off a simultaneous KO, and with one final HP remaining, Meteor's Galarian Corsola astonished down Pranav's Corviknight to win and become the 2026 Milwaukee Regional Champion.
This is gonna come down to the wire
here. Air cutter.
Wait,
is that
he
no?
lives.
No, it's not. Meteor Fallion wins his first ever tournament here in Milwaukee. 1 HP in a dream here. The first ever tournament for him. The first ever tournament for Firo. And back-to-back North America regionals with the Bastion on the team. It does not get closer than that.
Register at Pokemon.com/compete and take the first step in your own championship series journey. See you soon, trainers.
The stars aligned in Milwaukee. A meteorite fell, and on that first place stage was a Bastion from Meteor Fallion. It was a grind of a tournament, an incredible showcase of tons of incredible meta picks and incredible trainers. But let's take a look here at our top 3 finishers. We had Meteor Fallion, of course, our champion, as well as Pranav and LW Josh. Amanda, weigh in on this.
I think that one thing that's been very interesting is to see the different meta picks for North America versus what I've seen a lot in Europe. The fact that Bastion has basically won 2 regional competitions is insane, but it also shows how insanely strong it is and how, the different regions are trying to compensate with these different Pokemon.
Fun fact, at most of our regional championships this season, we've had 10 or more unique Pokemon in the grand finals, which is a sign of a very diverse and healthy meta. But let's take a look at top usage. Cradilli coming in at a whopping 81.3% in Milwaukee, followed by that Galarian Corsola and an old familiar face in Clodsire.
Clodsire has really started to pick back up again, but what I'm noticing at almost any regional competition in day 1, it's always Credilli and that Galarian Corsola in that number 1 and number 2 spot.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I feel like when you look for core breaking potential, you want to target some of these top Pokemon. So all of our spicy trainers at home should take some notes and make sure that whatever team you bring to your next competition can beat those picks. Let's take a look at our champions here. Most recently, Meteor Fallion. But look at all the slots we have yet to fill. Las Vegas, Toronto, Seattle, so many incredible tournaments. And like you said, Amanda, Bastion in NA. The question on a lot of people's minds, is this going to be the 3rd Bastion win in a row in NA?
We'll have to see. Well, looking at the people who are on the leaderboard, a lot of them here in Las Vegas, so we'll have to see if they are going to bring that Pokemon, if they're going to bring a different Pokemon to try to counter it. Rise to Occasion up at the top of this list with 740. I saw him walk in the crowds earlier on, but of course, Out of Pocket, Dunebug, so many well-known and established names, but also some newcomers are also at the top of this list.
I want to shout out to number 10, Mish, as well. She had a really strong performance in Gdansk and EU and came over here, and those championship points translated into a 10th place spot on the North America leaderboard. So a lot of very talented trainers here. We're actually going to mention a few of them in closer detail as we move through the pre-show, but I'm so excited, Amanda. Over 200 trainers have actually signed up here in Las Vegas. But let's take a look across the pond at the EU leaderboards and see what we're working with. Gdansk, PvP David took it all.
PvP David took home his 2nd title here, winning Gdansk, but right behind him there was his good friend Boom20. Boom has only entered 3 tournaments. He's top cut in all of them. And if you look, they're running the exact same team. We were talking with Colin Six, who took home 3rd place, and he was actually running that team at the beginning, but decided it might have been a little weak to Credilli, and he ended up playing something else. But it still looked like it brought him pretty far.
Exactly right. Our EU regional champ so far this season. This trainer, to start with, I don't know if you recognize him or not, Amanda. He might have casted a few events. Maybe he was a runner-up at Worlds.
Slightly familiar?
Kind of familiar, but we can talk about Hikami and PvP David as well. Hikami, an incredible trainer from France. That was an all-French Grand Finals in Lille. What a fantastic performance from him. And PvP David, I mean, you saw it at Worlds in Honolulu. He's an incredible trainer, and he's showing what he's got.
Absolutely, and it's what's really nice about this is just like in NA, there's been some different people making it all the way to that top spot, but also some different Pokemon, because if you look at that top 12 usage for day 2 in Gdansk, Furret took that #1 spot, as well as Altaria right behind with 50% of the players using it.
Just think about this, trainers. We had Cradilli at 81% over Milwaukee, and we had that Galarian Corsola hovering in the 60 percentile. Both of those Pokemon got shoved down the ladder, and then you had other Pokemon climbing up like Shadow Gyarados and Greninja. Amanda, I don't know what EU is cooking, but serve me 10 plates. I want whatever EU has.
I think a lot of people are taking notes of these types of things because they like to take a look at the team of the previous champion and say, is it something that I can play? Is it something that's going to be viable for me? So I'm very curious to see what people are going to bring here to Vegas.
Exactly. I think the question is, like, do you bring the core breakers? Do you kind of lean more into that meta? Well, let's take a look at our overall leaderboards as well to see which trainers have excelled in the EU region. And a lot of this is off of the back of playing those spicy picks. Galactica Bolton bringing that superior every time, maybe even at moments when he shouldn't. Or Z's Wireless bringing his Shadow Trumbeak, I believe it was, to his most recent performance as well.
So yes, a lot of names on this list, and they're climbing the leaderboards here. We saw Rise to the Occasion at NA with 740, Stone Collection leading Europe with 877 after Gdansk.
That's so impressive. So many names I recognize as well. Emmy Weedle down there at number 15 and Potaman at 16. If history is any indicator, those trainers will rise up fiercely through that bracket. Let's take a look at LATAM though, because we are headed down to LAIC and we need a snapshot of where these trainers stand.
Doggy.
Look at this, over 1,000 points, and we're only 8 events into the season. Heartjeff is dominating in LATAM, but Marto Galde is not far behind.
I mean, Heartjeff said at Worlds that he's been training because he wants to put himself back up at that #1 spot. Looks like he's well on his way to be able to do so.
I just want to say, during the LAIC pre-show, I had a chance to interview both Heartjeff and Marto. If you haven't watched it, the VOD is on the channel, so make sure to check it out. But there were so many other events as well across the world, Amanda. Let's take a look at Brisbane down under. We've got Gone, Pokey, Money, Maker, and Jumothy. Fascinating fact about Brisbane, Amanda, is that not only is Gone our first Pangoro champion in Championship Series history, but we had more than 7 trainers from the TPC region travel to Brisbane to compete, and Pokemon Maker is one of them.
Pokemon Maker almost being able to get his direct qualification for Worlds if he would have got that first place spot, but Gone just playing so fantastic, able to take that. And also, I think that Pangoro is a super interesting pick for this meta because if you look at those Pokemon like Credilli and Galarian Corsola, which were so popular, it's a very excellent core breaker.
It really is. Shout out to Jumothy as well in 3rd place. He knocked me out at NAIC last year, so I love to see him do well. Let's take a look at the Worlds qualified trainers. So if you place within that top 4 at Worlds in the previous season, you get your automatic qualification. That's where Beazelboy, Potaman, Heartjeff, and Corlash come in. But then we've got our regional championship winners. Which one of these are you most excited to see, Amanda?
I mean, you can't put me on the spot like that.
I got
but
to.
I will say, Beelzeboy being able to do so well at Worlds, he's here in Las Vegas, he's directly qualified. You kind of have to cheer for the previous champion.
It was so funny. Last night I was crossing the street and I crossed paths with Beazelboy. I said, oh my goodness, it's the world champ. He's here, which is absolutely so insane. But it's beautiful. It's sunny. A little cloudy yesterday, but today's a bright new day. Let's take a look at our weekend forecast inside the venue, though, because we have some Pokemon that are trending up in a big way and also kind of trending down. So, Amanda, I want you to take the lead on this one. Tell us about Florges, because this started, I think, over in the APAC region, but it made its way into EU, and now I'm wondering if it'll make its way here in Vegas.
I hope it does, and I think if Gdansk showed anything, the fact that it was on the team of both Boom 20 and the winner PvP David shows a lot. Florges has the tax with the Fairy Wind, paces very, very quickly while it doesn't do a lot of damage. However, Chilling Water lowers the attack of your opponent. Trailblaze boosts your own attack, so you have a lot of different coverage. And people are using this Pokemon as a little bit of a safe swap position, I think. If you don't have a good lead, maybe you swap into this and you can at least put some chip damage into the incoming Pokemon.
It's like a Swiss Army knife, right? It's so versatile. Let's talk about Altaria, a Pokemon that used to dominate in terms of usage back in the early days of the Championship Series. It's ascended right back into the meta. It's got excellent bulk, excellent coverage, excellent typing, but I think the key here, Amanda, is the Flamethrower and Dragon Breath rework with this new season. Flamethrower, I gotta say, it sends fear into any Scizor, any Alolan Sandslash, any steel type that comes up against this dragon.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And there's been a lot of different flying types and dragon types that have been used so far this season. So Altaria is one of them that is more recently picking up steam, but I think we're going to see a lot more of it as well.
Well, to quote the extremely talented Koenig Lionheart, don't be silly. Trainers still play Crave daily. However, its role has slid a bit down the charts, as we saw there in the most recent Gdansk usage. It's not at that 80% dominant range that we saw in Milwaukee. Don't get me wrong, trainers are still playing it and it's still going to show up. But my question, one of the things I'm most looking forward to this weekend is determining whether or not it makes it into Top Cut and at what frequency.
I think we'll definitely see it within the day one usage when there's so many different trainers because it is such a good staple pick. What will be interesting, like you said, Will, is in day two, how many people will be using it. And another Pokemon that is sort of like maybe losing a little bit of its steam is Galarian Moltres.
Exactly, Galarian Moltres, that flying and dark typing that Buzoboy made look like an S-tier pick at the World Championships just a few weeks ago. It's kind of sliding down the charts. There's more options. You've got Corviknight, you've got Talonflame, you've got Altaria. You can kind of pick and choose which flying type Pokemon should slot into your team. And that speaks as well to the volume of Pokemon that are viable right now. You don't always have to rely on that Galarian bird that you have to get from that daily inset. You can pivot to something that's a bit more accessible, which I think is really cool.
Well, plus, you know, with NA doing all of the Bastiodon work, it's a little bit dangerous to be bringing a Galarian Moltres. So maybe that's a reason as well that we might not see so many of them here in NA.
Well, speaking of dangerous, let's look at some players that are dangerous and are competing this weekend. Let's start first with Trent.
Trent is a trainer. We've seen him throughout the seasons. He's so good, so consistent, and he's being able to be one of the trainers that I definitely want to keep an eye on here. But other trainers that I also want to see, we talked about him briefly before, Buzoboy, that world champion, but also rise to occasion and a former world champion, it's Axon.
I jumped a little bit ahead there, but you're right, Amanda. We've got two world champions competing here, and rise to occasion, one of the only trainers to have that incredible feat, maybe the only trainer to win a regional championship every single season. The Championship Series has been live. Let's head over to Trent, though, because he had such an incredible performance at the World Championships, and he's got a stacked resume to match. Trent's one of those trainers that was so good in Go Battle League, and we always kind of question, would that talent translate into the Show 6 format? I think it absolutely has.
I love this photo of him. This is the most, I think, that I see Trent smile. This little smirk on his face. He's such a good player, but he's so hard to read because he has a very stoic disposition, but you know that he means business when he is playing.
One of Trent's best skills is predicting lines, but let's see what our casters predicted in terms of Pokemon that we think will stand out. You're going to see some, I would say, meta picks, maybe a Crate Daily here and Altaria there, but I think, Amanda, you and I, we kind of knocked it out of the park with some of our spice picks.
I mean, go ahead and take a look at what we have. I mean, Empoleon was one of the Pokemon that really helped out in Lille with Hikami being able to take it. You know, in Sunfisk on my part, I think that was like, it's just something that I've seen so much more, has a lot of play. And then, of course, I had to kind of take a pitch of Meteor Fallon because he had that Fearow and a Bastiodon. I think they're still going to be around.
I gotta agree with you on the Meteor Fallion vibes. I think that's really cool, but I have to disagree with you on the steel types, Amanda. Empoleon, it worked in Gdansk, right? Energy lead was important, shield advantage was important. I don't think it'll work as consistently in NA. I think that something like Alolan Sandslash, when you look at that overall usage, I think Alolan Sandslash looks insanely good.
We'll have to see how many trainers will bring the typical regular picks and how many counters that we have, because you're absolutely right. Looking at the metas that kind of has been shaking up, Alolan Sandslash definitely has a niche, so maybe be taking some notes.
Well, there's a lot going on in Pokemon Go in the venue and also worldwide. We have an incredible, I guess, broadcast for you here this weekend. Make sure to visit Pokemon.com/broadcast to catch all of the actions. I'm getting the hand wave motion right. Follow the channel, guys. We know if you follow or not, and it's illegal not to follow.
Yeah.
But we also have other social channels where you you can follow us as well, /Pokemon Go. Thank you so much for joining us for this tournament broadcast. I'm really, really excited for it, Amanda. But I think we're going to toss over to the casters pretty soon, right?
Yeah, I think that makes a little bit of sense. We probably want to get into the gameplay.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the format first, though, because that's super important. Let's toss it over.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6 pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Hey there, trainers. Welcome to the entertainment capital of the world. We are here in the Las Vegas Convention Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Super excited to bring you another great Pokemon Go broadcast. I'm Wholesome _, joined by my good friend Tua Butters.
We will not be short of entertainment. Will it be Bastion for the 3rd straight North American Regional? We have 2 world champions here with its Axon and Beelzeboy. That has never happened at a North American regional, so there is so much to look forward to.
Absolutely. But let's see what these trainers are playing for today. Looking at our regional championship prizes, $2,500 is going to be our first prize, along with 108 booster packs, Butters.
I gotta point something out. These are the prizes for, obviously, the top cut, the top trainers. I want to say something that if you come here a day early, playing the Cup on Friday as well, or playing some side events, you can also make your way to the prize wall and get a ton of prizes here. So there is a lot to offer, not only for these top trainers, obviously, but across the board. I remember Nighttime Clasher and Athlete got 1st and 2nd in the Cup yesterday, and they were astounded with how much prize they got from that prize ball. It was crazy.
Yeah, you can walk away with a lot of points. But I know what everyone's thinking. What's the meta look like here this weekend? No shocker here, Cradily #1 representation. We did see a little bit of a decline here. Where's that Galarian Corsola? It barely made it to the top 6.
Cradily is only 40%.
Only.
It was 80 in Milwaukee. It is literally dropped, and to have no Pokemon over 50% usage is a huge change up for a top 12. Usually there's always at least 1 to 2 Pokemon over 50%. That has to speak to the parity that we might have right now in Pokemon Go PvP.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're still at that stage in the season where the meta hasn't been fully defined yet. We are getting later in the season, so we're starting to see some things come together. What's going to be interesting for me is seeing which trainers have been able to adapt, which trainers may be 1 step ahead. I gotta say, I really like the later in the season goes, I think Doonbug just gets better and better. Whereas I see some trainers at the beginning of the season, like Harjeff and Zweilous, that just really seem like they dominate when no one really knows what's going on.
And it seems like some trainers, like you mentioned, Doonbug, can adapt to a current meta. That's harder than ever right now because the meta is constantly shifting, and sometimes it's a copycat championship series. You see something that's good in Europe, you see something that's good in Australia, you try it out in North America. You saw Bastion won the 1st North American regional. You run it in that 2nd one and you win it. Will we see it for a 3rd time? Maybe not, because it was not even in that top 12 usage here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just really find it interesting, those different metas like you mentioned, right? You know, you have your Europe meta, you have your NA meta, you have your Oceania meta. You really never know what to expect going into any given tournament. And I think we probably have the most variety and meta here in the 2026 season than any championship series season I've seen.
I know we say this often, like, oh, it's the first time ever, and we've never seen it before, but I genuinely believe it.
Yeah.
Because it's never had this much parity in between Pokemon. There's always been a top condensed 4 to 5 Pokemon that were much stronger in the current meta than other Pokemon. That doesn't really exist in that meta, which presents a lot of challenges for these trainers to try to avoid certain core breakers. It will be more matchup dependent maybe in the past, but it gives a lot of opportunities for these trainers like we see on stage to be more creative. And you see on these two teams here, there's not a ton of overlap. Both of these trainers do have the Clodsire, and it looks like we have a Latias on the side of Crispy as well.
Yeah, you mentioned creativity, and I just got to give it up to Crispy for his crispy creativity that we're seeing right here with that Latias, the shiny lucky one actually that we're going to see on on stage here in just a second. But that is certainly an interesting Pokemon with access to the newly buffed Dragon Breath, and remind me of its signature move, Butters.
It has the Mist Ball, and that does a lot of psychic type damage. It chunks. This is not the Shadow version, which I have more experience with, but you pace to that Aura Sphere quite quickly, and if you're able to land a Mist Ball into any of these Pokemon besides the Guzzlord, you are or maybe also the Fortress, you're pretty much knocking it out in this matchup. So if you can get an energy advantage or some shield advantage into this matchup versus Khaleesi Fitzy is running that Shadow Talonflame. We've seen it grow in popularity in other regions as well. It's been really good in Europe. I think it has a lot more impact now with that Shadow variant. And remember, Khaleesi Fitzy has competed a lot in Championship Series. She was 4th place at the 2023 Salt Lake Regional Championships.
Well, these trainers are getting locked in, but Butters, you called it out. We've got Khaleesi Fitzy, a well-known character here in the Championship Series, has had a lot of success. Crispy, a little bit of a newer face, but he is as motivated as it gets to do well here. All right, let's kick off the tournament, Butters. Take us into game number 1.
And this is a very neutral matchup to start it off, in a matchup we don't see that much in this meta. I mean, it does speak to the diversity here. We see the Guzzlord, of course, we saw Zweilous use that in the first regional in North America. He used it quite well, throwing that Brutal Swing that is same type attack damage. And look at the charge attacks for that Clodsire. It is running the Stone Edge and Earthquake, so it doesn't have that same type attack bonus for the Sludge Bomb. Decides to go for the Stone Edge.
Yeah, I think Crispy recognizes that you need 2 charge attacks to knock out here. 1 Earthquake is not going to do it, so you may as well go for the lower energy charge attack. Meanwhile, Khaleesi Fitzy able to get to this next Brutal Swing. Only 3 Dragon Tails to get to these Brutal Swings. Now it's 9 turns, so very quick access to these Brutal Swings. They just don't add up that quickly, unfortunately.
And there is a Shadow Charizard in the back for Crispy. It is running the Ember for its fast attack, so it's going to be able to generate energy quite quickly. So a soft loss here for Crispy is not going to be terrible if you could somehow get an Ember down. But the thing is, I think Crispy was trying to line it up for that double charge attack, which will knock out. So it looks like it will be a soft lead loss for Khaleesi as the Guzzlord does go down to that Stone Edge here, but now you're going to be able to get a Psywave down.
Yeah, the Psywave down is super effective.
Oh, but can you get there?
Oh, gets to the Stone Edge with 1 HP and a Dream. Crispy's going to get some nice, super effective damage. That's going to pull out the first Protect Shield from Khaleesi Fitzy.
That is huge. Not only did you win lead, now you take a Protect Shield with you. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining for Khaleesi Fitzy, and she didn't even get that much energy. Actually, almost at the Sparkling Aria here, bringing in the Furret. So that means we're going to have the backline matchup of the Shadow Charizard versus the Clodsire. If there's 2 Protect Shields left for that Shadow Charizard in the back, that is going to be insanely difficult for the Clodsire. I want to point out the Clodsire on Khaleesi Fitzy also has Stone Edge.
Yeah, I love the way that Crispy's architected this game. Like you said, Butters had the option to maybe soft lose, farm down with the Charizard. Shadow Charizard with energy, always going to be super strong, but instead he has shield advantage and alignment with this Furret now hitting for super effective and ramping up versus the Lapras.
And now its attack has rose 1 stage here, taking the Sparkling Aria, and it's going to be no problem here. Do we see a pivot from Khaleesi Fitzy? No, it's going to stay in, thinking that you can't get to 1 more Sparkling Aria before you get farmed down. You definitely could have got there. So Crispy did have to devote. Oh, wow, throwing the Swift, but it gets the last Protect Shield. That means there's going to be no Protect Shields remaining for that Clodsire in the back against the Shadow Charizard.
This is getting scary for Khaleesi Fitzy because this is a ramped up Furret, and there's not a lot of fast attack pressure in the back. Thankfully for her, though, we do see this Furret, or rather Crispy, no Protect Shield. The Sparkling Aria will take it out, putting everything on the back of this Shadow Charizard. And when shields are down, Shadow Charizard goes to town.
It absolutely will. The Blast Burn, I'm actually curious. Actually going for the Air Cutter, thinking the Blast Burn is not going to be enough damage to one-hit knock out the Clodsire, which is a smart decision. No, you have that Protect Shield. You know that it's a Stone Edge. You're going to outpace to an Air Cutter, and you get the attack buff. We know this is going to knock out now with the Blast Burn.
Here comes the Stone Edge, though, from the Clodsire, from Khaleesi Fitzy. It's going to use that last Protect Shield from Crispy. Like you said, though, that Air Cutter did get the boost, 50% chance. For the Charizard, if you have to throw both, you may as well throw the Air Cutter first, so you might get that boost. Here comes the boosted Blast Burn, Butters.
Devastating here for Khaleesi Fitzy as the Clodsire is knocked out. There's no health left on this Lapras, so it's just 2 Embers, knocks it out, finishes it off for Crispy, takes that game number 1 in pretty comfortable fashion there. Able to win lead, take a shield on that next matchup, and then have that 1 Protect Shield advantage in the backline for Shadow Charizard. Pretty flawless game number 1 to start the tournament for Crispy.
Yeah, Crispy's Charizard burning that Lapras down to a crisp there at the end on the back of those Embers, but that Blast Burn, just such a strong attack, and when you tag that to the Shadow bonus that you have as a Shadow Charizard, there are a few Pokemon that want to take a buffed Blast Burn especially.
And we know there was a time, I believe it was towards the 2023 of North American International Championships, I believe with Dodge, maybe Rise to Occasion, some of those trainers were really leaning on Shadow Charizard back then. But it was the wing attack version.
That's right.
The wing attack version did pace really well, but also had more fast attack pressure. Ember paces insanely quick, but the key difference between the wing attack and the Ember Shadow Charizard is the Ember doesn't have much fast attack pressure. So I actually believe it's a little bit more difficult to pull off right now than it was in the past. So we've seen it glimpses of this Pokemon. We've seen some top 3, top 2 performances. I'm not quite sure if we've seen it take a regional yet, but it has a ton of potential.
I think it has a ton of potential as well, and one of the other call-outs is that it can actually run Dragon Breath as well, which did get a rework, which again is more focused on energy generation these days than it is damage like it used to be.
And Altaria was a key Pokemon, obviously in Europe. There's been a shift to Altaria in this meta. You would prefer that Dragon Breath on your Shadow Charizard if you're facing the Altaria. It changes the matchup to the Charizard, not exactly the favor because you always have to shield a Sky Attack, but it changes the matchup a ton. And here is another Shadow Fire Flying type, but on this side, it's for Khaleesi Fitzy, it's the Shadow Talonflame.
Yeah, I like the Shadow Talonflame. I think especially with the Shadow variant, those Incinerates can just push their way through a lot of matchups, but not against that Cradily, which has that debuffing attack component with its Rock Tomb. However, we do see a quick swap out from Khaleesi Fitzy, bringing in the Clodsire. It's now going to be met by the Furret from Crispy. Khaleesi Fitzy able to land this Earthquake, but one is not enough to knock out, and with the absence of any real fast attack pressure, Crispy can realistically land one of these Trailblazes and farm all the way down if he wants to invest Protect Shield.
He did decide to bank up a lot of energy before ramping up the attack with the Trailblaze. He obviously did pivot in this Pokemon, but he could have ramped it up a little bit earlier. Did some of those Sucker Punches with elevated damage. Now going for that Swift. It's not going to be able to knock out the Clodsire. Clodsire kind of came out of nowhere. Clodsire is now almost hard meta right now.
Yeah, no, I think Clodsire has been one of the surprise picks. You can say one of the indirect beneficiaries of the moveset update. While none of its toolset was changed whatsoever, now with the new meta around it, it finds itself in a little bit more comfortable position. All right, well, we are seeing the Protect Shield from Crispy, and he does get that full farm down, just like we were talking about. A lot of energy now to go into this next Pokemon. Will one Incinerate knock out this Furret, Butters?
I don't think so, but what I do like here for Khaleesi Fitzy is the fact that now she has the Protect Shield advantage. Coming in with the Lapras, probably just gonna take this attack. I really love this from Khaleesi Fitzy, knowing that the 2-shield Shadow Talonflame is gonna be incredibly strong versus Crispy's entire team. If Latias is not on the team of 3 for Crispy, there is nothing that's gonna resist that. But this is brutal because now you get to that Swift and you have to use the Protect Shield anyway. That is terrible for Khaleesi.
Yeah, Butters, you wanted 2 Protect Shields for your Shadow Talonflame, especially when two of Crispy's Pokemon have access to that double super effective rock type damage. Stone Edge with the Clodsire and Rock Tomb from this Cradily. This will be some nice super effective Ice Beam damage coming into the Cradily here, but I don't know that you're going to be able to Sidewave down before Crispy's able to get to this next Rock Tomb.
And throwing the Rock Tomb right when he had it, Crispy is now energy dry. A key factor here is an undercharge, but it's still going to knock out. But can you get the full Incinerate down before the next Rock Tomb is available? If you can't get it, I think it will be able to get there. Can you get to the Rock Tomb, or will the Incinerate land? No, actually does get to the Rock Tomb. Now that pulls the Protect Shield, so that is a huge advantage for Crispy.
Yeah, great presence of mind from Crispy, throwing right away at 12 turns. You risked actually getting farmed down if you threw on 7 with proper timing. That damage would have actually registered. But now Khaleesi Fitzy has all this energy, starts unleashing it into the Clodsire. This is the Flame Charge. It's going to ramp up her attack by 1 stage. Crispy knows, don't need to shield this one. The formula for success now is get to 2 Stone Edge. Or actually, you only need one at this point. Shields are down.
You had to use that last Protect Shield on the Rock Tomb. You mentioned before having that double super effective rock coverage in the back for the Cradily, for the Clodsire. It was just too much for the Protect Shields of Khaleesi Fitzy. Crispy is able to land the Stone Edge. This will probably knock out 2 Shadow Talonflames as Crispy takes this 2-0 to start us off in Las Vegas.
That's right, Clodsire delivering that knockout blow, a clean sweep for Crispy on the back of the Clodsire there. Butters, you mentioned it, but Clodsire does seem to have a very firm hold on this meta. It's just so bulky. It has access to that very quick energy-generating Poison Sting and great coverage. When you have that rock and ground type coverage, there's very few Pokemon that you're going to get walled by.
I'm a little lost by it, Wholesome. I'm not going to lie to you.
Oh, yeah?
Because at some point early in the season, there was double Mud Slappers in the top 7. There was Gastrodon and Shadow Kanto Marowak. There was Galarian Corsola, pretty much the second most used Pokemon. And then the most impactful Shadow Pokemon, in my opinion, was Shadow Scizor. So you see that meta and you think, Clodsire. How does that happen?
For me, I think it's a response to a lot of the flyers that we're seeing in the meta. I think that it's kind of a cascading effect. We have the Mud Slappers that are so strong, people start running flyers, all the Murkrows, all the Talonflames, all the Corviknights, things like that. Okay, well now we have a lot of these flyers. What does well into those flyers? Clodsire with Stone Edge. So I think with some of those Mud Slappers that are now starting to fade away a little bit, it's the return of Clodsire.
And to piggyback off of that, the fact that you can hard handle the Pokemon like Bastiodon that you know has been a force, and also handle the flying types, which obviously the Mud Slappers can't do. You have the Shadow Kanto Marowak with the coverage of Rock Slide that can still do things against the flying type Pokemon, but Clodsire is way more consistent. So I think that's a great point. Clodsire seems to be, I mean, it was on both of these trainers' team. It was the carryover Pokemon for both these trainers to start us off here in Las Vegas. I believe it was in that top 6 usage as well. So it seems like it is going to be a mainstay here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I think so. And it is really just interesting to see early on how the meta is shaping up, right? We did see our day 1 graphic there. And again, Crispy, great 2-0 victory there. Had some great play from that Charizard. I did want to mention, though, what's interesting is fire types in this meta right now. I picked the Shadow Talonflame as one of the picks that I thought would have some success, but we saw the Shadow Charizard as well. Is there any room for fire-type Pokemon in this meta outside of those 2 right now, Butters?
You know, it's hard just because I feel like they have that specific niche, and especially having that flying tool typing, that sub-typing, is incredibly impactful in this meta, because you see there was a lot of Mud Slappers. Obviously, one shift that we did notice, I think Annihilate was either 7th or 8th in top usage. Also, a lot of top trainers I know for a fact are running Primate. This could be a counterbalance to the Bastiodon, who knows? But we have seen a lot of success from the Annihilate and Primate in other regions. We've seen a drop of Corsola. I think the Annihilate and the Primate are kind of back. And if they're kind of back, it's way better to be a fire type with that flying subtyping.
I think it's this domino effect, Butters. We've seen the Galarian Corsola move all the way from 1st or 2nd down to 6th now. A big response to that is that Furret that I think has been absolutely hard walling that Galarian Corsola. All right, well, what's going to beat Furret now, especially the Cradily? What beats Cradily Furret? It's those fighting type Pokemon. So I think we are going to see more of the Annihilate. And like you said, I did hear from some trainers that we're going to be seeing some Primate here as well, which it's fun Pokemon.
And a correction, Clodsire I said was top 6. It's actually in the top 10 here. But the thing is, the difference between the number 6 and the number 10 is quite small in this meta. Between 27% and 20%. This is looking a lot more like a day 2 meta. Oftentimes in day number 1, there is a heavy lean on the top Pokemon because this is a giant tournament in North America. I believe it was sold out.
It was capped, yeah.
It was capped. And so a lot of these trainers, especially if you're either new or you're still trying to make your first day 2, you will go for consistency. So a lot of times day number 1, you'll see, like we saw in Milwaukee, we saw Cradily at 80%. I was seeing Joe Brown backstage. He was like, 80% Cradily? And I'm like, yeah. But it looks like Las Vegas is a lot more creative in day number 1.
Well, we did see Crispy with that Cradily there, and we actually have him standing by with Speediest Chief. Speedy, over to you.
Speaking of creative trainers, I do have Chris here with an awesome team, Latios, as well as a Shadow Charizard. Chris, how does it... Sorry, go again?
Very fun picks.
So how does it feel to get that first win of the weekend under your belt?
Feels really good. Had to buy the first time, but so getting a win on stage feels even better.
Before we started, you were talking about core breaking. To tell me about your strategy with your team building, because it's phenomenal.
So I built a really meta team, and then I was just looking at core breakers, and Latias was just a major core breaker, so I just decided to scrap that, just build a Latias team instead.
Awesome. I see you have the Clodsire, Shadow Charizard. Can we talk about that?
Honestly, I feel like Clodsire was my least favorite pick of the team. It's just the pacing on it, not the best, but Charizard's pacing is insane. Beats Annihilate, beats other Pokemon. It's hard.
Awesome. Well, how are you feeling about your team after that first round? You think you have what it takes to make top cut?
I hope so. I'm very confident.
Awesome, Chris. Well, we're going to wish you the best in the rest of your tournament run and head back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, VD. Unfortunate we didn't get to see that Latias. Actually, one of my favorite Pokemon in Great League. Maybe we will get to see it down the road because Crispy is advancing on that winner's side. We have another matchup. It's going to be winners round 2 for some of these trainers. This is going to be Group B. We have Little Winery versus Psy Rhino up next. Some more creative picks. We got the Florges actually on both of those trainers' teams. This is a Pokemon that has changed recently. Yeah. Having that chilling water to debuff your opponent now because of the Community Day attack that was recently added. What's changed now for Florges?
Yeah, it's not just that Florges has changed. I think Florges has changed the meta overall.
Wow,
it's interesting because we talked about the attack updates and how significant those were to a meta, but I think that the introduction of a Pokemon mid-season can really shake things up as well, and I think that's exactly what Florges has done. Previously, it was struggling versus things like poison types and fire types, especially the Clodsires and the Charizards, Talonflames, things like that. It can actually decently answer those Pokemon now with access to that water type attack. Chilling Water, not only does it hit for super effective, but it's relatively efficient and it drops the attack of your opponent guaranteed. So especially in those longer, more extended matchups, it can really thrive.
And I believe LNDS Steinar was a huge believer in this Pokemon right when it got released. We have seen it have some success, obviously, in other regions as well. Can it have that same impact in North America? We have it on both of these trainers' team. Let's see if they both have the Chilling Water and Trailblaze. It looks like they both have those attacks. Sometimes you see the Moonblast. Oh wait, actually no, a disarming voice in Chilling Water for Psy Rhino, deciding to go for that fairy attack. Instead, it's lower energy than the Moonblast, so you are going to be able to pace to it quicker.
Yeah, that's the one thing that a lot of the Florges that we see with that Trailblaze, Chilling Water combo lack, is any sort of real Fairy type pressure. Yes, you have Fairy Wind, but it's a clone of Ember, if I'm not mistaken. It doesn't do a lot of damage overall. So for some of those trainers that really want to leverage Florges more as a pure Fairy type, they do want to have either that Moonblast or Disarming Voice charge attack coverage.
And Fairies aren't known for their attack, so having that Fairy Wind with those low attack Pokemon. One Pokemon that's not known for its attack is Altaria, but actually on Psy Rhino's side, he has the Shadow Altaria. That was my 4th pick on my caster's prediction. I was actually talking to Firestar, who was the first place trainer in the North American region at the 2025 Pokemon Go World Championships. He got 7th place overall. He thinks Shadow Altaria has a ton of potential. There are some specific break points and bulk points that can be quite useful. It is a Pokemon that was kind of harder to get because Swablu was only just recently released in Rocket Grunts. So maybe not a lot of trainers have this Pokemon. By the way, for the wild area event, I believe you can TM off Frustration. Ooh. So you want to take advantage of that feature, especially if you are a Go Battle League enthusiast or just a Championship Series enthusiast. It's so important to TM off Frustration on as many Pokemon as possible. But Shadow Altaria, we've seen the strength of regular Altaria. I think Shadow Altaria has a lot of play in this meta as well.
You know, Butters, I'm going to kind of double click on that charge TM. We kind of, you and I survived the charge TM crisis of 2025.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You know, it was tough here. What I want to call out is at these tournaments here, including Las Vegas, you're getting charge TMs from spinning stops here. You can gather up a couple hundred charge TMs. For those of you that are thinking, I don't have any charge TMs, come to a tournament. We'd love to see you here. Get some charge TMs. Butters, take us into game number 1.
I did get hundreds in my last tournament. Here we have the Talonflame versus the Florges. You would think the Florges would want to get out here immediately, a Fairy versus a Flying type here, but you have that super effective Chilling Water into a Shadow Talonflame. It's not going to one-hit KO, but it's going to get a Protect Shield and debuff this Shadow Talonflame. So now swapping, trying to catch on a Flame Charge, and effectively does so. Psy Rhino takes the not very effective damage.
An incredible catch by Psy Rhino. This is going to be resisted. Also debuff Flame Charge. Despite being a Shadow type Pokemon, that Altaria able to tank it no problem. Little Winery does one more Incinerate. swaps out with a move and now brings in the Florges. The one interesting thing here is that, yes, you are double resisting these Dragon Breaths, but you have nothing to hit back with your charge attacks.
It's very clunky. You have to rely on Fairy Wind, and that chunked a lot. At this point, you're going to throw the Chilling Water. I think the next Sky attack is going to be able to get the knockout. This is going to be not very effective. Rhino's looking at his team sheet, knowing that this is going to be resisted or double resisted. Doesn't do that much damage into the Shadow Altaria. Can this Sky attack do enough damage? He goes for it. Perfect timing, right before a Trailblaze. Is this enough to knock out, or can Little Rhinorese Floor just barely hang on to hit that Trailblaze?
The Sky attack does knock out. Down goes the Florges. Little Winery brings in the Talonflame, but Rhino already has the Chilling Water loaded. This is going to force the second Protect Shield from Little Winery.
Clean play from Rhino. Swap, throwing a Fairy Wind, throwing the Chilling Water. Both the Protect Shields are out of the battle. Here comes the Fly. I like to go for the Fly here because Fly is less energy than the Flame Charge. You will ensure that you can get the 2 charge attacks here if you get a Protect Shield. No Protect Shields. That means 2 Protect Shields in the back is going to the Feraligatr. Feraligatr is going to have a tough time Shadow Clawing down, though, I believe.
Yeah, that is going to be tough. You really are probably going to have to launch a charge attack. Yes, you do resist these Incinerates, which is quite nice. And yes, there has been a single stage attack drop, but I still think that you're going to have to probably throw a charge attack. It's going to be tough to get through this Furret, though. In fact, here comes the Furret. It's going to be double resisting these Shadow Claws from the Feraligatr.
And we got to see the dimensions of this matchup. We used to see Feraligatr as the Shadow variant. Does double Hydro Cannon knock out Furret? That's going to be huge for Rhino because these Shadow Claws are going to be double resisted. Yes, the double Hydro Cannon will knock out, so it's not over for Rhino, as actually this Hydro Cannon is going to be coming into Little Winery. If this does knock out the Furret, that is huge for Rhino.
That's going to be enough to knock out.
Oh, it doesn't knock out.
It hangs on, you're right. And a quick catch, Butters.
Swapping into the Altaria here to soak this Swift. I believe there was only 1 Swift available. I don't think Little Winery has the second Swift. Can you get the Shadow Claw down before the second Swift? There is one more. No, actually takes the Shadow Claw to endure to throw the Swift, but he has to let it go. He can't shield it. He has to save his Protect Shield, and he lets it go.
Swift does a good chunk of damage. Can you incinerate down? You need to get to 2 charge attacks or fully incinerate down, but the Hydro Cannon is reached by the Feraligatr. Rhino will throw the Hydro Cannon into the Talonflame, and that's going to be game number 1 going to Rhino.
Calm, cool, and collected, and a lot of water attacks. I believe you did say it was how much rain did we get here today in Las Vegas?
0.02 inches.
Yeah, it seems like it. With all that Chilling Water and Hydro Cannons coming out from Rhino, he was really bouncing around the battlefield with that Florges and swapping into the Altaria, coming back in the Florges, keeping the shields for the Feraligatr, just unleashing so many water-type attacks, overwhelming Little Winery in that first game.
That's right, and we just talked about the significance of Florges and how much it impacts the meta. We saw it there. You go from having a terrible matchup as Florges into Talonflame to getting both Protect Shields, and not only getting the Protect Shields, getting so much utility. What I really have to say, though, I think that impressed me so great was 2 catches on that Altaria by Rhino. First catching the Flame Charge, then also catching that Swifter late game, and I think that was the nail in the coffin to allow Rhino to win game number 1.
And each time, he looked like he knew exactly what he was doing, and when he was swapping, he was throwing in a fast attack first before going for the charge attack. Just high-level execution from Rhino. One thing that I want to point out is I think the reason that Little Winery is bringing Florges is it looks so safe against Rhino's team, against everything except for Shadow Scizor. So as long as you can avoid that Shadow Scizor, Florges is looking incredibly strong for Little Winery. I believe that's probably part of the reason also that she decided to lead with that Shadow Talonflame to try to be able to counter that Shadow Scizor that I believe she is expecting in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that was the main, I think that was the read that Little Winery was going for there, because if you look otherwise at Rhino's team, there's not a lot of love for that Talonflame on the side of Little Winery, right? There's the Feraligatr, there is the Inovan Stunfisk, there is the Florges with the Chilling Water, the Altaria. Right? So there's a lot of counters and answers to that Shadow Talonflame. It's win hard, lose hard for Little Winery.
I mean, we are in Vegas. A bit of a gamble there.
A little bit of a gamble, yeah, no doubt.
A bit of a gamble there on that lead Pokemon. It didn't pay off in that game number 1, but we are locked into game number 2. Will there be an adjustment? Will there be a Shadow Scizor on the battlefield for Rhino? We got the leads. It is that Florges, which is the safest Pokemon, and there it is. That's the thing that she expected. Game number 1 brings it out. Game number 2, devastating, probably instantly swapping into the Primeape.
Yeah, here comes the Primeape, and it does outpace. Let's see, do you throw the Rage Fist right away?
Oh!
Yes, indeed, but this is now 3 catches on the Altaria, Butters.
Rhino just throwing out this Altaria into the wind, just catching everything, and that is huge. The fact that you caught that Rage Fist instead of the double super effective Ice Punch, and the double super effective Ice Punch is already available. That is going to be able to knock out Rhino, so has to give it the Protect Shield. But now, can you actually Dragon Breath down before the next Ice Punch is available?
Yeah, it's going to be tough because I think that you only need 4 Karate Chops for this next one. So I think
no,
you do need to throw a
close.
charge attack, yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you were thinking maybe because of the Shadow, but remember, Dragon Breath generates a lot more energy now.
Yep.
It doesn't do as much damage. It doesn't have that farm down potential like it used to have.
Yeah, well, it is a risky play there for sure for Cyrano bringing in that Altaria, especially if you don't throw that Rage Fist right away. And now he's having to use both Protect Shields in order to keep that alignment, which is so significant. Let's not forget the energy that Shadow Scizor has as well, because it can go a lot of places. Trailblaze into that Florges, or the super effective Night Slashes into the Galarian Corsola.
But this could be a juicy farm down for Little Winery, because if you could get a full Fairy Wind down and land 2 Chilling Waters into that Scizor, you take the Sky Attack, but can you get that Fairy Wind down? Will there be a pivot here? And no, will you get there before the Sky Attack? No, the Sky Attack is reached. Throwing on maybe Charge Attack priority. I don't think it registered, giving up the Protect Shield though.
Yeah, fortunate that did not register. Maybe Little Winery wanted to throw that before the Sky Attack was loaded.
Oh, combo! No, combo swapping, Night Slash, Charge Attack priority, not very effective, but it might be enough. Does he have the reach? Can this knock out the Florges?
I don't know if it's going to knock out. This is resisted damage. It's non-same type attack bonus. Hangs on, Little Winery able to get to the Chilling Water. This is going to be neutral damage. You're going to need 2 of these to knock out. How much energy does this Florges have, Butters?
I don't know if it has enough, but you do have your Switch Timer. You can't go in the Corsola, and the Scizor is going to be energy dry, so you can get a full farm down here. There are no protections remaining. Now Galarian Corsola has the bulk, has the energy advantage. All it has to do is clean up in the back, but you know Cyrano, he's a pro at something. That's catching things on his Altaria.
He's done it 3 times already. Switch clock is coming up. After this next charge attack, there will be a window of opportunity for Cyrano to try and catch the next charge attack on his Altaria. It may actually be what's necessary to win this game. Nightshade is loaded for Little Winery, but not before the Hydro Cannon comes through.
She has to throw. She has to throw, because if you don't throw here, there is going to be a back-to-back Hydro Cannon. So here's the game. We're in Vegas. The swap! The catch!
No way!
Wow!
I cannot believe it. Waited the turn. Cyrano catches 4 consecutive times on this Altaria. Altaria may as well just be renamed Shield at this point.
But no, looks like it's charge attack priority. And the Feraligatr is going to win the charge attack priority against this Florges here. Going to be able to knock it out. How much energy is available on that Galarian Corsola, though? The Galarian Corsola doesn't have any energy. It's just vulnerable. It's going to be a fast attack off. And Feraligatr and Cyrano takes game number 2. What plays from Cyrano?
I am blown away by this. Only the second matchup of the day. We are seeing grand finals level plays there from Cyrano, just pulling out all the stops there against a very well-seasoned battler, Little Winery as well. So congratulations to Cyrano. That is a clean 2-0 sweep. And again, I'm just incredibly impressed. Just catch after catch after catch after catch. And they weren't meaningless catches. These were game-winning catches in a lot of cases.
No, and I thought his gameplay was crisp. We saw Crispy in that first matchup, but the Crispy stayed because Cyrano, I thought, was amazing throughout that, especially even in the little factors like calling the lead, thinking that Shadow Scizor is so impactful to counter the floor, just knowing that there's going to be a Shadow Talonflame in game number 1. Okay, I'll counter it. Then I'll bring the Shadow Scizor in game number 2. High-level play from Cyrano.
Yeah, we saw that catch right there. The Primate wanting to outpace that Scizor. Know that you're going to throw that Rage Fist, so catching that first charge attack. Yes, you do have to use 2 Protect Shields as Cyrano, but then you're able to get those Protect Shields back. Remember, we saw 2 Sky Attacks loaded into that Florges, and then again, the combo play that we saw here to get even more damage from that Scizor into the Florges there.
Well done, and I just want to talk about Cyrano's accomplishments so far in Championship Series. He might be a trainer you're unaware of. I wasn't as aware of him myself. I haven't seen him as much on stage, but in his first ever tournament ever, he was 33rd in San Diego. Then in Fresno, he was 17th, 33rd in Sacramento, and then a 17th in Los Angeles. So that means 2 separate times he was just 1 match victory away from getting day number 2. Can Las Vegas be his time? It looks like it right now. 4 catches on the Altaria.
Yeah, he is looking confident, and we talk about different trainers' journeys, right? I think that for a lot of trainers, there can be some elements, especially early on in your competitive career, where you feel some of those jitters, and you may have not necessarily ironed out all of the complications that you're trying to correct. I'm seeing Cyrano here in Las Vegas, looking polished, looking cool, calm, and collected, like you said, and I think with a pretty flexible team there as well. When you can combine a flexible team with a lot of creative plays, I think the sky's the limit for Cyrano.
And we saw the Shadow Scizor Altaria core from PvP David in the last European regional. Now a little twist on it with the Shadow Altaria as well. So far, so good. I mean, maybe a normal Altaria would do the same thing if you're just catching all these charge attacks on it, but looked like a strong duo there for Cyrano to start us off. What a way to get us going here, and we have an awesome matchup up next. I think we got Doombug coming to the stage next.
Yeah, Doombug versus Cheese Curl is going to be a great matchup, and I talked about Doombug a little bit earlier. He's actually my pick for most likely to win or to make it to day 2. I think that he's been on a roll lately. He took a little bit of a break from Go Battle League, but he's been putting a lot of focus into play Pokemon. And like I said, the later that a meta goes, I feel that Doombug gets stronger and stronger. I think that for early seasons, there are some trainers that really stick out. You know, we've seen the Wadages and the Hard Jeffs, you know, trainers like that. For late season, I gotta say Doombug is my pick. You know, Butters, I did want to go back to one thing that you mentioned. The Shadow.
First, real quick, we're gonna get to this matchup, but first, I was so impressed from Side Rhino. I want to hear from him, so let's take it to the floor and hear from Side Rhino.
That's right, we got precision plays by Cy Rhino here. I have to say, super impressed with all of those catches on the Altaria. How are you feeling after this Game 1 and Game 2 win?
I'm feeling great. Lil Winery was an intimidating opponent, and I was super scared going into it, but I'm glad I could pull it out.
Oh, in Gdansk, there was a team won by PvP David, and the 6 Pokemon are the same Pokemon that you use. The only difference was your Feraligatr over the Corviknight. What went through your head when you were team building?
My teammates told me Feraligatr was good, so I chose to run it, and I practiced with it, and it felt nice. And then I ran Shadow Altaria, I think, instead of his normal, because the fast move pressure is crazy.
Speaking of teammates, just right before you got interviewed, you got to throw in this nice thing here. You want to give any shout-outs while we got you here on the interview?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Dapper Discs, Dre Flames, Boomer Brell, and Flying Pizza 1, and Mystic Mamba.
Well, we got shout-outs, we got some great plays, we got even more action coming up. Go anywhere. We're going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you, Amanda. Congratulations again to Cy Rhino, shouting out the Swablues, and he was having some success with his Shadow Altaria. Butters, before we went to that interview, I wanted to talk about a little bit, one of the statements that you had made about the Shadow Altaria. What's really interesting is you mentioned some of the breakpoints that it might be able to reach, and when we look back at the Dragon Breath rework, went from 3 energy to 4 energy per turn, but it also went from 4 damage to 3 damage per turn. When you start to look at some of those attack stats and defense stats, when you can go from, you know, maybe 3 to 4 damage, that is a 33% damage increase by going from 3 to 4, for instance. So for those one-turn fast attacks, when you can have a little bit more of an attack-weighted Pokemon, it can totally change the nature of a matchup, just going from 1 additional damage with your Dragon Breath.
That's such a great explanation. I'm really happy that you brought that up because it can significantly change neutral matchups in particular, especially if you have certain targets in the meta that you're maybe soft to with Altaria, and if you get those break points or bulk points, it can swap everything. Best way to get a bulk point is to train your Pokemon to have higher defense. Best way to get a break point is to train your Pokemon for higher attack, and we got that trainer that you were looking out for because we got Doombug versus Cheese Curl on stage. I actually believe Cheese Curl just came back from Europe. He did the back-to-back of the Lil Gdansk, I believe 1 month to the other. He played in both of those tournaments in the European region. Now he's back in North America.
It's a worldwide Pokemon tour, yeah. He's a man on a mission. And when we take a look at these teams, it's quite interesting because we just saw some action from Primate. We have 2 more Primates here. We didn't see it in our top 12 whatsoever, yet 3 of the last 4 teams we now see Primate. Doombug with the Shadow Primate, Cheese Curl with the non-Shadow. I'm curious to see if we end up seeing the head-to-head matchup.
And we got a Thievul on stage.
A Thievul!
That's kind of ridiculous. We've seen some of those Sucker Punch Soul Dark-type Pokemon like Mightyena have some success. I haven't seen a lot of Thievul. I'm looking forward to seeing that. And this is a bad lead for Cheese Curl, but you do have super effective Rage Fist. Looks like he's actually going to stay in this battle. Sometimes trainers want to throw that Rage Fist, get a little bit of chip damage, and then swap out. We're going to see what Cheese Curl decides to do. Actually, just decides to bank all that energy. I like that too.
Yeah, the energy has a lot of destinations later on, and you know, not choosing to go for that ramp up. 2 Rage Fists don't even quite knock out that Galarian Corsola, so it is a disadvantageous matchup. Nice catch there. Cheese Curl now will be able to get this next Chilling Water before Doombug is able to reach the next charge attack. This does a little bit to, you know, to create some artificial bulk, we'll say, for this Florges.
And we have the Empoleon in the back for Cheese Curl coming in with the Shadow Talonflame here. This means there's going to be a Chilling Water before this Florges is departed from that Incinerate damage. This is probably going to get Protect Shielded. The clunky thing for Empoleon, it doesn't really have a good place to go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. What's interesting here is, do you hang on versus this next Incinerate? No shot. Okay, yeah, that's going to knock out. Never mind.
And now you're going to come in with the Primate. try to get some damage off with that energy that you banked and try to sweep in the back with the Empoleon, but there is a Unova Stunfisk in the back to deal with as well. Here comes the Empoleon actually, gonna go ahead and take this Flame Charge, shield it up, and now Doombug is going to have this Shadow Talonflame ramped up and almost at the next Flame Charge.
Yeah, no, this is a scary situation now for Cheese Curl because you're at that next Flame Charge already. Yes, you do get that attack through, but this is now a more ramped up Flame Charge than before, so this one will hit even harder. Uses the second Protect Shield Cheese Curl does.
This is overwhelming, and here comes the swap trying to go for a combo attack here. Now there's no Protect Shields remaining, and going on the swap into the Nightshade.
Ooh.
I don't know if this is enough damage. The same type attack bonus. Primeape doesn't have that much bulk. Can it knock out? That would be brutal if it does knock out. No, it doesn't knock out, but you can't get two off.
Exactly, you can't get two of these off. You're at such a low HP now that this next Astonish is going to knock out. It's going to neutralize 8 turns worth of energy, and that's enough to get to another charge attack. So Primeape really was not able to flex whatsoever.
And you can't even get the farm down either, so you have to commit to this Hydra Cannon, go into the Corsola. There still is a Unova Stunfisk lurking in the back that hasn't even been revealed. Oh, here finally it is revealed, showing his third Pokemon here. Cheese Curl knows it. This is going to be tough. Even one Hydra Cannon from a normal Empoleon non-shadow is not going to be enough. That's why you see Doombug instantly no-shielded.
Yeah, that's right. You're resisting those metal sounds as well. One Hydro Cannon not even close to knocking out. Cheese Curl not at the next Hydro Cannon. Meanwhile, Doombug has this Mud Bomb on his Novan Stunfisk. It's going to get launched into the Empoleon, and that's going to be a knockout, Butters.
That is a knockout. Doombug does take game number 1 pretty confidently there. This is actually winners round number 3 for these trainers in group number C. So oftentimes, or sometimes, Doombug or other number 1 seeds could get a bye early on, but Cheese Curl probably had to get a couple of victories to get on stage here against Doombug. Doombug warming up here, but if he wins this, he's already going to be on winners round 4. Early on, he might make a day number 2 push. I want to talk about one Pokemon in particular. Empoleon is really hard to bring into Unova Stunfisk Primeape core. It's really hard. That core is pretty strong.
Yeah.
It covers each other really well, and it's like almost the perfect counter for Empoleon. So I'm not sure how much Empoleon we are going to see in that game number 2.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. My favorite team that I've played so far this season in Go Battle League is Unova Stunfisk, Shadow Primeape, and then the Galarian Moltres. Yeah, so it is a really nice core, and especially that that Shadow Primeape on the Say swap, it can just ramp up so quickly. If you don't have fast attack pressure to neutralize it quickly like a Mud Slapper or an Incinerate user, it can really go wild.
Well done, well done. Just like the wild area this weekend, make sure to play that event. But Empoleon does have some juice as a non-shadow. It is a Pokemon that has been fringe meta. Maybe we're gonna see it a little bit more here, especially there has been some shifts. There's more Florges. You're stronger against the Florges. There's more Altaria. You do have some play into the Altaria as well, but these trainers are locked into game number 2. Oh, we have a treat. We got the Thievul. You've never seen this matchup, only in Vegas, the Thievul versus the Shadow Talonflame.
I'm thankful for the Thievul here in Las Vegas. A quick swap out by Doombug. You do get outpaced to those charge attacks, and that Shadow Talonflame does not want to take anything. Doombug brings in the Shadow Primeape. It's met by the Fairy user, Florges.
Look, I'm no Thievul expert, but that looked mighty. That looked like an XXL. Please let me know in chat if you think that was XXL. That was a big old Thievul, and there's a swap in the Florges. It's going to outpace here before the next Rage Fist, going to get the Protect Shield from the Chilling Water. So far in Vegas, Florges has been such an impactful Pokemon.
Yeah, no, I had it on my pick of 4. I think that it's very strong. And what I like about this Shadow Primeape, though, is that even the Karate Chops, when you're starting to get some of these boosts, they still do enough damage where you can, as long as you can land a couple Rage Fists, normally farm down even Fairy-type Pokemon like this. But Cheese Curl does have the current advantage. He was able to swap quick enough that he's able to now reach this next Chilling Water and really just neutralizing a lot of those attack boosts from the Rage Fist, just kind of canceling out with the Chilling Water.
And this is really nice because you can't get the Incinerate down, I don't believe.
No.
I think you'll be able to get the Chilling Water. You're going to be able to land it. You're going to be able to get to the Protect Shield. I don't know about the timing there. You kind of let an Incinerate through, but at least you do get that Protect Shield. And let's be honest, the extra Fairy Wind damage wasn't really doing anything anyway.
Right, you're getting max 1 more Fairy Wind. I don't know that that's going to be game-breaking at this point. Cheese Curl just wants to ensure that there's no reality that that Chilling Wind is not going to be landing. He's able to get that Protect Shield. Yeah, lets the Flame Charge go. We did see the debuff, so it's going to make things a little bit easier. But yeah, this Night Slash is already loaded. I don't know if this is enough to knock out Butters.
I have no idea, but let's find out. This Night Slash is not the strongest attack. It is same type attack bonus. Looks like it is kind of mighty here. Doesn't do enough damage, and it is going to have to Protect Shield this fly. He really needed a boost there to have a chance, I think, against the backline. Letting that go. Now this is going to knock out the Thievul. He has his own Shadow Talonflame in the back, I believe, but it's going to be met by the Stunfisk. You do have a Protect Shield advantage. Can you get the double Flame Charge in time?
Yeah, you need to get to 2 Flame Charges, and most Shadow Talonflames are running the Flame Charge. They like the utility of the attack boost. There's nothing to stop that attack boost. There's no Rock Tombs or anything from your Cradily here. I think that 2 Flame Charges are going to knock out. You're 10 turns away. Is Dunebug going to be able to get to the second discharge, though?
I think he is 2 Thunder Shocks away from that second discharge. It's why he shook his head confidently. I think he just needs 2 Thunder Shocks, 1 Thunder Shock, 2 Thunder Shock. That is game for Dunebug here. Cheese Curl knows it. That is going to ensure the knockout. Unova Stunfisk in the backline for Dunebug. 2 straight battles and 2 straight victories.
Dunebug loving the buff to Thunder Shock. Remember, it used to be straight 5 Thunder Shocks to those discharges. Now it is 5, then 4, 10 turns, 8 turns. So with the quick pacing of that Unova Stunfisk, a great answer to the Shadow Talonflame, and Dunebug making quick work of Cheese Curl on the back of his Shadow Talonflame Primate and that Unova Stunfisk core like he talked about.
Yeah, Unova Stunfisk, we have seen it in other regions. If it's in a Bastion region, it's well placed. You said the core between Primate and Unova Stunfisk is quite strong as well. I think that Pokemon is definitely going to be in the mix to Vegas, and I have to solidify, Florges is in the mix here.
Yeah.
It's not only that Florges is on a lot of teams, it's in a lot of battles, and it's in a lot of moments. That's how you know a Pokemon is for real.
Yeah, I think that what it allows you to do is just start to shift a lot of matchups in your favor, even in situations where you're not feeling confident that you have a strong response to a Pokemon that your opponent swaps in. You can, if you're running in the lead, just debuff your opponent, making the path to victory a lot easier, especially in those middle matchups.
And Feeble, a Pokemon we got to see just briefly, it didn't get to do a whole lot. Really interesting, has the Sucker Punch, the Night Slash, and the Play Rough. Really haven't seen much of that Pokemon, even in Go Battle League, but it will have some play in a meta that it heavily relies on Corsola, and has that Fairy type coverage for an Altaria as well. Maybe that's what Cheese Curl was thinking coming into this meta, but I know Cheese Curl keeps it spicy. I believe in Gdansk, he was running the Shadow Steelix, Jellicent, Shadow Malamar, Shadow Talonflame, so he likes to spice it up a bit. He's back from Europe, he brought the spice, he's in winners round number 3. He lost to Dunebug, but he's not out of it yet.
That's right. Well, Dunebug, meanwhile, that's now 3 victories. I don't know if he had a bye in his first round, but yet, yeah, he's now in winners round 4, so he's having an incredibly successful tournament, and he looked in peak form there in that 2-game sweep of Cheese Curl, so don't doubt Dunebug.
When he's confident, when he knows exactly what he's going to do, he is one of the most dangerous trainers in the world. It is really intimidating when Dunebug is on a roll. You saw it in the times that I believe, he won 3 regionals out of 4. It's just absolutely insane when this trainer gets on a hot streak. You picked him because you believe once he gets rolling, he's really tough to beat. He's rolling right now. I think we're going to hear from him soon. I don't know if we have that available yet, but I want to hear what he's thinking at this portion of the meta for sure.
Butters, I have great news. He is indeed available. We're going to kick it over to the stage here, standing by with Dunebug.
Thank you so much, Wholesome and Butter. I'm here with Dunebug himself, ready to talk about that hot streak. Shadow Talonflame, how are you feeling, Dunebug?
Oh, great. I was actually struggling with team comp coming into this tournament, and I actually didn't finalize the team till last night, so feels good to have some success with it so far.
I want to ask you this. So in a previous NA regional, out of pocket, trying to succeed with Talonflame, and it didn't seem like it was working for him. What makes you think you can play it even better than out of pocket?
I just think if you can set up Shadow Talonflame correctly for the end game, you can just really do wonders with it.
All right, all right. Are there any other Pokemon on your team of 6 for this weekend?
The Shadow Primate, it's just really good into a lot of the top meta this weekend, and I've just been having good success with it so far.
I think we've seen a couple of Shadow Primates, so that's that might be a trend to look out for. One question I wanted to ask you, your opponent had a Thievul, and as a person who studies matchups, who knows anything about competitive, how often do you actually know those matchups, and how often do you just kind of wing it?
In that, I actually played him yesterday in the challenge, so I actually got a little bit of experience with the Thievul, so I was able to study a little bit of that matchup, and it just worked out today.
All right, this might be the start of a hot streak. Is there anything to everyone listening at this point in the tournament?
Yeah, appreciate the support everyone's given me going into this tournament and the season so far, and looking forward to making you all proud.
There's so much going on here in the venue, but also worldwide. Let's take a look at the Go Wild promo.
knockout. They eyed their way in. Break Queens as low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
Trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has
He
in
has
the
the
back.
back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzeboy. I don't know if a Spark Arch gonna be enough. He goes on the Ice Beam!
Wow!
He goes for the Ice Beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzeboy, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World's Spectator. It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World's Commander. It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragon Pulse EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twin-star Pokemon.
Right on, right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer, Bills, here comes the KO. Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, Morgan down, double, KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, coming on!
Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge source of Jason's damage. And the Chiyu goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off. A double KO, and Chiyu is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion. And it's going to be the Chiyu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow. And just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion.
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course. Me siento muy emocionado y alegre. The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year of seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
It's our first regional competition in Las Vegas. It's our largest regional competition so far this year. Trainers are looking to make history, maybe a little bit of magic, and we're here along for the ride. I'm Amanda, also known as Lumberger, alongside Speediest Chief 2.
Very well said, Amanda. As we've seen, a couple of magical plays on stage already, a couple pristine catches, great timing, a lot of what we come to expect from these high-level North America competitors. And I'm going to be excited all weekend, Amanda, to hear your thoughts, right? Because you see the EU competitors, you see the NA competitors, and to be honest, I had my doubts for a while that NA was just going to keep on running Bastion. We're going to see a lot of the same Pokemon, but Primeape, Shadow Talonflame, Florges, these Pokemon are rising up the rankings and making their way into our hearts as well. So I'm excited to see what's next.
Yeah, I think there's been so many good Pokemon, so many good players, and even more to come up. You talked about really well-known players within this region. We've already seen Dunebug playing. We're about to see Out of Pocket playing against someone that you've been calling an up-and-comer. You're really excited to see Firestar.
I mean, how can we talk about this trainer without saying that they were the best finishing North American at the World Championships? So I'm really excited to see the matchup that we have coming up on stage. But I think we're going to talk about something else here in a moment. I heard production for a moment, but kind of cut out.
Oh, let me tell you, we're going to talk about where you can find a Pokemon tournament near you. Because like we said, this is the first time it's ever been in Vegas. This is a big regional competition, but there are also local cups and challenges, smaller events near you where you can still gain championship points, gain some experience, try out some of the Pokemon that maybe you're going to bring to the big competitions.
If you're watching on your PC or laptop, go ahead and bring out that mobile phone. I know you Pokemon Go trainers have one. You got to scan that QR code and find some local events near you. It's a great way to get involved with your community. Not only can you PvP against those trainers, but you can also PvE with them at amazing events like the Wild Area this weekend. Amanda, I did an interview, you did a raid for me. You did an interview, I did a raid for you. We're a team, all right?
We are, and in those raids, I think you got something kind of cool in the raid that you recently did in the Shadow Cresselia.
Shadow Shiny Cresselia, okay? And you also got a pretty cool Shiny, let's be real.
I got a Shadow, or Shiny Grimmsnarl with the background.
Yeah, that white coat with the background is absolutely insane. But what else is insane are these two trainers. This feels like it could be a day 2 top cut, top 4 matchup, right? We got Out of Pocket versus Firestar. Out of Pocket winning Milwaukee last season. Very, very talented trainer. Firestar really kind of rising up the ranks. And what is that 4th Pokemon on his team, Amanda?
It's looking pretty mighty, let me tell you. That Mightyena Shadow version there doing that 20% more damage. Also, Firestar, be reminiscent, he wasn't using a Shadow Talonflame. We've been seeing them all over. I know our previous, champion in Frankfurt, Inadequate, said that Shadow Talonflame is a European Pokemon, but I've been seeing it almost every single game so far on screen here in Las Vegas.
Hey, I think that birds tend to migrate, and maybe Talonflame made its way across the Atlantic over here to Las Vegas, but I'm so excited to see this team from Firestar because Mightyena does have a lot of different tools in its toolkit. It does have access to Fire Fang, but we might be seeing the Sucker Punch variant here, as well as Poison Fang and Crunch. So if we do see that Pokemon come out, it might find some worthy targets. But Out of Pocket, he's prepared for anything. I talked about this in the LAIC pre-show. There's probably no one in North America that scrims harder than Out of Pocket.
And I tell you what, we might not even see that Mightyena because the Pokemon like Annihilate, Pokemon like Wigglytuff on the other side. See what it looks like we're taking it to the skies here, Will, as we got that Shadow Altaria up against a Shadow Talonflame.
Yeah, full team compositions here. It looks like Out of Pocket does have that Shadow Annihilate in the back with Steelix, a Pokemon that really made a name for itself at the World Championships. Meanwhile, Firestar running an ABA flying type team here with the Talonflame in the lead and the Altaria in the back.
Going ahead, staying in this matchup, even though it's not very positive for the Talonflame, and going for this fly here and getting that first Protect Shield out of Pocket side. He's got a lot of energy. Dragon Breath generates so much quicker this season. You can see the bubbles there. He's almost at another Sky Attack. He'll reach it right before. No, he used 2 Protect Shields here.
Here's the thing. I think Pocket recognized that it was going to line up on Charge Attack priority, and he knew he would lose that exchange and have to take the fly anyway. So instead, he overcharges some energy and forces the swap from Firestar.
Now coming in, this is sort of a predicament here, getting all the way up to 100 energy, maybe even a little over. You see a shake of Pocket's head there, going for that flamethrower. No Protect Shield used on the Unova Stunfisk, but I mean, what do you want to do? What do you want to swap into a Unova Stunfisk that has this much energy?
We saw this in Gdańsk, to be honest. Altaria taking down Stunfisk. If it has an energy advantage, it can hit back pretty hard. You would assume an Electric type versus a Flying type would be pretty advantageous for our Unova Stunfisk on the right, but because that's Dragon subtyping, Altaria can hang in this matchup.
Going for another another flamethrower here, getting that nice and toasty, getting it nice and low, but now, Unova Stunfisk hitting back, and look at this, an undercharge here. Firestar hoping maybe he's not going to be able to knock out once, and maybe gets a little bit of farm. Altaria barely hangs on, and a quick pivot to the Steelix.
Coming in with the Thunderfang Steelix. Wow, that was an aggressive play by Out of Pocket, but he wants to get ahead in terms of energy, and he achieved that goal. Now the Altaria comes out. It's going to take his Psychic Fangs almost immediately. We're talking about electric versus flying. Well, this Steelix is not going to get stabbed on his Thunderfangs, but it's still going to chip away.
And definitely going to chip away a little bit harder now as the defense falls. These Psychic Fangs are guaranteed to lower the defense of the opposing Pokemon. No protections remaining, though. This flamethrower going from the Altaria on Firestar's side is going to start throwing some heat back into the Steelix here, but Steelix takes it on the chin, going for yet another Psychic Fang.
Keep in mind, Firestar still has that Talonflame sticking around. He could have brought it into the Steelix here, but decided not to, keeping it in the back, and we have not seen the third Pokemon at all from Out of Pocket. So he's going to want to make sure this Altaria does not have extra energy, because if it does, he tries to catch on a one-turn Dragon Breath. Pocket says, I can do this all day long.
Pocket looks at the camera saying, I know what's up. This is the heavy-hitting flamethrower. This knocks it out, but guess what? All that energy drained, in comes the Annihilate, but will the Sky Attack be able to be reached? Great counting by Firestar there, throwing it right before.
Great play, but maybe a potential miscalculation here because Sky Attack deals a lot of super effective damage. Annihilate barely escapes, and the counters are not enough. It gets Dragon Breath all the way down. Out of Pocket has to rely on the Steelix to close out this match.
Steelix is already at a Psychic Fang, so he's going to be able to throw that, get it nice and low. Remember that also these fast attacks of the Steelix is going to be hitting hard against that Talonflame. Firestar tries to go for a swap, but he's unsuccessful in doing so, has to take it on the Talonflame.
It's just that 5-turn Incinerate. You're locked in there as the Talonflame, and you can't swap even after two Thunderfangs, and the Thunderfangs actually do it. Out of Pocket breaks out the broom in the form of that Shadow Steelix and sweeps the entire back line.
Out of Pocket writing down I won. It looks like taking some notes about that, but Firestar played that really well. It looked like it was kind of in the driver's seat for a bit, that Altaria being able to take those attacks from that Steelix, running that Thunderfang Earthquake as the charge attack, and Psychic Fang on the side of Out of Pocket. That catch from Pocket. I tell you what, we've seen so many catches on Altarias so far today.
It's incredible when you think about the one-turn fast attacks and the fast twitch reflex you need to know that your opponent is reaching the charge attack and know that they're going to throw it. And look at that pristine timing of Out of Pocket. If he is even a half second off, he gets Dragon Breath down, and that catch fails, and I think he ultimately loses that game. I want to apologize. I said Shadow Steelix. I'm so used to seeing it. We saw it with Beelzeboy. We saw it a lot with Hard Jeff and in Belo Horizonte as well, but this is a regular Steelix, and because of that extra bulk, it allows it to run Earthquake, which can be really, really helpful in matchups versus Unova Stunfisk and the like.
Out of Pocket has enough Shadows on his team, maybe opted for a little bit more bulk with his Steelix there, because we see the Shadow Annihilate, Shadow Altaria, and Shadow Scissor on his side. There's a lot of Shadows on the field here. Firestar also running that Shadow Talonflame and that Shadow Mightyena.
Looking at the team, I do think Shadow Scizor looks pretty potent for Out of Pocket, and I think that Firestar leading Talonflame in Game 1 is trying to send a clear message that Pocket cannot mess around and try to lead that Bug and Steel type, because it will absolutely evaporate in front of us when a couple of Incinerates hit it. So going to this game number 2, I don't expect to see Shadow Scizor from Pocket, but how much of a difference does that really make?
I mean, Shadow Scizor was a Pokemon that became really popular because Cradily is one of the most used Pokemon, and Shadow Scizor just pretty much annihilates that Pokemon. So I think that, I mean, using a Pokemon that has a fire typing is almost daring you to bring it, and Pocket's got 2 steel type Pokemon on his team, so it's a little bit dangerous. Let's hop into game number 2 here. We got a Wigglytuff on the side of Out of Pocket up against that Cradily, running Acid as its fast attack here on Firestar's side.
Whenever you see a slightly disadvantageous matchup like this, you kind of question, is Out of Pocket going to play out the Zero Shield, let the Wigglytuff go, and then try to farm down with something else that he thinks an energy advantage would be key on? So Rock Tomb does connect, the acids are adding up, but because they're not stab, I don't think they're going to farm all the way down.
Yeah, what's so annoying if you are the player who's playing against a Cradily in the lead is, even if you lose that lead, you maybe don't even want to swap, because you're going to have to take a Rock Tomb, and then your Pokemon that you're coming in is going to have its defense or attack lowered.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying overall. Going for a Swift now. It looks like Firestar was trying to go for an aggressive farm down.
Well, after the Rock Tomb, I think that the debuff, I think Firestar believes it'll be enough. Oh my gosh, Swift resisted, and the Rock typing helps that Cradily hang on. Like we said, a soft loss, but Steelix has to take a charge attack for its trouble.
Going ahead, taking this, you see Firestar kind of shaking his head. He threw the Rock Tomb. This is going to be lowering the attack of the Steelix, but not very effective against this bulky Pokemon. Able to get a couple more attacks in, and now in comes Unova Stunfisk. A great answer to the Steelix, and Altaria takes to the skies.
You see Pocket kind of shake his head when he brought out the Steelix, he's looking at the backline from Firestar. He sees a lot of obstacles, whether it's the Unova Stunfisk or the Town Flame. There was a lot of ways that Firestar could counter the Steelix. So getting up switch advantage was really not the best spot for Pocket to be in at the mid game.
Going ahead, using that first Protect Shield on the side of Firestar. Pocket now just charging up a lot of energy. Firestar almost at 2 Sky attacks, and you see the first shield used out of Pocket side as well. Keep in mind, this is a regular Altaria versus a Shadow Altaria on the Pocket side. So the Dragon Breaths on Pockets is doing just a little bit more damage.
Firestar does such a good job to bring in this neutral matchup and try to whittle down the Altaria and lock down the matchup he really wants, which is that Unova Stunfisk versus the Steelix. So he lets that Altaria go. In comes Unova Stunfisk.
Unova Stunfisk coming back in, just charging up some energy here. You see Firestar getting a lot of energy, almost maximizing his Pokemon before he throws the attacks. No Protect Shield used on out-of-pocket side on this Altaria, hoping that he can hang on to throw an attack of his own. No problem. Actually swaps back out into the Steelix. This is normally not a matchup you see a Steelix swapping into a Unovan Stunfisk.
That was so key because Pocket tried to swap. He tried to send the Steelix to catch the discharge, which would have been a gnarly swap, but instead he's forced to take those super effective Mud Bombs. Firestar not loving it though. He thinks he's going to need a little bit more damage to take down the Steelix, and this is the biggest call of the game, Amanda.
Is this going to be the Earthquake? Is it just going to be a Psychic Fang? Great shield by Firestar there, because this would have done a ton of damage, and this puts Firestar in a really good position because 2 Mud Bombs are loaded, only 1 Protect Shield on out-of-pocket side.
When that discharge, excuse me, that Thunder Shock is so heavily resisted, I think Pocket is safe no shielding this and letting it throw all those fast attacks into the Steelix because he's got his move ready to go. Actually going to go for a combo play, right? You had 2 choices. Either 1, you just YOLO the Earthquake and hope you can hang on, or 2, you debuff the opponent, the Psychic Fangs come in with the Altaria and throw the Flamethrower.
Yeah, or 3, you just smirk here as this next Mud Bomb goes through. Pocket knows he's got some energy. This is a defense drop Unovan Stunfisk. The real question is, will this Flamethrower be enough?
It's going to be close. I don't know. I think Pocket might need some Dragon Breaths to boot, but he's going to connect with this charge attack. It's going to deal a lot of neutral damage. Altaria flexing that coverage in Flamethrower and picking up game number 2.
Out-of-pocket, North American International Champion of the past here, looking to be a regional champion here in Las Vegas, taking games 1 and 2 off of Firestar. But if you're a Firestar fan, no problem. He's just knocked down to the loser's bracket. This is a double elimination tournament, which means he can still have a decent lower bracket run.
Like we said to start, right? That could have been a top 4 matchup here in NA, 2 incredibly talented trainers. That was just the winner's semis of Group A. That final moment, there's so many like key nuances I wanted to talk about. So you have regular Altaria versus Unova Stunfisk. That's one potential option, right? You've got Shadow Altaria versus Unova Stunfisk, which means the Shadow Altaria's damage is going to do a little bit more. Then you've got a Shadow Altaria versus a debuffed Unova Stunfisk from the Psychic Fang. So I think that if you look at a regular Altaria in that situation, Flamethrower might not have been enough, but the Shadow was key.
I also want to point out just the quick reflexes of both of these trainers here. Pocket able that catch in that game number 1, which secured him the game. And game number 2, it just came down to these small nuances, knowing when to throw. He tried to catch on the Steelix, wasn't able to. Being able to hang on now and throw at the end, like perfect plays all around.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said, this was kind of a crossroads for Pocket. He takes that second Mud Bomb after Firestar shields the Earthquake, and he could have had that option to try to shield the Steelix, get to that Earthquake, and close the game out that way, but instead he puts it on the back of his Shadow, Dragon, and Flying type. Perfect timing there on the 0-turn swap, gets 3 Dragon Breaths and lands the Flamethrower. He mistimed his Dragon Breaths earlier, was not going to make the same mistake twice.
And I think you made a good point when you said, like, you know, you weren't sure if it was going to knock out, but Pocket knew because he is a person who scrims all the time. He plays against a lot of different opponents. He definitely has played these Pokemon, so I think he's probably even been in that exact scenario saying, okay, I know that if I debuff with the Psychic Fang, that Flamethrower is just going to be perfection.
And something you pointed out, right, that he started smirking.
Yeah.
As soon as he connected the Psychic Fangs, both you and I were thinking, oh, does he need an Earthquake here? Does he have another plan in mind? That Altaria is pretty low, I don't know. But he started smirking as soon as that low energy charge attack connected, because he knew that was the setup. That was the alley to the oop, and he was able to land that Flamethrower and win the battle.
One could call it a bit of a perfection on the side of out of pocket. Could you call it that?
Chat, we're already getting started. We're already getting started. I need everyone to type in the chat if you like that joke or if Amanda should try some new material.
No, listen, guys, everyone likes that joke. But it also leads me to the next point. This animal animal theme that we've got going on fits really well into the event that's going on in Pokemon Go right now, the wild area. There's so many Pokemon at this actual regional competition. We've been talking about it. We've been catching Shadow Cresselia. We've been catching Grimmsnarls. This is a very, very cool event going on.
Something that I think a lot of trainers don't realize is that these regional championships have become events in themselves. Tons of Pokestops, tons of raids. You made the comment earlier, Amanda. You said this is probably the best place to be because people are always hopping into these raid battles. People are always fighting these Dynamax Pokemon, and you have that team automatically. What is that on the screen in the middle?
I'm looking at there's a silver bottle cap that is available in this event.
Which is awesome, right? Because we saw the golden bottle cap earlier. Silver bottle cap is a new item coming to the game. So if you have a key Pokemon like Butters and his Guzzlord, maybe you do want to train that Pokemon up and get it ready for PvP.
I know a lot of people ended up using their gold bottle cap for Pokemon for Great League. I chose to use it on my Zarude. But at the same point, I was like, okay, I get it. If you're really heavy into PvP and you know that you want to have certain points on your Pokemon, this is a great opportunity to use that silver bottle cap to be able to get it exactly how you want to train it up.
I actually used mine on another black and green Pokemon that is not Zarude, Zygarde.
Yeah,
black, green, and starts with a Z.
I was thinking it, but at the same point, mine will always remain a doggo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure you were thinking, man. Of course, yeah. Psychic connection and all. Yep. We're going to have two incredible trainers coming up here shortly for you. A familiar name, and then a name that I think everyone needs to actually start paying more attention to because we saw him on stream earlier. Those catches were insane. Amanda, you and I were back there looking at the screen like, oh my gosh, did it again?
Yeah, and honestly, like I saw it right before we did an interview with Psy Rhino. Dre Flames ended up throwing him a shirt that represented their team with a Swablu on it. I think Altaria has maybe just become Psy Rhino's mascot, maybe his most valuable Pokemon here in Las Vegas.
I think you actually had a chance to interview him as well, right?
I did,
you talked about the team. Why does the team look so familiar, Amanda?
That team was very familiar because if you were watching Gdansk, it had 5 of the 6 same Pokemon that were used on the team of the winner PvP David side. The only difference being that Feraligatr on Cyrano's in place of the Corviknight that was on that team. But watching Cyrano playing earlier, his little winery, you saw him bring that Feraligatr, and he said, you know what? This is it's been working pretty well for me so far.
The question becomes not if European spice can work, but if I can just copy that blueprint, bring it over to North America and have similar success. Let's talk about Rise's team. He's got a lot of picks that I did not see coming. He's bringing that Galarian Moltres that we talked about, maybe on the decline. Shadow Dusknoir, a hard-hitting ghost-type Pokemon. Gastrodon, which I'm sure Lou is very happy about. We see Empoleon, Unova Stunfisk, and Florges.
So yeah, these teams are really different in a lot of ways. We talk about how, in Pokemon Go, there's so many unique Pokemon that we can use. Basically, almost all those Pokemon are different, but Florges was on both of their teams. I wonder if we'll actually see them in the competition.
The question as well is what color Florges are there? There's like 4 variants, right?
There's so many options. I mean, we talk about the Gastrodon, the blue-green versus the brown-pink. I mean, now, what do you want? Do you want the red? Do you want the orange, yellow, white for the Florges? What do you guys got in your chat? I have the red one.
A whole bouquet of Florges.
Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
I'm going blue Florges. Let's see what we get, though. Rise to occasion on the left side of your screen. Psy Rhino on the right. We got a very neutral matchup to start.
And it looks like Rise has opted for the yellow Florges here and up against the side of the Furret. Furret was the leading Pokemon in Day 2 in Gdansk. It's a very popular, very neutral pick of a Pokemon here. Rise to occasion, not going for the Chilling Water to debuff, but actually going for a Trailblaze, which is going to boost his attack.
Yeah, I think you kind of have a crossroads moment there where you want to either slow down your opponent or you want to boost yourself up. And because that Sucker Punch is resisted by the Fairy typing, I think that actually buffing yourself makes a lot of sense because Florges is already standing strong against these fast attacks.
Going ahead and just charging up a little bit of extra energy. Another Swift coming through and getting the Protect Shield off of Rise to Occasion side. He knows since he didn't debuff, it will get him pretty low no matter what. Just trying to get up a little more energy. In comes Altaria into the Florges. I mean, this is a Fairy type. This is a Dragon coming into a Fairy. But neither one of the charge attacks, Will, are very effective against an Altaria.
Yeah, what a curious swap here by Psy Rhino, maybe kind of overthinking things a bit, because now Empoleon comes in, and this is such a key play by Rise to Occasion. I feel like he was watching the Leo Grand Finals because he saw what Hikami did with an energy lead on Empoleon.
Empoleon, a Pokemon that does pretty decent against Cordelia, also can just hold its own against most of the Pokemon that aren't fighting or Altaria, Unova, and Stunfisk. And look how well it handles this dragon here. Going ahead, that Chilling Water lowers that attack a little bit. Empoleon tag team efforts, gets that shield here with the drill peck, but another one is almost loaded. Cyrino at his second attack does it rise to occasion. Want to use his last shield. This is just a sky attack.
Great timing after 3 Dragon Breaths, and Cyrino's got one eye on that switch timer. He knows he has the swap available, goes into the Furret, but look at the play by Rise. He doesn't throw the drill peck into the Altaria, he throws a Hydro Cannon because he knows this is going to do more damage. Same type of attack bonus no matter what Cyrino tries to pull.
Washes out that Furret that was about half health, a little bit under, and now Cyrino waiting out that switch timer with that was a good catch there, but at the same point, now he's got to reveal his last Pokemon. No, coming back in with Altaria. Neither one of those Pokemon in the back wanted the Empoleon, so I think that this was a decent play. Now just coming in, trying to get as much damage off as possible before that Unova and Stunfisk starts to ramp up.
Like you said, Amanda, Rise actually the one to show his final card first to his opponent. Flamethrower will connect. This is a full strength Altaria, no debuffs in play. It actually does a respectable amount of damage, and I think that Rise has the swap available, but he's going to throw some energy instead.
Has to throw here, and will Cyrino want to protect up the Altaria? It has such little health left. He's got a full health Florges in the back that's about to be revealed. So now we have Florges only on the side of Cyrino left. Still one Protect Shield. Rise to Occasion has a little bit of his own Florges in the back, hitting it now with the Mud Bomb from this Unova and Stunfisk.
I think 3 charge attacks are key, right? You need to shatter the shield from Rise, you need to KO the Florges, you need to KO the Unova Stunfisk, but Cyrino is going to get debuffed almost immediately after Rise pulls the Force Swap into his own Florges.
Great play by Rise there, just going ahead, getting that Chilling Water, immediately lowering the attack for the Florges. Since Cyrino, this is his last Pokemon, that means that he is not going to be able to clear this debuff at any point. And Rise to Occasion uses his last Protect Shield here because he wants to double debuff, going for yet another Chilling Water. This is the problem with Florges. These Fairy Winds don't do much damage at all. It's relying solely on these charge attacks.
I feel like Cyrino's grip on this matchup is definitely slipping. He's going to be forced to throw this attack here. But now the question is, can he outpace that Unova Stunfisk, which is so fast, to the Mud Bomb? Cyrino, low on energy. In comes Unova Stunfisk. Rise banked some for a rainy day, and that day is today. Here comes the Mud Bomb.
Mud Bomb coming through here. Low health Florges, no Protect Shields remaining. Rise swiping all of the bubbles here, making sure to knock it out, making sure he takes game number 1 in the winner's semifinals.
I want to talk about a little nuance. Some of our eagle-eyed viewers probably noticed, but Cyrino is not running that dual grass and water coverage on his Florges. He's running Chilling Water and Disarming Voice because it does give him that same type attack bonus, fairy type attack that he can throw into the Galarian Moltres, into Annihilate, or whatever Pokemon is going to take super effective damage. That's a nice little wrinkle in his team that I think a lot of people have probably overlooked.
Yeah, the one thing that I wanted to point out earlier too, because we did say 5 of the 6 same Pokemon in Gdansk, Cyrino said it in an interview, he also is running Shadow Altaria rather than the regular Altaria, opting for just a little more damage output. So yes, you're absolutely right. People can, take some teams, they can take some Pokemon, and then they can put their own twist on it to see what works best for them. Cyrino, it looked like he was even smiling a little bit in this mid-game, hoping that he would draw out a Pokemon like this Empoleon here, so it cleared for his Florges in the back. Unfortunately for him, Rise of Occasion was just a little too quick on his swaps, a little too quick on the energy, and took that game right out from under his nose.
I'm curious if there's anything that you expect going to game number 2. We did not see the Galarian Moltres, the Shadow Dusknoir, or the Gastrodon from Rise, but as I look closely at Cyrino's team, I don't think that the Galarian Moltres is going to get any action really at all, because it would have a good matchup against the Furret, right? Granted, that's actually pretty advantageous. However, I think just avoiding that Disarming Voice Florges, avoiding the Unova Stunfisk is actually more important.
So I think when we're looking at a team like this, you have to decide where are my shields going to go, because if Rise of Occasion has a Pokemon like that Shadow Dusknoir, trainers like to usually shield that up. Last time he used a bulky Pokemon, and you can tell that it kind of worked to his advantage. Speaking of working to your advantage, this is a pretty advantageous start for Rise here. Going with the Empoleon up against the Altaria at the very beginning, even energy, it's going to be able to resist those Dragon Breaths and throw its attack first.
Yeah, you thought that Steel and Dragons on the field at the same time was only for the Ultra League, but Empoleon in the Great League has made waves as of late. Altaria throws the Flamethrower here, and because of the pacing, right? Rise can comfortably shield this up and then throw another Drill Peck, so Cyrino might look for the swap pretty soon.
Going ahead and just getting a little bit more energy. Rise to Occasion, being patient. He knows that he's still way outpacing that Altaria to another attack. Goes up and gets a few more Metal Sounds before throwing this next Drill Peck and gets that Protect Shield off of Cyrino's side because he is now close to an attack, and I like that play. It kind of makes you think like, oh, well, I at least want to get this down. Rise to Occasion once again going for a double shield here on this Empoleon.
I like this play a lot by Rise. He recognizes that a healthy Empoleon could steamroll a lot of other picks on the team, but the Feraligatr might be a wrench in his plans because this is a water-type Pokemon that is going to resist the Hydro Cannons, and the Dropex don't do much either. It's going to force a swap out of Rise.
No Protect Shields on Rise's side either. Keep that in mind, and this is going to that community attack. Hydro Cannon does a lot of damage, and we're about to see how much it does to this Florges, who hasn't had a chance to ramp up any energy at all. Already at that Trailblaze, but it's going to throw... I love this play by Rise. Throwing this, you know that no matter what, now you're going to be able to buff your Pokemon, because not only is it going to buff you, it's also a grass type against a water type Pokemon.
Oh, I would have liked to see Rhino maybe throw on Charge Attack priority there, because the Fairy Winds are doing such negligible damage. Excuse me, difficult word. But I do think that taking that boosted Fairy Wind might be what he's thinking about. So Rise is in kind of a tough spot. He said, give me the Furret, give me the Florges, give me anything, but not the Feraligatr. In comes Unova Stunfisk.
Unova Stunfisk coming in, trying to get up to a Mud Bomb, but oh, this is a great catch by Rise, going at that Charge Attack priority this time, and now having to take it onto the Empoleon, which is going to be able to take this much better than the Unova Stunfisk. A quick pivot now into the Florges, but is this what you want to swap into something that's running Metal Sound?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little tough because you're going to take a Hydro Cannon for your trouble, but if you get the full Fairy Wind down here, you might be able, as Rhino, to throw double Chilling Waters into the Unova Stunfisk and force some energy out of Rise to prevent that.
Risky play, low health Pokemon, but with a lot of energy, going for that Chilling Water, going for that Charge Attack priority, cooling off this Unova Stunfisk.
And this is the final Pokemon for Rise here, so it is going to be debuffed permanently. He's unable to switch it out. That Charge Attack priority will prevent another Chilling Water from getting fired off, though.
Keep in mind that Rhino has both the Feraligatr and the Shadow Altaria in the back, but neither one of them have very much health left. The Rise to Occasion Unova Stunfisk, though it's debuffed, is still in the green. In comes the Altaria. If Rhino wants this, he's going to have to go for a catch at some point, unable to do so, going for that Dragon Breath instead. Rise to Occasion throws off the Discharge.
Yeah, I think Rise was maybe hesitating there for a moment, but when he saw the Dragon Breath came through, he threw the Discharge. In comes Feraligatr. How much energy does it have? I don't think it's got anything left. Thunder Shocks are enough, and Rise to Occasion takes down the young upstart in Rhino.
Rhino knocked down to that loser's bracket. Rise to Occasion continuing to rise in this competition. You said it earlier on today, Will. He's one of the only, if not the only trainer who has won a regional competition every single season so far. And we're just getting started here in North America, so he's got plenty of opportunities. But what a relief, what a weight off your shoulders it would be to do it so early in the season.
I'm telling you, you see Rhino come up on stage and make so many catches in his first dream match, and you think, oh, I have to play that trainer? This is going to be basically everything I can handle. And I do think that there was a little bit of a jump scare there for Rise at the midpoint in game number 2 when he saw the Feraligatr come out, because that could have been really risky. And then if you think just a couple more plays, a swap and a catch on the Feraligatr versus that Unova Stunfisk could have set up Rhino to ultimately win the series. So he was very much in that game.
I mean, at Rise to Occasion maybe saw Rhino playing early and said, you know, I like what you're doing with those catches. I think I'm going to try a couple of my own, and that really was pretty advantageous for Rise in that last matchup there. Being able to catch that Hydro Cannon on the Empoleon basically secured him that deal, playing very steadily throughout this. It's no, you know, it's no wonder we're seeing Rise so often in these tournaments.
Something I really appreciate about Rhino is right here in this moment you see on screen, he nods. He knows the catch is coming, and the reason for that is because Rise built to the Discharge on his Unova Stunfisk. Rhino knows his Feraligatr wins the Charge Attack priority, so he's going to throw because he does not want to take a Discharge if he hesitates. However, Rise knew he would lose the Charge Attack priority, and he knew that the Hydro Cannon was double resisted on Empoleon, so he makes the swap.
Yeah, it was really great plays there, and just not enough in the tank of that Feraligatr in the end for Rise to be able to take that second game, move on to the winners finals here at our biggest tournament so far in this season.
Over 200 competitors here in Las Vegas. I think we were talking about this morning. A lot of trainers maybe want to see a new venue. They want to see a new town, a new city, a new place, and I think Vegas has a ton to offer, and we've had a great time so far.
Yeah, we have, and I know that we keep bringing it back up, but really, like, it's been so nice to be able to get certain regional Pokemon with going on with this event, but also not only that, the Pokestops give us charge TMs, give us fast TMs. They give us so many different things. There are different Pokemon that you can catch at these regional competitions that are not not spawning so often in the wild in other areas.
I actually, before we came on, I ran back to talk to our producer, Katie. I said, Katie, one of the spawns here this weekend is actually Dreepy. Out in the wild, it's spawning in high numbers, so you can absolutely catch some of those. And Dragapult's such a cool Pokemon. Shout out to our friend Tonton Batus across the Atlantic, who has brought that to multiple competitions, including Worlds last season. So it's a good chance to get a rare and powerful Pokemon.
I mean, he's been bringing spice all seasons, all of the previous seasons as well, winning EUIC with sort of like an off-meta pick. It's really interesting to see how different players choose to play. Are you a person who likes to play the meta picks because you know how they work? You're like, hey, they're good for a reason? Or are you someone who likes to take a look at it and say, you know what, I think I found a core breaker, now watch me work?
You know what? That's actually a fantastic question, and we might actually ask Rise to Occasion that, because we have Jim Last Name ready to interview Rise to Occasion. Jim, take it away.
Thank you, Will. Jim Last Name here with Rise to Occasion. Fresh off his 2-0 victory there. Very impressive versus Cy Rhino. First off, Rise, I love the Florges themed shirt today with the flowers. That's great.
Thank you. Normally I opt for my Legends United jersey. I figured we're in Vegas, maybe mix it up a little bit.
I like it. Look like you might be able to hit the strip later this evening. Well, all right. I did want to ask you about this new 2026 season. Obviously, you know, this isn't your first rodeo. You are the only trainer to have won a regional every single season. What are your goals here in 2026?
I think I've tried to adopt a little bit of a different mindset coming into this season. I think, like you said, sometimes these like legacy type goals are put in place, and I think I'm really just trying to you know, be the best player I can be, focus on myself, and you know, not like compare myself to anyone, just try to play as well as I can, honestly.
Well, you looked very confident in that last battle. In general, how confident do you feel about this team? Obviously, you've had so many tournaments, and we've seen, you know, last season some success with some off-meta picks. This is, I feel like, a little bit more of a meta team, but how are you feeling about it this tournament?
I feel pretty good. I actually devised this team like 2 days after Milwaukee, so it's been a while. It's been like a month. This is easily the longest I've had my team beforehand coming into a tournament. Normally, it's like the week of, maybe I'll have it, but I've been practicing with this team for like a month. Tried out some adjustments. It just ended up coming back to this 6.
Well, if you think Rise is scary with practice with only 2 days, he's got a full month under his belt with this one. All right, before we kick it back to the casters, anyone you want to say thank you, hello, or just shout out for the support?
Nah, just shout out to the same old Legends United folks, everyone that supports me, watching along. Thank you all.
All right, Rise, congratulations again. Best of luck to you. We'll go back to the casters.
A lot of these trainers that are so established in the scene, I wonder if they would just be reading a list, right? Break out a list, as long as a Christmas list, and just read all the names. But Rise knows who supports him, and we all know as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at our next trainers on stage. We're gonna see Auburn taking on Gerald X. Amanda, what do you think?
I mean, both of these trainers, super well-known, Worlds competitors, and ones that I think that still haven't had quite their breakout moments, though they've had some really, really good runs.
I like that Auburn's rocking a double steel team with that Shadow Scizor and Empoleon. Shadow Scizor always a potent pick, but we haven't seen it really come to the field so far here in Las Vegas. I wonder if those steel types have a role against this squad from Gerald. What do you think?
Well, I mean, Gerald must be grinning a little bit there because he's got that Gastrodon on his side. So, you know what that loves to gobble up is the steel type Pokemon like that Empoleon, like that Shadow Scizor. We'll have to see if either one of those will want to bring them to the teams. But, I mean, one thing that kind of surprises me is that there hasn't been so many fighting type Pokemon, but there has been a rise of Pokemon like Wigglytuff, Charm users, or Fairy type Pokemon. And I think that's more to help negate the dragons that we've been seeing everywhere, such as those Altarias. Or, I mean, we saw Guzzlords, we've seen Goodras. What are your thoughts of the dragons in this meta?
Well, my first thought is about Wigglytuff. I think there was some trainer, the name escapes me, but he's very successful in the first EU regional of the season with that Wigglytuff, so maybe he's proud to see it here on Gerald's team. But that being said, dragons are very versatile. I think the Dragon Breath and Dragon Tail reworks for the season have vastly changed how people look at these Pokemon. They're more charge attack oriented and less fast attack damage oriented. But we have a familiar lead situation, Empoleon into the Altaria.
I mean, blink if you miss it, and it looks like the same, but the trainers on the left and right are different. Auburn now running that Empoleon in the lead up against Gerald's Altaria in the sky. No Protect Shield used on Gerald's side, and this is a regular Altaria, not a Shadow one, so it's going to be able to take that damage a little bit better. Now, it was ABA flying, going into that other flying, but a simultaneous swap with Auburn now going with that Furret.
Yeah, simul swap here, and if you see Gerald's team composition, this looks very similar to what Firestar played in that game 1 earlier on stream. This is an ABA flying type arrangement with the Altaria lead, Corviknight in the back, and as you expertly pointed out, Amanda, that Gastrodon is kind of the jelly in the middle.
Going ahead and seeing how much it can muck up there, it's going to be definitely stuck on the ground, so we have 2 flying type and 1 ground type Pokemon. Gerald going for that payback, but not before another Swift is going through. Neither one of these charge attacks on the side of the Furrets is going to be able to put in that much damage to the Corviknight. Gerald comfortably tanking this and going for the heavy hitting attack. No protection used on Auburn's side.
The phrase that comes to mind is out of reach, right? Whenever you throw the charge attacks as the Furret, you just feel like that Corviknight's out of reach because the Swift is resisted. The Trailblaze double resisted, and those arms are so short, but he tries his best. Auburn going to bring out his Altaria now into the Corviknight. I like this a lot because of that steel typing. You get a lot of farm here, but Gerald gets the payback instead.
Going to get a lot of farm, has to use a Protect Shield, so he's going to come out with a ton of energy on this Altaria, but he does have to use a shield in return, seeing what's going to come back in. Now, Auburn has seen the Altaria on the side of Gerald. It's coming back in there, and now releasing the Sky Attack, getting the Protect Shield from Gerald's side.
This is the key moment in the game. Gerald needs to get through this Altaria because if Auburn is able to pilot this Pokemon through, he's going to have a flying type lined up against that ground type in the back. And what a swap and a catch by Auburn.
Auburn catches onto this. All of this energy from the Altaria is now gone, but at what cost? Because now I think we're going to see him go. Oh, I love this play. Gerald going ahead, getting up a little bit more energy and actually catching onto the Gastrodon. Auburn throws the Hydro Cannon, the same type of attack bonus, and it hits the Gastrodon rather than hitting the Altaria. That's a nice chunk of damage.
We saw this earlier on too, right? Not throwing the drill pack, recognizing your opponent might swap. Auburn is dialed in here and lands as much damage as he possibly can, but now the Gastrodon's got an energy lead. This is going to be a flurry of body slams, a shield decision, and then still that Altaria from Gerald is lurking in the back.
I mean, we talked about out of reach with the Furret trying to reach up to the Corviknight. Gastrodon doesn't even have paws to be able to get up to that. Only 1 body slam goes off here. Gerald actually puts up the Protect Shield, his last Protect Shield on the Gastrodon side here. He does have a body slam stored, and he does have a Sky Attack stored on the Altaria, or 1 Dragon Breath away. So maybe he's trying to just desperately strip away the shields here, but this body slam is not enough, and Auburn just lets that go.
Yeah, Gerald is trying to make Auburn spend energy. He knows if he doesn't throw right now, he's going to take another body slam, and it forces on charge attack priority. The body slam queued up here, forcing the shield from Auburn. I think Gerald might have this one.
Going ahead, using that last Protect Shield there, you see Auburn not super happy about this charge attack priority. Going through here, no Protect Shields, but no Protect Shields needed as this Gastrodon goes down. The real question is, who's got the more energy? Looks like it's Gerald. Looks like he's taken game number 1.
Exactly. I think that Gerald applied a full court press there to Auburn, really ran him out of the field, gave him no options left because the body slams are coming through, and that charge attack priority was so detrimental for Auburn because he wanted to throw the Sky Attack, but also escape with as much energy as he could for the eventual Altaria mirror match, and he didn't achieve either of those in that situation.
You saw how much of energy and health the Altaria had on Auburn's side at the beginning, but Gerald was able to play through that, recognizing, you know, I can't give up. It's going to have to be a tag team effort because of both of these Pokemon by themselves wouldn't be able to do it. But yes, 2 body slams using that Protect Shield on the Gastrodon was able to really seal the deal for him in that game number 1.
I remember Auburn 2 years ago in the grand finals here in North America, I believe taking on Richie 1409, and the Swampert from his opponent was just too much for him. So it's good to see Auburn back on the competitive circuit, but this is a real test, right? You get to those moments where your opponent is applying so much pressure, and you wonder if these trainers that were successful in the past have still got it.
And going ahead now, I just love like catch after catch in these games so far, and knowing when your opponent is going to throw. You made a really great point. We'll probably see it with the Empoleon on the side of Auburn throws that Hydro Cannon instead of throwing the Drill Peck, doing a nice chunk of damage to the Gastrodon, but in the end, that little slug just hangs on and just keeps slugging away to be able to take this game.
Right there, you see Auburn shake his head. He knew that that was the key moment, and that was the misplay that was going to cost him the rest of the game. So Gerald playing to his win conditions, applying a ton of pressure. pressure, and it came out as resulting in a W for him. Let's check out game number 2, though, as our trainers take the field.
Taking to the field for game number 2, and a great lead for Gerald's side. An immediate pivot out from that Altaria into the Florges. In the safe swap position, as said before, Chilling Water is an attack that is going to 100% guaranteed to lower the attack of your opponent. So no matter what swaps in, which is the Corviknight on the side of Gerald, is now going to be doing less damage.
Corviknight almost having like a Medicham-esque charge attack issue here, because you really wish you had Iron Head for the Fairy type matchup, but Payback and the Air Cutter are just too good to pass up. So Gerald kind of forced to chip his way through and look for the boost. Does not get it on the first Air Cutter.
Air Cutter has that potential to be able to boost up the attack, but it's already been lowered because of this Chilling Water. 1 second, Chilling Water now coming through, splashing, giving this bird a little bit of a bath, still hanging on, but at this point, even though Air Cutter paces so quickly, it's just not doing enough.
Exactly, it's chipping away, but not fast enough. Floor just very healthy, just barely dipping into the yellow, and as you see the pacing here, it's so quick. Air Cutter's fast, but Chilling Water is keeping pace neck and neck. Chilling Water actually going to draw a shield from Gerald here the 3rd time around.
This makes sense because I think Auburn will probably also try to shield or at least keep the switch, because he doesn't want that Altaria lined up against that Wigglytuff at all. So I think at some point he knows that he's got to win this mid matchup here.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there was the one boost that Gerald got from the Air Cutter, but there have been 3 Chilling Waters. So this Corviknight still at -2. And I think, like you said, Amanda, we are finally going to see the shield, because it is only 9 turns to the Air Cutter, whereas it's going to take 10 for the Florges. But that boost might be the key here for Gerald.
Going ahead has to use both Protect Shields for this mid matchup. Both of them recognizing how important it is to get that Wigglytuff on the Altaria or the other way around. Will he be able to get to the attack in time? No, the floor just goes down because of that attack lead. And what are you going to do if you're Auburn at this point? You know that Wigglytuff is there, and though Gerald doesn't have any shields, he's going to get that alignment he's looking for.
Knockout secured, alignment locked down, and Gerald is in the position he wants to be, but this makes the most sense for Auburn, right? You throw out the Altaria, get a little bit of energy. The question is going to come down to what he does once he sees that Wigglytuff.
Going ahead, and you see now there's already a Sky attack loaded, so that Wigglytuff's going to come in, and I think Auburn is just going to go for it here. Charm, you saw it hit through, but he's still going to try to go for this Sky attack, wants to get as much meaningful damage off as possible before swapping into the Empoleon, and Empoleon comes in, but so does the Gastrodon.
This Gastrodon's dealing so much damage with Mud Slap. We've seen this all season long. One of the most powerful 3-turn fast attacks in the meta. We don't see the Shadow Catch and Marowak as often, but Gastrodon with that water typing is going to be real trouble for the Empoleon here.
And actually going for a Body Slam. This is not going to be doing too much damage to the Empoleon, but I think Gerald just wants to be able to chip it, and he maybe doesn't even want to get the shields, but knowing that the Mud Slaps are going to be doing a decent amount as well. Hydro Cannon coming through, no Protect Shields. The real question is, what can this Wigglytuff do? There's still a decent amount of health left on the Empoleon.
That was key because Auburn was able to fire 2 Metal Sounds and get off the Hydro Cannon, preventing the second Mud Slap from applying, but he can't get to the Altaria to soak the Charm damage, and Empoleon falls. It's all up to Altaria here. There still might be a chance, Amanda.
Well, look at this, going for a double Swift here, knows that he's going to have to use a Protect Shield, but Auburn is so close to a Sky attack, so close to a charge attack of his own. It's really going to come down to who clicks here, and it's going to be Auburn going for that Sky attack. No Protect Shields remaining, right back where we're at the beginning, but Altaria is taking out this Wigglytuff.
That's the thing, right? Bad lead does not mean you lose the game. You have to find your energy leverage, find your switch control, whatever you can do to gain a slight advantage and work your way back from a tough lead scenario. So game 1 went to Gerald, game 2 goes to Auburn, and now we are all tied up.
And if you really think about it, Auburn had lost the lead. He swapped in that Florges, and in that middle matchup, you're like, okay, yeah, Florges is going to do great against this Corviknight, especially if it keeps debuffing. But the fact that the Air Cutter could also boost the attack of that Corviknight on Gerald's side ended up flipping that mid matchup. Still wasn't enough, though, to take out Mighty Auburn there in that game number 2.
That was really a war of attrition, right? I feel like that Corviknight Florges matchup went on and on and on, and eventually, as you pointed out, Amanda, the Corviknight gained that leverage that it needed. But at any point, if Gerald does not get both of those boosts that he got from the Air Cutters, I think he probably loses that mid matchup, and this game might have turned out differently. But in spite of the bad alignment, Auburn able to make it work.
Going for that Wigglytuff, I mean, it's definitely cute. It's definitely powerful in this current meta, but it just wasn't enough to overcome in this game. And that means in this winner's semifinals, we get to go to a decisive game number 3.
Game 3, Auburn versus Gerald. We've seen the Gastrodon be really problematic for Auburn throughout these first couple of games. I wonder if that's going to kind of lend itself to seeing maybe the Furt come out, or maybe a Trailblaze Scizor coming into play to kind of take on this duo of the Altaria and Gastrodon pairing. What do you think about that?
I think that Gastrodon is definitely a Pokemon for Gerald's side that just looks so good, right? It was able to take out the Altaria earlier on, but it also does great against the Steel-type Pokemon. But you know what? Speaking of Steel-type Pokemon, we're going to go ahead and see exactly, again, how this game's starting out just like game number 1. Empoleon on the side of Auburn up against Altaria on the side of Gerald.
As we talked about before, pacing is slightly in Empoleon's favor, and finally a catch that goes off without a hitch. Drill Peck into that Corviknight's going to be resisted.
Corviknight goes ahead and takes that on the chin, but now a quick pivot into the Altaria on the side of Auburn here. This is interesting because neither one of the fast attacks of either of these Pokemon are going to be doing too much damage, but that Flamethrower on the side of the Altaria is going to do a lot to the Steel-type Pokemon.
That's exactly the key, right? We saw in Game 2, Auburn kind of forced to swap in the Florges, was in an uncomfortable matchup versus the Corviknight, but because Gerald gave up Switch, it allows Auburn to connect with the Drill Peck, put this Corviknight within Flamethrower range, and apply a ton of pressure in the mid-match.
Going ahead, using that first Protect Shield on the side of Gerald there because he's just charging away. He got one payback through and actually just going up a little bit more. Maybe lost track of the energy of that Altaria. Forced now to use both Protect Shields, and Auburn hasn't used one yet.
I think Gerald wanted that switch timer, and it was not exactly there. And the question is, do we see a catcher from Auburn? No, actually staying in the matchup. Payback did a lot of damage. This might actually threaten the Altaria.
This might threaten to knock it out. Still no protections, barely hanging on by a thread. And one more fast attack, just getting a little bit more energy on that side of the Corviknight. It's really great for Gerald there. And now trying to go for a payback, but not before this Hydro Cannon's gonna hit.
Yeah, this feels like the Hikami strat, right? You give your Empoleon a shield advantage, an energy advantage, and you let it just roll through the back line. 2 shields for Auburn, 0 for Gerald. Fast swaps on both sides, but the floor just meets the Gastrodon.
Going for a little bit of chip damage first. You know, this is a smart play. Gets a Protect Shield finally off of Auburn's side. It's all 3 Pokemon have been revealed, but this is the first of the now going for a combination play. Love this by Gerald. Throws it before Chilling Water is even available. So this is full potency and gets that second Protect Shield. 2 at the very beginning, blink and you miss it. Now no Protect Shields left on the field.
I mean, you love the play by Gerald. I love the play by Auburn as well to recognize that Sky Attack would be the hardest hitting charge attack from here on out. So he goes ahead and shields it before debuffing the Altaria and going to work with this Fairy-type Pokemon. Double resisting Dragon Breath is just an insane flex in this meta.
Now, again, the floor just looks like on paper it has a decent matchup against Altaria, but look how little these charge attacks do, and Fairy Wind just doesn't charge up that much, you know, like charges energy quickly, but doesn't hit very hard. But going for yet another here. Look at this. Gerald is just getting so much energy on the Altaria, but at this range, it's getting so low health.
It's clever, though, because he survives this, and now he can swap to clear that triple Chilling Water debuff, coming in with the Gastrodon and hit at full strength without Trailblaze. I got bad news. Lou, look away from your screen. You do not want to see this. Double super effective Grass-type damage, and Gastrodon gets eliminated from the field.
Eek, goes out of there. Altaria comes back in, though, and says, all right, there's a Sky Attack loaded. No Protect Shields remaining. This could be enough. The floor just almost goes down. The Empoleon comes in, and oh, what a game.
Wow, so close to the Flamethrower. I don't know if it would have been quite enough, but it would have really made that Empoleon sweat. But either way, Auburn happy to take the 2-1 victory over one of North America's trainers that I feel like is super consistent, not always in the conversations next to the Dune Bugs, the Rises, the Out-of-Pockets, but Gerald is a force, and he can take a win or a series off of anyone in the game.
Absolutely true. I think with the rise of so many new players, so many players that have been around for a while even, but haven't really had their breakout moments, it just takes one game, right? It just takes one really good set, one team composition that you're saying, okay, I know that this would beat everything. And honestly, these were really, really good plays by both of these trainers, but Auburn just so patient through this whole thing, was able to take those games so well. You don't see this guy get phased at all.
Exactly. He's always cool, calm, and collected, and I think that in Game 2 that really shined because his Empoleon was in a tough spot, and he was able to pilot it through those stormy waters. But a lot of people might be wondering why Empoleon is kind of risen up the usage charts, because to start the season we had so many Mud Slappers. We had Annihilate just won the World Championships. We had so many counters to Empoleon, but I feel like even when Auburn does face off against a Mudslap user like the Gastron, he's able to pilot through an unfavorable matchup.
One thing that I'm really curious to see is how many Unovan Stunfists he's faced with this team too, because Empoleon, like you said, doesn't want to take the Gastrodons, but it definitely doesn't want to take the Unovan Stunfist, which is the number 2 Pokemon here in day 1 in Las Vegas. So he's got a really uphill battle there to see how many more Pokemon he can take out, and I'm sure he's got a strategy in mind to be able to maneuver around.
I think so as well. And as you pointed out, Auburn, he could have the biggest win of his career, or he could have a really tough loss. But you would never be able to tell by his face. You always have to read the screen. That's the only way you really know. He's always so calm. We have an exciting matchup coming up here that I'm really excited for, because one of our trainers that you spoke about, like breakout trainers or trainers that were successful over the seasons, but we've got a new trainer that I think has really made waves. That's LW Josh, who was within our top 3 in our last regional championship here in NA.
I know, and I was really excited to see him on. I've been kind of keeping an eye on the bracket. By the way, you can use that exclamation point bracket to see how your favorites are doing in the tournament. See who's still in the top part, see who's been knocked down to that loser side of the bracket. But he was a trainer that I was like, I'm just very interested to see how far he's going to make it in the next competition in North America. So we're about to see him on stage, guys.
You always wonder, right? Because I know there are a lot of staple names that we've seen since the 2022 season, but I think there are a lot of new names coming in that are really showing that they have what it takes to hang with the best. And there's always so many competitive questions, right? Like, can you consistently be good? Can you take some time off and come back and succeed, like Zardy in LATAM, right? Who took some time away from the game, came back and won Belo Horizonte with a double fairy-type team, and he faced Harjeff in the finals. That's a huge win.
Harjeff, we just saw it earlier on, leading the global leaderboard with over 1,000 championship points so far this season. The top 65 trainers in that LATAM region will be able to get their qualifications for Worlds, 75 here in North America. So all of the championship points, all of the placements, all of the things that you're getting at your local cups and challenges matter to be able to get you to that main stage in San Francisco.
Exactly. It's like we think of this season as kind of like a marathon, but if you're at a regional championship, it's almost like a sprint within the marathon, because you want to run as hard as you can, you want to win as many matchups as you can, and climb through that rankings like you mentioned, because there's a big difference between top 4, top 8, top 16, and you need to keep your eye on that and just not give up, right? Don't be satisfied, everyone. Keep on pushing yourself and succeed and achieve incredible things.
I mean, someone who's been definitely succeeding so far in this tournament, now into the winners finals, is Auburn, who we just saw play against Gerald, and we have an interview with him and Butters coming right up.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I'm here with Auburn, who has now made winners finals. It's early on in day number 1. How's it feel to already get that far?
It feels good. I mean, I've been pretty rusty with the game, haven't been playing as much as I used to, but very happy with the results.
Yeah, and I have a question about your team composition. It looks really similar to PvP David. I believe 5 out of 6 are the same, and the only difference is maybe your steel type. You're running the Empoleon. Did you take some inspiration from PvP David, or did you come across this team by yourself?
I like the flexibility of David's team. I feel like Empoleon versus Corviknight just makes me a little bit better into Dilly, as well as some other things. Alteri's a little bit better, while also making me weaker to fighters. So there's always trade-offs, right?
Fair enough. And you started off your championship series really hot. You said you feel a little rusty now. What are your ambitions for this 2026 season?
I kind of took it easy last season. You know, Worlds being in Anaheim was kind of hard to compare to Japan and Hawaii. So this year, I just want to qualify for Worlds. I've never been to San Francisco.
Fair enough. And speaking of Worlds, we do have the world champion here, Beelzeboy. Let's take a look at his journey.
Hello, trainers. My name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday in the arena for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kanto Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He catches the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here.
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradily outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World's Commander. It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion.
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot. And now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah, I'm so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tatsugiri! Oh! It's a Pikachu!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you. Aw, let's head to the arena, okay? Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff?
Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships, where it is raining chilly waters and we got cloudy skies full of Altaria. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Wholesome.
Thank you, Butters. It's been a great tournament so far. We're seeing some really strong Pokemon like Altaria, like Florges, but I still feel that there's not a huge read on this meta. I think there's still tons of flexibility, tons of options for trainers for what they want to bring and have success with here in Vegas.
There might not be a read, but we have seen a pattern. And that pattern has to start with Altaria in my eyes. We saw it with PvP David in the European region. Obviously, he won first place with it. It's on almost every team, and it's in so many battles. I would have to say the standout so far with the shift in the meta has to be the Altaria, has to be the Florges. These are impactful Pokemon that are making their way on the battlefield over and over again. A key thing looking into rest of day number 1 and into day number 2, is there a core breaker that can handle those two really well?
The Altaria and the Florges, that's a pretty tough one. I think Empoleon's probably been that best pick so far. We saw some Empoleon there on Ryze's team. But that said, it still has to watch out for the fast-pacing flamethrower with that Dragon Breath from Altaria. So while I think it is strong, there's at least ways to fight back. But I think Empoleon may be a strong candidate.
Well, we got our trainers ready on stage. We got Out of Pocket versus LW Josh. LW Josh was 3rd place in the last North American Regional Championships in Milwaukee. He's actually competed at every single North American Regional Championship this season, getting 65th in Pittsburgh. Running a different team here, but pretty similar actually. A lot of the core is the same with the Clodsire and that Galarian Moltres, Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, Corsola. I think the biggest difference is he swapped a Azumarill for the Lapras.
Yeah, Lapras is a little bit out of the meta at this point. It's pretty interesting because it was such a staple for so long, especially towards the end of the last competitive championship series in 2025. Another Pokemon, though, that I've seen kind of fade is that Galarian Moltres. There's been such an influx of different flying-type Pokemon, and I think that we're starting to see those two rise to the top, Shadow Talonflame and the Altaria. But I haven't really seen a lot of Galarian Moltres lately.
Yeah, remember, Corviknight is also rising as well. We saw that PvP David, we're seeing that here. The cool thing about Altaria in general is it's such a good Corviknight counter. So we've been seeing that matchup where you think a Steel type could beat the Dragon type, but really Altaria just dominates that matchup. We got Out of Pocket with the normal Steelix. Obviously, Beelzeboy, who's here today, was running the Shadow Steelix at the World Championships, but this time Out of Pocket trying to do a little less damage, have a little more bulk. Shadow Scizor is going to be met by the Clodsire here. This is kind of a funky matchup, but if you invest shields into it, it's favorable for Scizor.
Yeah, Scizor, especially when you start ramping up via that Trailblaze, it puts you in a really nice position. You have the advantage of double resisting the Poison Stings from an already not very attack-weighted Clodsire. So anytime that Scizor is in a position where it's not taking any fast attack pressure, it has a lot of flexibility and it can really dominate some matchups.
And the problem here for LW Josh is once you get this Protect Shield, now you're put in a difficult situation because you don't want to come in with Lapras. Oh, actually, he does come in with Lapras.
I'm surprised.
He swaps into it. The sideways aren't doing much damage at all. You mentioned when you don't have fast attack pressure versus the Shadow Scizor, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I think that LW Josh did not want to just force that Galarian Corsola in, especially when there's energy where you're having to then take boosted super effective Night Slashes. I don't think he just really had a response for the Scizor in the lead.
Yeah, ABA weak to it, you could say, especially with that fast attack damage. And of course, Out of Pocket registers this, thinking you don't have any answers to this. I'm just going to double Protect Shield. Going to go throw the Night Slash before the Sparkling Aria is available. He does have his switch timer available. He's not going to be able to get to back-to-back. Actually, just letting this go. Remember, this is boosted. This is going to knock out the Lapras, take him out. And now, how are you going to deal with it? You're going to have to shield. No, come in with your Clodsire. There is one Protect Shield remaining. Are you going to use your last Protect Shield? This Shadow Scizor is putting in so much work.
You are getting insane value out of this Shadow Scizor. Getting both Protect Shields, taking out nearly 2 Pokemon, and it's not even done yet. Out of Pocket now bringing in the Gastrodon to tank all of this energy from LW Josh. Yes, it's still going to have to get through this Galarian Corsola, but with shields down now at this point, you will be able to land your hard-hitting Water Pulse.
Yeah, and the Galarian, obviously this Gastrodon, as the Galarian Corsola comes in, was the ground type of choice in the previous iteration of the meta. A lot of the trainers have swapped to that Clodsire, but Out of Pocket sticking with the original, sticking with that Gastrodon, throwing the Water Pulse here. But now you're in an interesting situation. If you are the Corsola, you can just form down because there's not going to be able to get to a Water Pulse. Does he barely hang out? No, he doesn't get get there.
Yeah, I think your formula for LW Josh, though, is that you need 2 power gems into the Altaria. Then you also need a Nightshade into the Scizor as well. That's just so much energy you're going to have to do as LW Josh, but he's going to try.
Yeah, and how much does this do? Oh, it doesn't do nearly enough. You're going to have to throw another charge attack. You have your switch timer available. Decide to go for the power gem here, but I believe there is a little bit energy on that Scizor. No, actually, maybe it did throw it. Is the energy dry? I can't remember if that Shadow Scizor has any energy in the back. No, it is pretty dry. Swap to the Clodsire. No, actually, no swap. Just trying to go for fast attack pressure, but you know there's no fast attack pressure from the Clodsire.
That's right, and you've got some energy now that you're able to farm down that Galarian Corsola. All you need is a Night Slash, just a little bit of a parting gift to wrap up this matchup. Shadow Scizor did so much work in that game number 1. Took out, I think, all 3 Pokemon there. That was just an incredible read by Out of Pocket, and he was able to capitalize on an advantageous lead matchup.
Took out all 3 Pokemon, took out both the Protect Shield, took out some of the Switch Clock as well. That Shadow Scizor was on a mission there, and there was no response from LW Josh because he was ABA weak to it, meaning he was weak to it in his frontline Pokemon, his lead, and in the back, he was weak to it as well. It was an interesting decision to swap into another Pokemon that was weak to it in that Lapras. It's actually crazy in the end. It got a little closer than we would expect. If you weren't at such a disadvantage at the start, maybe LW Josh would have had a shot there.
Yeah, I think he was putting it all in the back of the Galarian Corsola, and he didn't want to bring the Corsola immediately into that Scizor because he's worried about the Wigglytuff, right? That's just such a one-sided matchup, and even then, that Scizor had some energy, and it's boosted already with a Trailblaze, so you're going to have to take some super effective damage, and again, he wanted to use that Galarian Corsola as a sweeper, which he almost did.
Out of Pocket's team is fascinating to me because you have those polarizing picks of the Gastrodon, the Steelix, and the Wigglytuff, and then you have these 3 Shadows. It's just this polarizing yin and yang that he has where 1, it's like, I want alignment. Number 2, I don't care about alignment. I'll just take the shields and I'll close with one of my Shadows, a Shadow Scizor, Shadow Annihilate, maybe Shadow Altaria, even though it's not a fantastic closer.
Well, it's interesting because he has that Steelix since the non-Shadow variant. He needs some bulk on his team, so I understand not wanting to bring a 4th Shadow. That Steelix can really win a lot of extended matchups due to its Psychic Fang debuff potential, but there are 2 ground-type Pokemon on the type of LW Josh, which makes it very difficult for him to bring. So what's already a relatively, we'll say, rock, paper, scissors type team, alignment-dependent team for Out of Pocket, it's even more so now when he's not really able to bring that Steelix.
And so will he have to rely on a Shadow Pokemon? We got 2 Shadow Pokemon for game number 2. It's the Shadow Kanto Marowak versus that Shadow Altaria. Instant swap into the Cradily, instantly swapped in by the Shadow Scizor. Did he even see that Cradily? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think he was just looking at the top right, looking for that typing, saying, rock typing, rock typing. All right, let's bring in the Scizor. He's in such a great position now.
This is where we need the replay technology to see if you could see the typing of the rock grass in the top right corner before you see the thumb of Out of Pocket swapping. I'm fascinated to see who did what first.
He was able to swap so fast that he did not even need to throw a charge attack there. He was able to farm fully down before that Cradily was able to reach the 2nd Rock Tomb, despite the debuff. Now he has 2 Trailblazes loaded and ready to go. He's going to get these Protect Shields back very quickly now from LW Josh.
In defense, he might just swap against anything on LW Josh's team. His team is not very strong against Shadow Scizor here. Now throwing the back-to-back Trailblaze to boost it once again, clamping his claw here, knowing that he's waving goodbye to the Shadow Kanto Marowak, swapping into the Moltres to try to soak that energy. Counter swap by the Steelix. LW Josh just looks up and says, I don't know about this.
A raise of the eyebrows, perhaps a nod to, hey, I think this game is over for me. Out of Pocket, despite throwing a double resisted Psychic Fangs here, he's relying solely on this fast attack pressure. He has a very fast attack pressure based team between Charm, Mud Slap, Bullet Punch, Dragon Breath, Counter. I mean, this is a team that can absolutely mow through a lot of Pokemon if you get a favorable, advantageous matchup.
And this Galarian Moltres doesn't have the payback, which we've seen some trainers use to have coverage against something that resists the flying, but instead, it's just going to get hard walled by the Steelix. That's not even the Shadow Steelix, which makes this matchup a little closer. The switch timer is not available yet. Here comes the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but you can swap out to the Altaria if you'd like, but there is the Altaria. There's just no hope here for LW Josh, and Out of Pocket looks like, is he our first trainer that officially has made day number 2?
Yeah, winners finals in Group A, so he will be moving on to day number 2. Congratulations to Out of Pocket. No stranger to day number 2. Able to find perfect alignment all throughout that entire matchup. it really was the Shadow Scizor story, though. I mean, it had so much value in game number 1, knocking out 3 Pokemon, taking both Protect Shields, and then game number 2, Butters, you mentioned it, did that quick response, swap it into that Cradily, the full farm down. I mean, Shadow Scizor is back, baby.
Lightning quick from Pocket there, and I just want to reiterate how different his team seems to be than the rest of the patterns we've been seeing so far here in Las Vegas. It seems like he's kind of merging 2 strategies, and he's just deciding I can use one strategy against one team, another strategy against another team, and I really like that, especially in this type of meta that I've said it before. There seems to be a lot of parity, which extends the meta coverage where there's a lot of Pokemon that you have to defeat. And if you're not as matchup dependent, when you have 2 strategies that are synergizing together, I feel like you're going to have a lot better opportunity to win, especially in a day 2 environment.
Agreed. I think that if I had to give a name...
Wait, I want to see it. Oh, okay.
That was the swap.
I think he did. Thank you for that replay. I think he did see the Cradily, but I'm telling you, that was quick. It was in slow motion. In real time, that was lightning fast.
That was incredibly fast. I think it was milliseconds, we can say, but out of pocket, he was ready to just bring out that Scizor, and yeah, you can see the full farm down there. It has 2 Trailblazers loaded and ready to go, and then he had the perfect answers in the back. It wasn't just the Scizor and the Cradily, he had the Altaria for the Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Steelix for the Galarian Moltres.
He had all the answers in this matchup, and LW Josh just knew it. You can play really well. You can try to manipulate the switch timer. You can try to chip and dip, try to desync the switch timer so that maybe you throw an attack and then your opponent swaps, so then you can swap out earlier than your opponent, catch something not very effective. There's all those little strategies, but in some situations, you're so hard countered, there's not a lot you can do. That was probably one of those situations for LW Josh. But coming off his 3rd place performance in Milwaukee, he's now in the losers finals, just 1 match victory away from day number 2.
That's right. If I had to, I was saying this, if I had to give a team name to Out of Pockets, it's just hard answers. He's not playing those necessarily flexible Pokemon. He wants to make sure that he can get alignment and have a hard answer to something that someone swaps in. I mean, if I look at that last team, for the Clodsire, you have your Gastrodon. For the Lapras, you have your Scizor. For the Galarian Moltres, you have your Steelix. For the Shadow Kanto Marowak, you have your Altaria. For the Cradily, you have your Shadow Scizor. For the Corsola, you have your Wigglytuff. Had an answer for anything that LW Josh was going to be bringing, and he was ready. We saw that quick swap.
And let's look at some other answers. Let's look at what we chose as trainers most likely to make day number 2. As we're now getting into a lot of winners finals, we're going to see some of these trainers make day number 2. Speedy had Elite. Amanda had Ash and Ash. You had Doonbug. That's looking really strong. I had the world champ Beelzeboy. But you know, I want to point out one thing for Beelzeboy. He is the world champion, but he is coming into this tournament with 0 seeding. So he's going to be facing a number 1 seed. So it could be a Beelzeboy versus its Axon matchup in a very first tournament game to start Las Vegas. We are staggering our groups here, so some groups have not played yet. I don't know if Beelzeboy has played yet, but it is really interesting to have a world champion come in with 0 seeding.
Yeah, it is interesting because, you know, overseas, they do have a little bit of a different tournament circuit, right? So a lot of those trainers that are over in that APAC region, they are now coming to these tournaments and they are unseeded, just like you said. So it's going to create a much different path to victory for them. Whereas trainers like Rise, for instance, probably going to be number 1 seed and are going to probably be playing someone that's unseeded. You never know, though. You could end up playing the world champion.
Hey, thank you for that explanation. A little further explanation as well is because Beelzeboy has always qualified for either the Indian playoffs or the APAC playoffs, which are online tournaments in those respective regions, and those top players can qualify for the world championships. You saw that one time where Beelzeboy was able to get, I believe, 4th place in the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships, and that auto qualifies him for the next year as well for the 2025. So this is actually his first tournament outside of those Indian or APAC playoffs or a World Championships here in Las Vegas, his first North American regional.
All right, well, we'll have to see if we can get him featured on stream later, but for now, we have our trainers all getting ready on stage here. We've got Rise to Occasion. We saw a little bit earlier with that impressive core breaker, Empoleon. He's going to be facing off versus Trent. Trent told me earlier, he said the longer his beard gets, the more powerful he becomes. So I think he is feeling very strong here in Las Vegas.
Trent, I also asked him how he's feeling. Anyway, how I always feel. And then next thing I see him, he's in the winners finals. So I guess he's feeling good. He was really impressive, in my opinion, with that Fortress in particular in Pittsburgh. He was the 5th place champion there at Pittsburgh Regional Championships. And his Fortress play was extremely impressive. But things have changed so significantly in the meta. Feels like Fortress has dropped off a lot. In particularly against this matchup, I don't see a lot of play for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, there's not even a Talonflame or a Fire-type user, and it still feels like there's not a ton of play. I mean, one of the things that we're starting to see is a lot of Pokemon, a lot of Flyers especially, that are resisting that Bug Bite damage, and what it is now translating to is more trainers actually running Volt Switch on their Fortress, especially in Go Battle League.
Yeah, and it looks like it is going to be the Bug Bite for that Purified Fortress on the side of Trent. And Trent is actually running a similar team, but instead of his Pittsburgh running Lantern, he is now running a Feraligatr. He's also added Corviknight into the mix, and instead of his Shadow Kanto Marowak, a theme that we've seen a lot of the trainers have swapped from Mud Slappers to either Unova Stunfisk or that Clodsire. We do see Rise to Occasion, and then also Out of Pocket sticking with that Gastrodon pick, though.
Yeah, no, I think Gastrodon is the Mud Slapper right now. We're not seeing a ton of Shadow Kanto Marowak. I know we just saw it, but I think overall representation-wise, I think we're seeing much more of the Gastrodon. Remember, it did get a little bit of a buff to Body Slam with the moveset update, so it became a little bit stronger. Also had the retweaking to its water coverage attack, Water Pulse, able to reach it a little bit faster, so a little bit more flexible than it used to be. But what's interesting, though, is when we look at the different types in the meta, Fairy, Bug, Poison, etc., Electric is one that stands out because we really only see the Stunfisk.
Yeah, and because Stunfisk is so strong against other electric types, it doesn't give any leeway for a counter. And will we see that Wigglytuff? Trent has Wigglytuff on his team. Yes, we do see it in the back. It is very strong against Rise's team, except against this Empoleon. And here it is in the lead for Rise to Occasion. That means that Wigglytuff in the back is looking really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. While you are resisting these metal sounds as the Feraligatr, you are taking neutral Drill Pecks. Drill Peck recently buffed this most recent season as well, but you are able to hang on versus 2 miraculously. Now, my question is, are you able to win the zero shield situation when you throw 2 Hydro Cannons? Are they enough to knock out? They are resisted.
It's going to be so close, and does it come down to charge attack priority as well? Both these trainers are going to throw on charge attack priority. It looks like the Empoleon is actually going to take it. Sometimes you think as the Feraligatr, you have the higher attack, but in this situation, the Empoleon wins that charge attack priority, gets a Protect Shield, and now also you get to soak all this energy. This is pretty good for Rise here. You don't have an obvious farm down, actually an undercharge trying to get a couple Shadow Claws to go.
Yeah, and the non-obvious farm down is the undercharge, but Rise immediately swapping out to his Florges, wants to try and get to this Trailblaze, but Trent will be able to reach him. Charge attack, wanted to maybe catch that double resisted Trailblaze there.
And he didn't go for it when he had it. He didn't go for it on charge attack priority, maybe thinking that the Fortress swap was gonna happen. Rise to Occasion is locked in here, saved that Trailblaze, throwing the Chilling Water, gonna get the double Chilling Water before an attack is reached from this Fortress. And now, even though it's a Steel versus Fairy, this Steel is so crippled, it's not doing anything.
Yeah, that's just what's so devastating about Florges is if you're swapping into a Florges right away, yeah, maybe you have a little bit more play, but when you're behind in energy, you're now going to be 2-stage attack debuff before you even throw a single charge attack, and essentially your Bug Bites are doing nothing as well now.
And the pacing is just so slow sometimes, it feels like. As the timer does come back up, here comes the swap into the Stunfisk, just trying to get as much energy as possible before another switch timer is available. Throwing the super effective Sand Tomb is not going to do very much damage, even though it's super effective. You want to see a little amount of super effective damage? Watch right here.
Yeah, that's not going to be anything, despite being super effective. But here comes the Wigglytuff, Rise to Occasion, anticipating the swap, immediately readies this Mud Bomb. It's going to be thrown into the Wigglytuff, and there's no debuffs here whatsoever, so it's going to be nice neutral damage.
Well, nice synergy here with that Sand Attack to swap into the Wigglytuff. There is 2 Protect Shields remaining for Rise to Occasion here. Throwing the Mud Bomb before an Icy Wind is available. Probably not going to back-to-back here. Maybe he's going to go for timing, and soon enough, he's going to get back to his timer as well. Remember, he does have that swap Pokemon because of that early pivot into the Empoleon.
Yeah, no, I really like what Rise did there, throwing 7 of those Thunder Shocks, because it's essentially cycling Trent, where he then has to throw on bad timing if he wants to get his Icy Wind off before the next Mud Bomb.
Yeah, that's a great point. As the Mud Bomb is going to be coming through, it's probably going to knock out. It's going to be really close once you're debuffed. It's not a very strong attack, even though it's same type attack bonus. Doesn't quite knock out. Here comes the swap into the Fortress. Going to try to get a Bug Bite down, but instead it's going to take either a Mud Bomb or a Discharge here. And now suddenly there's almost nothing left. There's no health for Trent. So Trent, he's probably going to have to use a Protect Shield here.
Yeah, and he's locked in, I believe, and this Florges has a charge attack ready to go. Chilling Water is loaded. Throws 1 Fairy Wind, Chilling Water ready to go. I think that this Florges has just done so much work that there's no way back for Trent.
Yeah, it just feels like Rise is just so flexible with great pacing as well between these three Pokemon, just unleashing so many charge attacks compared to the slower pacing from this Wigglytuff and Fortress. I feel like he just got outsped in this matchup as he throws the Feraligatr. Wait, Feraligatr does have some energy, but there is one protection remaining that is going to be thrown. I don't know if charge attack priority registered, but of course there is a lot of energy remaining on that Florges.
Yeah, I wonder if that was not a charge attack priority. Trent does have the switch clock up, and no, it was charge attack priority. This Trailblaze will get locked and loaded and delivered. Will deliver the knockout punch into this Feraligatr. Trent's Feraligatr will faint, and that's just going to leave one sliver of HP on his Wigglytuff. Just enough for one fairy win from Rise to knockout, and game number 1 goes to Rise to Occasion.
3-ball flex there from Rise to Occasion. Remember, Trent went for a cheeky undercharge to try to get some extra energy on the Feraligatr with Shadow Claw. Rise instantly pivoted to get an energy advantage on his Florges. Knowing that Safe Swap Florges is going to be really strong against Trent's team, and I have to agree with him, there's nothing really to counter it. You can Safe Swap so safely against Trent's team, get that energy advantage, start debuffing, get back to your timer, swap again. I really like that strategy from Rise.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion almost seems like a complete 180 versus Out of Pocket's team, right? We saw just Pokemon that are hard win, that are very alignment dependent, whereas Rise to Occasion has a lot of flexible Pokemon, the Unnovan Stunfisk, the Empoleon, the Florges as well, and we're seeing how he can kind of navigate creatively through some of those matchups.
And taking advantage of this new switch timer, right? That's something that changed at the beginning of the season. It's something that we talked so much about in Pittsburgh and how it really changed, specifically the grand finals matchup between Zweilous and LNDS Steinar. But here we are a couple months later. I think we haven't talked about it and focused on it as much. When you can play a strategy similar to Rise to Occasion, where you have these safe, flexible picks, also with insanely fast pacing, Thunder Shock is even faster. Now getting to those Chilling Waters after 10 turn as well, always getting to a charge attack on Empoleon after 10 turns. You can really manipulate the matchup in the switch timer on another level that we have never been able to see before in Pokemon Go PvP.
Butters, I have a question for you, because you mentioned the 10-turn pacing. Kind of talk to us about the idea that some people talk about as power creep. I guess my question is to you is, do Pokemon need to have access to recently updated moves in order to be competitive in this 2026 season?
You know, I thought about this a lot. You gave me this question before, and I really think it's not a power creep, it's a parity creep. I think that evening the scales between a lot of these Pokemon is what happened. I don't think things tipped in the favor of Pokemon to make them too strong that you need these charge attacks. Some of these Pokemon we didn't even see, like Altaria got this new Flamethrower, Dragon Breath working. We didn't even see it early in the season. It's because they're strong, but they're not overpowered. So now there is a parity creep, in my opinion. So there's so many viable Pokemon, but we'll continue the discussion later.
All right. Well, here we have a battle of the Florges versus the Feraligatr. Charge attack priority, we're going to see Feraligatr win this. Rise to Occasion could potentially go for a bait here, trying to debuff the attack of the Feraligatr. It looks like that he's actually going to be throwing this... The Trailblaze, unshielded.
Lets it go, thinking that it will be a Chilling Water bait. Instead, it will be super effective. Trailblaze landing into Feraligatr. Heavy damage as the swap out into the Fortress. I don't love it. You swap out in the Fortress, but it feels like now you're just going to take a boosted Chilling Water, and it feels like Rise just has all the opportunity in the world to decide how he wants to play the rest of the battle.
Well, there's nothing that Trent can bring into a Florges that's going to outpace it. The only thing is that Feraligatr, so I'm a little surprised that he actually swapped out of it when he could have just stayed in. Catches the Rock Tomb, resisted and debuffed on... Okay, is this going to do more than the Sand Tomb last time? I think it's similar.
I think it did. I think it did slightly more than that Sand Tomb, and it does drop the attack of the Stunfisk here. You are weighing on this Stunfisk with that Bug Bite damage, but at this point, you're almost in range of the Mud Bomb here. I just feel like this Safe Swap Fortress compared to the Safe Swap Florges, Rise just has so much more momentum and so much more optionality.
Well, let's see what this Galarian Corso is able to do, because you're now just going to be taking these single attack stage debuffed Mud Bombs. You can easily tank 3 of these, no problem, and you can aggregate a ton of energy as Trent, which has a lot of destinations, whether it's the Florges or it's the Empoleon.
I really like this adjustment from Trent. When you're getting outpaced, outsped, and outmaneuvered, just bring in some bulk. And that's exactly what the Galarian Corsola is. It doesn't matter if you're bouncing around the battlefield. I'm just going to be able to absorb everything, get a Protect Shield back, and still have enough bulk to even take a Chilling Water and swap out again.
what a lot of trainers do here, Butters, is they shield the first move, and then they say, I'm going to hit the blue button here, which is the Chilling Water, but instead he goes for the Trailblaze, which is really interesting because Trent could have swapped out of that debuff. So instead he wants to buff himself, knowing that Trent simply could have just swapped out of that attack debuff.
And wow, he actually decides to go for a debuff here. Does he get a Protect Shield? No Protect Shield. He could have gone for the Trailblaze to boost his attack. And Rise shakes his head thinking that was a missed opportunity there, but at least he still has some health. There are 2 Protect Shields remaining, but not a lot of health remaining for Trent. Trent's going to have to get through a lot of health from Rise's Pokemon. Here comes the swap into the Stunfisk.
So a little surprising there because Trent did not immediately bring in his Pokemon. Rise did not have his Switch Clock up, but because Trent waited the full Switch Clock, he's now able to swap into his Novan Stunfisk. No shields remaining for Rise to Occasion. He needs to try and get these shields chipped away, and he's going to get one right here.
And finally getting a Protect Shield down here, but remember, the health is just so low for all these Pokemon. The Fortress is at about 20%. This Corsola is about 20% or less. There's a fully healthy Empoleon in the back. You're not going to do a lot of fast attack pressure with Metal Sound. You're obviously going to get resistant against the Fortress, so it's not over, but it's going to be really tough for Trent here. Here comes the swap, and now does he try to throw the Sand Tomb? Yes, there is a Sand Tomb right before the Hydro Cannon's available.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need to try and get this Empoleon in a situation where one Nightshade is going to be enough to knock out. The debuff from Sand Tomb plus the super effective damage is going to get very close, and you have another Sand Tomb loaded and ready to go. So things are still trending up for Trent despite not having a lot of HP remaining.
And another super effective that's not going to do too much, and it just doesn't chunk enough. And the Metal Sound is just adding up. Here comes the swap, trying to get the Fairy Wind down. Can he get it? Yes, he does get the Fairy Wind down. He has the attack bank. He has 3 attacks.
He has 3!
Yeah.
Okay, there's only 1 Protect Shield remaining. Trent's going to have to shield this one up. He will get the farm down and come out with a charge attack, but Butters, charge attack priority, it's not going to go in the way for Trent here.
It's definitely going to go in the way of Empoleon. Trent didn't even go for it, and that means Rise to Occasion is going to be the 2nd trainer moving on to day number 2 here in Las Vegas.
Congratulations to Rise. I keep seeing these, it's in his name, 2-0 versus these incredibly talented trainers. Don't forget, Trent had a very impressive run at 2025 Worlds. He was right up there with the top trainers in North America. Despite that, though, Rise looking incredibly strong here, and he is absolutely on a roll.
He is. I really want to admire what Rise just did there for a second, because Trent has been awesome in this meta. 5th in Pittsburgh. He's been on fire here today. It looked like Trent was a really good college player that just got drafted to the NBA and just played his first game in the NBA, and he's like, wait a second. This game is a lot faster than I realized.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow, if Trent can make some adjustments, I think he can keep up with that pace, but it just really felt like Rise was just running circles around him in terms of pacing.
Yeah, especially when you have a similar type of Pokemon with that Florges that is going to be that debuff type Pokemon that we were seeing him use Fortress for. When you're running Bug Bite and you're going up against a Florges, when you're behind an energy, you're just at such a significant disadvantage. I think Rise was beating him in his own game in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and Florges was just dominant in that matchup. Rise will like this, like one of his favorite basketball players. Giannis Antetokounmpo is what Florges was looking like in that battle. Just so safe. And what really was a huge difference for me is Trent was relying on that safe swap Fortress, which he relied on in Pittsburgh. I feel like the safe swap Florges was just wiping the floor with that Fortress in terms of the way that Rise could dictate that battle. It just felt like Trent was always on the back foot trying to catch up.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these lines that these trainers are running, and there didn't really seem to be a significant response to that Florges whatsoever. I mean, what are you going to be bringing into Florges up energy that's going to easily win that matchup? I mean, the Corviknight, I mean, like, I don't know. It's a really tough spot. So Rise to Occasion did seem to have a team comp advantage, and Butters, you called this out. I didn't necessarily like the Fortress pick there. I think Trent could have relied on some different Pokemon. It didn't really seem to do a lot for him in those 2 games.
And remember, this is the winners finals. Trent has been awesome here in Las Vegas. He's been amazing this season. He's a super talented trainer. He will drop down to losers finals, still 1 match victory away from making it day number 2. But now we have 2 trainers that have already solidified their chances for day number 2. I believe we have 1 more winners finals for you guys up next.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that very much. I think we're going to be looking at some of our floor matches as well. Let's take a look at some of the results. Abhinav versus Lawson Cody. Abhinav, a former regional winner as well.
Yeah.
He's having some success.
And Rockhaven able to take down the CTU. Remember, the CTU likes being on the loser side of the bracket, so that might not even be terrible for CTU.
Yeah, no, he's had some incredible runs, even at, I believe, 2024 Worlds, where he was able to, I think, win like 18 consecutive games, something just absolutely wild. wild there on the loser side. So we'll have to see how he navigates through the loser side. But Ashton Ash, I think he was one of the trainers that was picked for most likely to make day 2. He's having a lot of success here with a 2-0 sweep versus Freezing Sun.
One of the best trainers to not win a championship, in my opinion, in Championship Series. I believe we got a featured matchup as well, if we can take a look at that. Our feature matchup, oh, look at that. We got Beelzeboy. Oh, but it's losers round number 3. That means Beelzeboy has already dropped down to the loser side of the bracket, taking out Co-Caster Alpha Phoebe.
You know what? I heard a rumor that Beelzeboy was running Mew here in Las Vegas. Did we get confirmation on that?
I don't know. I talked to him yesterday. He said he's bringing a really spicy pick. Could it be that Mew? We will get that confirmation and let you know a little bit later, and we'll see how far Beelzeboy can make it on his loser journey, because he has been dropped down. He still has a chance to make it to day number 2, and how great would that be to have the world champion in day number 2 here in Las Vegas?
Butters, what do you even run on Mew at this stage of the game? I mean, back when you and I were regularly streaming and things like that, Mew was a ton of fun. A lot of people running that Shadow Claw, Wild Charge, Surf combination.
Yeah.
Obviously has access to a lot of fast and charge attacks. What is the best practice these days?
You know, Surf is different now, right? Surf got changed. I believe it got a little bit worse. Wild Charge actually would be some decent coverage. There's not a lot of viable electric types in this meta, so I really don't know. I think Shadow Claw would still be, it's one of the strongest fast attacks available, so I don't see a reason that you wouldn't bring the Shadow Claw. I'm actually fascinated too. What do you guys think? What's the Mew set of choice in Championship Series? I'm fascinated to see what Beelzeboy has, if he does in fact have that Mew.
Yeah, rumor yet to be confirmed, so we'll make sure that we get back with you on that one. You know, we keep mentioning electric types. We've seen a lot of success from the Nova and Stunfisk, very flexible Pokemon, quick pacing. Of course, Thundershock just being a very fast generating energy generating fast attack. What other electric types do we really see success besides maybe Charge-a-Bug in this meta right now?
Yeah, it's more, you wanted to have some more optionality versus the other ground types. I know Unova Stunfisk doesn't really fit that bill.
No.
But that's the reason Dedenne kind of fell off. You thought Dedenne was going to continue to be a force just because it's so strong neutrally. You throw that Parabolic Charge, you use a Protect Shield, you win a lot of one Protect Shield situations, but when you're facing a meta with double Mud Slappers, there's just really no place for you. And especially now, the transition to flying types, the electric types do have play. It's just so hard to get into a meta with the Stunfisk. We see it on both of these trainers here in Winners Finals Group C if you're an electric type, because if you match up electric versus that electric, you are losing every single time. So I think probably Charge-a-Bug is the only one that has a shot, but in this meta, I don't know if electric has a shot, and that's coming from an electric lover.
Well, I will ask you, as the electric lover, are we happy that Dedenne is now out of the meta?
You know, I'm not a hater of Dedenne. It is kind of, it seems like a one-trick pony in some ways.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, there's some other one-trick ponies in the meta too, so I'm an electric lover. I'm going to defend Dedenne a little bit in this situation. I don't think it's terribly unhealthy for the meta, so I don't know if it's necessarily bad, but I do know it's probably not making a comeback anytime soon, given the popularity of Unova Stunfisk, especially here coming off the European victory from PvP David, now here in Las Vegas. We got a mirror Unova Stunfisk in our Winners Finals.
Well, let's introduce these trainers, guys. Dunebug97, we already saw he had a great, I think it was Winners round 3 at the time when we saw him on stream. He's going to be facing off versus Dapper Discs, who's had a ton of success as well. He's going to be bringing that double flyer combo with the Shadow Altaria as well as the Corviknight. Meanwhile, Dunebug bringing a Soul Flyer, that being the Shadow Talonflame. I've seen Wigglytuff on a lot of teams yet. Have we seen it actually featured in any battles yet, Butters?
Yeah, I believe we did see it maybe as recently with Trent. I think he had that Wigglytuff in the back that he tried to use the Protect Shields, but just couldn't gain any ground there.
Yeah.
One thing that I have to mention is, I said before that sometimes Championship Series is a copycat league where you see something that's strong, you kind of pivot towards it. PvP's David's team composition has been so influential here. Almost all of these top teams are either 4 or 5 out of 6 the same. A lot of these core principles of the Unova Stunfisk, the Altaria, the Corviknight, the Furret, the Florges, this is all from the influence of PvP David as we get into game number 1.
Yeah, the blueprint or the formula. But let's take a look. We've got Dunebug with the Cradily. It's going to be taking super effective damage from the Empoleon. Quick swap out, actually.
Does he try it?
Yeah, what are we seeing here? Dapper Disc stays in with the Empoleon. You take it now 4 of these karate chops super effective, and you're now taking a Rage Fist. Does he want to try and throw a charge attack, get a shield before he swaps?
We saw it earlier from Side Rhino, I believe, swapping into the Altaria on that Rage Fist. We thought maybe you'd see it again from Dapper Disc. Instead, actually just letting it go, getting a Protect Shield, now swapping into Altaria. The thing is, you just get to these double ice punches so quickly. Yes, you're taking a ton of Dragon Breath pressure, but you are the Shadow Primate, you're going to get this Protect Shield. Do you throw the Sky Attack just so you don't have to give double Protect Shields in this situation?
Well, I think the Shadow Primate switch is just so free for Doonbug. There's not a great response to it for Dapper Disc, especially if he does not have that Floor Resist, which he does not have on his team of 3. In fact, he's ABA weak to this Primate, so you just have to figure out a way to get it off the field, and that formula is going to be Dragon Breath from your Altaria.
Decided to prioritize the health and energy over the taking the second Protect Shield. He has no Protect Shields remaining for Dapper Disc here, and now suddenly you're going to be in range of the Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb is coming up, but once you throw a charge attack, you're back to your switch timer, and now this Cradily is going to be heavily damaged. I think you just pivot back to Empoleon, just bring it back out and force Cradily to throw energy because he doesn't. Doonbug is switch locked.
Yeah, and especially when you look at what's left remaining for these two trainers, Doonbug with a Galarian Corsola, Dapper Disc has the Furret, so that's such an advantageous matchup. He just needs to watch out for that Shadow Primate. If that Shadow Primate is able to get significant damage into the Furret, that's going to be the only way for Doonbug to really come back here, I think.
Yeah, the Corsola does have a chance, but I mean, the Furret, once it gets debuffed, do you just bring in the Altaria?
I think so.
Here? We're going to see if you get the Altaria. No, actually does bring in the Furret. This actually makes sense because I don't think the Corsola has been revealed yet.
No,
so he doesn't know this Corsola is in the back where obviously Furret is so dominant. But now you've taken this chip damage. You are debuffed. You can clear that debuff eventually. Here comes the swap into the Corsola here. Corsola is not great against Furret, but it's not over yet for Doonbug.
Well, you can't swap in your Primate because it would probably just get farmed down, just making this matchup even worse. And you can't stay with your Cradily because it's going to get farmed down. Doonbug knows that he has to bring in his Corsola and just suffer through a very tough matchup here. Dapper Disc, meanwhile, he's getting a lot of value out of this Furret, but can it hang on against a Power Gem? Well, we're not going to have to find out because Trailblaze is locked and loaded.
Getting that Astonish through here, the next Trailblaze is going to chunk. There's a lot of health on that Altaria as well. You're going to need double charge attack, but one Power Gem I don't think is going to be enough. It's going to be really close. Can this knock out the Furret? Actually, it might just be enough. It's going to be so close here, Wholesome.
It is going to be super, super close. Does the Furret hang on? Yes, just with a sliver swaps into the Altaria. You have the next Power Gem loaded. We know this is enough to knock out.
Oh, it's not over. Doonbug is shaking his head here, knowing that he's probably going to get the knockout, just about to knock out with the super effective Power Gem. Does Altaria go down? It does go down, but you can't go for the second punch. Here comes Swap Cradily Acid. That is a GG for Doonbug.
Doonbug bringing it back from the brink of defeat. I am blown away with how strong Doonbug is looking. We've been talking him up all weekend long, but again, he seemed to be in such a disadvantageous matchup. Cradily into the Empoleon, the Shadow Primate into the Altaria, and then the Galarian Corsola into the Furret. And he won that match.
And the thing is, it comes down to that switch. You mentioned it earlier, because the Shadow Primate is so unchecked, not only did you chunk that Empoleon so much to put it in range of Rock Tomb later in the battle for Cradily, you also instantly got both the Protect Shields in this battle. So then, once the Protect Shields were out of the way, you could just rely on the bulk of Galarian Corsola and also the debuff abilities of the Cradily. Obviously, Dapper Disc didn't know the backline Pokemon. If he did, he definitely would have brought in the Altaria, but that's what makes Pokemon Go PvP so difficult.
That's right. Well, Doonbug, we just saw, ran a very successful Shadow Primate there. Didn't even have to use it at the very last part of that game there. Dapper Disc, meanwhile, was running a team that was ABA weak to that Shadow Primate. I think that may result in him trying to bring an even stronger team into that Shadow Primate. Yes, the Altaria he already brought, but maybe bringing the Florges as well, just to have a secondary answer to that Primate.
And I want to shout out Dapper Disc here, because if you missed the Milwaukee stream, he actually got 5th place at the Milwaukee Regionals just recently at the end of October. His team is completely different, though. The only remaining Pokemon are 2. It's the Empoleon and it's the Unova Stunfisk. Otherwise, he brought Wigglytuff, Murkrow, Gastrodon, and a non-Shadow Dusknoir to get that 5th place. So completely new strategies here in Vegas for Dapper Discs.
Yeah, and I mean, he's obviously having success finding himself in the winners finals up against one of the top trainers in the world, Doonbug 97. Now, Doonbug does have a 1-game advantage right now, but this is a best of 3 series, so Dapper Disc is going to try and come back here in game number 2.
And we're going to see if that Shadow Primate is in the back once again, and Doombug is just shaking his head, getting that impactful lead of the Wigglytuff into Altaria. It's a Shadow Altaria at that. Swapping into Florges, not an instant answer. You don't really have a preferred option, so looks like Doombug's actually just staying in.
Yeah, I think you just tank one of these Chilling Waters and then maybe throw a Swift or just get out. You need to put this, you need to put this Florges in range where one charge attack is going to knock out, and I think that with that charm damage and these Astonishes, you're probably going to be able to knock out with one Astonish, maybe an Astonish, or sorry, with one Night's Shade plus the Astonishes.
And for Dapper Disc's favor, these switch timers are misaligned here, so if he can chip away at this misalignment to try to avoid that Altaria into Wigglytuff, that might be his best course of action. Otherwise, he needs to somehow get some Protect Shields down. He also has a chance to sweep in the back with Empoleon, but I don't know how you're going to get a Protect Shield out of Doombug's Galarian Corsola.
No, I think that was great. I think good poise there by Doombug, staying in, getting the charm damage, knowing that if he just immediately swaps in the Galarian Corsola, that's going to be a little bit tougher matchup. But with that chip damage, despite the switch clock desynchronization, he's now in a solid position, actually getting a Protect Shield as well.
And Doombug is shaking his head knowing that this is the backline Pokemon, thinking that he has so much opportunity here. Actually going for a power chip, thinking there would be a swap onto the Altaria, but instead he gets the Protect Shield.
Oh man, Dapper Discs is going to feel bad with this one, saying, huh? I just shielded a resisted, debuffed Power Gem. I think the Dapper Discs recognized that, hey, if I'm going to win this matchup, it's on the back of the Empoleon, so that's why he's prioritizing the HP there, but still, Doombug trying to pull off a little trickery there.
And the thing is, there's 2 Protect Shields remaining for Doombug, and there's no Protect Shields remaining for Dapper Disc. Dapper Disc is just going to let it go, and he is just going to take his L. Doombug is going to be moving on 2-0, and we have 3 trainers now that have made it to day number 2.
And I got to say, Butters, this is the usual suspects that we're seeing, right? These are the trainers that I think it's no shock that we're seeing move to day number 2. We saw what Out of Pocket, then we saw Rise to Occasion, and Doombug. He gets a salute, he gets a little fist pump there. He's feeling great, and he's moving on to day number 2.
Out of health is that Altaria, because that Ice Punch after the buff just annihilated it. Doombug does move on. You're completely right. Some of the most famous faces in North American regional circuit have moved on to day number 2 in this fully capped tournament in Las Vegas.
So Butters, one interesting thing, I think that the overall skill level for just we'll say the long tail of trainers has elevated significantly since you and I first casted together in Indianapolis 2022. I think there's been a big raising of the overall skill level.
Yeah, the bar has been raised for sure, top to bottom, from the 200th competitor to the top 10. And I mean, the hard thing too for Dapper Disc, and especially facing bad alignment, it's sometimes hard to overcome multiple things. If you have bad alignment, team composition disadvantage, and then an elite skill level, it's sometimes too much to overcome all at once. But Dapper Disc has done it before, 5th place in Milwaukee, in the losers finals here. But yeah, I do agree with you though. The amount of skill that these trainers have top to bottom, plus the amount of viable Pokemon available, it makes these tournaments, winning these tournaments, more difficult than ever.
Yeah, I mean, part of the second part to that question is, while I think the overall, we'll say floor or foundation for trainers, I think is elevated significantly, I almost feel that the gap between some of our top, we'll say multi-regional winner trainers, I feel like that gap is still significant in a lot of cases. You're seeing some of these trainers where it's basically expected for them to make day 2, and with the way that the tournament seeding structure is worked out, I mean, it's almost like a miscue. It's almost a surprise when these trainers like Doombug, Out of Pocket, and Rise don't make day 2.
Yeah, and which trainer can be the surprise in Las Vegas? Dapper Disc maybe surprised some in Milwaukee. He did awesome. Let's see which other trainers succeeded at our last North American regional tournament in Milwaukee.
Hello trainers, I'm Caleb Pang. Heading into Milwaukee, players came ready to show off their take on the meta. With Chilling Water Florges becoming eligible for the first time, Clodsire made a resurgence, claiming multiple victories on day 1. Championship Sunday saw no previous champions on the winner's side, and the path was paved for underdogs like LW Josh 91 and Meteor Folian to meet in the winner's finals. LW Josh faced off against the anti-meta Fearow and Bastion combination from Meteor Folian. In Game 5, Meteor brought Blastoise in the back to answer LW Josh's double ground line, patiently avoiding a catch and closing out the series with a super effective Hydro Cannon. On the loser side, Pranav wove in and out of matchups with his Murkrow, KOing every Pokemon LW Josh tried to challenge it with, leading Pranav to a 3-1 victory in the losers finals. In the grand finals, Meteor leaned into his Bastion, but after getting swept in the first best of 5 and barely finding any success in the bracket reset, Meteor decided to bring back the Fearow in a matchup that looked impossible for the bird. Against all odds, Meteor forced a Game 5. After losing the lead matchup and forcing his Marowak into a bad Credilli head-to-head, Meteor pulled off a simultaneous KO, and with one final HP remaining, Meteor's Galarian Corsa astonished down Pranav's Corviknight to win and become the 2026 Milwaukee Regional Champion.
This is gonna come down to the wire here. Air cutter. Wait, is that
He
enough?
lives.
No, it's not. Make him wins his first ever tournament here in Milwaukee. 1 HP in a dream here. The first ever tournament for him. The first ever tournament for Fearow. And back-to-back North America regionals with the Bastion on the team. It does not get closer than that.
Register at Pokemon.com/compete and take the first step in your own Championship Series journey. See you soon, trainers.
Welcome, trainers. We're here at the Las Vegas Regionals, and I am joined by none other than the 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, Beelzeboy. Beelzeboy, how are you doing?
Awesome. I'm excited to be here at my first regional, like first in-person regional.
And how are you feeling? How has life changed since you uttered those words, I am Beelzeboy?
It has been really cool, like the love and support of so many people. The craziest things that has happened to me is like being recognized in my hometown, like by people, and yeah, that is a really like exciting feeling. Yeah.
You're famous now, Beelzeboy. You are the world champion, and that comes with a lot of expectations as well. We were talking about that. I believe actually this tournament right here is going to be the first regional ever with 2 former world champions at it, but it's very interesting. Beelzeboy, you are the world champion, but you're coming into the Las Vegas regional with no seeding. You don't have any seeding. You might play a number 1 seed. How are you feeling coming into this tournament?
Yeah, like I'm excited to be here. Like it might even so happen that I face Axon in round 1 because he must have a really high seeding and I have no seeding. So like, yeah, it's very likely we face each other, and yeah, I'm very excited to be here. And yeah, even if I go O2, I'm good with it.
And this is your first regional ever, right? You've only competed in Championship Series through the India qualifier, the APAC playoffs as well, which is totally online. How do you feel coming into this tournament?
So obviously, like for APAC, all the regionals other than I think Japan are online. So it's like a totally different experience where like you're sitting at your home and playing comfortably. Like there's no people around you. But here, like there's so many people to meet and interact with. So it's a whole different experience.
But also, you have competed at the biggest stage, the World Championships, in person as well. So how does this feel compared to the World Championships?
I mean, this is definitely more snug, more low-key, but yeah, both are like very nice experiences so far. Like Worlds obviously have been there twice, and yeah, this is my first regional, and I'm we're just like excited to see what comes ahead now. Yeah.
And looking forward not only to this regional, to the rest of the season, to obviously you've qualified for the World Championships this season. What are your ambitions? Are you going to try to become the first ever back-to-back world champion?
Oh, so do you know about the curse?
No, I don't. Tell me.
So far, like whoever has become the world champion has not made day 2 in their next worlds. Like I think the only person who has overcome this curse has been Emmy Weedle. So yeah, I don't know how next worlds goes, but yeah, I'll try my best.
Oh, that is fascinating. And technically, Emmy Weedle was in a different division than you played in. So still, the curse does stand. So you're looking to break that curse, maybe become the back-to-back regional champion. Do you think you can also become the Las Vegas regional champion?
Honestly, I don't know. I have a very spicy Pokemon in my team, and either it does really well or it just falls flat on its face. I feel like the meta changes almost every week. So I'm curious to find out what people bring, and if my spice pick does well versus those.
Well, I can't wait to see that spicy Pokemon. I can't wait to see you compete. But actually, we're going to have one little competition. You, Beezle Boy, versus the #1 trainer from North America, Firestar. We're going to have a Pokeball throwing competition. But first, let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Whoa, okay, hold on. I wanted to see that Pokeball throwing competition. Welcome back, everybody. Speediest Chief with Amanda Lundberg. We got more battles to cover, but I'm going to be watching the stream because I want to see the follow-up to that interview.
Definitely, and then we saw the the spear here in Las Vegas, and I was like, oh, maybe it's going to show it as a Pokeball. That would have been pretty
Could
cool.
you imagine?
There's so much good, cool action going on here in Las Vegas. We just saw a really great interview with Butters and Beelzebub Boy. Beelzebub Boy actually got knocked down to that loser's bracket in round 2, his first round of the day by DJ Mandrew.
Wow, he has won a couple of games, though. I did see he took a series over Alpha Phoebe. Big Phoebe was not enough to stop the world champ himself, and there's so many more interesting matchups that could happen eventually, but let's take a look at what's right in front of us. Our trainers are ready on stage, and I cannot wait to jump into this next series because we have a returning face here in Auburn, going to take on one of our champions from Canada in Dilap Chung.
That's right. We just saw Auburn take down Gerald with an interesting team. We saw very similar team compositions with our winner in Gdansk, PvP David. The difference being that Empoleon on the side of Auburn, he talked a little bit about it, how he felt that it handled Cordelia a bit better and that it had a little bit better matchups against some other Pokemon. We'll have to see how he wants to do against a team that has another Mud Slap user on it. I'm looking at that Shadow Kanto Marowak. It hasn't gone anywhere.
I'm so glad you pointed that out, Amanda, because that's a huge pressure point for that Empoleon pick that Auburn loves to play. And also, there is no Altaria on Dilap's team, which means that the Galarian Moltres and the Corviknight actually have pretty competitive matchups versus the Empoleon. There's not that clear-cut situation like you would see with Empoleon versus Altaria. So let's jump right into game number 1. Auburn taking on Dilap Chung here in the City of Lights. Viva Las Vegas.
These two are locked in. They're ready to tap. We've got a Stunfisk up against that fur on the side of Auburn. A fairly neutral matchup overall. Of course, that Trailblaze is going to boost the attack of the fur and also do some nice impactful damage to the Stunfisk, but Dilap gets to that Mud Bomb first.
Discharge does marginally more damage, making the Mud Bomb more efficient, so Dilap's just going to spam these out as quick as he can. First Trailblaze probably doesn't need to get shielded, but depends on how Dilap wants to play this matchup. I think he's going to let it go.
Going ahead, letting that go through. You see that brings it down to about half health, and actually we see a pivot now by Dilap into that Galarian Moltres, but now in comes the Florges, and this is a little bit different. When there's Altaria in the back, neither one of these charge attacks are going to be doing too much, but Moltres doesn't have that same bulk that Altaria has, and it's going to take this, it's going to lower its attack, and it's going to knock the Moltres down to half health.
Key play there by Auburn, throwing a couple more Sucker Punches, then swapping to Florges. He knows that the 5 Fairy Winds to the Chilling Water with Charge Attack Priority tie the Galarian Moltres, win that exchange, and fire off the Chilling Water before the Charge Attack. Great awareness by Auburn. I think he's still got it.
Yeah, going ahead now, just continuing to charge. Dilap also recognizing that he would lose Charge Attack Priority, doesn't even bother to throw, goes for an extra fast attack, and puts up a Protect Shield. So I think that now we're going to go ahead and see him throw. Does Auburn want to use a shield here? I think he's comfortable to be able to take this mid matchup.
It just feels so valuable to exit this matchup with energy, and I think that Dilap tries to prevent that, swapping into one of his 2 Ground-type Pokemon, going into the Unova Stunfisk, going to be forced to take a Chilling Water, but although it's versatile, this floor just doesn't get same type of attack bonus on either charge attack, so Dilap is safe, no shielding.
This is a dance here on the side of Dilap. They're going ahead and just coming back in with a Stunfisk, and Auburn responds in kind, saying, okay, if you're going to swap out, might as well catch this Mud Bomb on Altaria. Not very effective damage. What a play.
Crushing catch there, and the Dragon Breaths get the KO to boot, so Auburn basically nullified all that energy on the Unova Stunfisk. Now Dilap has to time his Mud Slaps correctly, get that Rock Slide off, and still get past that shield that Auburn's got.
Auburn has that shield. He also has a Sky Attack already loaded on that Altaria, throwing it now into that Marowak. No shield on Dilap's side. He has a lot of energy. He could potentially go for a bait here, but he goes for the Rock Slide. The bait would not be doing that much damage, but no Protect Shield used on Auburn. So.
Yeah, and the reason is the Mud Slaps are double resisted, right? So even if you take the Rock Slide here, you're no risk of being fast attacked down. But the swap, trying to make the catch, and here goes Auburn with his Furret. Is going to sucker punch down the Galarian Moltres. No, throws the Swift instead.
Furret going for the attack. There's so little health left on that Moltres, but just get it out of there, says Auburn. That Furret still wants to be able to put some nice chip damage into that Marowak and make it throw some energy.
Exactly. Dialab kind of conceding, recognizing there is no win condition there when Shadow Marowak is his final Pokemon. Furret gets the Sucker Punch down, and this is something we've seen from Furret. It's climbed up the usage charts, not only in NA, but also across the pond in EU, and I think it looks versatile, it looks potent, it looks really flexible here.
Furret was used on the team of both the winner and the finalist in Gdansk. It was also #1 on day 2 usage. It's really been climbing the charts. I don't know if you guys saw it on that social media for Play Pokemon, but it said a new sheriff is in town, and that sheriff is that Furret.
When are we going to get costume Furret with a sheriff's hat? I want to see it, come on. But anyways, back to this game #1 replay. Well executed by Auburn. This mid-match told us so much about Auburn's skill, his awareness of the timing there. 7 Sucker Punches to the fly, locking in that charge attack priority, extremely efficient. That's what we've seen in Auburn season after season in Go Battle League. We're seeing it here in play in Vegas as well.
Yeah, he said, okay, you know, this season my goal is to qualify for the World Championships, and looks like he's well on his way with plays like this. He knows when to throw, he knows when to catch, and he knows how to win games.
Going into game #2, I mean, what we're going to see from these trainers is really anyone's guess. I think Florges is a must-bring. Furret looked incredibly strong there for Auburn, but Dialab needs to find a way to address those picks, and the double ground strategy from game #1 just didn't get it done.
You know, when he played Alpha against Gerald earlier, there was no Unovan Stunfisk. There is one on the side of Dialab, so I wonder if nope. Never mind. Take it right back. We're going to see that Napoleon right away taking the field up against that Galarian Moltres on the side of Dialab there, just gaining a ton of energy and looks like throwing a little bit after they have it. No throwing on the side of Dialab. I wonder if he uses a Protect Shield. He doesn't. That Moltres is going to be knocked down fairly low.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a ton of damage from that Community Today charge attack Hydro Cannon, but returns fire. And due to that Sucker Punch damage, the Empoleon's actually threatened, even though the fly would be resisted. I think Auburn's got to respect it here. The question is, does Dialab reach for a swap? I don't think so.
Going ahead, just still charging up some energy, throwing another Hydro Cannon on this very low health Moltres and actually getting a shield on the side of Dialab there, recognizing how close he is to another attack. And he's going to go ahead and throw. You saw him waiting there. Does Auburn want to use both Protect Shields here, or is this just an excellent farm opportunity?
Well, after the shield goes up, Dialab is probably liable to swap. Actually goes in the Shadow Marowak, trying to get the Mud Slap down. Doesn't quite pull it off, though. Hydro Cannon locked, loaded, and ready to fire. Auburn's going to try to take that shield right back.
Quick reflexes there, throwing that Hydro Cannon would have done super effective damage, as you can see by that red shield. And now in comes the Furret. There's no Protect Shields remaining on either side, and a Trailblaze is almost ready, which is going to do a lot of damage to this Shadow Pokemon.
I like this play here by Auburn. He's basically making a bet that there's no Scizor in the back, because that's the only matchup the Florges would not want to see. Overcharging there, reaching the Trailblaze. I'm not sure if this is quite enough, though, Amanda. I think this Marowak might need a couple more Sucker Punches to get knocked out.
We'll see. It's going to at least boost up the attack of that Furret. He does be able to get one more in, but another goes through here. And you see that Dialab is concentrating there. He wants to be able to get this. He doesn't know what's in the back yet, and both of the Pokemon are about to be revealed at the same time.
We do have a swap there from Dialab. That was a forced switch, which means he's on a 45-second timer to get back to his reserve Pokemon. He's got 2, which means he could likely catch a charge attack. But we saw this during our first rotation, Amanda. This matchup is a grind. This is a war of attrition. Boosts, debuffs, back and forth like a seesaw. We're going to see if this Corviknight can come out on top.
The difference is the Air Cutter has a chance to buff your attack. You don't see it there. Meanwhile, the Chilling Water that's almost going to be ready is a guaranteed debuff onto the Corviknight. The second one now being thrown right before the Corviknight throws its Air Slash.
So here's probably what Dialab recognized, right? Sand Attack is a one-turn fast attack. It only takes 9 Sand Attacks to get to the Air Cutter, which technically means he should have been able to get there before the charge attack priority tie. So Dialab maybe not happy there with how that played out. His switch timer is up, though, so he can look for the swap. Let's see what he decides to do.
Going in for another air cutter here, just chipping. Though it doesn't look like it's doing so much damage, you have to respect the fact that it's getting it whittled down now into the red. Both of them still have a Pokemon that they can swap, try to get a catch on, and that's exactly what Auburn does. They're catching that next air cutter onto the Empoleon.
Absolutely nailing the swap here. Auburn sending out that Empoleon to soak the air cutter, but the swap is still available for Dialep. Does he do it? No! Instant fire there by Auburn. Kind of catches Dialep on his back foot, and he's forced to absorb the chilling water.
Chilling water splashes up to the Corviknight. Not quite enough to knock out, but now the remaining fast attacks, Fairy Wind's going to knock out. There's still little health left on both of the Pokemon in the back for Dialep.
Question is, how much energy does the floor just have? Can Dialep send in the Marowak? Swap to the Moltres. He tries to pull it off, but he can. An instant throw there by Auburn. Trailblaze connecting, and this is going to be more than enough to KO that Shadow Ground-type Pokemon.
He uses the Trailblazers, boosts the Fairy Winds, even though they don't do too much. Definitely two of them will do it, and Auburn goes ahead and takes game number 2.
Yeah, a couple moments there of execution. I think that the air cutter throw into the floor just from Dialep, that wasn't timed the way he wanted, and then the swap there at the end did not go through. But Auburn is going to win this series. It looks like 2-0 versus Dialep Tron, one of the best in all of Canada, and I'm sure we have not seen the last of him yet here in Vegas.
That was the winner's side of the bracket in the winners finals. Winner of that matchup goes on to day number 2, but Dialep is still in the tournament in this double elimination round. And Will, yeah, you brought up some things that you could tell that Dialep wasn't super happy about, some things that happened and occurred during the matchups. However, I think he also maybe realized in the end, I was outplayed. There were some conditions that wasn't quite met on my side that Auburn ended up being able to pull through and actually secured him that game number 2.
I mean, you could look at it, you could kind of do the damage calculation in your mind and say maybe 2 Mud Slaps from Marowak would have been able to KO the Florges, but in the meanwhile, you can fire a single Fairy Wind and then a charge attack within the span of that 3-turn Mud Slap. So, I mean, some of us might have seen the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, for Dialep to win that game, but he recognizes against a trainer like Auburn that was a path too far to travel.
And going ahead, just doing everything it could there. We've seen a lot of double flying strategies so far here in Vegas. A lot of the Corviknight mixed with either the Altaria that we've seen quite often. We've seen a lot of Shadow Talonflames, and now the Galarian Moltres on that side of Dialep on that left, catching this beautiful catch at the end for Auburn on both games, just really helping secure the victory and securing his day 2.
Yeah, that was beautifully done there by Auburn. The big question in my mind, like we started off the cast, we said, well, if there's no Altaria on the opposing side, is that Empoleon safe? Can he rely on that Pokemon that was so strong for him earlier on stream? And it turns out the answer is yes. Empoleon is super competitive, even against that Galarian Moltres.
I mean, it turns out Hikami is not the only person who has had some really big success with it, although he was the first there in Lille. It's so interesting how this meta has continued to develop. It just shows that no meta is quite solved, right? At the beginning, we saw a lot of like Bastiodon heavy, but we saw some other Pokemon that started to make their way through. We saw so many Credillion, Galarian, Corsola, but even now, it's shifted off of that. I think Unova Stunfisk is the second in day 1 usage here in Las Vegas.
We've got about 200 trainers here in the venue and countless spectators attending, but we want to see what you're saying wherever you are in the world. Let's go ahead and check out our socials. Here's a post from our very own world champion, Beelzeboy, Mew, at the Las Vegas Regionals.
Well, he's heard in that interview that he had with Butters that he brought something he thought was kind of spicy, and I believe it is that Mew. Very curious to see what the charge attacks are going to be, because it can learn basically anything. We also have from Chris Brown here, our Las Vegas Regional is underway. Incredible turnout across all divisions. There are 4,446 competitors. So thank you for supporting each other in the community this weekend.
Also, shout out to Chris Brown. We've seen such tremendous growth of the championship series. It's really tricky to manage all the different titles, all the different venues across the world, and I'm so proud of our esports team because it is growing so quickly, and we would love for all of you to be a part of it. So come out to your local regional or whichever one is close to you and show us what you got. Let's check out what Anhoff has to say. Anna says, down to lowers in the tournament, but my game luck continues to be absurd. Smiley face.
That is pretty absurd. That is a beautiful shiny here, available because of the wild air area, and I know that when we're not definitely on screen, we are tapping behind the stage. We are making sure we are in as many raids as possible.
Exactly. This wild area event is so much fun. The mighty Pokemon are so cool because they pop up on your screen instantly, extra large. They're aggressive, but once you do catch them with that Safari Ball, it's such a nice touch. Really loving the event so far.
Speaking of popping up on the screen, you might have seen it, but check out the socials. Make sure that you're following on all the channels and use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. If you're not here, tell us what you're doing in this. What are you doing to celebrate the wild area? What's going on? Do you have another good catch like Enhoff did?
Yeah, exactly, right? Open up the stream and an extra tab. Listen along as you play the event and join us on this journey through the Las Vegas Regional Championships because we have, I mean, this is insane, right? You look at a field of 200 or so trainers and you say, okay, maybe we'll get a few names that we don't quite know. Maybe they're newer trainers or maybe something we don't, are not familiar with. But we're getting like the best of the best in NA. We're going to get a Liverpool champion coming up here pretty soon.
Yeah, you cats to be kidding me, right? We're still in the winners finals of the day. That means whoever's going to win this next one will be going on to day number 2. You like that one, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, kind of. We're going to check out 2 trainers on stage here shortly, Nighttime Clasher and Dre Flames. Whenever I see Dre Flames, I mean, the name gives it away. I look for the fire-type Pokemon, a trainer that's known to play Charizard quite a bit, Typhlosion occasionally, Talonflame as well. We saw a Shadow Charizard to start the day here in Vegas, and it looked insane. I mean, it blast burned a Clodsire. It looked really powerful. I wonder if we're going to see one here from Dre Flames.
Dre Flames is one of those trainers where you see him play and you're like, wow, this guy knows how to count. Like, he uses interesting Pokemon. It's not always specifically meta Pokemon, but he just manages them so well. But he has to get through Nighttime Clasher to be able to continue on to day number 2 on that winner's side of the bracket. And look at this team. I know that Nighttime Clasher played yesterday in the cup that was here in Las Vegas. He was in that top cut. I think he might have actually, I know he was in top 4. Didn't see how it went past that point, but he's using a pretty conventional team. Everyone seems to be using a certain 5 Pokemon, and then the 6th one is something different. And this 6th Pokemon for Nighttime Clasher is a Shadow Malamar.
I mean, when you ask, who your best friend is, the answer is obvious, right?
Yeah, it's my friend Malamar. Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Okay.
This is awkward.
A little awkward. But what's not awkward is this matchup, right? We have 2 flying types on Nighttime Clasher's team. Like you pointed out, a lot of similar Pokemon. We might see an ABA strategy, maybe leading the Altaria with that Unova Stunfisk and the Corviknight in the back. But Dre Flames brings a lot to the table here. I don't know how many trainers are prepping for Guzzlord, Shadow Scizor, and Shadow Charizard. That's definitely a spicy combination. Let's see if Nighttime Clasher can handle the heat.
Well, and also one thing to point out about that Charizard is though it has the heat from the Blast Burn, it's actually running Dragon Breath as its fast attack. So this is something that people opt for, and we've heard that Butters and Wholesome talking about it a little bit earlier on, which one is more advantageous in this current meta, but there can definitely be cases made for both. And maybe we'll see a case made by Dre Flames for why he's using it, because we're going to hop into game number 1 here, winners semifinals.
Love the Mewtwo stinger there. We're going to get Guzzlord from Dre Flames bearing down on that Unova Stunfisk. This is a neutral monster, a beast of a dragon-type Pokemon, and it's going to start to apply pressure real quick.
Going ahead and now throwing this brutal swing. Doesn't do too much damage, but it's just going to keep whittling away. Nighttime Clasher staying in this matchup, just getting a little bit of extra energy and throwing the Mud Bomb back at the Guzzlord. We're gonna see this is gonna last a little while, Will.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of shoveling the Mud Bombs there, trying to deal some damage, but I think the Guzzlord will have a slight edge here. Good timing by Dre Flames as well to throw the 3 Dragon Tails, convert that into a brutal swing. A little triangular sweep there on the bubbles, and this Stunfisk is now in the yellow.
Going ahead now, throwing a Mud Bomb back. Nighttime Clasher is very close to another charge attack of his own. This one right now is going to knock that Guzzlord down a little bit below half health. Another Mud Bomb actually should be able to do it, but a Brutal Swing is ready first. Does Nighttime Clasher want to use his shield? Oh, this is an interesting play. Do you think that we're going to see that either one of the Pokemon that comes in is going to get a nice farm, and then Dre Flames absolutely doesn't want it to happen, immediately pivoting into that Charizard?
This is so like backwards, right? Because you'd expect the Charizard to absolutely incinerate down this Scizor, pun intended, but it's not. It's actually throwing Dragon Breaths, which are resisted by the Steel typing, making this matchup actually competitive, more competitive than I thought.
Also, funny thing to note is Nighttime Clasher threw that Trailblaze, a grass type attack into a fire Pokemon, still got the shield, and now is boosted in his attacks. So So this means it's going to be able to do even more damage. So I think this is exactly where he's going to use those Protect Shields.
Double air cutters peel both of those shields away from Nighttime Clasher. This Scizor might be able to bullet punch down, but it's going to leave the rest of the team here defenseless. Little boost there on the Dragon Breath, which means that marginally more damage, but I don't know if it'll make that much of a difference in the long run.
Coming back in, Drayflame's waiting out that switch timer, deciding how he wants to play out the matchups here. Definitely the charge attack would be enough to knock out the Guzzlord, but not enough to knock out this Clodsire. Just trying to get up a little bit of extra energy, throwing yet another Trailblaze to boost, getting that last Protect Shield from Drayflame's side.
I mean, Drayflames knows the whole team here, right? I wonder, oh, he doesn't know the Altaria yet, so I wonder what he's going to do, how he's going to play this out. Does he catch on the Guzzlord? Is that an option here?
Look at them both try. He did try for it. He saw reaching for that Guzzlord, unable to do so. He's got so much energy on this Clodsire, but this is the third Trailblaze that this Scizor has thrown. Look how low it gets it.
Wow, and the bullet punches are going to take down the Guzzlord as well. Nighttime Clasher putting in overtime with that Shadow Scizor, and this is a Stone Edge, but I think this Clodsire needs 2 to pick up the knockout, so things are looking pretty good for Nighttime Clasher.
The first one's through. You're keeping an eye at the bottom. How close he is to another charge attack. Those Dragon Breaths don't do enough, but it is there right at the last second. Nighttime Clasher takes that game number 1.
Extremely competitive all the way to the end in the final second, but let's talk about that Shadow Scizor, Amanda. He was a menace for Drayflames. Without having Ember on his Charizard, he would struggle to take down the Steel and Bug type. What can he do in game number 2 to conquer that Pokemon?
Yeah, I mean, this is hard calls, right? Shadow Scizor was something that everyone was really worried about at the beginning of the season. It's one of the main reasons I think that a lot of people opted to use a Gastrodon or a Shadow Kanto Marowak, something that had Mud Slap damage to just kind of put a slowing down to the roll. The fact that there is a Charizard on the side of Drayflames would maybe make a lot of people pause, but the fact that it's running Dragon Breath just exactly showed Nighttime Clasher just used both Protect Shields there to powerhouse through that entire team.
Another issue for Drayflames in that game 1 was that Unova Stunfisk. It's not going to do anything flashy. It's not going to secure a big knockout or just do something really disruptive, but it's going to be annoying. It's going to be difficult to take away from the field. And when Nighttime Clasher brings that Scizor to game number 1, not only did it win its neutral matchups, but it also does a double job of scaring away that Cradilly, which Cradilly would have been so good versus Unova Stunfisk and Altaria. But once you see that Scizor, you got to be thinking as Drayflames, if I line this up incorrectly, I'm just going to get shredded.
I mean, the big problem for Drayflames is that Shadow Scizor is going to come every single time because it does pretty much neutral or decent damage against his whole team, whether it be those fast attacks or the charge attacks that could be thrown. Guzzlord coming in now to game number 1 and meeting up against Unova and Stunfisk. Second verse, same as the first.
Yeah, this is an interesting pivot here from Drayflames, bringing that Galarian Corsola into game number 2. That's an option, right? I thought maybe either the Galarian Corsola or his own Scizor could be a solid answer to Nighttime Clasher Scizor, but you're exactly right as well, Amanda. That Pokemon showed up again for Nighttime Clasher.
And Nighttime Clasher actually thinking about the teams, and he opted to bring the Furret instead of the Altaria. Drayflames actually opted to bring that Galarian Corsola instead of the Clodsire, which is a horrible matchup for that Corsola. So we'll have to see if those two get paired up because, again, both of these Pokemon just whittling away at each other. And now another Mud Bomb going through with the side of Nighttime Clasher. No Protect Shield used on this Guzzlord.
Yeah, winning lead is so critical here. As you said, the normal versus the ghost type is always going to favor the former. Brutal Swing getting fired off here. I think that Drayflames might be able to throw a second Brutal Swing and pick up a KO, but Nighttime Clasher might fight for switch advantage here.
Yeah, he's already at another, not even switch advantage, going for a catch advantage here. Going that Brutal Swing now coming into the Furret. And if you're Drayflames, you're thinking, okay, this is actually great. The fast attacks don't do too much damage there, and it can completely avoid now that Galarian Corsola that's in the back.
Yeah, what a huge relief here for Drayflames to see the Furret at this stage in the matchup. He knows no matter what's in the back, unless it's a Shadow Malamar, that Galarian Corsola got a lot of play. Charge attack connects, and Charizard looking for a charge attack of its own.
Going ahead now, throwing the Blast Burn. This is the heavy hitting attack. This is no Protect Shields used, and bye Furret.
Control Alt Delete Blast Burn erases the Furret, and in comes the Scizor to get a 3-bullet punch lead. I think Nighttime Clasher realizes up energy, up shields. This Scizor is going to be a menace.
Now coming in, now going for that first Night Slash. There are 2 Protect Shields used on Drayflames. He uses that first one here on the Night Slash because it would do a lot, but it wouldn't be quite enough to knock out, and I think that Drayflames is just hoping that this exact thing doesn't happen because now they have a boosted Night Slash, and now you have to use your Protect Shields.
Yeah, hoping to get through this Scizor. The Astonishes are adding up. Scizor's deep into the red, and no swap out for Nighttime Clasher. He's really leaning on the Bullet Punch damage, but don't forget, there's still Unova Stunfisk in the back, and he misses on that third Night Slash.
He's unable to get to it, and now a catch of Dray Flames here, catching onto the Guzzlord there. This Mud Bomb will be able to connect. It should be enough to knock out that Guzzlord, but Corsola has so much energy in the back, but no Protect Shields to hide behind. Will Nighttime Clasher be able to get to it?
Yeah, exactly. Gonna throw the Mud Bomb here into the Glen Corsola. Even with all that energy, Amanda, still the 2 Protect Shields for Nighttime Clasher. There was really no way for Dray Flames to break both of those shields and land a charge attack onto the Unova Stunfisk. So he hoped the Astonishes would do it, but it just wasn't enough damage.
The hard part there for Dray Flames is there's 2 Protect Shields on a Scizor, and he didn't throw any charge attacks, which of course it makes sense, right? Because every time you throw a charge attack, your opponent still gets a fast attack through if they're not throwing. He didn't want to take any risks. He didn't want that Scizor to get any extra energy, but because of that, he was unable to strip away the shields, and he couldn't fast attack down.
I'm really curious. So what are your thoughts on the Dragon Breath Charizard versus an Ember variant? What do you think Dray Flames was targeting with that pick?
I think that, well, with all the steals coming back in, it's maybe a little bit of a interesting pick, but we did see a lot of damage to opposing flying-type Pokemon, like that Shadow Talonflame, that's not able to throw and hit back with the Charizard as hard.
Good
and
point.
so I think that also just does better, like it's still able to generate energy really quickly, and it also has some nice fast attack damage to other types of Pokemon.
When I look at a Pokemon that learns Dragon Breath, but it's not a Dragon type, I always think of it kind of in the same way that I think of Gyarados in this LAIC meta that's coming up next weekend. You can hit those dragons for super effective damage, whether it's a Guzzlord, an Altaria, a Goodra, but you're not taking that super effective damage back. So maybe Dray Flames was trying to line up a couple of matchups like that. But when you come up against a Steel type like Scizor that boosts on the first Night Slash, it's tough to come back from that.
Yeah, it's tough sledding, but great for Nighttime Clasher as he advances into that winners finals with this 2-0 sweep. Top cutting in the cup. He's been top cutting multiple seasons at multiple international championships. He's a regional champion looking to get some titles back under his name.
Unova Stunfisk rising in terms of usage and very reliable. I think it's very obvious why people are running this Pokemon. Like I said before, Amanda, it's not gonna break your heart and do some crazy, blast burn style damage. It's just gonna Mud Bomb, it's gonna discharge, it's gonna flop its way through the matchups, and eventually you'll get a win from it.
I mean, I'm beginning to see why it's number 2 in usage, because it definitely has a lot of utility, especially in this meta. It has an electric type attack that can hit at those flying type. It has a ground type attack that can hit back at other Pokemon. So, I mean, there's definitely play for it in this meta.
Well, Amanda, you and I have our own opinions. I'm sure chat maybe gets tired of it every now and then, but we also want to hear from you and what your opinions are. We've got a community choice poll that we are going to get streamed next year, which is going to be really fun, so make sure to vote, everyone.
Yeah, make sure, and also just a reminder, if you're watching on YouTube, this is on Twitch, so you would need to go over if you have really, really strong opinions about who you want to see up next.
Hey, I'm telling you, open it up in 2 separate windows,
why not, right?
Regional maxing, right? You got to do it. You got to do it, everyone. But yeah, definitely get your votes in. We have a really fun matchup coming up on stage. I always talk about this next trainer as one of the best trainers to not win a championship yet. He was in the Grand Finals versus Pocket at NAIC last year. And he's been in the Grand Finals a couple times before. He's top cutting consistently, top 4 even in a lot of events, still hasn't broken through. That is going to be Ashton Ash. Very, very inspiring trainer. What do you think?
I mean, well, I think you're a spoiler alert here because the featured trainers are both going to be up in this next matchup here because we have Ashton Ash, like you talked about, who was actually my pick. I thought who would be able to make day 2 up against Chem Coop.
Absolutely. We're taking a look at a brand new graphic. This is fresh out of the oven. We got Ashton Ash versus Chem Coop in the Group F semi-finals. We can't show you every single match on stream. We try our best.
Yeah, but we try to show as many as possible. These are really, really good matches against really, really incredible trainers.
But we definitely want to show you a couple of things that are happening off screen over at the tables. Rockhaven, to get to this point, took down Abhinav, an incredibly talented trainer that we've seen compete. I think he had a really good run at Worlds in 2024. and Abhinav is still impressing us with his plays and with his team comp. So for Rockhaven to win that, it's pretty awesome.
And that means that he will be playing up against Ash and Ash in this winners finals, which means whoever wins this will be guaranteed to go on to day number 2.
Now, I will say this. Rockhaven is known for being a trainer that loves to play Carbink. Do you think Carbink has a place in this current meta, Amanda? Be honest.
Well, I mean, we've seen so... Listen, okay. We've seen so many, like, Shadow Scissor. We've seen some Mud Slap users.
But
we've also seen...
Altaria.
Yes, exactly.
We've seen Guzzlord,
Flames.
Talon, Charizard.
Yep.
Maybe there's targets. We have seen Empoleon, though.
So, yeah, it's definitely more of an alignment-based Pokemon. I mean, sometimes... But, you know, some other alignment-based Pokemon, such as the beloved Bastiodon, has won both regional championships so far. So, I mean, there's definitely a place in the meta for Pokemon like Carbink. We'll have to see if he's even brought it, because I'm looking at this team, no Carbink to be found, and he's actually replaced it with that Bastiodon.
I think you and Rockhaven share that affinity for the Bastiodon there, that rock and steel type Pokemon. But let's take a look at how it matches up into the teams. How did we get through so many rounds, Amanda, of Open Great League Pokemon Go PvP? And this is the first time we've seen Azumarill.
Yeah, that's true. The one that's been around since the beginning. We talked about how Altaria is back. Altaria, one of Altaria's hardest counters is Azumarill, and it is on both of the teams here. Azumarill running the standard movesets on both of the teams here. A Bubble as its fast attack, Play Rough, and Ice Beam as the charge attacks.
I just want to say this real quick before our trainers lock in. I see the Shadow Annihilate there on Ash and Ash's team. I'm looking at Scizor, I'm looking at Bastiodon, I'm looking at even a neutral matchup versus the Goodra and the Shadow Kantamarowak, as well as the Corviknight. I would be shocked to not see Shadow Annihilate at least once or twice in this series.
Shadow Annihilate just punches through its competition, so definitely a Pokemon to be wary of. Speaking of being wary, you see it on Ash and Ash's face, going, eek, get me out of here. Bird coming in now to replace the Credilli up against that Shadow Scissor in the lead.
Yeah, you got to press the eject button immediately in that situation, because you do not want to get farmed down by those bullet punches coming in with the Night Slash here, dealing some neutral damage to the Furret and boosting on the first try, but then swapping to Goodra.
Oh, it's swapping out of the matchup here. You can see Ash and Ash saying, okay, yeah, this is actually much better for me. I gladly put this Swift onto the Goodra. Rockhaven also giving a little bit of a smile. He knows he can generate energy so quickly. Is it worth the shield and farm down in this scenario if you're Rockhaven?
What I really respect about this play from Rockhaven is he knows that Shadow Scizor is his best chance to beat the Cradilli. So even though it's so tempting to stay in the matchup and actually throw those bullet punches once you boost, saving it for the Cradilli makes even more sense. Ash and Ash allowing the full farm down because he wants a farm down of his own with his Cradilli.
Yeah, going ahead and just getting up a ton of energy himself. This is the play. This is the thing that might be able to help protect him a little bit here. Yes, he will have to take more than one charge attack, but he's going to be able to throw a charge attack back at that Scissor, potentially also getting a shield.
Second Aqua Tail does connect, a little bit of neutral damage. In comes the Scizor, but the Rock Tomb is ready this time. Cradilli strikes back.
Cradilli going ahead, throwing this Rock Tomb. This will lower the attack of the Scizor, gets the Protect Shield as well. Switch timer is also up, and now you see a quick pivot into that Unova Sunfist, now being met with the Kanto Marowak, just mud slapping away.
Yeah, I mean, this just went from bad to worse to abysmal for Ash and Ash, because his electric subtyping on that Unova Sunfist is going to betray it in this matchup versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak. The Mud Slaps are not going to slow down.
Going ahead, now just continuing to go. Ash and Ash still putting up a fight here, wants to be able to get as much damage off as possible, throwing a Mud Bomb onto that Kanto Marowak, and it does connect. Rockhaven very content to be able to just Mud Slap this down.
Yeah, Rockhaven very measured, very composed. Again, I want to give him credit for that Scizor swap out earlier, because it can be so, like, you can get fixated, right? You can get the boost and you can say, oh, I'm just going to keep this Pokemon in, because when I swap, I lose that advantage, but he's been so measured in his approach here, and he's got all the answers to everything that Ash and Ash is trying to do.
Rockhaven actually protects shielding up that Kanto Marowak because it has so much energy. Now coming back in with the Scissor, doesn't even matter, not even needed. Bullet punch down, back comes in that Unova Sunfist, but there's still so much charge attacks to go through.
Yeah, there's just so much to work its way through, and Ash is going to let his Unova Sunfist go, recognize that Rockhaven likely won this game on the lock-in screen because his prediction was just so good and so dialed in.
That's what I love about this game too, though. Even though this is a show 6 pick 3, it's also a mind game of how is is my opponent going to play out these games? Being able to call and catch that Credilli lead with a Shadow Scissor just put Rockhaven continually in that forward front position, and he didn't let up the gas the entire time.
We saw Scizor, we saw Shadow Cantamarowak, and Goodra there from Rockhaven. Are there any Pokemon in your mind that really stand out that could have maybe core broken that team? I mean, the first thing that comes to mind for me is the Azumarill against the Cantamarowak and the Goodra. There's a ton of play for the Fairy and Water type.
Absolutely, but in that same breath, though it does have such good matchups, both of those Pokemon have charge attacks that can hit back into the Azumarill. We have that Shadow Scissor that has Trail Blaze, and we also have Goodra that is now being able to run Thunder Punch. And since Dragon Breath paces so quickly, you can get a lot of damage off before Azumarill can even pace to a charge attack.
This is also another caveat. You talked about the prediction game being a very important facet of Pokemon Go. I think that also the development of the series is super important because now maybe Ashnas has recognized certain picks are stronger than others, but Rockhaven is probably one step ahead thinking, oh, I know exactly what my opponent's going to do. Let's jump right into game number 2, everybody. This is game number 2 getting started with Furret versus Azumarill.
This is going to be a little more neutral, bulky Pokemon here on the side of Rockhaven, using that Azumarill, just pacing up a little bit slowly. The Trailblaze will be able to reach first. No Protect Shield used on the first one. Rockhaven knows it's not even close to being able to knock out, and none of these fast attacks are going to be doing too much damage to this Fairy-type Pokemon.
Yeah, look at that. Sucker Punches are not same type attack bonus, and they are resisted, so this Azumarill can hang in here all day long if it wants. But the bad news is that it can't get a KO with one charge attack, so it's got to be efficient and throw the Ice Beam here.
Ice Beam thrown, no Protect Shield used on that side of the Furret, and now this is when it gets a little bit more tricky because a second Trailblaze is being thrown. This is going to boost the attack even more. Still not quite enough to knock out the Azumarill, but a Protect Shield used here could put Ash and Ash in a decent position, but it's not. Opting to let this go down, getting that Azumarill just out of the picture.
Yeah, I think Ash and Ash is trying to get some energy leverage and give up switch advantage in the process. Brings in the Annihilate, gets 2 counters for his trouble. And it looks like with the shields up, Rockhaven decides to go in with the Corviknight.
Corviknight paces so quickly to these air cutters, it's going to be able to do some nice, meaningful damage into the Annihilate. But Annihilate, with 2 shields to hide behind, is now boosted even more as this first Rage Fist goes through, and these counters are just packing a punch.
Yeah, I think Ash and Ash is going to look to keep this Annihilate in the battle. He uses the first Protect Shield on the initial air cutter, which you would think maybe it doesn't do too much damage. Maybe Annihilate can tank it, but I think that Ash and Ash wants that health advantage on his side.
Going ahead, and the air cutter number 2 coming through, getting the second Protect Shield. At this range, since it's no Rage Fist was being thrown, we might see an aggressive counter down, but it looks like an immediate pivot into the Goodra, and now going for another Rage Fist, getting that Protect Shield because an Ice Punch would do a nice amount of damage. It's already been boosted once, now the attacks are being boosted twice.
And keep in mind, this Goodra only needs 9 Dragon Breaths for that Aqua Tail, and after that fast attack damage, is going to threaten it, trying to catch the Aqua Tail, but Rockhaven knows, he sees it coming. In comes the Azumarill, and Ash and Ash is going to be forced to absorb this super effective damage.
Rockhaven with all of the attacks, he knows what he wants to do here, just charging up a ton of energy, super effective damage being thrown into that Azumarill on the side of Ash and Ash. Ash and Ash has no Protect Shields left. He's got to start making some big moves here, getting this Goodra off the field, but Rockhaven still has 1 Protect Shield to hide behind.
You can calculate the damage here. 1 more Thunder Punch plus the Dragon Breath will probably do it, but swapping into the Corviknight. Here comes Rockhaven. He's got 1 Protect Shield, and he's got this Corviknight to absorb a charge attack. What a pristinely timed swap there, but the undercharge gets a couple more bubbles for Ash and Ash.
Ash and Ash needs to be very careful here. He knows that this Goodra has so much energy, and at this point, going actually for the Ice Beam, and the Rockhaven has to use a Protect Shield here, but you can see the pained expression on Ash and Ash's side.
Well, here's the thing. If that Annihilate is close to the Ice Punch, he might still be able to win this game. Oh no, he's actually a couple counters away, and because he's forced to swap in, he's going to absorb this damage. Ash and Ash knew what he needed to do to win, but just could not execute it in time. Thunder Punch connects, Annihilate goes down.
Rockhaven is essentially that rock in the middle of a stream saying, you're going to have to play around me because I am here, I am ready to win, and I know that I want to be making day number 2. That's exactly what he does with this clean 2-0 sweep in the winners finals.
Very well said, Amanda. A little bit of poetry here in motion.
I'm a poet and I didn't even know it.
As Rockhaven takes the 2-0 victory versus Ash and Ash in Las Vegas. I agree with you completely. I feel like Rockhaven was just like, he wedged himself in there. He knew what he wanted in terms of matchups, and he just did not allow Ash and Ash to find an opening.
Well done.
I mean, congratulations to him advancing on. We've had so many competitors so far who have already made it on from that winner's side of the bracket. A lot of names that have been pretty well known. We've seen throughout the circuit. We've had Rise to Occasion, Dunebug, Out of Pocket moving on, Rockhaven now being able to make it on in that series as well.
Let's talk a little bit more about the teams before we move on completely. No Bastion from Rockhaven in that series. No Shadow Talonflame from Ashton Ash. But I feel like he made the most of what he had. I think the Shadow Annihilate and the Azumarill was probably Ashton Ash's best answer to Rockhaven, and Rockhaven probably knew it too, and that's why he was able to outplay it.
I think, of course, if there's a Pokemon like Bastiodon that just has such a good hard counter win, but also such big hard counter losses, you really have to take a risk and decide, is it going to be playable or is it just bench pressure? But Rockhaven had such flexibility with the Pokemon that he ended up choosing that it was like a much more fluid dance rather than, oh, I just hope that I get the alignment.
Exactly, and you know, I'll say one thing. I don't think that Ashton Ash had a particularly bad team. I thought he had a lot of play. Just game one, Rockhaven's predictions were so good. He knew exactly what Ashton Ash was trying to do. And then game two, even though Ashton Ash made those adjustments, Rockhaven was just a step ahead with the swap, with the catch, with the timing. He knew exactly how to execute that win condition.
He was very patient there. Didn't just throw the attack when he had it, just charged up a little bit of extra energy. Wanted to make sure that his attacks weren't being caught on anything, and also that catch of his own of the Ice Beam onto that Corviknight was just sealed the deal for him there. You saw it on Ashton Ash's face. The dream of winning that just crumbled right then and there.
I will say, if you are competing at LAIC next weekend, you got to keep an eye on our Goodra trainers, because Goodra is going to be a very viable Pokemon in that limited format. I think the Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch combination is so good. When you're up against, I don't know, a Runarigas that's throwing Rock Tomb, I think you'd much rather be a Goodra than you would rather be a Gyarados or an Altaria. So keep that in mind, everyone, and maybe take some notes.
And if you're speaking of taking notes and you want to compete at LAIC, you're already in that meta. We did a little pre-show before this where we were talking about different Pokemon. Will had a really great Goodra drawing, so you might want to go back, check that out when you have time. But in the meantime, let's talk to someone who is actually a really good Goodra user. That's Rockhaven. He's there with Wholesome. Take it away.
Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, that's right. We just saw an incredible Goodra victory from Rockhaven, and he is punching his ticket to day 2 here in Vegas. First off, congratulations. Give me some initial reactions with how you feel.
I feel pretty good. This team, I've been like sticking with it for a long time. It's actually, I wouldn't say like it's like top meta teams, but it definitely has some like pretty meta mons there, and I'm pretty, like personally feel pretty comfortable with that. And right, I'm very happy that I made day 2.
Well, I think one of the Pokemon that stands out on your team, we didn't get to see it in this most recent series, but it's the Bastiodon. A lot of success here in the 2026 season. Tell us how it's worked for you so far this tournament and why you think it's been a strong pick for a lot of trainers.
So for me, so when I was like doing the team building, I already like locked in Scissor and then locked in Corviknight, which makes I'm like super weak to all the fire types out there. And I was just trying to think of like a Pokemon that like can punish all the fire types out there. That's why I choose Fasty. It ends up work pretty well for me, but definitely like some mind games, like when to bring it and when to not. So yeah, it's a very, I wouldn't say fun Pokemon, but if you are like winning with Fasty there, it's pretty fun.
Win hard, lose hard for sure. One other Pokemon I'll ask you about is the Goodra. We got to see a lot of success, especially in that game number 2 there. With the rework to Dragon Breath, we're seeing a lot more Altaria, not as much Goodra. Why is Goodra such a strong fit for your team?
I just feel like Goodra is the better Dragon type there. Actually, I've been trying to bring Goodra to a regional ever since like the Worlds last year. But then Goodra is just kind of, sometimes it's just like very hard to bring or very hard for me to keep building. But right now with the Dragon Breath, like the energy gain more quickly, I feel it's the time for Goodra to shine.
All right, well, quickly, any shout-outs that you want to give before we toss the break here?
Yeah, I want to shout out to all my teammates from Cool Cats. And also, I want to shout out Medium Folian. I want to shout out TT Ghostmakers, who helped me with all the team buildings, who give me, like, try to encourage me, give me confidence. And then I also want to shout out to my girlfriend. She's not in the venue right now, but she's with me in Vegas this weekend.
Well, thank you again, Rockhaven. Congratulations on making day number 2. We're going to kick it over actually to Butters. He's got an interview with Firestar. Let's get some insights.
Welcome, trainers. We're here at the Las Vegas Regionals, and I am joined by one of the breakout stars at the 2025 Pokemon Go World Championships. Firestar 73 is a trainer that placed #1 in his region, #7 overall, I believe. And now that it's been a couple months since the end of last season, how have you soaked that in, that amazing accomplishment?
Genuinely, it took me a while to even feel like it was real. It was still feeling like a dream. Everything, all the people I met at Worlds, etc. It was just such a memorable event for me. It's going to be with me forever for sure.
And as a breakout star, I just want to ask a couple questions about you. So how did you get started in Pokemon in general?
Oh man, this goes way back. I was younger. I started playing Pokemon Emerald when it first came out. Favorite Pokemon main series game. It was amazing. And as soon as Pokemon Go came out, my family was into it. I was into it. Next thing I knew, PvP was coming out, and I knew this was something I wanted to compete in.
And when did you get started in PvP?
PvP, I got started, I believe, Season 2. I didn't have anything built. My first Pokemon was a Heatmore. That Pokemon was really bad. But, I kept climbing. I kept getting more Stardust to build more things, and slowly but surely kind of revamped my setup, made sure I had Pokemon that could play in the metas.
And you started off with a good start, to be honest, in Charlotte in 2023. I believe also you got 7th place in that tournament. So how was the start of your championship series Pokemon journey?
Absolutely crazy. I didn't expect to come in and just perform to the extent I did. I still look back on it in a little bit of a surprise because I was like, I expected to kind of go 2-2. I was saying it to a lot of my friends like, hey man, I don't expect to do super well, but I want to kind of start working on this, make sure that I can get into this Play Pokemon series since I knew it was something I'd be interested in.
And how would you describe yourself as a trainer? What kind of play style do you prefer? Just overall, how are you as a trainer?
That's a good question. I think overall I'd have to be on the aggressive side for a Pokemon trainer. I struggle with slower Pokemon. I need a Pokemon that can exert pressure, damage, force shields, and set me up for success in the back line.
And how did that play into your favor at the World Championships?
It played perfectly into my favor, honestly. Typhlosion was a insanely good meta breaker at the time. I was able to pair it well. I was able to use it in both my stream games day 2. And 1 win, 1 loss, 50%. Not bad on the day 2 setup, but hey, I mean, I think I played Typhlosion in the right scenarios, and it really showed up and showed off.
And more importantly, now that we're in Las Vegas, we're in a new season. How do you think that playstyle will fit in this new current iteration of the meta?
This new meta is very interesting. I think there are some aggressive Pokemon that can really set themselves up for victory, like Annihilate, Primeape, the Shadows being, and especially Pokemon like, I think one of the hidden gems will be Shadow Altaria. I think that's going to have some play that people aren't expecting. There's a couple breakpoints that gets that I've looked into. So I think that's going to be more of an aggressive Pokemon than it seems.
Oh, that is fascinating. I love that Pokemon, and I think you have been a hidden gem in the Pokemon Go Championship Series scene, so it's been great to get to know you a little bit better. And since you were 1st place in North America at the World Championships, we're going to have you facing the world champion, Beelzeboy, in a real-life Pokeball throwing competition. But first, let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to Las Vegas, Nevada. We are right in the midst of our day 1 battles. This has been a great tournament so far. I'm Wholesome_, joined by Butters. That was very quick how fast you were able to run back from the stage, by the way.
I'm as fast as the pacing on Rise to Occasion's team. We're back, and Bastion is back. Bastion is moving on in Las Vegas, just as it did in Milwaukee and Pittsburgh as well. It has been on the winning team of the first 2 regionals of this season, won by a trainer who begrudgingly used it in LNDS Steinar. He is not a fan of the Bastion. And then Meteor Fallian, who's known for his Bastion play, and another Bastion specialist in Rock Haven is able to use it with success.
Yeah, he said it was really working well for him. And like he said, when you're winning and you're winning hard, it's a lot of fun. When you're not winning, when you're up against a Shadow Kanto Marowak, maybe not as fun. But you know what else is fun? Is community polls. Yes, that's right. You have the opportunity here via, I believe, the Twitch stream, if I'm not mistaken. You can, oh, I think, is this the results here? Yeah, it looks like we're going to be having Cedric 801 versus former world champion It's Axon coming up here soon.
That is a fantastic choice from the community. I can't wait to see that battle. It's Axon, former world champion, as you mentioned, one of the few trainers with the triple crown, the international champion, the regional champion as well. He had a hot into the end of the 2025 season. Let's see how he picks up in 2026. But first, we got our next matchup. I believe it's another winners finals for Group E. We got Nighttime Clasher versus Habibi. And Nighttime Clasher was actually the Cup champion here yesterday. I believe he defeated Athy in the finals. And he was saying, I got to stop using my team for the tournament in the Cups. But then I always just do good in the Cups, and I want to bring it to the tournament. And once again, he did well in the Cup, and now he's doing well in the tournament.
Yeah, when the backup team becomes the main team, that's the story for Nighttime Clasher. He's trying to do a little deception, but then he feels so comfortable with that backup team, he says, you know what, hey, let's just bring it here for the main tournament as well. We just saw him have a nice 2-0 sweep. He's back. He's going to be facing off versus Habibi EX. I'm taking a look at these two teams here, and there's nothing that's really too striking, but a Pokemon that I feel like we saw a lot early season, but we haven't seen so much this tournament, is Shadow Dustoir.
Yeah, and it's way harder to position now. Obviously, we see a mirror match between the Furret. That's something that you want to avoid at all costs. There are more normal types. I mean, most specifically just Furret in the meta now, where earlier on there were less normal types, so it could have some more success. It's a really great tool, specifically for Go Battle League. You often see trainers use it as a tool for alignment. In the 2 Protect Shield situation, it's almost unmatched in neutral situations against other neutral picks. But it looks like we are locked in. Nighttime Clasher versus Habibi. We got that Shadow Malamar versus the Altaria. Pretty neutral matchup here.
Yeah, that's right. The Shadow Malamar is, it still paces very quickly to these charge attacks. Now with Foul Play especially being a little bit lower energy compared to a couple seasons past, it is just so spammy. But don't discount the fast attack pressure from Psywave either.
Yeah, the Psywave is doing fast attack pressure. The Dragon Breath is not doing that much pressure. So now suddenly you're going to be put in a position where you're probably going to Protect Shield on that Sky Attack. And it's clunky because you definitely cannot Psywave down before the next Sky Attack is available. So you either have to commit energy or pivot, try to swap maybe into a Unova Stunfisk to resist. No, actually the first pivot from Habibi into his Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, I think you just go for the superpower here maybe. Oh, try and catch him move maybe. But yeah, no, actually instead just brings in the Furret. Furret obviously has a nice matchup here. But what's interesting, Butters, is this now sets up a back matchup that's the reverse of this. It's your own Unova Stunfisk into Habibi EX's own Furret.
Well, yes, the backline was actually a mirror. Both these trainers had the Unova Stunfisk and the Furret in that backline, but Habibi showed his Stunfisk first, was met by the Furret. So it's the same teams except for the Shadow Malamar and the Altaria. And both of those Pokemon do have energy, but the Shadow Malamar has way more. But remember, there is one Protect Shield disadvantage for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, that's right. I think Nighttime Clasher has 2 Foul Plays / superpowers loaded as well.
Oh, so it's actually even, sorry. Even Protect Shields.
Even Protect Shields at this point, but don't discount any of the energy that both trainers have. Habibi with his Altaria, as well as 2 superpowers loaded on Nighttime Clasher's Shadow Malamar. Down goes the Unova Stunfisk. This Stunfisk is actually getting decent value here from Habibi.
And I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out no shield by Habibi here. Can you get the Psywave down before another charge attack? I don't think you can get the Psywave down either. Do you want to commit energy? Yes, actually committing energy. Doesn't want to give his last Protect Shield up in this battle. And suddenly you have to waste all of your energy on that Unova Stunfisk if you're Habibi.
All right, well, just the Stunfisk remaining for Nighttime Clasher once his Malamar goes down. There's nothing that's just going to immediately knock out this Malamar, so it should be able to reach another charge attack. Will you try and go for a catch here? No, Nighttime Nighttime Clasher are actually going to just be throwing the safe foul play.
Well, it gets the last protection of the battle from Habibi, but the problem is you're kind of in a negative situation with that Unova Stunfist matched up against the Furret because you're taking super effective damage from this Trailblaze, but you do have that Protect Shield advantage. But remember, I think Habibi almost has a Flamethrower banked on that Altaria and obviously could swap into it at any moment as well. And if you start throwing Mud Bombs here, that is risky. We are seeing the Mud Bombs from Nighttime Clasher. If Habibi could catch one of these on the Altaria, that'd be huge.
I think that Habibi is currently 4 Sucker Punches away from the Swift. It's 4 away from the Mud Bomb as well. Will we have a charge attack priority? Will we see a catch? Okay, actually, Habibi just throws 1 above. This will take the second Protect Shield from Nighttime Clasher. Is there a combo play potential here, Butters?
And all of these trainers, no, actually, Nighttime Clasher doesn't have his timer yet. So now suddenly, are you going to try to throw? No, actually went for the swap here, but through the discharge. This is really smart because you want to, in case there is a swap, throw the neutral play, but it's not enough to knock out the Furret. Do we see a swap on the Swift? Simul swap, but it's a swap. Altaria into Malamar. Can Altaria farm down? Yes, Altaria can farm down, and he is the Flamethrower banked.
That's right. Is a move loaded on the Unova Stunfist? Doesn't matter because here comes the Flamethrower. This is going to be neutral damage. It's going to be enough to knock out, and Habibi is going to take game number 1.
And even if you were able to throw that charge attack, remember, there was a Swift still available on that Furret. Well done by Habibi there. Pretty much mirror teams except for the lead Pokemon. Altaria for Habibi and Shadow Malamar for Nighttime Clasher. I actually thought that the Shadow Malamar was going to get a lot of value because it banks so much energy on that swap out. But you mentioned it. A key point was that Say Swap Unova Stunfist put in a lot of work.
Yeah, it really did because you're thinking to yourself, okay, Nighttime Clasher has a great response, the Furret, super effective Trailblazes, but with Habibi willing to invest in that Unova Stunfist using a Protect Shield, he was able to get a ton of value out of it. It's so tanky that it's able to hang on very easily versus 1 foul play, and despite that not really being a positive matchup, with that investment of the shield, it was able to do a lot of damage everywhere else.
And as we move into game number 2, how does either trainer deal with that core of the Furret and Unova Stunfist? They have kind of similar teams. They both have the Shadow Scizor. They both have the Altaria. They have the Furret, Unova Stunfist. The steel types are different. On Nighttime Clasher side, he has the Corviknight, and then on Habibi's side, he has that Empoleon. Then obviously a key difference is that Shadow Dust Snore as well, which seems kind of unplayable in this situation, because if you match it up against Furret, it's probably game over.
Yeah, what's interesting is you're mentioning those 2 Pokemon. There's one Pokemon that does very well versus the Furret, and that's going to be that Corviknight, but it has an abysmal matchup into the Unova Stunfist, so very alignment dependent. Butters, take us into game number 2.
And it looks like it's going to be the same exact line for Nighttime Clasher, having that Unova Stunfist, the Furret in the back, the Shadow Malamar in the front, and it's the same line from Habibi, but just ABA didn't run it exactly the same, decided to take the Unova Stunfist out the back, put it in the front line here.
We have not seen Nighttime Clasher throw a single superpower yet. It has only been foul play, so I'm curious to see if he goes for a little different strategy. Okay, Habibi actually immediately throwing this the second Mud Bomb. Does this get a Protect Shield from Nighttime Clasher? Yes, it does.
It does. You can't waste all that energy for Nighttime Clasher. Almost at 100 energy here as he throws that first foul play of the matchup. Habibi is thinking about it, thinking if he needs to use the Protect Shield. There are 2 attacks waiting for Habibi. Does he throw him back to back here? No, he's actually going to farm up a little bit more, try to throw right before the discharge, and he does so.
Yeah, and this time it is the harder hitting superpower. It's not enough to knock out, but it will do a bigger dent into that Unova Stunfist. Comes through, and do you throw right away? Do you overfarm a little bit? Quick swap by Nighttime Clasher into the Furret.
And it looks like you're going to be able to bank double Mud Bomb or double discharge there as you swap into your Altaria, but you allowed that Furret to get a lot of energy here. Obviously, you can't ramp up with that Trailblaze. It's going to be double, not very effective into the typing of the Altaria, but you already have the back-to-back Swift. But the thing is, once you back-to-back Swift, and maybe if you Protect Shield a Sky Attack, you're already back to your own timer.
Yeah, that's right. With just how fast these switch timers are now, it just allows for a lot of flexibility and creativity with these trainers doing like combo plays when you can swap out with a charge attack, and then before you can know it, it's ready to go again.
And it looks like he's going to throw the Swift. He has back-to-back Swifts, but I wouldn't be surprised. Is this going to do enough to knock out the Altaria here? How much health does it have remaining? It is not nearly enough. And here comes the swap, trying to catch a Sky Attack, and does catch a Sky Attack into the resisted Unova Stunfist.
You can see Nighttime Clasher looking up, saying, hey, did I just do that? Yes, you did. An incredible play. Could be a game-changing play. Resisted Sky Attack damage. You're going to be able to farm up a little bit of energy, but now comes the Furret. With an energy advantage, this matchup is not as bad for the Unova Stunfist.
And actually swaps into the Furret, so he's switch locked. He can't make a combo move, because remember, Habibi does have double Mud Bomb banked on his backline, but he can't reach it right now because his switch timer is still over 30 seconds remaining, or probably actually, sorry, about 20-something seconds remaining after this, so he can't do the combo play.
He also has a little bit of energy on that Altaria, and I think he might even be able to get to one more Sky attack if he's not taking a lot of fast attack pressure either. So this is going to be interesting to see how Habibi unleashes the remainder of this energy across all three of his Pokemon.
I think Malamar had energy as well. The timer is up for Nighttime. It's almost this charge attack priority onto the Swift here. Habibi is shaking his head, putting Nighttime Clasher in a difficult position, actually just lets this go, wastes all this energy on his Stunfisk. Now suddenly he has to clean up this entire back line, gonna throw his own Swift here. I think he has 2 charge attacks, so if there is a Protect Shield here, does he go for the combo play? There is a Protect Shield, does he go for it?
Okay, let's see, is the energy locked and loaded? Not quite, but Foul Play is now loaded, able to get the, no, not the super effective superpower. Foul Play is enough to knock out. You don't want to debuff yourself here, but Habibi has 2 charge attacks on his Stunfisk. I think he's in the driver's seat right now, Butters.
Unless he's in range of 1 Psywave, he's gonna win this battle. I don't think he's in range of 1 Psywave. There's a Psywave, no, actually coming in with the Altaria here and actually knocking out with the Altaria, so that will secure his victory. Here comes the swap, and then here comes the first Mud Bomb. But wait a second, he threw it into a Sucker Punch. Now the shield happens, now the Sucker Punch goes through. I think this knocks out the Stunfisk.
No, I think it hangs on. Yeah,
oh,
it hangs
it
on.
does.
Yeah, I think what happened there was with a little bit of a delay in the swap there, he'd already taken that Sucker Punch damage.
Yeah.
The HP that we were seeing was after that Sucker Punch, so he was able to barely hang on. Those back-to-back charge attacks, it seemed like forever ago that he built that energy, but it was the last moment of the game that he unleashes it, and that, I mean, that is Pokemon Go.
Yeah, it felt risky there in the in-game because as soon as you had the opportunity to just back-to-back, when you know a fast attack cannot sneak through, or actually in the situation against the Malamar where it's a 1-turn fast attack, maybe gonna do a little bit less damage than that Sucker Punch, but actually bank the attacks and banked a victory, and now he is moving on to day number 2. Congratulations to Habibi.
That's right, and what that means for Nighttime Clasher is he's going to be moving down to the loser side of the bracket, so he's still got another chance to punch his ticket to day number 2. So I'm very excited to see how he's going to do in the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher had success with this team, not only in the Cup, but so far in this tournament run as well. And one of the most consistent trainers out there. He had this really long streak of top cut. He was pretty much Mr. Day number 2 in my eyes, because every time he competed in a tournament, he was getting the day number 2. Now he's on that loser side of the bracket, and he has 1 match victory of securing that day number 2. But Habibi beat him to it.
He really did, and I just think the energy management is what was so key, especially in that game number 2. I think that he just really showed that his patience in being able to unleash the energy in the most meaningful scenario is really what was the difference maker in that game number 2. So congratulations to him. He did quite well there, especially in that game 2.
Yeah, and especially knowing that these team compositions were essentially identical with the Furret and the Unova Stunfisk backlines, or in game number 2, it was a little bit mixed up, but the only key difference was the Shadow Malamar and the Altaria. And it just felt like Nighttime Clasher was almost getting what he wanted from the Shadow Malamar, but he just couldn't really sink his teeth into that battle to have the success that he wanted.
Well, I'm excited here, Butters, because our next matchup is going to be our community choice. Oh. It's going to be Itzaxon. He's going to be facing off versus Cedric, 801. And I haven't seen too much of Cedric before, but I think we know Itzaxon very well.
Oh, we do. A Triple Crown champion with the regional, the international, and a world champion. He will be up next. I was trying to take a little glance at the team, see if there's anything crazy. He does have the Shadow Dusknoir that we just saw from Habibi. Is a Pokemon that doesn't seem as strong in this current meta, but you know who has an awesome team. I took a little peek at what Cedric had.
Yeah.
And he has a Hydreigon lurking.
I don't think I've ever seen a Hydreigon in the competitive series whatsoever. We've seen plenty of Zweilous, you know, we've seen some Guzzlord and things like that, but Hydreigon, yes, it had a community day, it's an interesting pick, but I don't think we've ever seen it on stream.
Let me tell you, its pacing is incredibly fast.
Oh, yeah?
It has Dragon Breath now that generates more energy than the past, and has Brutal Swing. So you're able to get to those Brutal Swings crazy quickly. It has Dragon Pulse also for a harder hitting attack. I believe Dragon Pulse got a little bit stronger as well in the last meta change. So it's not Shadow too, which I've had a little experience playing Shadow Hydreigon, and it doesn't last very long. So now that you have the same exact typing as the Guzzlord, just a lot less bulk, but you have a lot of amazing pacing.
Well, speaking of pacing, speaking of energy management, we want to hear from Habibi. We've got Speediest Chiefs standing by with Habibi EX.
Looks like we just had a breakout moment from Habibi X. Honestly, man, I was watching you play. You're up against Nighttime Clasher, one of the best and a very talented trainer. I saw that you did not look phased at all. You were in your zone. You executed beautifully. Tell us how it felt to play against someone like Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime's really good. We've like known each other for a long time, but never really battled at one of these. So having the stream match, I definitely was nervous, but you just gotta like not show that, I guess. I'm glad that you couldn't tell.
No, I couldn't tell. Your poker face is perfect, which, you know, sensibly, it works for Vegas. I will say that game 2 was so close. Sucker Punch coming through, double Mud Bomb on the Unova Stunfisk. What were you thinking? Did you think, oh, I've got this, no problem, or were you nervous?
I was thinking whatever he had in the back, just got to save this energy. Stunfisk, I like to call him Pancake. We both had pancakes, and like the energy just went everywhere. So I just had a feeling it would come in handy in the end, and I'm glad I was right. Yeah.
I recognize your trainer handle, but I feel like in certain metas, trainers excel. Do you feel like this is a really good meta for you? Do you feel comfortable?
I think I've been more comfortable with previous metas, but it's growing on me a little bit. I like at first I wasn't really into like Corsola, but I'm digging for it a lot more than Corsola. I'll say that, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Habibi, you've done great so far. Is there anyone you want to shout out to? Anybody you want to thank for your success?
Yeah, shouts out to BTW, faction. Shouts out to Flash. Shouts out to the Inad tourney. Shouts out to Layla for hosting me. My friends, you know who you are. Jake, Athy, Ray, Nick, Alex, Nathan. There's so many people. I'm really happy. Everyone helped me get to this point. It's the best I've done, and I'll just see how far I can go.
It's something I noticed about all of our Go players. We always have so many people to thank. It's such a community-oriented game, and we have so many more battles yet to go. So Habibi, best of luck in your upcoming rounds. We're going to head back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Speedy. And you always love to see those breakout performances, right? You see a trainer make it as far as he has ever done. And those specific tournament runs are some of my favorite because it's really not easy improving over time and getting better, as also you mentioned all these other trainers are reaching this higher level bar as well. So to see the personal journey of these trainers to just keep getting better, keep chiseling away, and then finally have that success, I love those stories, so congratulations to Habibi.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great great feat to witness there versus Nighttime Clasher, an incredible trainer. We did want to take a look here at the floor matches as well. I don't know if we still have those ones queued up. I know our trainers are still getting ready on stage here. Let's quickly take a look at these floor matches, Butters.
Oh no, Beelzeboy, the world champion, went down to Chris 0-2 there, and I believe he was on that loser side of the bracket. So Beelzeboy is your previous season world champion, but he has been eliminated in his first ever North American regional.
Yeah, he was bringing the spice for sure, but Enhoff was able to take a 2-1 victory there. We're going to go through these quick, guys. We had Elam lose to Chen Yu in the losers round, so that means that Elam has been eliminated from contention here in Las Vegas. Chen Yu, however, seems like he's going to be making it on to the potentially final stage of losers there.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you're in losers round number 7. So you're either in the losers semifinals or the losers finals at that point. So you're either 1 or 2 match victories away from day number 2. Elam has been knocked out. So we're seeing some top trainers that have gone down here. But we've also seen some top trainers succeed earlier on. Rise, Out of Pocket, Dunebug, all these trainers that we've seen over and over again in North America. And you can't forget the world champ himself. It's Accent on stage right now. We got winners semis. So the winner of this will not move on to day number 2. They'll still have to go on to winners finals.
It just blows my mind that we're in winners semis with a Hydreigon and Ninetales core that we're seeing from Cedric. So very clearly, Cedric's having some success with those Pokemon. It's very interesting. I kind of want to look at how that Hydreigon specifically is going to match up. As long as it can avoid that Wigglytuff, I think it at least has some respectable play across the rest of its Axon's team.
And you know, the fact that it can resist the payback from the Corviknight, it won't be terrible against the Corviknight. Obviously, the fast attack pressure from the Dragon Breath will be resisted, but it's playable into that matchup. Double Air Cutter might get close to knocking out, but it looks like we're just going to be in the battle number 1. We got that Shadow Dust Norm because there is no normal type, only that dark type from Cedric, and Cedric has that Shadow Prime Base. It's actually going to stay in this matchup, going to try to reach for a Rage Fist.
Yeah, just throwing the Rage Fist right away on 8 turns. As soon as he reaches to Cedric, a Protect Shield from its Accent. It does do a significant chunk, especially with a Shadow Dust Noir. Quick swap out now, though, from Cedric, bringing in the Ninetales. There's a pretty nice answer hanging out in the back here, but I think that its Accent a little surprised. Maybe wanted to throw some energy earlier on, but Cedric's going to be able to reach his Weather Ball.
Shocked at how risky this is. The Weather Ball does go through, chunks into the Dusknoir, and actually no swap here. It looks like Dusknoir is just going to try to bank up as much energy as possible so you can have that for the backline because you're not threatened as much, but once you take a Weather Ball, an Overheat plus Weather Ball is going to get close, even knocking out this bulky Dragon type. Overheat hits really hard.
If I recall correctly, Weather Ball did get a little bit of a buff, but with that amount of damage, it certainly doesn't feel that way.
Yeah.
This is the non-Shadow Altaria as well, so keep in mind, it's not going to be taking that extra 20% damage that the Shadow variant would.
And it's also the non-Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
True.
So actually that Overheat plus Weather Ball pretty much did nothing, but it allowed Cedric to get back to his timer. Now he's into the Primate here, but he already has to give up a Protect Shield. Now he has to get back up to energy to the Ice Punch. The timer is almost available. The Sky Attack is almost available as well. If his action's counting, which you know he always is, he's gonna no-shield this Rage Fist.
Yeah, ABC always be counting for its action there. The Rage Fist does not knock out. Sky Attack is loaded. This is gonna probably take away the second Protect Shield. I think Cedric wants to protect this boosted Primate. Let's see.
And if he lets it go, he does just let it go. And there's so much energy on the Shadow Dusknoir as well. The Ninetales is going to be coming in. Swap combo move into the Shadow Punch here. That's probably going to be enough pretty much to knock out this Kanto Ninetales. And remember, there is a Cradilly in the back. If that Cradilly has Acid, it's not going to have an easy time farming down this Dusknoir either.
No.
It does have Acid. This is just brutal for Cedric.
This is tough. I think he can just get to double dynamic punch here for its action. Honestly, this is what makes the Dusknoir one of the stronger ghost types in the meta, is that it does have not only ghost type damage, but it has, for those normal types that may normally counter ghost, it has the dynamic punch fighting type attack.
Exactly, and to counter those dark types as well. That's why it's so strong in Go Battle League as well, because if you safe swap it, you can usually get a Protect Shield even in a negative situation, but that was definitely a negative situation, and its accent was able to take full advantage. We have another trainer gambling here in Vegas with that safe swap of the Ninetales. That's kind of hard to do, especially against a team that does have two answers. You have the Altaria and you have the Unova Stunfisk that can do quite well against it as well.
Yeah, not to mention the Cradilly as well that can, yes, you're taking neutral damage from it due to the dual grass and rock type, but those rock tombs are going to really threaten to knock out as well. I mean, there's obviously some play for that Ninetales, the Wigglytuff, the Corviknight, but I think it's a better Pokemon as a response rather than as a safe swap, perhaps.
Yeah, and maybe the better safe swap would be that Shadow Primate. The thing to look out for is there is a Wigglytuff on its Axion's team. This is kind of against the normal playstyle that its Action shows in these tournaments. I don't really remember him playing a fast attack pressure Pokemon, but remember, Charm does generate more energy since the change of this season, so you can get the charge attacks faster. It's not as much of a fast attack Pokemon, but definitely a different play style from Axon than we're used to.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's Axon, I think, is a trainer that no matter the meta, he's definitely analyzing it. He's definitely studying it. He's trying to figure out what's going to be most optimal. And I think a lot of these picks are just very strong Pokemon. The Altaria, the Corviknight, the Cradilly, the Unova Stunfisk. But that leaves him with, okay, where do I get fast attack pressure from? Shadow Dusknoir and the Wigglytuff.
You know, a pattern that I noticed is I believe Out of Pocket and Dunebug and its Axon all have that Wigglytuff. And now we have a battle of the dragons here as the Hydreigon makes it into the battlefield here in Vegas. Look at the pacing here, but look at the damage they are taking from the Dragon Breath, trying to get all the way to a Dragon Pulse to try to at least threaten the Protect Shield.
Yeah, that's right. You do get to the Sky Attack just before you're able to reach the Dragon Pulse, so that's going to be a bit of an advantage for its Axon. Now it may come down to some baits, though. Will Cedric go for these Brutal Swings, or does he try and want to, launch that hard-hitting Dragon Pulse? Looks like the Brutal Swing.
In an uncomfortable situation for Axon, actually lets it go. The might of Hydreigon in Axon is unfazed here. Another Brutal Swing is available and actually going to try to swap onto the Sky Attack and bank all of that energy that was successful. Unfortunately, didn't get to knock out that best buddy Altaria from its Axon.
Yeah, okay, a nice catch. We like to see it. I think its Axon may rebank a little, or no, he was super low HP. Just brings in the Shadow Dusknoir. He's going to be able to resist all of these acids, and, well, you may end up using your Protect Shield on one of these Rock Tombs. I mean, he's in a really good position here to farm up a lot of energy. He doesn't even need to shield this.
He doesn't. And Shadow Dusknoir in general is bulkier than you would expect. So able to soak up that damage, no problem, and the acids aren't threatening at all. So just able to soak up so much energy here. This Shadow Dusknoir is just ramped up here. Gonna be able to knock out with the Shadow Punch. Cedric, once again, has that Kanto Ninetales in the back. There is the Altaria with almost no health, so it's gonna be definitely, actually coming in, trying to get a Protect Shield, and effectively does get that Protect Shield from Dusknoir.
Yeah, I think that Saxon recognizes that he does lose charge attack priority, so no reason to throw it. Go for the free Astonish instead. Don't forget that Altaria still hanging out in the back as well. I'm curious to see if Saxon just stays in to throw debuffed damage, or if he actually swaps into the Cradily so that he can start going for some debuffs himself with only one remaining Pokemon on the side of Cedric.
And it's going to be Kanto Ninetales versus the world. And the problem for Cedric here is there's no Pokemon, so you can't really throw in Overheat and debuff yourself because you can't swap out and clear that debuff. So It's actually knows that. He knows he's not going to instantly debuff his Pokemon, so he lets that Weather Ball through.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really hard position to come back from when you don't have that Pokemon to clear your debuff, and when you're also going to be now having to face the Shadow Dusknoir that still has energy, still has HP. This is a super, super uphill climb for Cedric.
Yeah, tough matchup here for Cedric. The Kanto Ninetales is going to get a Protect Shield here, but there are 3 Pokemon remaining for its Accent, and there is almost a Rock Tomb available. Will it be on Charge Attack priority to the Overheat? Actually, it will be on Charge Attack priority. Will this be enough?
I think that it's going to be close to knocking out. I think we're at, what, a single stage debuff right now? Hangs on with 1 HP. That's got to be discouraging. Cedric says, I gave it my best. I tried to knock you out. But then you'd still have, what, a 3-stage attack debuff trying to knock out the next Pokemon? It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, that would have been a 2-ball flex, but now it's a 3-ball flex from its Accent, comfortably taking that 2-0. Remember, this is the winner's semis, so its Accent is now going to be in the winner's finals of Group H. Cedric, with the Spicy team, with the Hydreigon, with the Kanto Ninetales, is dropping down to the loser side. Cedric, a trainer that I think has been more West Coast based through his tournament experience, was 9th place in Salt Lake City. So if he can put a string together, a couple of match victories here, he could make day 2 here in Vegas.
I'm rooting for him. I gotta say, you know, you like to see the spice picks. When you bring the Hydreigon and the Ninetales, I mean, Ninetales has had some success. You know, the Weather Ball and Ember, we can call them buffs, right? That's encouraging, but that Hydreigon, you know, certainly gonna root for that. So we'll have to see how he does in the loser side of the bracket. But I think that was that consecutive 3-ball flexes from its Axon? I want to say it was.
I think so. It was just a tough positioning for the Shadow Kanto Ninetales in particular. Remember that game number 1, he safe swapped it and then met the Altaria. And then that game number 2, I feel like it was on the back of that Shadow Dusknoir. Shadow Dusknoir is a Pokemon that we've seen been fringe in Championship Series. Obviously is a mainstay when you're playing Go Battle League, but I feel like its Accent is playing that Shadow Dusknoir really well. He is prioritizing it. He is trying to maximize his value with that Dusknoir.
Well, let me ask you this, Butters, because we talked about ghost types, and right now I think it's primarily the Galarian Corsola, which has maybe been trending down a little bit. The Shadow Dusknoir, of course, we see. What happened to Dusclops? Because that was one of the top brings for so many trainers all throughout the 2025 season. We haven't seen it at all this season. Where is it?
And funny enough, it's actually positioned well. If you look at the PvP David team that we've seen, it obviously has the Altaria, it has the Unova Stunfisk. That's matchups that you would like that ice-type coverage, right? It's specifically against that Altaria to be double super effective and to have that coverage versus the Unova Stunfisk. I mean, Furret is what was like top 5 or top 6 here in Las Vegas, so you have to deal with that. But the fact that you can have that Ice Punch coverage, I think it does have play in this meta, but it's gone. We don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm trying to think, where are the Pokemon that you're really getting your Ice-type coverage from these days? I mean, we were not seeing a lot of Lapras or Dugong or Pokemon like that. Do we have a strong Ice-type in the meta right now?
You know, yeah, Lapras, it's crazy how much it fell off since the World Championships. We saw it in the arena in Anaheim be a really strong Pokemon, and here is that top usage. Furret was actually number 3, but the answer to your question is you're not getting any Ice-type coverage besides the fighters. If you have Annihilate with an Ice Punch or the Primate with the Ice Punch, that's the only Ice-type coverage we really have in this top meta.
And it's wild to me that we've seen tons of Primate. We haven't seen a lot of Annihilate, so maybe a little bit underrepresented. Maybe it was 18.6%, Butters. It's just out. Maybe number 13 on the graphic, right?
Yeah, when you have so many Pokemon that are close in usage, that will happen. I mean, I don't remember a tournament that had the number 1, 2, and 3 be 40%, 30%, 30%. Usually it's 2 of the Pokemon being 50%. And remember, we're just off the heels of 80% day number 1 in Milwaukee. It is literally dropped by half here in Vegas, and looks like we actually get to talk to the world champion itself coming up soon.
All right, I'm looking forward to that very, very much. I think that we're going to go ahead. Actually, I think it's ready to go. Amanda, do you want to take it away with its accent?
You know what, Jim? I absolutely do want to take it away with its accent here. A name that's synonymous, I would say, with PvP almost nowadays. Its accent. This was the winners semifinals. You're into the winners finals. How are you feeling for this competition?
I feel kind of dirty. I brought a Wigglytuff on my team, and I'm going to be honest, I haven't used it yet. I'll use it if I need to. I brought it because it has good coverage. But, you know, I'm happy with the tournament so far. I just hope that Wigglytuff isn't going to be my MVP at some point.
All right, well, I have to hold you to. Maybe that won't be the point. We saw that you were playing against a Hydreigon. There's been a lot of different dragon-type Pokemon in this meta. Which, in your opinion, do you think is the most viable?
Man, you know, I brought regular Altaria myself. I've seen some people run Shadow Altaria, and I'm kind of sold on that. I kind of wish I had that locked in right now. But I think Shadow Altaria is pretty cool. I think one pick that I didn't expect to see a lot of, but I saw a lot in the EU region, is actually Vilas. That I feel like is another really good core breaker. But I think there's a lot of good dragons. It's hard for me to say which is the best. Hydreigons, it's cool. I don't know if I call that one the best, though.
Well, you did just mention Europe, and I know that we were talking. I said, I'm following you to, you know, the North America. When are you going to follow me to Europe? What is your schedule looking like for the rest of this season?
Well, next week I got LAIC coming up, so I got like back-to-back weekends here. For sure, I'll be doing Seattle, I'll be doing Houston, and then probably maybe a couple of others that I'll figure out when I get there.
All right, well, before we let you go, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, big shout out to my teammates, all my friends. Big shout out actually to my sister, who today had to fight Beelzeboy in the loser side of the bracket. So, you know, congratulations to her for going 2-2 at the tournament. It's her best performance actually ever, so she's pretty happy about it. And to my mom, who always supports me for these, so yeah.
Very, very cool. Yeah, I mean, Beelzeboy, our former world champion. We have a former world champion. We could potentially have a new Las Vegas champion coming up tomorrow. We still have so many more battles, so we're going to get right back into that action.
Thank you, Amanda, and nice to hear about the favorite Pokemon of its accent, Wigglytuff. He feels a little dirty using it, similar to Steinar. LNDS Steinar brought that Bastion, and obviously he won with it. He didn't feel good about it, but if it works, it works. And if you're holding that first place medal, it's going to feel good at the end of the day. And a feel-good story to its accent sister, who faced Beelzeboy. We didn't quite get the world champion versus world champion matchup, but it was a little adjacent to that.
Yeah.
The sister of the world champion then went 2-2. Congratulations to her for her best performance yet.
World champion adjacent. I like that term, Butters. We're going to kick it over to the stage. Just like Amanda said, we've got more battles for you. We're looking to bring you a couple trainers that I think we see very regularly on the tournament circuit. We're going to be having Stud Muffins facing K-Pine. Two trainers that have had lots of success, but I believe both of them are still looking to get their first regional victory.
Yes, they are. Stud Muffins first impressed me personally in 2025 LAIC. He got to 9th place there, and you know how stacked LAIC is, and it was a North American trainer really making a name for himself. I think he was one of the best performing North American trainers. I think Out of Pocket and Dune also did well, but he might have been 3rd in that Latin American International Championship. And then right after that, he got 3rd place in San Antonio. I think he's at another top 5 as well. So this is a trainer that has reached great heights, but like you mentioned, has not yet been a regional champion, has not been in a grand finals yet. So can this be his day? I think he's running the exact same team as PvP David, which I know I've mentioned a lot, but it seems like the influence from Europe is very present here in Las Vegas.
Let me ask you this, Butters. Do you think that, we'll say, copy-pasting a team, is there validity to that? Is that a recipe for success? Or do you think that people are kind of over-rotating their teams to react to the success of that team and it's just setting yourself up for disaster?
It's hard to say. You know, it really depends on the current meta that you're facing it in. If you predicted it correctly and the meta here in Las Vegas is almost similar to the European meta, it's well positioned. But if there is any shift, you could be a step behind. Maybe that step behind is the small, subtle changes that some of these trainers have made. This is the original copy. Let's see how it plays out versus K-Pine. We got the Shadow Scizor lead into the Grey Dilly. Devastating for K-Pine. Instant swap. Oh, look, there's a Dedenne on the team, but decides to swap into Feraligatr.
All right, well, you've got a great response here from this Furret. You do get knocked out by 2 Hydras, or I think it's very, very close to knocking out this Furret. So that's still something you have to watch out for, but certainly you're in the driver's seat as Stud Muffin, double resisting these Shadow Shadow Claws and also hitting for super effective with your Trailblaze.
Yeah, the Trailblaze is going to go through. It's going to be super effective, like you mentioned. I don't think it's quite enough to one-hit knockout, but it's going to chunk into this Feraligatr, and just a couple more Sucker Punches will do it. Can you get the farm down before the Hydra Cannon? No, you can't get the farm down. So now this is really close. And Stud Muffins wants to keep the alignment. That's smart. Shadow Scizor into Cradily will be impactful, but this means that K-Pine now has a Protect Shield advantage for his backline Pokemon of Dedenne, and I think Dedenne in the back can sweep here.
I think so as well. We were talking about how we haven't seen many other electric types besides the Unova and Stunfisk, which seemingly is everywhere. Dedenne, though, is a Pokemon that does have a lot of potential, especially behind 2 Protect Shields. When it can ramp up its defense, it can be such a strong Pokemon, and it has a big typing advantage versus Stud Muffin's team.
Oh, actually going for the bait here, and it's called by K-Pine here. Gonna go for the Swift, and remember, or actually, sorry, I want to point out, this is a Bullet Seed Cradily. Most Cradilies in the current meta are running Acid, but K-Pine, I believe, because he might be quite weak to ground types, he's actually running the Bullet Seed to be a little stronger against ground types.
Yeah, smart observation there, Butters. What's interesting, though, is now you are a little bit ahead in energy. Yeah, look at those bullet punches. My gosh. Absolutely chunking. And yes, now there's going to be a little bit more defense from this Dedenne, but still these bullet punches are neutral, and you're going to get your offensive boost right back up. It's essentially going to be neutral again.
Yeah, and there is the Protect Shield into the Trailblaze here. K-Pine is just going to commit everything into this Dedenne. There's no Protect Shields remaining for Stud Muffins. Does he try to swap on the Parabolic Charge? No, he doesn't swap on it. But remember, Sand Attack is going to be super effective into this Dedenne, and you will be able to outpace the Air Cutter before the next Parabolic Charge is up. But K-Pine, he's getting closer and closer to his timer. Can he get to his timer before the Air Cutter? No, he can't quite get there, but he gets the Parabolic Charge.
Yeah, Parabolic Charge will come through. This is super effective damage. You are double defense boost, soon to be triple defense boost. You're trying to hang on versus these Sand Attacks. They are super effective. You're only 2 Bullet Seeds away from the Rock Tomb. Will you throw the Chuck Stick? He doesn't throw it.
Oh no! A crucial misstep from Stud Muffins. He lets this Rock Tomb through.
I can't believe it. I think he just had to knock out that Cradily and would have been able to Sand Attack all the way down. I think he was trying to get to 2 so that he could just back-to-back. But unfortunately, I think he may have lost track of the energy on the Cradily.
Wow. And it's never over.
It's
really
never
isn't.
over until it's over.
Especially in Vegas, luck can be on your side. And K-Pine stuck it out and really caught a huge break there. Stud Muffins getting a little bit greedy, trying to overfarm to probably, I think you're right, get the back-to-back Air Cutter, where really, as soon as he knocks out that Cradily, he could either win with Sand Attack or outpace, get to an Air Cutter and knock out that way. But tough break. But K-Pine, new life. Now he's up 1-0.
Yeah, that changes everything, right? You go from being in a situation where you're on the back foot, trying to pivot, trying to figure out a path forward that you have to win 2 consecutive games, to now you're only 1 game away from making it to winners finals and being just 1 match away from day number 2.
And it's interesting also, K-Pine is running double Fairy, running the Tinkaton and the Dedenne, especially in this heavy Altaria meta. That's an interesting choice. You just mentioned how if people are just copy-pasting teams, how is that going to work out here? I feel like this adaptation from K-Pine is kind of smart, especially with the prevalence of PvP David's teams and Altaria in general.
I'm curious to see how K-Pine responds, because that was Stud Muffin's game to win, basically, right? And I think that Stud Muffins was playing very well up until that moment. So I think that he still has a path to victory here, but he really needs to lock in for this game number 2, avoid the mistakes that he made in game number 1.
And remember, he had an awesome lead. He had that Shadow Scizor into Cradily. Once again, he has an awesome lead.
My.
He has the Furret into Feraligatr. K-Pine looks like he's just going to play this out because there's no obvious swap that you want to go into against this Furret because you're kind of ABA weak to it with the Shadow Dusknoir in the back.
What's interesting to me is that we saw how strong that Dedenne was. It honestly looks still very strong into Stud Muffin's team. He did not bring that Unova and Stunfisk to be that main answer to that Dedenne.
Yeah, Dedenne in the back with shields could have a lot of play once again, but there is that Shadow Scizor in the back, and we saw how much damage those bullet punches do. And now suddenly you're going to take that. This 0 Protect Shield situation of the Furret into Feraligatr is not terrible for Feraligatr. Stud Muffins gave up Protect Shield in game number 1. Does he double down in game number 2? Yes!
Yeah, he does. And fortunately for him, he may be able to realign this Furret into that Shadow Dusknoir at some point. I wonder if this is going to bring out a Protect Shield. No, it's not. K-Pine going to take this chip damage, but I think this sets up the Shadow Scizor very nicely now, where it's going to be in a situation where it can actually do a lot of fast attack pressure as well.
And you brought up the viability of the electric types in this meta. I do like the Fairy subtyping of this electric mouse right here to be able to resist those sucker punches. So if any electric type does have potential, it might be this Dedenne. Dedenne right here as he lands the parabolic charge, boosts his defense by 1 stage, and it has to be the Scizor coming in, right?
It has to be the Scizor. You do not want to have your flying type versus that electric type. Yes, you do get to this parabolic charge. This may even force the second Protect Shield from Stud Muffins. You're going to be able to get to these Night Slashes pretty quick. I think K-Pine, though, is just going to be swapping out to his Shadow Dust Noir. You no longer have the Furrow, which was going to be your main answer, but if you can strip away a Protect Shield here with this Night Slash, it may set up that Corviknight to sweep.
Yeah, but 2 shield Shadow Dust Noir in the back with Furry out of the way. There's a lot of play here for K-Pine. Gonna Protect Shield on this Night Slash. Do you get a boost? We don't get to see it. There's a swap out in the Corviknight. You're gonna try to land playbacks, but do you go for those air cutter baits? Going for that dynamic punch, which just does slightly more damage than that Shadow Punch, which is the same type attack bonus.
Yeah, a little bit more efficient is this dynamic punch. You're gonna need 2 charge attacks to knock out. I think that you're only gonna need a Shadow Punch after these Astonishes. Stud Muffin's not even building up to the payback, simply trying to get off any damage that he can with the air cutter. Will K-Pine let this one go? No, uses the protection.
He really thought about it because that air cutter, actually gets the attack boost here. Wait, didn't throw. And now K-Pine pulling a Stud Muffins.
Pulling a Stud Muffins, that's right. Yeah, opting to not throw the energy when you had the energy. So we're a little bit perplexed here. Still hangs on though, quick swap
Another boost.
Another boost, can you farm all the way down?
Oh
Yes!
my goodness, the Sand Attack double attack raise, and now swap into the Scizor 1 bullet punch Stud Muffins. What is this matchup?
All right, Butters. You know what? Stud Muffins will say a little bit of a punt in that game number 1. K-Pine, I think, had some flexibility how he could have played that out in that game number 2. But what that brings us to is a decisive game number 3. These trainers need to lock in because this is, this is a significant moment for them. This is them going to winners finals, or this is them getting punted down to the loser side of the bracket, having to then go win many, many, many more matchups.
I know you're an NBA fan. This is a little ball don't lie. I feel like Stud Muffins was meant to win that game number 1, so it's all even how it should be. I think Stud Muffins should have won game number 1, and K-Pine should have won game number 2, but it doesn't matter. It's 1-1. Who cares which order they won it in?
All right, we take a deep breath here, right? This is that moment to have a mental reset, okay? It all comes down to this. It's even Stevens right now. You just need to win 1 game. The most important battle of your life is this battle right here, and you just need to lock in.
And the key strategy for Stud Muffins is both of these battles, he's won the alignment, and he's given up a Protect Shield to do so both times. In both of these games, K-Pine has used the Protect Shields for Dedenne to try to close in the back.
Yep.
Are we going to see a repeat of that in this crucial game number 3? This is the winner's semis. It's not winner's finals yet, but you're so close to day number 2.
I'm curious to see if we just see like a total heel turn and pivot, and just, we see the Tinkaton, and we see the floor just come in, the Altaria, just stuff we haven't seen at all, and just say, you know what, I'm tired of this Corviknight dictating whether I'm going to win or lose based on attack boost. Let's go for something more consistent. We'll see.
And maybe the Stunfisk in the back to try to counter the Dedenne in the back. We'll see. I think we're about to get locked in. It's the decisive game number 3. We're winners semis, Group G here. The winner will move on to the winners finals. Stud Muffins has a top 3 performance, but wants to get to another day 2, wants to maybe get to a finals. Can he do it? Can he hold on? And here it is. There's that Pokemon. It's the Dedenne. It's K-Pine in the lead versus Shadow Scizor.
Look, we're in Vegas. He got to roll the dice. He's bringing the Shadow Scizor and finds a relatively favorable lead. Yes, you are going to be doing only neutral damage, but with how strong Bullet Punch is as a fast attack, you're doing a significant amount of damage. So Stud Muffins will invest the Protect Shields and probably throw the Trailblaze here once he's able to reach it.
So I'm really interested. He does go for the Trailblaze. Another strategy is baiting here and then throwing the Night Slash on charge attack priority and then soft losing the ones. But you see these back lines, alignment's going to matter a lot. So it actually might be the case that Stud Muffins is going to double shield through this matchup. That's what I'm predicting. There it is, the double shield. He's trying to bullet punch through. He's trying to keep that alignment.
And now with this extra defense, you kind of have to swap out. Otherwise, you're going to have a full farm down, which translates to tons of energy. Okay, this is a tough spot here because now you have to use your Protect Shield as K-Pine, and you're going to have to throw energy. I don't know that you can just Shadow Claw down.
And remember, the Scizor's not debuffed. Oh, there's the swap into the Stunfisk, but you got an energy advantage for K-Pine, so you're going to be able to get to back-to-back Hydra Cannons before double charge attack is available for Stud Muffin. So I think actually this Feraligatr is going to be able to knock out this Stunfisk before the Stunfisk can knock out the Feraligatr.
Enough of an energy advantage, I think that you're right, that he's going to be able to knock out, but we have to keep an eye on those back matchups. Butters, what is the bane of Mud Slappers?
Flying type Pokemon, and we have a flying type in the back with the Corviknight. It does have steel subtyping, so a little bit better for that Gastrodon, but that's a tough backline matchup for K-Pine, having that Gastrodon in the Corviknight. That's why Stud Muffins wanted to double down, get that alignment here. What does he come in with? Looks like an instant pivot. K-Pine was clicking on Dedenne. Now he's actually going for the Gastrodon.
Yeah, and only 1 second remaining brings in the Gastrodon, and Gastrodon immediately met by the Corviknight as well. This is not going to be a good matchup. You can at least go for these neutral water pulses, and Mudslap being such a strong move, it's not like you're doing nothing, but this is a tough scenario here for K-Pine.
And can he get back to his timer? If he can't get back to his timer, I think he's helpless here. The water pulse does land. There's going to be a payback coming through. Do you even throw a body slam to make sure you can get back to your timer? Your only win condition here is to swap on the second charge attack of this Corviknight, but I don't think you have enough time. You're actually probably going to be able to get to the water pulse before the payback, and then if you can swap, but no, actually going for the air cutter. This isn't enough, though.
I don't think the air cutter is enough. I think you want to throw the air cutter first, then the payback for that chance to boost. Again, yeah, it's not enough. Can you sand attack down?
Swap.
Tries to catch, actually, and does get the bullet punch.
And now everything is in Studmuffin's favor. He has that bullet punch. He has all the power he needs. The fast attack through this matchup. K-Pine is going to come in with the Feraligatr. Is he going to try to swap? No, he just gets overwhelmed by the bullet punch damage. And now suddenly there's going to be a charge attack after one more bullet punch. And Studmuffins is able to take this 2-1.
The power of Scizor overwhelming its opponents. Able to just bullet punch through this Dedenne. Able to hang on versus these Shadow Claws. Able to take down the Gastrodon. Game number 3, Studmuffin says, I'm not going to repeat that game number 1. Great play in that last game, and he wins the series 2-1.
Congratulations to Studmuffins. I still believe Shadow Scizor is the strongest Shadow in this meta. You mentioned it before, when there's not enough fast attack pressure, it can just roll through the back if it's not threatened, and it was rolling through the front too. It was chunking through that Dedenne, even though there was a double defense boost, double shield it, use it in the back, close the game. Studmuffins advances.
Yeah, Scizor don't care. That's just how it is. You know, he's just going to punch its way through all those matchups. Doesn't matter if it's resisted like versus the Gastrodon there. Just needed to do a little bit of damage. And just like you said, with the absence of fast attack pressure, just thunder shocks for the most part is what we saw the fast attack pressure for. There was no real way for K-Pine to actually neutralize that Scizor. Maybe if the Gastrodon had been aligned there, it would have been different.
Well, small sample size, but we do have an answer to the question of, does it work to just copy paste the team, or does it to put your own imprint on the team? I'm not saying that's the theme for the entire event, but Studmuffins took that team from PvP David. He played it exceptionally well, was able to take down the creative team from K-Pine in the end with going with the overwhelming power of alignment, getting that alignment in most of these battles. I think every single battle he went into a Protect Shield disadvantage to maintain alignment, and that worked out in the end.
It was interesting too because he brought the Unnovan Stunfisk in that game number 3, seemingly to be a check to that Dedenne, which K-Pine was bringing in all 3 games. It never even found that alignment, yet it was still able to get some decent representation, decent play into that Feraligatr.
Yeah, had that Corviknight in the back expecting the Gastrodon. I think he shook his head a little bit when he saw that Gastrodon in the back, but wow. It has been awesome here in Vegas so far. There's been a lot of EU influence in this tournament, but there's been some new picks as well. We have some of our top trainers that have succeeded, gone into day number 2. We are going through these winners semis, winners finals. We're getting into the later group stages, and then remember, after this, a lot of trainers you might not have seen yet are going to be on that loser side, still has a chance in that coveted day number 2.
Yeah, I'm super excited. You know, you mentioned top trainers and that just we haven't seen a lot of them. One of the trainers that we did see a little bit earlier for some of the floor battles was Avinov. I don't think we've seen him on stream just yet, but for those that don't remember Avinov, let's take a little look through his trainer journey. We'll be back with more battles.
My friend Charlie, she got me into Pokemon and she doesn't play anymore. I'd been into Pokemon my whole life, but I'd never actually picked up Pokemon Go. I picked it up 2 years after everyone else.
And of course, we've got Avinov at the top there, the regional champion.
First starter I picked in the first Pokemon game I played, Pokemon Platinum, Torterra. Such a cool Pokemon, great design, best grass type, and overlooked Pokemon. Yeah, I love Torterra. For a long time, I was hesitant. Like, should I take part in PvP? Am I good enough? Am I cool enough? Going to tournaments with like fellow Chicago locals, seeing them in person, battling in person, bonding, talking, having a good time. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for those tournaments back then. And I will always remember in my first big tournament win, sitting in my dorm room in the middle of COVID, no one around me. I told myself, if I can win this tournament, I can surely do bigger and better things.
He competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Avinov.
I'm in a transitional phase of my life, just graduated college. So I told myself, push hard this season, qualify for Worlds, and then one last hurrah. Now that I've done it, I have to kind of recalibrate my goals for the rest of the season, I guess. Portland definitely is maybe the biggest notch in my belt, but a lot of boxes ticked, you know. Wanted to do it for like India and for Chicago, wanted to qualify for Worlds. I feel like I proved not just to the world, but to myself that this is something that I'm really good at and that I should continue doing because I'm one of the world's best.
So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
It's a very emotionally charged experience playing this game because, you know, things happen in the flash of a second, and in a completely non-Pokemon context, I've learned about who I am as a person, what makes me happy, what makes me sad.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion.
I'm on a faction or like a team. We're called the Chicago Stars. And our captain for the longest time was a trainer called Barnabas. He sadly passed away recently due to cancer. And I have so many great memories playing in-person tournaments with him for so many years. And one of the biggest reasons I've grown into who I am right now.
Hello trainers, we're here with some pro trainers sharing some pro tips because we have a very special event this weekend. It's the global release of Wild Area. It's gonna be November 15th and November 16th, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. local time. There's gonna be Gigantamax Grimmsnarl debut, Shadow Darkrai, special backgrounds, and my favorite, there's gonna be mighty Pokemon spawns which have an extra chance to be XXL or huge. I love when that happens. So, first off, what is your pro tip going into a weekend like this, which is a huge event in Pokemon Go?
I think the biggest thing to realize is that when you start the event, the left-hand side of your menu will always have collection challenges or ways to get extra Safari Balls. Making sure that you take note of those and figure out a way to complete them as soon as possible is the easiest way to maximize on how much you're able to throw the Safari Ball at the things that you want.
Fantastic trip. All right, thank you, trainer. All right, next trainer, what is your tip?
All right, this is very important because you can use a charge TM to TM away frustration from your Shadow Pokemon during this event. Also important because there's going to be Shadow Darkrai and Shadow Cresselia, and so you can immediately TM away that attack and you can get something new on it.
That is such a good tip, especially for PvPers. You want to get that frustration TM'd off. What is your trip, trainer?
Don't forget to Mega Evolve a Pokemon, especially a Psychic or Dark type for those Shadow Darkrai's and Shadow Cresselias. It maximizes on your candy.
Fantastic. You definitely need all that candy, especially if you want to get that level 50. All right, what is your tip?
All right, Butters, I got a good one for you. It's about adventure effects. So with your Kyurem Black, if you activate Freeze Shock, it's going to make those mighty Pokemon stick in their spot just a little while longer, makes them a lot easier to catch. So best of luck out there.
Thank you, trainer. All right, we got our last tip right here.
Okay, so Safari Balls make Pokemon drastically easier to catch. So if you want to go and use Dialga Roar of Time, which is also an adventure effect on Origin Dialga, you can use your Daily Incense for longer, and you have a much better chance of catching Galarian birds that may spawn on the incense. So usually they're pretty tough to catch, but I caught one last year, Galarian Moltres, with my Daily Incense. So
I think we definitely saved the best tip for last. That is an awesome tip, especially if you want to get that Galarian Moltres, which is super strong in PvP right now. Make sure to use advantage of all of those tips from the trainers because Wild Area does premiere this weekend. Good luck in that event, trainers, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
It's Wild Area out there, but it is even more ferocious in the venue here in Las Vegas for our Pokemon Go Regional Championship. I'm Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside Will. He is Speedy is Chief too.
I see what you did there. I think the real ones caught it, but this is the City of Lights. A lot of trainers have shown that they are shining very bright on stage so far. We've got a lot of our top cut already locked in, but there's still a lot more to go. We're only about half of the way through the day, maybe a little bit more than that, but I'm really excited to see our next pair on stage as well because our world champ is actually returning to the stage. And you had a chance to interview him, Amanda. How did that go?
I did. He's always someone that's so kind to talk to. He has really good insights. He's a player who's also a content creator, and he's been doing some really interesting stuff throughout the seasons. World champion, regional champion, international champion, and also, I mean, here to play and here to have fun.
I think Axon made a lot of us a Blastoise believer when he won Portland last year, and then he also was able to win NAIC with Araquanid, so he is definitely no stranger to trying out new Pokemon and seeing what works. So I'm excited to see how he matches up against Sceptile Ice, who's a trainer that has really broken through, especially last season, and just showing that he's got what it takes to hang with NA's best.
We'll have to see if he will be able to take on our previous world champion to be able to make it from that winner side of the bracket into day 2. This is the winners finals for day 1. You know what? Like, we've seen so many different Pokemon, and I had a sneak peek. Isaacson did say he felt a little bit, you know, dirty, as he said, playing Wigglytuff, but there looks like there's a Wigglytuff on both of the opponent's team coming up. So we'll have to see if they actually are going to bring it into play.
Let's head over to the stage. Sceptile Ice on the left side of your screen, taking on its Axon, our world champion from season past. But let's check it out. We got Feraligatr. This is a Pokemon that was not on my radar. I'm going to be honest with you, Amanda. I talked about Sandslash. We talked about Primeape. I did not think Feraligatr would be a player, but it's gotten Sceptile Ice all the way to winners finals.
I mean, Sceptile Ice running a team with 3 Shadow Pokemon, so what he's kind of lacking in bulk, he's definitely making up with some powerhouse Pokemon there. You know, there's been certain Pokemon that you wonder, should I run Shadow version or should I run the regular version? It's Axon said he saw a lot of Shadow Altaria and he's maybe wishing he would have brought that instead. Shadow Kanto Marowak, Shadow Scissor, there's usually the only options for that one. But
Agreed.
Annihilate could be either, and it looks like Sceptile Ice is opting for that, a little more power behind the punch.
Yeah, I like the bulk here on Axon's team. I think it's going to give him a lot of chances to swap out, to switch alignments, and try to find an opening against Sceptile Ice's more high-octane team of that Shadow Scizor, Shadow Annihilate, and Shadow Kanto Marowak. Not even to mention the Feraligatr, right? So Axon's got his work cut out for him. These two trainers are getting locked in, getting queued up, and ready to go, but this is such a huge part of competitive Pokemon Go. You alluded to this earlier, Amanda. A lot of this is about team prediction, right? If you lock in a Scizor lead and your opponent leads a hard counter to it, what do? You need to have a game plan for every scenario. So while you see these trainers kind of staring at their phones, they're playing out these situations in their head.
A lot of times that's exactly what trainers are doing. Say, if my opponent leads X, what do I do? We're about to find out because we're hopping right into the battles here of game number 1. We have that Shadow Scizor on the side of Sceptile Ice up against a Corviknight in the sky from its Axon. Immediate pivot by Sceptile Ice into that Feraligatr.
Ooh, switching in Feraligatr. Oh. This is such a clever play by Sceptile Ice. I think he's trying to pull out the Wigglytuff. While Wigglytuff offensively is going to have a dominant matchup versus Altaria or maybe even the Annihilate, defensively it's got a great matchup against this Feraligatr because these Shadow Claws are double resistant.
It's Axon's playing this game, but he's also playing mind games earlier on, saying, oh, I haven't brought Wigglytuff yet. I don't know if I'm going to bring it. Immediate next game, bringing in that, making it pretty tough for this regular Feraligatr to be able to get attacks because those Shadow Claws aren't doing much to this normal fairy.
Axon very happy with how much damage his Wigglytuff was able to dish. Is going to allow the Hydro Cannon to connect. Wigglytuff faints. He brings in the Unova Stunfisk, revealing his 3rd Pokemon already in this matchup. He's going to need to shield a Hydro Cannon as well.
He might need to shield this up, but he might get a really aggressive farm because this electric type damage onto the Shadow Feraligatr might be the perfect amount of farm to come in. And now whatever's going to come in is going to have to take a charge attack. It's going to be that Scissor coming right back in here, maybe trying to catch onto the Altaria in the back, but no, going for that bullet punches. And Sceptile Ice looks like he's not shielding up this Mud Bomb.
Yeah, Sceptile Ice keeping his Altaria in the back. He recognizes that it's Axon led that Corviknight, so he knows the flamethrower is going to be useful, but he's got to use a shield here if he wants to keep his Scizor in this battle. Discharge actually does connect and get the KO.
Scissor going down there. There is Altaria now coming in to face off against that Unova Stunfisk, but its Axon still has a full health Pokemon in the back, just getting up as much energy as possible. Basically at maximum energy, throwing that first charge attack here.
Yeah, just think about it though. You need to land a flamethrower probably into this Unova Stunfisk. You need to shatter that final shield from our former world champion and land 2 more flamethrowers into the Corviknight in order to win this battle. So this is a long flight for for Sceptile Ice to complete if he wants to win this battle.
Discharge number 2 going through there. There's still so much energy, but not so much health left on that Altaria. Going for the flamethrower, like you said, but this is not a Shadow Altaria. This is not even close to knocking out the Unova Stunfisk.
I think that Sceptile Ice is realizing it maybe is a road too far to travel. He's going to go ahead and let this discharge through, and I think that the Thundershocks after this will be able to pick up the knockout. But actually a pivot. Here comes Corviknight. It's so healthy. Its Axon did not break a sweat in this game number 1.
No shield required here, even though this is a flamethrower. It's going to be doing some heavy damage to that Corviknight, but still enough to take it to the skies. Axon takes game number 1.
Impressively done by Its Axon, our Portland regional champion, our North America international champion twice over, as well as our world champion, taking on Sceptile Ice here in Las Vegas. So going into game number 2, Amanda, what would you want to see in terms of adjustments? Because we did see the Corviknight, the Wigglytuff, and the Unova Stunfisk from Its Axon. Are there any sound core breakers that Sceptile Ice could lean on?
I mean, honestly, I thought that the using of that Feraligatr as that safe swap was a decent pick for Sceptile Ice, because getting a little bit of an energy advantage there, you have the potential to throw an Ice Beam at an Altaria or at a Credillia if it was to come in. Hydro Cannon's hurt on almost anything. The only really big thing that negated all of that was the Pokemon that Its Axon brought, and that was the Wigglytuff. But now that he's shown that he's able and willing to bring it, Sceptile Ice might have to rethink that game plan a little bit.
I think so as well. I like the Scizor quite a bit for Sceptile Ice. It's very versatile. It's just one of those Pokemon that we call, shield hungry. It needs it needs that protection against all of these charge attacks, especially in a fast-paced Open Great League meta that we have right now. And speaking of fast-paced, part of me wonders if Its Axon's going to bring out that Shadow Dusknoir, because it completely shuts down Shadow Annihilate, and it can deal so much damage with its Shadow Punch and Dynamic Punch combination. So
I mean, we definitely saw him bring it last round in the semifinals to get him into this position, shielding it up, recognizing that it's also a Pokemon that, what you called earlier, shield hungry. Dusknoir is one that does require a lot of that shielding, but if you look at the rest of his team, I think there's enough bulk on it that none of them really are as aggressively shield hungry as that Dusknoir is.
Exactly. One thing I want to point out is that we've seen a lot of these Cradillia teams taking on Scizor teams, and typically when those two Pokemon meet, it does not go the Cradillia's way. So for Sceptile Ice, he's kind of working in a 6 versus 5 scenario if he can count on that Cradillia staying on the bench. So that kind of narrows things down a little bit for him and makes Axon a little bit easier to predict. Because maybe with no Cradillia, you can run Altaria for Alligator combination. You could do Shadow Kent and Marowak in for Alligator combination. You've got that kind of interplay.
There's big problems when there is a Pokemon like a Wigglytuff on another side, because can you bring an Altaria and a Shadow Annihilate at the same time? It makes things like that a little more difficult. And speaking of finding that, looks like you found it exactly in the lead, and swapping a Feraligatr into a Wigglytuff is not a direct hard answer.
ABA weak to Wigglytuff with a mirror matchup as his best answer. Sceptile Ice caught on the back foot here in game number 2 against Its Axon. Wigglytuff soaks that Hydro Cannon, no problem, fires off the Swift.
Going for that Swift here. Wigglytuff just giving a little small smile, though it looks so cute. It's also proving to be pretty powerful. These Shadow Claws are not doing too much and not even able to get to another. Yes, he is able to get right to another Hydro Cannon, forcing the shield off of Its Axon's side, because I think we're going to see a Charm down here.
Actually massive to get off the Hydro Cannon there, take that shield advantage. This is going to put Sceptile Ice in a position where he needs to bring in that Wigglytuff, revealing his full team. When looking for a Charm down, Its Axon is actually not going to throw the charge attack. This is super clever because he realizes if he throws the Icy Wind too early, he might give Sceptile Ice an additional Charm.
Going ahead now, throwing it. This will debuff guaranteed the Wigglytuff on the side of Sceptile Ice. Sceptile Ice doesn't use the shield. There's still 2 Protect Shields remaining. In comes the Corviknight. A quick swap back out into the Altaria, but now met by the Unovan Stunfisk. We've seen this actually quite a few times. It's not as cut and dry as you would think it was going to be. Even still, the Unovan Stunfisk is going to put up a really nice fight here, being able to throw off these electric type attacks into the Altaria.
This might look tough, but I think Sceptile Ice has a ton of play left. I mean, he's still got 2 shields. He can connect a couple of flamethrowers here onto the Unova Stunfisk. He's got his own Wigglytuff in the back with energy, and we know the sand attacks are going to do basically no damage to either of his remaining Pokemon. So I don't know. Sceptile's got a lot of play. He might need to shield one of these discharges, but he might consider maybe swapping to Wigglytuff and throwing the Icy Wind here. Let's find out.
No Protect Shield used yet on Sceptile Ice's side. Still one Protect Shield on its Axon side. Going for another Discharge here on the Unova and Stunfisk. Sceptile Ice might have to use it at this point if he wants to keep his Altaria healthy. That's exactly what he does. Now they're 1-to-1 shield parity, but we'll have to see how they want to play that out because that Altaria is just ramping up. Energy Flamethrower now coming through.
Shout out to our world champion with that switch timer awareness. Just 1 second to go. It's Axon. Fires the discharge, locking Sceptile Ice in place. But that swap, charge attack priority, simul swap. Wow, Sceptile Ice throwing the Icy Wind.
That is a great combination play. He got a shield earlier, now he's putting the Icy Wind to knock out that Unova and Stunfisk. The Corviknight does come back in, and though those charms aren't going to be doing too much, it's still able to get to an attack. Does he want to use his shield here? No, absolutely not.
I don't think so. I think the Air Cutter is going to come through. The question is, do you get a charge attack on the Wigglytuff? It might just be Swift. He hangs on through it, and the question is, will this a resisted Swift plus Altaria's Flamethrower be enough?
Chip damage is impactful, though it's not going to be enough to even knock that Corviknight down to the yellow. It could be those little minuscule mounts that needed. There's almost that Flamethrower ready. There's still one Protect Shield left on Sceptile Ice's side. Uses it now. Altaria is basically one Dragon Breath away from the Flamethrower.
This is going to be a nail biter. Air Cutter gets shielded up. The Corviknight gets the boost. This next Air Cutter will absolutely KO, so Sceptile Ice needs the knockout here. He needs Altaria to show up big.
It's going through. The Flamethrower is not enough. It's super effective damage, but even still, Air Cutter is reached at the last second. 1 HP and a dream.
Clutch shifting into the next gear. It's Axon takes down Sceptile Ice and a nail biter that is so reminiscent of the grand finals that we saw in Milwaukee. Corviknight surviving on just a pinch of HP, clutches it up for our world champ.
The narrowest of margins, it's Axon takes it into day number 2 on that winner's side of the bracket using a very powerful Pokemon, maybe his favorite Pokemon of the tournament, that Wigglytuff.
You're kind of planting that seed right now, right? So when he goes back and he watches it,
Axon, sorry.
And, sometimes things just need to be said, right? But Axon's so incredible, and I wanted to say that Sceptile Ice was very much in that series up until the very final moment. If he's able to win that game, we go to a decisive game number 3, and it's anyone's guess what could have happened. I want to remind everyone, Sceptile Ice started that game ABA weak to Wigglytuff, and still almost won by 1 HP.
It was so close of a battle, and it really comes down to those narrowest margins, especially when you have teams and players of this caliber.
Exactly. Very, very tough situation to be in. But as we take a look back at our replay for this game number 2, I mean, it's difficult, man. You've got a Feraligatr basically dealing no damage with Shadow Claw. You've got a Wigglytuff bearing down on you, and Sceptile Ice almost found an opening.
I really like this play by Axon. You called it out earlier, not throwing that Icy Wind too early, even though it would have done a nice chunk of damage. He didn't want those extra charms to go through on Sceptile Ice's side. It really came down to the wire, a lot of back and forth between these two trainers, and Sceptile Ice is still in this tournament because this is the winner's side of the bracket in Group H, and our largest tournament that we've had so far this season in Las Vegas. There's so much to play for here.
I wish we could have gotten a zoom in there on the swap because that was brilliant, right? Sceptile Ice realizes that he can take a one-turn swap into the Wigglytuff, throw the charge attack, take that charge attack priority over the Stunfisk, and if you saw Axon's face, he just kind of smirked. He's like, you know what? Well done.
Look how close that came down to absolute wire. Those two talking, grinning, talking it out, and in the end, it's Axon takes it. Both games, and here's the thing, if you're just looking at it on paper, you see, wow, it's Axon, of course. He just swept that 2-0, but it doesn't actually showcase how close these matches are. A lot of times you even see the games that are on the floor, and you're just reading through the bracket, and you're like, well, oh, they lost, but even still, I mean, that really could have been Sceptile Ice's game as well.
Speaking of Sceptile Ice, I know he's going to continue his run through that loser side bracket. Still has a shot to make it into day number 2. Just needs to win a few more rounds. So I know all of Sceptile's fans will be cheering. Home Slice Henry will be cheering the loudest for Sceptile Ice, though, as he tries to punch his ticket to day 2 in Las Vegas. Like you said, Amanda, it's Axon locking in day number 2. Are we that surprised, though? I mean, he's pretty good at the game.
I mean, like I said it before, his name is pretty synonymous with PvP at this point, but there are other names that are trying to make a name for themselves here. We talked about the players who've been playing on the floor. Let's go ahead and actually take a look at some of them, because these are some featured matches we want to show. Elite, one of our best players, one super well known, against Flywalker, losing to 1-2 to continue on.
I'm hearing clarification from production. It's true, Elite was my pick to make day 2 here, and he is out in losers round 4 by a trainer named Flywalker. So Elite will not be in that top cut bracket.
So you can definitely follow along by using that URL that's at the bottom there, or you can also type in !bracket to see who is all in it. And now just a little bit of salt in the wound here, even more so. But I think so far, Beelzeboy, we also know, has been knocked out of this tournament. Dunebug has made it to day 2. Elite was just knocked out. Ash was knocked down to the loser's side of the bracket a little bit earlier on. Not sure if he's still in it, but it looks like Jim is leading the caster's prediction of most likely to make day 2.
I agree. I mean, like you said, production, we already said it, but production wanted to throw the graphic up. He's like, you know what?
And one more thing, Will.
Throw it up on screen just so we're sure. But I'm sure that Elite will be back in future competitions. Whenever we're on the West Coast in NA, I think Elite, right?
I do too.
The West Coast King, right? He always wins those events. So we'll see how he does in the next one that he competes in. But for now, we are making our way through the bracket for day number 1, locking in a few of our top cut trainers. We've got Group G Winners Finals coming up pretty soon, and I'm really excited to see this trainer, Stud Muffins. He always wears the hat. He's not wearing the hat this weekend.
It seems like the hat always gave him energy before, but he has energy on his own. He's been competing a lot in these different tournaments, and you can also compete in different tournaments or also in local cups and challenges. Go ahead, take out your phone, scan that barcode to see if there is anything near you. It's a great way to get championship points, even if you're not at one of the actual regional events. And of course, this is very important because the championship points are the way that you accumulate to be able to qualify for the World Championships.
Look, everybody starts somewhere, right? And if maybe you're looking at these regional championships and we say there's 200 or so trainers and there's a bunch of spectators, maybe you feel like that's a little bit too big of a stage to start on. Well, you can start with your local cups and challenges, and keep in mind the points you earn count towards those world qualification slots. So every bit matters here.
75 trainers from the US and Canada. There's also the direct qualification for Worlds that are going to that first place finish. Of course, you get 350 points as well. And that matters because not only are the championship points for the world qualifications, it's also a way to be able to get those travel awards to go to the different international championships like LAIC that's coming up next weekend.
That's so important, right? I know a lot of our elite trainers are looking at they're getting in, and they're getting in early, trying to win events or top cut in order to earn that travel award. And I think that it really makes all the internationals feel more international. We've got a lot of Europeans, a lot of North Americans going to LAIC next weekend, which is super exciting because you wonder, okay, I already know that our Jeff is one of the best. Vitorella was in Grands last season. The trainers from Mexico are incredibly talented. But what happens when you drop, I don't know, Aziz Wireless in that bracket? What happens when Colin makes his way down there? That's the big question, and I'm really excited to see how it all shakes out.
Stone Collection leading the EU leaderboard. I believe he will be down there. We just heard it's Axon saying that he will be there for sure. It's definitely a big shakeup. These are people who you would see definitely at Worlds even be like, oh, well, of course, day 2 competitors, or of course, this is how they have the potential to be winning it all. And especially in this new limited meta, very excited to see who are the good team builders, who are the ones that have that extra edge in this special, different kind of tournament.
We did a kickoff kind of segment in the beginning, and if you haven't seen it, don't worry. Just remember this one thing. I was the best artist of the two of us. My drawings were impeccable.
They were something. I will give him that. Those drawings were something. And these two trainers are definitely something for real because they are in the winners finals of Group G here in Las Vegas. We saw Stud Muffins play a little bit earlier on stream. Puffle Guy won. This is his first time this tournament being on stream, running a team of Galarian Corsola, Shadow Quagsire, Fortress Clodsire, Galarian Moltres, and Goodra.
I like the Shadow Quagsire. I'm just going to say it. I mean, something I've noticed about the meta is that before, to start the season, you had Cradilly as basically your only grass type coverage, maybe an occasional Furret, but grass coverage has really kind of spread out across teams. You've got Trailblaze Florges, you have the Trailblaze on your Scizor, you have Trailblaze on your Furrets, you've got Cradilly. There's tons of options. So Quagsire looks good against Unova Stunfisk and the Flyers, but can it contend with the others?
Well, one thing I want to bring out, Credilli was leading the charts here, #1 used Pokemon. Take a look at this winners finals. There's not a Credilli on either team. Stud Muffins is running the team of PvP David 07, who just won the Gdansk Regional Championship. Looks like that has been a really vital team that a lot of people have been opting to use, either 5 of the 6 or all 6 of the Pokemon. And you know what? I'm here for it.
I'm always here to cast some Fortress gameplay as well, so we're going to see if Puffleguy brings out the Steel and Bug-type Pokemon. Scizor gets all the attention these days, all right? But there are other Bug Steels, like Wormadam.
There is definitely Wormadam. Haven't seen it so much in the competitive circuit, but that doesn't mean it's not viable. Fortress, speaking of it, takes the field here in game #1. We have it on the side of Puffleguy up against that Altaria on the side of Stud Muffins, and actually a quick pivot out into the Galarian Moltres.
This is really interesting, and what's also fascinating to me is that Stud Muffins has the Florges in his back line. Florges does not want to see Fortress, and Florges does want to see Galarian Moltres, so why isn't he swapping?
Going ahead, just staying in with the Altaria here. There's still so much energy on that Galarian Moltres, which hasn't even thrown an attack yet. Opting for it right now. Stud Muffin debating if he wants to use the shield, decides not to. This fly will connect. It will put the Altaria nice and low, but not low enough to knock out. Another Sky attack coming through.
Look at the moveset here from Puffleguy. He does have the payback on this Galarian Moltres, which means it can hit for neutral damage against something like a Scizor. That's going to be really important down the line. But the Switch Timer's been going on for so long. Puffleguy's able to reach for the Clodsire now.
Clodsire coming in, but the Florges has a ton of energy now. This chilling water, while it's not going to be doing so much damage, is still going to be super effective, and it does lower the attack of the Clodsire. Very interesting play coming with it instead of the Fortress, but you know what? I think Fortress is hoping it finds some other marks in the back, and it might be able to do so.
I think so as well. Second chilling water gets fired off, 100% chance to debuff every single time. So this Clodsire is now double debuff, throwing the Stone Edge. I think at this range, you're going to need 2. Stud Muffins might even... Yeah, he actually decides to shield here.
Going ahead, shielding up because he knows he will be able to outpace with another chilling water, and he'll also in charge attack birdie, but a dance here coming in with the Furret to this Clodsire who's been completely debuffed. Switch Timer's misaligned, now coming in with that Fortress that we saw at the beginning. Furret's charge attacks are not going to be doing anything to this Fortress here, just boosting up a little bit of its attack now, hoping that those Sucker Punches are going to be putting in some impact.
This is such a curious game. It's like swap after swap and kind of like a domino falling one onto the other. Swift gets fired off. Both of these charge attacks are heavily resisted by the Steel Bug typing of the Fortress, which means that the Bug Bites it's dishing out are going to deal damage, and the Rock Tomb connecting here will deal a lot more damage to the Furret.
Keep in mind, there is a Fly and a Payback, I believe, loaded on that Galarian Moltres. There is a charge attack loaded on that Clodsire, and this Fortress has been able to put in work, knocking out before another Swift is even able to get there, and to pivot back into that Moltres to be able to either knock out the Altaria or take the shield. Looks like it's going for that knockout.
Like you called, it has a ton of energy stored. Galarian Moltres throws the Fly. It's low in energy now. It might not even be able to get to another one because the Florges comes in with the Fairy Winds. We got Fortress and Clodsire and no switch available. It's still cooling down.
Going ahead now, just waiting out that Switch Timer. He did swap in pretty quickly, that Puffleguy, so he now is going for that. Looks like right away going for the charge attack here of the Stone Edge, getting that last Protect Shield off of Stud Muffin's side, but there is so much energy on this Florges. Basically 2 chilling waters almost already loaded, going up. And now, throwing that first one here, does Puffleguy want to use the shield?
I would say, how do you play this, right? Because you know Stud Muffins has doubled. Do you swap now into the Fortress to soak the second one? Or do you just leave it in the back? Puffleguy on charge attack priority, loses that exchange, and Fortress goes first.
Fortress able to knock this out, but it will be energy dry. The real question is, how much is left in the tank of this Fortress? He's almost to a Rock Tomb. Will he be able to make it right beforehand? Yes, he is! Throwing the Rock Tomb into this Fortress. No Protect Shields remaining. Puffleguy taking game #1 with Will's favorite Pokemon.
Florges just unable to find footing here against a Steel and Poison duo of Clodsire and Fortress from Puffleguy. Game #1 looked really tough there for Stud Muffins. Again, we expect kind of quick reactions, decisive plays. It felt like Stud Muffins was not that decisive in that game. I mean, staying in with his Altaria into the Galarian Moltres, I mean, not moving the things around the way we expected. I don't know if you saw what I saw.
And Puffleguy just seemed to exactly know the plan he wanted to have, because even though those Bug Bites wouldn't be doing too much to that Altaria, the Rock Tomb would definitely at least slow it down, but he immediately saw the Altaria, had a different plan in mind, and pivoted out and really won the game. Also, take a look at the little plushies. He's got a Quagsire, he's got a Quagsire, and he's got a Goodra on the stage on his side. His Pokemon are really helping him win this game.
The Goodra that I drew this morning looks exactly like the real thing to everyone. Just remember that.
Woof.
Florges unable to close out the game. And the thing is, when you see your opponent bring both a steel and a poison type Pokemon, does that kind of send a message like, hey, if you try to run your fairy type Pokemon, it's going to get shut down? What do you think?
Shut down is exactly what happened there. Being able to take game number 1, and Studmuffins might have to reevaluate a little bit how he wants to play this out. This is a team composition by Puffleguy that is not seen quite as often, but meanwhile, Puffleguy has had to pretty much go through the team that Studmuffins played. I'm guessing quite a bit throughout this tournament because we've seen many variations of it. Always with that Furret, Unobin Stunfisk, Altaria, Shadow Scissor, and Florges, and then opting for different Pokemon in that Corviknight spot.
Going right into game number 2. Down on the stage, we've got Studmuffins on the left and Puffleguy on the right. Unova Stunfisk finding its exact target that it wants in that Galarian Moltres.
Galarian Moltres actually staying in, just trying to do a little bit of chip damage here and trying to catch. And you know what? Catch successful here as this Clodsire goes and takes this discharge, basically soaking that up, loving that all of this energy was put into that Pokemon. But actually, Unova Stunfisk against Clodsire has a great matchup. I don't blame Studmuffins for staying in for a little bit longer.
Exactly. It's one of those situations that the you swap, I swap, right? You have to kind of avoid that fast twitch and just stick in the matchup because this is probably the best place for your ground type Unova Stunfisk to be if you are Studmuffins. And this Clodsire does have Earthquake, but it takes 2 of them to KO Unova Stunfisk.
I love this play by Puffleguy too, knowing that he's going to lose charge attack priority, doesn't even bother to throw that Earthquake right away, and now throwing after the Unova Stunfisk has let it off. Studmuffins actually protect shields up the Unova Stunfisk, recognizing there's no way he's baiting with the Stone Edge. This Earthquake will do a nice amount of damage, want to prevent that from happening.
This Clodsire might be within Mud Bomb range. This is a true test of Puffleguy, and if he knows his Pokemon, and he's suspecting that he would not withstand the charge attack, so he does use his first shield of the game. He's got the Earthquake cute as well, but maybe waiting on the swap.
Oh!
What a catch by Studmuffins to send out the Altaria.
Studmuffins says, okay, if you're going to catch a discharge on your Clodsire, I'm going to catch your Earthquake on my Altaria. Not very effective, not too much damage, but in comes that Galarian Moltres.
For a same type attack bonus Earthquake, that one barely registered on the Richter scale to Altaria there. Payback getting fired off by the Galarian Moltres takes this Altaria way down into the red.
Yeah, Galarian Moltres took that personally, and it did go for a payback scenario. Did a lot of damage, knocked that Altaria down to the red. No Protect Shield used on the Galarian Moltres here, because even though it's getting quite low at this point, it's definitely going to be able to farm down and come out with some energy of its own to throw whatever comes back in.
Puffleguy taking full advantage of the charge attack intervals on the Altaria, just a bit slower, and that payback, it threatens for neutral against almost anything, but it actually opts for the fly immediately into the Unova Stunfisk.
I wonder if we'll see a quick pivot by Puffleguy because he doesn't want to get any extra fast attacks from that Unova Stunfisk, but both of them simultaneously switching now. That Florges is coming in, but the Clodsire is a little bit ahead on pacing and throws right before the Chilling Water is available on Studmuffin's side. Does he want to use his shield? Wants to get that Florges healthy, goes ahead and Protect Shields that up.
One turn swap made all the difference there. If it was a charge attack party tie, the Florges would have landed the Chilling Water, but Studmuffins realized he was not aligned with the Poison Sting, so he's forced to go ahead and shield. But now the Chilling Water will pick up the KO, and it sets up Florges with a bit of energy to carry into the next match.
Florges has some energy, and there's a very low health Galarian Moltres that's just there for farm. Potentially a swap for Puffleguy later, because this Chilling Water will now debuff the attacks of the Fortress.
It's going to splash against the Steel-type Fortress. Not too much damage there, but the attack dropping is undeniable. It's going to happen every single time. Do we see a catch? Do we see a swap? Oh, goes for it!
Wow!
Puffleguy soaking the Chilling Water, and Studmuffins can only laugh. He's like, my gosh.
He's cleared the debuff, he's got some energy on the Fortress, but can he get through both this Fortress and the Unova Stunfisk in the back? Puffleguy is going for a catch. My goodness, catch after catch after catch in this game. Keep track, everyone. This will debuff the Unova Stunfisk, but it's not even close to knocking it out.
This is the 45-second switch timer. This is poetry in motion, everyone. Seeing all these swaps, that timer has opened up Pokemon Go PvP in a huge way as the Mud Bomb connects. Fortress still has a shield. shield. I think he needs a full bug bite down here, Amanda.
I think that's exactly what he's got to go for. He's going to use his Protect Shield. Puffle Guy wants to keep his Fortress healthy, knows that Mud Bomb was getting him too low. He might have to completely bug bite down to be able to throw a Rock Tomb at the Fortress, which what he was trying to do in the first place. Looks like it will be able to connect because that Chilling Water is one away.
Wow, Puffle Guy with the Fortress and the Clodsire pinning this Florges, and game 2 ends the same way that game 1 did. A Rock Tomb connecting, the Fairy type fainting, and Puffle Guy will go on to top cut.
Puffle Guy, more like Tuffle Guy there. It was impossible to beat him in those matches despite all of the catches of both of these trainers. Rockhaven catching that Earthquake onto the Altaria, still not quite enough to get through this trainer.
It's so funny, right? We've got Stud Muffins versus Puffle Guy, and our casual viewers might be saying, oh, this sounds like it's just for fun, but these trainers are so serious. You would not believe the catches that just happened if you weren't watching the stream. That was back and forth, back and forth.
And you made a really good point, Will, when you said it's because mostly of that 45-second switch time. That is new for this season and just makes for really engaging play. Not only do you have to remember where your opponent is at in energy, you have to keep in mind, oh, if I didn't swap at the same time as they did, where are they at on their switch timer?
A lot of trainers like to say they don't count, right? They don't count the fast attacks, but they have an internal timer. And when you are a competitive Pokemon Go player and there's a massive structural change, like the switch timer being reduced, even by 5 seconds, it throws off your internal timer. That's where scrimming comes in. That's where practice is incredibly important. Going into Go Battle League, pairing up against your teammates and friends, it's so critical to be comfortable with that, because then you can really open up your gameplay. And if you're 5 seconds off, that's like an eternity in Pokemon Go. You do not want to be that far behind.
I mean, speaking of things that are a little bit different too, I want to talk about this Galarian Moltres and the charge attacks that are being used, because I believe it's the second time that we've seen today that the Galarian Moltres is opting for Payback instead of Brave Bird as its other attack. Fly being the one that is mostly common on all of those Galarian Moltres. Why do you think we're seeing more Paybacks?
Great question. I mean, if you are the Galarian Moltres, you recognize that the Fly is going to be resisted by some of the typings that are pretty common in the meta, and you want a hard-hitting, neutral attack like Payback. And the bonus here is that you get a same type attack bonus on both of those attacks, right? If you want to stay in a matchup and throw a Brave Bird, it does drop your defense significantly, which usually lends itself to swapping. But if you have Payback, you've got better endurance, better stamina, you can stay in those matchups longer. And I got to say, a Payback versus like a Shadow Dust Noir, that is not good for the Shadow Dust Noir. So you have that one-hit threat that the Galarian Moltres can bring to any matchup.
I think that is a really good point. Not only does it already have a great matchup against Galarian Corsola as well, like one of our most popular Pokemon, having Payback to really threaten the knockout is something that maybe you guys are interested in using as well. Do you guys even have a Galarian Moltres? I only have one that is viable for Great League.
Skill issue? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Amanda. I know that they don't appear every time on the daily incense.
I mean, I'm going to take Jingle's tip when he said...
Yeah, the Safari Balls?
Yeah, use the Safari Balls and also use that Dialga Roar of Time to be able to pause your daily incense. Better chances, longer chances of getting one of those Galarian birds.
One of my favorite things to look back on is how Galarian Moltres' moveset has changed in the competitive circuit. We saw originally a lot of Fly with Ancient Power, but then Brave Bird was added to the kit. Then we saw Fly Brave Bird, and now we're seeing Fly Payback. We actually saw that at the first regional championship in NA this season, and now it's making a comeback. Payback making a comeback? There's a pun in there somewhere.
Sure, we'll give it to you. Just like we'll give it to you that his Gudra drawing was amazing.
Thanks, Amanda.
You're welcome.
That's like the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Well, I'll try to be nice to you later, I guess.
We have an interview down on the stage. I want to hear from this trainer who just took down Stud Muffins. Let's toss it over to Butters and Puffle Guy.
Thank you so much, Speedy. I want to hear from him himself. Puffle Guy, congratulations. You've made day number 2. How are you feeling?
It's incredible, honestly. This is my first regionals ever, but I didn't expect to come this far, but here I am today standing in front of you, so.
What would you accredit this success to?
I think it just comes from my community in general, the Bay Area community, and of course my online community. Even my local group from school. They don't play a lot, but they're here to support me, and I'm just glad they're here for me.
Well, shout out to the Bay Area myself. And so, how was your first tournament experience? I mean, obviously it's going great, but how do you feel about your first ever tournament experience?
Well, I wanted to try to be a little bit more original. I made my own team just from my favorites. Quagsire, Clodsire, and Gudra. And from there, the rest of the pieces just kind of came together, and then well, it speaks for my performance speaks for itself, I think.
It definitely does, and I love when trainers bring their signature Pokemon and have success with them. Before we let you go, congratulations once again. Do you have any shout-outs that you want to give?
Honestly, just my whole family, and like I said, my local group. I have a lot of practice with them, and it means a lot to me that I'm able to find such a group that I was able to click with, and they've been really supportive, so thank you a lot for everything.
What an amazing story. Popokai, congratulations again. Let's head back over to the casters.
Wow, huge congratulations to Popokai being able to make it to day 2 in his first ever competition. You love to hear stories like this because it just shows that, it's not just people who've been playing the game for a super long time. He found a community within this game, maybe using that barcode or the QR code, and then he was able to actually take that practice and that community and turn it into real results.
I mean, shout out to our content creators, and shout out to our competitive esports team as well for producing all of this content. I mean, at this point, Amanda, over these 4 or 5 seasons, there's probably hundreds of hours of PvP that you can go back and watch, you can learn from. And that's the thing, right? A lot of us start off by watching our favorite players, and then we say, you know what? I can do that too. And they show up to a regional, and as he said, his performance speaks for itself. 2 other trainers that are super impressive though. Let's take a look at LW Josh and Firestar.
And Firestar we saw earlier on the stream. We also had a nice interview with him and Butters, kind of getting a little bit of insight of his play style. But I said it earlier on, I've really been trying to keep an eye on LW Josh throughout this bracket because he's a trainer who really started making an impact this season, being able to do so well in that last regional competition, and now able to be in this winner's final. So if he wins this, he will make it to day 2 in yet another tournament.
This is Losers Finals Group A, as you alluded to, and Firestar actually had an insane losers bracket run at Worlds. So if I'm LW Josh, I'm looking at my opponent and saying this trainer is not going to give up. They've got a ton of grit, a ton of commitment, and they're going to fight as hard as they possibly can to win this series. So there's not going to be any easy victories here.
And you know what? Earlier on when Firestar was playing, he was playing against a team that had an Annihilate and a Wigglytuff, and that Mighty Hyena had not a lot of room to play around, I think. But in this team, up against LW Josh, when there is a Lapras that has Psywave as a fast attack, when there's a Corsola on the other side, I mean, there's definitely some more play, and I think that that's a Pokemon that has had recently a little bit more success in the Go Battle League, and it's really cool to see it have some success here also in Show 6.
The thing I love to say about Go Battle League versus the Championship Series is that in Go Battle League, you don't know what's coming until you see it, right? So maybe Mighty Hyena is pouncing on some of these matchups and really making waves for Firestar, but now that you see it on the team sheet, you see the fast and charge attacks, and you know your opponent could bring it, does LW Josh bring his counters to it? That is the big question in my mind.
I really am anxious to see how these 2 trainers are going to play it out. Winner side of the bracket, there's a little less stress to play for, right? Because you know that you can still have a potential loss. On this loser side, in this loser's finals, this is go big or go home, and we're about to see how they want to play this out. We have a Shadow Talonflame on the side of Firestar up against that Clodsire, and Clodsire is running Stone Edge, and you know what? It's going to throw it right away.
ABA flying strategy here from Firestar with Altaria in the back, but this would be double super effective, so it needs to respect the Stone Edge, as you pointed out, Amanda. I think that Firestar needs to work down this Clodsire. It's such a threat to the rest of his team.
Clodsire looks like not going to shield up this first one. Not only is this Shadow Pokemon that's going to be doing that 20% more damage, it's also running Flame Charge. So now this means these attacks are boosted even more. So now the second Flame Charge is going through, and Josh ends up using a Protect Shield on his Clodsire because he's so close to an attack. And it's really important that you get your timing right here, going for 2 fast attacks before throwing the charge attack here. Wonderful timing by Josh's side.
If Firestar shields here, he will get the Incinerate down. I think he realizes that LW Josh might lose his Clodsire, so he swaps immediately into the Lapras. Now that he's got shields down, he knows the Sparkling Aria will absolutely KO that Shadow Talonflame. So Firestar throwing this attack before that Lapras can reach it.
I actually really like this. He's like, okay, I'm either going to make him throw an attack or I'm just going to see what he's going to do. Gets that last Protect Shield, so now there's shield parity, and Lapras's fast attacks are doing absolutely nothing to this Dark Poison type Pokemon Sparkling Aria coming through.
A lot of trainers might be wondering why Lapras has decreased in usage, and I think it's this right here. Against Dark type Pokemon, the Psywave being double resisted just doesn't add up, and the Mighty Hyena is able to take the Sparkling Aria, throw the Poison Fang, which is going to sting, and then maybe get the Sucker Punch down.
Going ahead and not able to quite go down, but the Lapras is so low, energy dry essentially, and now either Pokemon can come in to start making an impact. The big problem is if it's going to be able to have that Clodsire. This is not a boosted Talonflame anymore. Will Clodsire be able to reach if it's able to get to a charge attack?
What if Josh comes in Clodsire, throws 2 Poison Stings, and then swaps to the Cradily? No, he's just going to come in with the Cradily here and look for an Acid down. No, he swaps anyway! And a Firestar doesn't fall for it.
Doesn't fall for it, but he's able to get this Stone Edge off onto this Altaria, and you know what? So close to a Rock Tomb here, this Stone Edge puts that Altaria about to half health. This might still be a close game.
It's going to be super close. Those 2 Flying-type Pokemon squared up against the Rock Tumor in Cradily. Going to throw this charge attack first. Sky attack from the Altaria will come down. Same type attack bonus onto the Grass and Rock type, but it's going to need a lot of damage to KO it.
Still in the green, Cradily survives there, able to get to a Rock Tomb. The big question is, will that Shadow Talonflame with that Shadow damage, with that Shadow Fly, be able to knock out the Cradily before it's able to reach with those fast attacks?
Firestar throws the Fly into Cradily. This is a Shadow Talonflame. It hits hard, and it's raining down on the Cradily. It connects, Cradily fades, and Firestar takes game number 1.
Firestar showing that star Pokemon with its firing attack, that Talonflame being able to rock out with a Fly. You have to wonder if it was a regular Talonflame, would it have packed that same punch? Would that Fly have knocked out the Cradily?
I don't know. We have some other Talonflame users that are pretty adept at playing that Pokemon. Maybe some of our friends in Europe could answer that question, but for me personally, I think the Shadow factor was the X factor there for Firestar to pick up that KO. You know, Vegas is known for shows, and Firestar says, I bet you're glad you bought a ticket, because I'm putting on a show on stage.
He definitely is. He is a star in his own right, coming in there with that Mightyena into that Lapras. And honestly, like, I love this pick. I only saw it one other time. I saw it last season by a trainer named Slash. He had brought it to one of the, I believe it was Lille or maybe Stuttgart, one of the competitions. But that's the only time I've actually seen it in this Show 6 format.
Yeah, exactly right. It's definitely a little bit unique. Can definitely leave a mark on the opponent. Going into game number 2, Josh needs to make a couple of adjustments. The thing is, look at it this way. He brought his Rock Tomb Cradily and his Stone Edge Clodsire, and Firestar won with a double flying team. I mean, when you throw everything you have at somebody and they still beat you, how do you rebound from that?
And also, it's not that they were pacing so slowly either. Clodsire has a lot of bulk, but it's not like it's a Pokemon that can withstand all of that extra fire damage, that extra Incinerate going through, the flame charges boosting up the energy. It was really good wherewithal of Josh recognizing he would have gotten incinerated down and swapping out, but in the end, just wasn't enough.
Going right into game number 2, Firestar and his Shadow Mightyena are trying to lock in Top Cut, but he's got to get through LW Josh. First, Cradily lead into Shadow Mightyena.
Mightyena up against that Cradily, going most likely for the Poison Fang, which would ended up debuffing. And that's exactly what he's doing. But, you know, notice there, he went up for that crunch first. So this, if it was a crunch, would do a hefty amount of damage. But still, no Protect Shield on Josh's side, knowing that most of the time, people opt to go for that Poison Fang instead.
Great call by Josh. I think Firestar needs to respect this Rock Tomb either way. He might lose his Shadow Mightyena here if he doesn't shield, so he does. Sucker Punches have added up on the Cradily, and I think the Poison Fang will actually threaten here.
Going ahead, you see both of them waiting. Charge attack priority. Poison Fang number 2 coming through. And actually, Josh uses the Protect Shield here because he's at an attack of his own. Wants to either get both shields or get this Mightyena out of the way.
You know what? Firestar says, I'm not giving you that second shield. I'm going to take instead. And he's going to take a farm down here. I suspect Talonflame comes in because that is a really just savory Incinerate target there.
The big problem is with both of the Pokemon in the back for Josh is Sparkling Aria does a hefty amount to that Shadow Talonflame, and Stone Edge would also knock it out of the sky. So Talonflame only has one shield to hide behind, now coming in with the Cradily, and now being met by that Clodsire on Josh's side. This actually puts Josh in a really great position.
Despite the typings here, this Clodsire is actually a solid counter to the Cradily. The Earthquake's deal a ton of damage, and Stone Edge hits for neutral. Meanwhile, you're going to need at least 3 Grass Knots because these acids are triple resisted by the Clodsire.
Clodsire actually opting to go for that Stone Edge instead of the Earthquake, recognizing it would take more than one charge attack to knock out, so might as well go for the more energy-efficient attack there. No shield on Firestar's side. I think he's saving those shields for that Talonflame, but wants to get each Pokemon as low as possible. Grass Knot number 2 coming through. No Protect Shield used on Josh's side. Clodsire just knocked down now to the yellow.
Just a brawl of two titanic Pokemon. They can absorb so much damage and they can dish it right back. Stone Edge connecting into the Cradilly. It's going to put it really low, but it does withstand it with just a bit of HP. In comes Talonflame. Like you said, Amanda, looking for these soft targets after they've been weakened, but forced to throw the fly anyway.
And now I think this is super smart by Josh. He knows he's going to be able to get to an attack. There's only one Protect Shield remaining, and his super healthy Lapras, he's got this Stone Edge already loaded, getting that last shield on Firestar's side. That Talonflame is up in the sky.
Here's the thing, Talonflame has a charge attack, so even if Josh comes in with the Lapras, he might lose charge attack party tie, and he does, but that Lapras is so healthy.
Lapras is able to hold on most likely through this, even though this is shadow damage, even though this fly puts it down low, this Sparkling Aria will be enough, and this is enough to cool off that Talonflame and take game number 2 for Josh.
A lot of things change in Pokemon Go, but water still beats fire here in Vegas. Sidewaves KO in the Cradilly, and LW Josh evens up the series. He says, not so fast, Firestar. You can't sneak in a top cut just yet.
And this is what we love to see. Losers side of the bracket, decisive game 3. Winner of this match makes it into day number 2 in our first ever regional competition in Las Vegas. These trainers have so much to play for. These trainers are getting to be more well known throughout the seasons, and only one of them can move on.
When you have a force like Shadow Mightyena on your opponent's team, I think it does kind of sideline a Pokemon like Galarian Corsola. And you look at Galarian Corsola, you say, well, I can power gem the Altaria, I can deal a lot of Astonish damage across the board, but it's so risky to bring it against that powerful Dark type with Sucker Punch. So honestly, Firestar's kind of playing like a 6 versus 5 in my mind.
And honestly, though, I love the way that Josh played back, saying, okay, if you're bringing that Talonflame, I know that I put in so much damage. I'm bringing 3 Pokemon that I know can hit it for neutral, hit it for actually super effective at other times. So, okay, do your worst. And that's exactly what he did game number 2, taking it from the jaws of defeat.
You're so right, because he brought his Stone Edge Clodsire and his Rock Tomb Cradilly in game 1. That wasn't enough, so he brings the Lapras too. He's sending the message to Firestar, like you just pointed out. If you bring that Shadow Talonflame, I'm gonna check it.
You've only got 2 shields.
Only 2 shields, not enough to go around. Firestar might need to make his own adjustment here if he's gonna overcome LW Josh, or Josh is going to continue a very successful season after finishing in top 3 at the past regional championship. He might be on his way to another top cut. Let's find out.
We'll find out indeed, because this is going to be that decisive game number 3, hopping right into it. Pokemon that we saw earlier by Josh with that Lapras, but now met up against that Unova Stunfisk on the side of Firestar. And this is actually pretty great here. This discharge will do a lot of damage, but that Sparkling Aria will also hit back hard.
Yeah, this is a very volatile matchup. Both these Pokemon get same type attack bonus on all of their charge attacks, so if this Lapras wants to throw double Sparkling Aria, that is definitely a win con. If he wants to hit hard with Ice Beam, it can do that too. Failing on the catch though, reaching for that Cradilly, Firestar doesn't fall for it.
Cradilly now coming in, noticing that there's not really a Pokemon like a Shadow Scissor or something that would really threaten the Cradilly, makes it an excellent safe swap, because no matter what comes in, is going to either get Rock Tomb and lower the attack, or be able to get that switch advantage.
This is such a clever swap by Firestar. He sends out that Corviknight, which might be a little counterintuitive because it is a flying type Pokemon, but the steel subtyping helps it so much in the Cradilly matchup. He knows his opponent's got Lapras, so he knows he wants his Mightyena against that. And as you know, Stunfisk might find a favorable target, but let's see how it all pans out.
Going ahead, throwing that heavier hitting payback. It is debuffed because that Rock Tomb did connect, but now this is still in a pretty decent spot. This Rock Tomb number 2 is not going to be able to knock out, and acids from this Cradilly are not going to be hurting the Corviknight very much at all.
No, I mean, the fast attack damage on both sides, honestly, is pretty negligible. It comes down to the charge attack pressure and the timing. Reaching for the Mud Bomb, Firestar sends out the Unova Stunfisk.
Interesting play here. Usually Unova Stunfisk is not that good into that Cradilly, but when the Cradilly is that low, that's exactly what you need. In comes that Lapras again, and Lapras will have to throw some energy if it wants to knock out this Pokemon. Firestar reaching for that discharge first.
I think what Firestar realized is that without the Shadow Kid to Marowak or that Galarian Corsola, there's no fast attack pressure really on his Stunfisk. He can leave it in, throw charge attacks, and be super, super difficult to get rid of, and he's gotten so much value out of that Pokemon.
Lapras has a ton of energy, a decent amount of health, has gotten rid of that Unova on Stunfisk, but there is a Pokemon that is coming in. Woof, woof, who let the dog out? Looks like it's Firestar here. 2 shields to hide behind, trying to catch that Poison Fang onto that Clodsire, but unsuccessfully.
There are mighty Pokemon all over the map right now at Pokemon Go, but there is a Mightyena on stage in Las Vegas. Crunch connects, Clodsire wobbles. I think a second Crunch might be enough to pick up the knockout.
Going ahead now, this is going to get the Protect Shield off of Firestar's Mightyena here because that Stone Edge or Earthquake would just do a ton of damage. But look how low this Clodsire has gotten. The Crunch was able to connect, and now this Clodsire is in the deep yellow, throwing yet another Crunch before either attack is available from Josh's side.
So tough for Josh. I think you have to shield here, but he's going to let the Clodsire go. Put it all on Lapras to win this battle for him. He's got a ton of energy, and the Poison Fang gets fired off.
Poison Fang coming through at this point. 1 Protect Shield remaining. Josh has to use it, but he's debuffing this low health Lapras. He's almost at 2 Sparkling Arias. First one now being thrown at the Mightyena.
It was a charge tag priority. Hold on, Josh might actually win this because he's able to connect it into the Mightyena. The Corviknight's in the back for Firestar. Mightyena faints. In comes the Steel Flying type, but the Payback is locked, loaded, and ready to go.
Payback will connect. Firestar pumps his fist in the air while making sure he's still hitting all those bubbles because he's able to take this game from LW Josh, knocking him out of this tournament, and Firestar takes it into day number 2.
What an incredible series. LW Josh and Firestar are 2 North American trainers that have made a name for themselves recently on the Championship Series circuit, and they put on one heck of a showcase for all of us here in the venue. Shadow Mightyena in day number 2, that was no one's prediction.
I think that is a Pokemon that maybe people are starting to eye a little bit more and saying, how viable is this? Because if you think of all the matchups, Clodsire, it's not like it has like a glaring win against Clodsire. It's not like it has a glaring win against basically any of the Pokemon besides Galarian and Corsola, which wasn't even brought. Still, Firestar brought it all 3 games, and it helped secure 2 of the 3 games for him there to be able to make it into day 2.
I've heard of a few European trainers talking about another Dark-type Sucker Punch user, something like a Feeble or something like that. But had they heard of Shadow Mightyena?
Well, I think that the Mightyena definitely proved how mighty it could be. Very excited to see it in day number 2. And there's still a couple more matches, but there's been quite a few different Pokemon that we've seen really shake it up here in Las Vegas.
I want to compliment one more time Firestar's leverage that he was able to gain with this Unova Stunfisk, recognizing that between the Acid Cradilly, the Poison Sting Clodsire, and the Psywave Lapras, there was basically no fast attack pressure, and allowed him to stay in matchups, take shields, whittle down the opponent, and put them within range of the charge attacks to knock out.
I also want to bring up like how risky of a team overall Firestar has. He's got 3 flying type Pokemon. He's got that Corviknight, he's got Shadow Talonflame, and he's got Altaria. He's basically saying, I know Bastiodon won the last 2 matches, but it's not real. It can't hurt me.
Right? And he doesn't even have a Mud Slap user. He actually has a Unova Stunfisk as his best ground type answer. So fascinating that he was able to find solutions to difficult problems. And sometimes, I mean, you just run into team compositions where you have that slight advantage, and the challenge then becomes not letting the match get away from you, actually executing well, playing the matchup out, and keeping your wits about you, as they say.
And that's exactly what he did, able to slide into day number 2. LW Josh out of this tournament, unfortunately for him, but still going home with a decent chunk of championship points because, again, this is our largest tournament that we've had so far this season.
It's true.
There's so many different things that you could play for. You're playing for the prizes, you're playing for the, the prestige, but also I know that a lot of people are playing for some booster packs.
Oh, absolutely, right? That's one of the funnest parts about competing at a regional championship.
Crinkling open those packs, just hearing it.
I feel like you play a lot of TCG Pocket. I don't know.
I do play some Pocket more recently.
All right, it's very fun, very fun. But I'll tell you what, we have so many events in the game. We talk about Mightyena. What about those mighty Pokemon that are spawning in your app right now during the Wild Area Global event? Amanda, have you caught any wild mighty Pokemon yet?
I've caught one because one of the research tasks was, like catch 2 mighty Pokemon. I saw that I had caught one, but not unfortunately, very happy to be behind the desk, but that has not been my focus this tournament so far. Even still, there's so many different cool things. Catching the Shadow Cresselia of today, there'll be Shadow Darkrai tomorrow. Also, that silver bottle cap if you purchase the in-game ticket.
Shadow Darkrai looks really cool, but can we deny the aura that is Scarf Beware? I mean, that's Such a cool Pokemon. If you get the shiny, that is hats off to you. That's incredible. Shadow Ho-Oh, Shadow Lugia, as well as Sableye. Maybe one of your favorites. Maybe you said that once or twice.
Sableye is my favorite.
All right. Now when you do that motion, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You didn't get it when I tried to give him the hint at Worlds.
I was so lost. I was like, I don't know what's going on, but Amanda thinks she's a Pokemon right now.
Well, you know who does know what's going on?
Who?
Firestar. He just was able to make it to day number 2. We've got an interview with him and Wholesome, so go ahead, Jim. Tell us all about it.
Thank you, Amanda. I'm Jim. I'm joined by Firestar, fresh off his victory. He's going to be making his way to day number 2. Congratulations. Want to ask you, first off, just give us some impressions for how that match went for you. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I got a little bit scared after round 2 for sure. I was a little bit underestimating the Clodsire, and then I realized it had Stone Edge, and I have 3 flying types on my team. But after that, I was able to position my Deanna correctly and get a victory.
Well, on that note, we see a lot of Sucker Punch users, Galarian, Moltres, and Furret. We don't see a lot of the Mightyena. For those that might be unfamiliar with the Pokemon, what makes it so strong, at least in this meta?
I think in this meta, that fast move pressure is to be desired, as well as having the Poison Fang to hit fairy types, to hit any other Pokemon that doesn't really want a shield, but will get farmed down afterward.
Well, you got great use out of it. You also mentioned the 3 flyers on your team. When you're building, when you're team building, are you saying, all right, first off, I need to get 3 flyers? Well, what's the line of thinking there?
Well, I knew I wanted to run Altaria and Corviknight. Those 2 are some of my best in practice, and I knew I wanted to run them immediately. But when it came to, I needed something to pair with Mightyena, and I'm like, oh, I don't have a lot of options here. So Talon was my pick, and then I was like, okay, I just have to be really strong into Stunfisk this time, it seems.
Absolutely. Trying to counter those Wigglytuffs at least. All right, well, last question for you. Obviously, you had a very successful Worlds run. I think that was a statement for you. What's your statement for this season? What are your goals that you're trying to prove?
Well, one of my goals was to get through a regional on the winner's side. Obviously, not happening here, but there's going to be some regionals. I hope to achieve that in the upcoming season, and I feel like I'm looking pretty good at it, you know?
Certainly looked good in that last match. Last question, any shout outs or thank yous you want to say?
Shout out, of course, as always. We got to shout out the Home Slice homies, Home Slice, everyone in the Home Slice community, really. And on top of that, definitely shout out Schmeedy. Oh my God, I said his name wrong. That's crazy.
Well, you're doing your best. We're all doing our best. And we're going to kick it actually over to an interview with Butters. He's got a couple special guests. We're going to be actually playing a little game. So make sure you stay tuned.
Hello, trainers. We're here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships, and I am joined by none other than the world champion himself, Beelzeboy, and the trainer that was #1 in his region of North America at the World Championships last season. That is Firestar 73. We know both of these trainers have an amazing prowess in the arena, but how are their skills with the Pokeball trying to catch those Pokemon? That is the battle today. So both these trainers, Beelzeboy is going to be throwing the Great Ball, and we have Firestar throwing the Pokeball into the target. Whoever gets the most points win. If you curveball it, you get double points. Let's just do it. It is a Pokeball throw off. Go ahead, Beelzeboy, Firestar, get into position. Beelzeboy is going first because he is our world champion, going first with the Great Balls. And if you curve it, you get double points, remember. All right, he's gonna try, he said. All right, throw it, curveball. Was that a curve? That is 20 points. So that's what I'll call a nice throw. It was sort of a curve. All right, Firestar, you're up next. We'll see if we give him double or the single. I'm gonna pay attention to the curve here. He's got the Pokeball. That was definitely a curveball into the excellent throw. That is ridiculous. All right, Beelzeboy, you're up next. That is 100 points right there. You got to catch up. You got to start hitting some excellent throws. Or this raid boss is going to... Oh, okay. That is a great... Was it a curveball? Let's see. I would say it was. That was a curveball. Is that 60 points? Oh, it's actually 100 to 100, but you haven't thrown yet. So Firestar, throw #2. Can he repeat his success? Excellent throw. Oh my goodness. In Pokemon Go, if you get the corner of the circle, it still counts. So that's 100 points. Beelzeboy, this is looking terrible for your chances here in North America. Firestar is really... Oh, count it. Hold on. Count it. That was a curveball. Suddenly, it's 200 to 200, but Firestar hasn't thrown yet. He has 2 more Pokeballs. His 3rd Pokeball right here. That's a curveball. That is a great throw. So that's another 60 points. So it's 260 to 200 last ball. I think you need an excellent. Okay, that was a great. So it's 260 to 260. Unless Firestar literally misses, I think Firestar 73 is gonna win this battle. And he throws it. There it is. There is the great ball. And there is your champion, Firestar 73. Congratulations, you are #1 in North America at the Pokemon Go World Championships. And now you've defeated the world champion in the first ever Pokeball throw-off. Congratulations to you, and let's throw it back to the Pokemon action.
Pikachu plushie?
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Look who's here!
You know, from space, Las Vegas is actually the brightest place on Earth, and there has been nothing but brightness here so far in this tournament. It has been an absolute spectacle seeing all these incredible trainers and incredible Pokemon on display. I'm also once again joined by Butters here at the Las Vegas Convention Center.
Pikachu isn't in the arena here in Las Vegas, but we do have a lot of electric types today. We have another Unova Stunfisk mirror match because we're going through our loser side of the bracket. These trainers, their tournament is on the line. If they win, they go on to day number 2. If they lose, they will be eliminated. We have losers finals between Trent and Rhino.
I'm really excited for this match specifically because there's some great storylines. This is the continued success of Trent, right? He had the success earlier this season, the success at Worlds, and he's trying to make another day 2 here as well. But I think Rhino may have been our very first matchup on stream, Butters, and don't forget, I think that this would be his very first day 2. His best result before was tied for top 17, so this could be his breakout moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Be able to get to that coveted day number 2. It is on the loser side of the bracket, so it's hard to push through on this loser side. I mean, these trainers are in losers round number 8. I know some of them might have dropped down recently in the winners finals. I know Trent went down to rise to occasion. That Fortress versus Florges didn't work out well for him. There is a Florges on Rhino's team as well. Once again, there's no true answer on Trent's team, but can he make a crucial adjustment?
I would be surprised if Trent hasn't faced a Florges off stream, right? He's obviously had a lot of success. We saw him versus Rise where he did struggle, but Rise was looking unstoppable. Now versus Rhino with some of those similar picks for sure, like the Unova Stunfisk, like the Florges, I think he's going to come back with a plan.
And I remember Rhino was just unleashing an onslaught of water-type attacks between the Feraligatr and the Chilling Water from the Florges. That was the dynamic duo for Rhino earlier on in the day. And Trent doesn't necessarily have an answer to that. I mean, you have the Unova Stunfisk, but you're taking super effective damage back. I feel like there's so many safe picks going into Trent's team. It's not very polarizing. You do have a Wigglytuff, but I feel like you have a lot of optionality if you're Rhino.
Well, I love the Wigglytuff, and I think that we're going to be seeing it on display in this game number 1. This is Losers Finals, Group B, Trent versus Side Rhino, and yes, it's the Wigglytuff into the Shadow Altaria.
Well, not a lot of optionality here, Jim last name, as he swaps into the Feraligatr. Keeps going into the Wigglytuff because you're kind of ABA weak to this Wigglytuff, but Feraligatr's not terrible, especially the non-shadow.
Yeah, realistically, you've got Feraligatr, Altaria, as well as that Furret that are all going to struggle versus this Wigglytuff, so I think it has a lot of play for Trent. He doesn't have to necessarily have it aligned versus that Altaria because he still has his Galarian Corsola that can hit super effective with his I believe it's the Power Gem, right? And then we also have the Feraligatr that can hit with the double super effective Ice Beam.
And a little chip and dip there. Now you're going to take a Hydro Cannon. No shadows on these Feraligatrs. We're so used to seeing that Shadow Feraligatr, but in this meta, it seems like the normal Feraligatr is just better as you get the full farm down. Side Rhino is shaking his head. There's just so much momentum on Trent's side now. And where you're going to soak that energy? If you come with Altaria, you have to respect the Ice Beam, and he's just going for it. Into 2 Protect Shields. Does Side Rhino try to make a bold prediction, try to gamble a little bit in Las Vegas, or does he Protect Shield? He Protect Shields!
Yeah, no, that was a huge gamble there, and for Side Rhino, fortunately for him, he was able to make the right call. But look, another Ice Beam is already loaded here. This would be very, very close to knocking out. It may even be enough to knock out. Does Side Rhino want to go down both Protect Shields? No! Down goes Altaria Flutters.
Down it goes. That's a one-hit knockout. Side Rhino was thinking about it, thinking, I don't think he has energy. That's just a Hydro Cannon. I don't have to worry about that. You had to worry about it. It was a double super effective Ice Beam into the typing of Dragon and flying from that Altaria. Side Rhino knows it's pretty much over now. That was a devastating turn of events. You still have a Protect Shield remaining, but there's 2 on Trent's side.
Yeah, and even shields, the Nova Stunfisk can certainly hang in there with this Galarian Corsola, but realistically, you've not only got you not only have to get through this Corsola down to shield, there's still the Feraligatr, there's still a pretty healthy Wigglytuff as well. This game number 1 definitely going in the favor of Trent.
It's a world of difference here for Trent. Trent, I think, was getting outsped by Rise to Occasion, just felt like he was a step behind the whole way, and now it feels like he has the lead. He's ahead in this matchup. He was able to have that amazing lead matchup with the Wigglytuff, and the team from Side Rhino kind of ABA weak to it. A bold strategy because, like you mentioned, the team is pretty weak to that Wigglytuff. Your best answer is a Shadow Scizor, but he didn't even bring it to game number 1.
No, and Side Rhino did not bring the Florges, which, again, Trent kind of struggled with against Rise to Occasion. That's one of the things we need to keep in mind, though. It's unlikely that Side Rhino had an opportunity to go back and watch that matchup versus Trent versus Rise to Occasion, and maybe try and pull some of those tips and we'll say tech for how he could play versus Trent.
Well, Trent takes game number 1. That's as big a blowout as you can have. There were 3 Pokemon remaining and 2 Protect Shields for Trent as he won that game number 1. He has that Purified Fortress that just was a theme for him in Pittsburgh. He tried it out a lot versus Rise to Occasion. It didn't work well for him. He sat it in that game number 1. Maybe he's going to continue to sit that Pokemon, and Side Rhino has that opportunity maybe to bring the Florges, maybe bring the Florges and Shadow Scizor core to try to defeat what Trent has been putting out with that Wigglytuff.
You know what? I really don't dislike the Shadow Scizor there. I mean, like, it's got some really strong play into things like the Wigglytuff. It can certainly hold its own versus several Pokemon like the Galarian Corsola, and even versus the Feraligatr as well. Where it's going to struggle a little bit is versus that Corviknight. But even then, he can still, especially if you get a boost, he can still have some play into Corv.
It's kind of weird because a lot of Trent's Pokemon do resist the Steel-type Bullet Punch.
Yep.
I mean, you have the Fortress, you have the Corviknight, you have the Feraligatr, and you even have the Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah.
So it seems a bit clunky, but those Steel-to-Steel type matchups between the Fortress and the Scizor and the Corviknight, that's a little bit more brutal, but there is still some play because, of course, you have that super effective Trailblaze to try to knock out the Feraligatr or the Unova Stunfisk. Do we see that in game number 2? Remember, Side Rhino, his tournament dreams are on the line here. His best performance ever is on the line. He wants to make Top Cut for the first time ever, get into that top 16. He has that Florges in the lead.
A lot on the line for both of these trainers. It's now Trent's Feraligatr into Side Rhino's Florges. Charge attack priority. Feraligatr is going to win this one. This is going to be the Hydro Cannon. It's not enough to knock out, but it would do a serious dent into the Florges.
And Side Rhino, one of the few trainers not running Trailblaze, instead running Disarming Voice, the fairy type attack that you can pace to at the same exact time as you're getting the Chilly Water, but you're going to have same type attack bonus. It's not as good as the super effective Trailblaze, but it does enough. The problem is you already know that you lose charge attack priority. Are you going to throw? No, you're going to swap into Feraligatr. Trent called that all the way.
Yeah, it's a little tough for Trent to just immediately swap in another Pokemon. I actually like this chip damage. Despite being a resisted Hydro Cannon, it does put it in a much more manageable position where you can now swap in the Galarian Corsola or even that Fortress and have a much easier time taking it out.
And this is a situation where you'd much rather be that normal Feraligatr than the Shadow. You're just not really pressured as much from this Astonish fast attack damage, and you're putting out super effective Shadow Claws, and the next Hydro Cannon will knock out. So if you do want to give up a Protect Shield on this Nightshade, which is reached, it's not terrible for Cyrino.
Yeah, you know, Trent did throw on, we'll say, improper timing there, but that's really where you want to throw. You don't want Cyrino to reach that next Hydro Cannon and have to use your Protect Shield. Cyrino now actually uses his own Protect Shield, but you can't really farm down. I think you're going to be able to get to close to 2 Hydro Cannons, which I don't think Trent's going to shield this one, knowing that you're very close to the next Hydro Cannon, but I think Trent still has a lot of play here.
Yeah, he has the Feraligatr in the back that can soak this Hydro Cannon, but it's really low health. That means you will knock out that matchup, and it will be the Fortress versus the Stunfisk. You need to keep a Pokemon around to remove the debuff from that Fortress, though, if you're Cyrino.
Yeah, exactly. And not just that, but Trent has to keep a Pokemon around to remove the debuff from the Florges from Cyrino, because he has that Chilling Water already loaded and ready to go.
Right, great point there. Both these trainers need a substitute on the bench to be able to swap out to cleanse those debuffs. And one Pokemon goes down, it's a 2v2 now. The Stunfisk comes in, faces the Fortress here. You still have that Florges in the back. Here comes the Sand Tomb. We've seen it before. It just does not do very much damage at all, even though it's super effective.
Trent is fortunate, though, that he's not running Volt Switch. I think that would have been a really, really tough situation. He's doing neutral Bug Bite damage, and with that Sand Tomb, I think these Bug Bites are doing slightly more now, so this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
And both these trainers are holding on to their Switch Pokemon. They're just trying to hold on for last second. There is still a Chilling Water. Do you ever go for a combo attack, maybe a Mud Bomb into a Chilling Water? But the problem is, now this Fortress is at a charge attack. So now, does Cyrino release the combo attack? Does he go into Florges to try to release the Chilling Water? No, he actually stays. No, now he swaps.
Ooh, and he's actually able to throw the Sand Attack prior to Cyrino being able to launch his energy. That means that if Cyrino wants to get this Chilling Water off, he has to use this final Protect Shield.
Worst case scenario for Cyrino, he swapped and he didn't get his charge attack off and had to give up a Protect Shield. And then he gets Bug Bite down. That is just a brutal swing for Cyrino. Trent able to hold on, get to the Sand Tomb to do some damage into the Stunfisk, but how much health is on that Feraligatr? How much energy, I mean?
Yeah, I think he might be able to reach this next Hydro Cannon. Still one Protect Shield. Cyrino trying to get these discharges off here. Feeling a little frustrated, feeling a little surprised he was unable to reach that Chilling Water on the Florges.
And looks like Cyrino is talking about something. Maybe the interaction where the Bug Bite was able to take out his Florges surprised him a little bit, but no surprise here. Trent is such a talented battler. He's able to take down Cyrino 2-0 as of right now and advance to day number 2.
Yeah, Trent, I mean, no surprise there. He has been on a roll. Maybe call him Butters because he's on a roll. But he is just, like I said, I feel like he's just reached this new level recently, maybe for the last 6 months or so, because he has just been so consistent, so strong, and very obviously he is prioritizing this Fortress. People are saying, hey, it's no longer part of the meta. He says otherwise.
Yeah, and it didn't feel part of the meta earlier on versus Rise to Occasion, but able to secure that victory. I'm going to read a little body language here, play a little body language doctor.
Okay.
I think Cyrino was a little bit confused when his Florges got knocked out by Bug Bite damage. Yep. At that point, he had taken a Sand Tomb, or sorry, he had Protect Shielded a Sand Tomb, so his defense had dropped. And at that point, even though you're low health and that damage is resisted, it's going to add up really fast. It's a one-turn fast attack.
Yeah.
So if they are reviewing something just from the body language, that's when Cyrino did seem confused. I think that is the infraction that they might be looking at.
I think what happened is that Bug Bite went from 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 damage, right? So having that integer increase, I think is exactly what happened. And Cyrino was thinking that he had a lot longer runway to continue farming up and was surprised a little bit by how that debuff impacted the matchup.
Yeah, and remember, if you're trying to throw a charge attack against a one-turn fast attack, that one-turn fast attack will register before you're able to throw that charge attack, which I believe Cyrino was trying to throw the Chilling Water to ensure that knockout. He was trying to get the back-to-back. He was trying to hold on as long as possible so he has the back-to-back so he could get the Protect Shield on the Feraligatr and then close the game with his Unova Stunfisk with the discharge. But he couldn't get to that back-to-back because of the pressure. Like you said, maybe the debuff had to do with how much Bug Bite damage he was taking, and I think it shredded him faster than he anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what's been surprising to me is seeing how much Feraligatr we've been seeing this entire tournament. And I know we've already seen the shift from Shadow Feraligatr, which was honestly probably the premier safe swap for nearly an entire season and just a staple on almost every team. We've now seen the shift to the normal Feraligatr, but I'm surprised with just how many that we're seeing here late in day number 1.
Well, we talked about the lack of Ice-type coverage.
Yeah.
And I think Feraligatr has that ice type coverage that's really impactful. We see it in the Altaria matchup, but then it also has a super effective water damage, that same type attack bonus for Unova Stunfisk as well. So if you look at PvP David's team, which is the most influential team I think in Las Vegas, you have that Unova Stunfisk, Altaria, you have the Corviknight, you have the Furret, you have the Florges. For Alligator's energy, oh yeah, here it is. Let's take a look. He's trying to get to it here, and it just sneaks up on him. So I think what happens is 3 Bug Bites goes through when you press 1 Fairy Wind, right?
Yep.
And you're trying to press 1 Fairy Wind and then hit the Chilling Waters. In that moment, 3 Bug Bites will go through before you can register that Chilling Waters, if that last Bug Bite will knock out the Pokemon.
Yeah,
and I think that's what caught him off guard.
Yeah. Assuming that that third one is knocking out, I think that's what we really have.
1, 2, 3. I think it was 3. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, no, we'll have to look at that one more time for sure. But you could very clearly tell that Cyrino was caught off guard. And it sounds like the judges are still very, very closely looking at that replay. So we'll certainly leave it up to the judges to speculate, hey, should that charge attack have been reached? Should it not have been reached? Which would result then in a 1-0, I guess, replay for Trent. Cyrino would still have to win 2 consecutive battles to work his way out of this hole.
Yeah, it still would be tough, an uphill battle for sure. Like you said, the judges are professional at this. They will take care of it. They will make the correct decision here. But we just wanted to display what we think they're looking at right now. And you can see it, Cyrino, right? He's like, what just happened? How did I get Bug Bite down? That should be resisted. That shouldn't do that much damage. And he was trying to hold on, trying to get the back-to-back. And that was kind of the story of this series. He was very close to holding on, but he just couldn't quite do it in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what, I wanted to ask you, we were talking about for Alligator, and it seems to be, we kind of feel like it's a relic from meta's past. I'd say Lapras is even more so in that line of thinking. What are the strong water types in your opinion right now, Butters? Because water used to be one of the best offensive typings in the game, and we're just not seeing as much as we used to.
No, I mean, really, the strongest water type was Gastrodon. It kind of took Azumarill's place.
Yeah.
Azumarill was the top water as we were kind of getting I would say in the World Championships, Azumarill was still a huge factor in terms of waters. There were some trainers that were using the Lantern kind of as like a very neutral pick.
Yeah.
But I think at this point, Gastrodon has kind of taken the place as top water. But it looks like for Alligator is coming for that throne.
All right, well, I see that we have headsets off here. I think that's going to be a handshake, a good game. 2-0 victory for Trent. No issues there coming from the judges. Seems like that the Bug Bites did register properly, and that with the timing that Cyrino had thrown, was unable to unleash that Chilling Water into the Fortress.
Yeah, and good on him, because, you know, if something surprises you in the battle, you have that opportunity to try to say, hey, judges, I don't know what happened here. Let's take a look at it. They took a look at it. That is the result. Cyrino with an awesome performance here at the Las Vegas Regionals. I was incredibly impressed with him to start off the day. I think he played awesome. I think I was saying he was calm, cool, and collected. He still is. He's an amazing trainer, but Trent does advance, and unfortunately, that means Cyrino has been eliminated.
Yeah, down in the loser side of the bracket, it is win or go home. For Trent, that's going to mean a day two journey for him. For Cyrino, that means good luck next tournament. But we have to say, matched his previous best already.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're starting to see that consistency just on the precipice of day number 2. If I'm trying to put my psychic hat on here, I'm predicting a day 2 finish in the near future for Cyrino.
And the key thing that I don't feel like we mentioned enough, and it's something that is very important to players.
What's that?
If you're seeing them at these losers finals, we're seeing a lot of trainers get eliminated, right?
Right.
But all of these trainers are in championship points. They're all in the bubble where they receive championship points, a good amount of championship points that will progress them to their journey to Worlds.
Absolutely.
And I feel like that's something we should mention more, because even though they are eliminated here, they had a great tournament run. They received championship points, and this is exactly how you want to qualify for the World Championship with that championship points. This is now our second season with that championship points, a new wrinkle that we added last season. And it's something that these trainers are going to regional after regional to get. And even though you're eliminated, that's a great success, getting in championship points.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you mentioned it earlier, but you can actually gain some championship points on Friday as well prior to the tournament from like a cup and something like that. So realistically, taking, I think, tied for 17th there, you walk away with 160 points. You might be able to get another 50 from a cup previously. So that's 210 championship points.
Yeah, and it's only a 40 difference between moving on, right? I mean, it's awesome to move on to day number 2, but 160 to 200 is not a huge difference. An awesome tournament. And let's see who's also been having an awesome tournament. Let's look at some featured matchups. We have the CTU. Oh no, he is usually the loser's side pro, but Kim Koop is able to defeat him 2-1.
Yeah, Kim Koop, a very well-respected trainer as well. Lots and lots of accolades to his name. Certainly, I think both of these trainers are actually trainers that I think are very much on that next to win a regional type of level. We've seen so much success, so many incredible runs by both of those trainers. For Kim Koop, though, he is going to be moving on, I believe, to the losers finals, whereas that's the end of the road for the CTU.
And looks like Hedonis Actual took out Dr. Roastbeef 2-0 for losers round number 5. So that means he's one losers round away from the losers semis, I believe, because when you get the losers round 8, you are in the losers final. So Hedonis Actual making a losers round push here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, he's had a lot of success as well. I think we've seen him take 2nd place, 3rd place. So he's another one of those trainers where he's just so close to becoming that regional winner, and we certainly wish him success as he goes forward.
And once again, we are on that loser side of the bracket. We are staying there. We're in group number C. We got losers finals between Dapper Disc and Inhoff coming up next. And I don't know, I gotta look at this. Okay, no, I think there it is. I saw something a little different on my screen that was really spicy, but not as spicy as I saw on the screen. Looks like a lot of more teams a little bit inspired by, once again, PvP David. He's a very inspirational fella.
Yeah, it seems like it. You know, when you look at something that just seems so dominating, you're thinking, okay, well, no one really had an answer for that team. It wasn't, you know, obviously tons of great plays and catches and things like that, but the team just felt very solid. You almost talked about it in the sense where it's like a formula or a blueprint. And
Right.
That's really what I think a lot of trainers are basing this tournament on, and is PvP David's team.
Yeah, and really in an ever-shifting meta, if there is a blueprint, there is a map that works. I mean, hey, you might as well try to use it and get as far as you can.
Oh, yeah.
And some of those really talented trainers can see the map and be like, no, I actually want to change direction at this point, and I think it will help me a lot. It's a shortcut to victory, and we'll see that in day number 2. But actually, I did see my eyes didn't deceive me on the right-hand side. That is a very spicy Pokemon. I believe we got a Shadow Aurorus up next. Let's see it. Let's see this Pokemon. We're heading over to the stage. I think Inhoff has a Shadow Aurorus.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a first for the stream with the Shadow Auroras. We're asking where the ice type coverage is, Butters, and Inhoff delivering.
There you go. And a Pokemon that is neutrally stronger than you'd expect. You're able to land a Meteor Beam in some shielded matchups in the 1s or 2 Protect Shield situations, and Shadow Aurorus and Aurorus in general will start to win a lot of 1s and 2 Protect Shield situations in neutral matchups just because of that boost to the attack from the Meteor Beam, and if it goes through, it's a very strong attack. How does it match up, though, against Dapper Disc? I'm not sure it has a ton of play here.
Well, it's interesting because it has, if you look at the typing, right, the ice rock typing, those are 2 of the worst defensive typings in the game, and now you're pairing them together.
Yeah.
That's going to create multiple defensive weaknesses, both from steel as well as from fighting. Fighting hasn't been that much on display throughout the tournament. Yes, we've seen some Primates, but there's not a lot of fast attack pressure. However, there is an Empoleon on the side of Dapper Discs, which is immediately going to neutralize any sort of play for Aurorus. I think that the one thing that you have to look at is, how do I try and get Shadow Aurorus lined up versus that Shadow Altaria, maybe versus the Stunfisk as well. But still, if you're behind in energy, that's still a really tough spot because you're going to be taking super effective Mud Bombs.
Yeah, and you also could take a super effective from a Trailblaze, from a Furret.
Yep.
To its favor, though, it would resist the Swift damage, and it should be okay against the Corviknight. Yes, it's going to be taking super effective Sand Attack, and then you're going to have to go all the way for the payback as the Corviknight. So we might see it. We're in Losers Finals for a reason. Inhoff has probably piloted this Pokemon to great success. She is known for the spice. She often has her signature pick, and she sticks with it. So we might see that in this game number 1. And It looks like we're locked in.
Yeah, it looks like that these trainers are ready to go for game number 1. Will we see the Shadow Aurorus, or will we see... Yes, it is going to be the Shadow Aurorus. It's lined up versus a Flyer. Not the Shadow Altaria, though. It's going to be a little bit more neutral matchup. While these are super effective sand attacks, they really don't add up that fast.
And we know that Inhoff specializes in these matchups. So I'm actually fascinated the journey she takes with these charge attacks. Looks like it's going to be the payback coming out first from Dapper Disc, and it gets Protect Shielded. And this is the Meteor Beam that looked like it was going to get clicked on.
Ooh, here comes the Meteor Beam, one of the most efficient attacks in the game with a guaranteed one-stage attack increase. Will we see it unshielded? Yes, it goes through. Quick swap into the Florges, but look at that, nearly knocked out the Corviknight.
And this is what happens. As soon as you ramp up an Aurorus or a Shadow Aurorus, look at how much damage these Weather Balls are going to be doing, because wow, that chunked into that Florges here, and Inhoff can't believe it. At this point, could you even Protect Shield here and try to go for a farm down? I don't think so, because now you'll be neutral here instead, just letting the Aurorus go.
But Butters, look how strong this Furret looks in the back for Dapper Disc. Galarian Corsola as well as the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Two Pokemon that it can make quick work of, and there's still the opportunity for a catch, but the switch clocks are not up yet, so Inhoff going to be able to build up some energy here with her Galarian Corsola.
And now the Chilling Water is going to come through to debuff this Galarian Corsola, and Furret with the Protect Shield advantage should be quite strong, especially because you can reach that super effective Trailblaze in the back line of that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Here comes the swap into the Furret, met by the Marowak, knowing that your Protect Shield down, Inhoff doesn't love it because you're also down energy.
You're down energy, and what's really challenging here is how are you going to take this Furret off the field? Your Shadow Kanto Marowak is your best opportunity to do that, so you have to use your final Protect Shield here, but now you're ramping up this damage, and you're maybe even getting in range of a Swift now that you're boosted as well.
Yeah, this is so tough. You are going to get two Protect Shields here from the double Bone Club, you would have to expect, so now suddenly you do have a chance. You just have to get this Furret in range of the Power Gem. Can you do that? And can you get back to your timer here? You get to the Bone Club first. You are able to throw that, but I don't believe you have your timer available.
And you can even just throw this Trailblaze right away, knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and then you don't even take the Mud Slap damage, so you're just double boosted. Okay, the Mud Slap does come through. Maybe you just try to farm up to two attacks here. I like this.
I mean, that was precise there, to be able to know where exactly Inhoff's switch timer was. If this got swapped on, that could have been devastating for Dapper here, but instead it lands into the Marowak, and now suddenly you're at the Trailblaze right here. You're going to be able to throw it, and Inhoff didn't even try to reach for that Power Gem.
Yeah, not enough to knock out, but these Sucker Punches are going to do so much damage. They're now double boosted. You have to get this Furret off the field. There is still an opportunity for a catch here. Will you go for it?
Whoa!
Yes, but no catch.
Patience from Inhoff, knowing the catch was coming, and now suddenly can you get to the double charge stack? Here comes the Corviknight, and now you have the charge stack. Inhoff is pumping her fist because she knows she just won this game out of nowhere.
What a comeback that we just saw from Inhoff. Down Protect Shields after an incredible start. We were starting to see things trend in favor of Dapper Disc there. That Furret just looks so strong, but she was able to get just enough damage and enough value out of that Shadow Kanto Marowak to get that and get those both Protect Shields stripped to finally close things out with the Galarian Corsola.
You see the emotion, you see the passion there. Your tournament dreams are on the line, and to be able to be patient there, because if you throw the Power Gem, you might lose that matchup, just knowing that Dapper is going to try to make a swap, thinking that might be his best win condition, just in the back of your head, knowing it's going to happen, the patience, the resilience, and then the execution. She made it work, and she won that game number one, which we didn't think she was going to win.
And Dapper Disc was doing everything he could to try and force an error, right? Trying to go for that catch, trying to bring in your Corviknight, just saying, okay, maybe Inhoff is going to be throwing that, just really antsy to throw one of those charge attacks, but no. Great patience by Inhoff, and she was able to pull off a come-from-behind victory in game one.
Yeah, and it started off from a huge Meteor Beam from that Shadow Aurorus, but to be able to navigate that backline with the Corsola, which in this meta, you think it just has no chance against Furret, but how many times do you see this Corsola in the back taking out Furrets? Its bulk is, it feels like no Pokemon can keep up with its bulkiness at this point. Able to hold on, able to win that game number one, and now suddenly Dapper, thinking that you have that game number one secured, suddenly you're one game away from being eliminated as we lock in the game number two.
That's right, this is the Losers Finals, win or go home. We have the Florges into the Galarian Corsola. Quick swap by Dapper Disc, bringing in the Corviknight. Just opting to stay in now is Inhoff trying to get to this first Nightshade.
And deciding to stay in this matchup, this is great because you have the Wigglytuff in the back, knowing that one of the steals is guaranteed to be out of the way for the Wigglytuff. We know Dapper does have double steal on his team, so it's possible that Inhoff is thinking this could be ABB double steal. And go ahead and Protect Shield on this payback.
This is your best answer to the Corviknight, which is really interesting, right? You've got your Wigglytuff, which does not want to see a Steel type. You've got your Clodsire, which is going to be taking super effective damage from those sand attacks as well, and going to be double resisting the poison stings as well. So I think you just stay in here as Inhoff, but notice that Dapper Disc has used both Protect Shields. I think he knows that Inhoff knows that there's no answer to this Corviknight, so I think these trainers are going to try and stick it out as long as possible.
Yeah, and it seems like he's really valuing the alignment here as as Payback is super effective, does a huge chunk into the Corsola here, and now you're at the Air Cutter before the Nightshade throwing it. Do you get the last Protect Shield of the battle? Does Inhoff really want the alignment? No, she doesn't care about the alignment.
Yeah, I think she's done enough at this point and wants to go for the shield advantage. Do you hang on with 1 HP? No. Yeah, at this point, you can't really fast attack down very easily, but look, Dapper Disc immediately hitting the swap. This actually puts Inhoff in a pretty advantageous situation. Yes, you do get debuffed here, but you're going to be able to do a lot of fast attack pressure with your super effective Poison Stinks and reach an Earthquake, but do you need 2 charge attacks here?
I think you do at this point. Once you get debuffed, because you don't have the Sludge Bomb, 1 Earthquake and Poison Stink damage isn't going to be enough, in my opinion. We're going to have to find out right here, but I think Dapper is going to be able to hold on to get to another Chilling Water. And the key thing is, can he hold on to not also get Poison Sting down? Yes, I think he can also hold on to not get Poison Sting down.
Yeah, I think that the only goal now for Inhoff is to, just kind of sack this Clodsire, put it all on the back of Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff's going to need to generate energy, but it does generate energy a little bit faster now that it has access to Charm, which does a little bit more energy generation than in seasons past.
The timer is available for Dapper. Got the last Protect Shield of the battle. There's still 3 Pokemon remaining for Dapper. Here comes the Furret swap, and does take the Earthquake here, and Inhoff doesn't love it because she is double stage reduced on her attack. So her attack is lowered 2 stage, and you would rather bank that, swap it, and throw it later, right?
That's right. I think that you guarantee some damage that way, right? Because switch clocks are locked, so it avoids any chance of a catch. But to your point, I think that you might have even been 3 stages debuffed at that time, so that Earthquake essentially did nothing.
Yeah, and now you need to get to this back-to-back Swift before the Icy Wind is available, but it looks like the Icy Wind is available, but instead tried to throw on proper timing, tried to go for the Swift, now a little bit vulnerable, taking the Swift damage, and there's a chunk into that Wigglytuff. There's not much health left for any of Dapper's Pokemon remaining. Here comes the Swift, and Inhoff is almost at back-to-back Swifts.
Yeah, you're going to need to get to a Swift versus that Corviknight as well. You might even need to get to an Icy Wind. Keep an eye on the switch clocks, though. Florges still remains. There is an opportunity for a catch here. But no, not going for it. Maybe he was thinking another Charm would come through for the Icy Wind, but Inhoff settling for the Swift. Well, it may not be enough to knock out. I think Charms are going to do the rest.
Yeah, but can you get to an Air Cutter here? Can you swap and remove that damage? You banked it. You banked the Air Cutter here. You can throw it, but the thing is, after you throw it, you have no health. Here comes the Clodsire here. You need double Air Cutter. There's the swap, and there's a GG from Dapper, knowing even if you can farm this thing down, you don't have the energy for the Wigglytuff.
And that is going to be a good game. Clodsire able to Poison Sting down the final HP of that Corviknight, and off taking a clean 2-0 sweep, and she's going to be moving on to day number 2.
Congratulations to Inhoff, an amazing game number 1 to endure, to advance to day number 2. And Dapper, a great performance here in Las Vegas. Unfortunately, has been eliminated, but does receive, I believe, that 160 championship points. He was in that bubble to receive those, so congratulations to him as well.
And you know what's really interesting about Inhoff is that, obviously a trainer that has had a ton of success, not just in Go, but in other games as well. I know that she also does TCG and BG, but I think, sometimes with all the love for all those different games, you can only, spread out your challenges in Go here so much. So we've kind of seen some spotty representation from Inhoff within these tournaments, but every tournament that she goes to seems to find a new way to have success, whether it's Tapu Fini, whether it's going to be Shadow Auroras, there's always some sort of spice. She always seems to find her ticket to day number 2.
And to her credit, she is a great Pokemon trainer because she plays multiple titles, and usually she has the signature pick. Today, it was the Shadow Auroras. In the past, it has been Tapu Fini. It's been a wide variety of picks in Pokemon Go, but able to use that Shadow Aurora to sneak up and win that game number 1, and is probably a big reason that she's made day number 2. We haven't seen all her games, but you can imagine a signature pick from Inhoff is going to be in a lot of battles.
Absolutely. I kind of want to just talk about ice coverage again. We've mentioned the fighters, that they have access to Ice Punch, the Annihilate, as well as the Primate. We saw the Feraligatr on display a little bit earlier, but fast attack pressure with ice is not something that we've been seeing whatsoever, and Auroras does pack that punch. Now, what's interesting is what are the targets for that ice attack? Of course, it's relatively positive offensive pressure, but with how many ground-type Pokemon between Clodsire, Shadow Kanto, Marowak, with how many flyers there are like Altaria, I think Ice is still very strong in this meta.
I think so too, and it's interesting because Auroras does have that rock subtyping, which it does have its vulnerabilities, and especially in a meta where there's a little bit more Empoleon as well, you could have some vulnerabilities there, but I feel like Auroras, compared to maybe some other ice types, specifically the Shadow, it has a lot of upside, especially with that Meteor Beam. It's a Pokemon that can close some matchups as well, so gives it a different dynamic, not only that important Ice-type coverage, which is kind of missing from the meta right now. It could be that this meta is weak to Ice, but trainers haven't caught up to it yet.
Yeah, and it's interesting because if you look at the normal Ice types that we've seen, the Dugongs and the Laprases, they have that water subtyping, which then allows them to only take neutral damage from things like Metal Sound and Bullet Punch as well. So while those are still typically negative matchups, like for a Shadow Scizor typically does really well into a Lapras and into a Dugong, it's really interesting to see a different flavor with the Shadow Auroras.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. And before we get into our next Losers Finals, let's look at some Twitch events that we have for you guys. Of course, next weekend.
Yeah, this is going to be on the twitch.tv/Pokemon. You can see we have a couple cool events coming up in this next week. Of course, yes, we are going to be going through our broadcast for our Latin America International Championships, but there's also going to be some features for Pokemon Master Quest, the preview show for the Latin America International Championships, and don't forget Pokemon Advance as well.
And you don't want to miss the Latin American International Championships as a Pokemon Go fan. It's our first ever limited meta.
Yeah.
There's going to be some awesome picks there. It's going to be a lot of neutral play. Energy advantage is going to be crucial, so it's going to be really entertaining to watch. I know I can't wait to see it, and make sure to tune in to all of these events as well, and follow us so you don't ever miss a stream.
Yeah, coming up next weekend, hard to believe we're already at our first international championship. It feels like it was just yesterday that we were in Anaheim for Worlds, yet here we are already very close to our first international championship.
Yeah, and a lot of those trainers that we saw at the World Championships will be at the Latin American International Championships. I know we said that championship points started last season, and also we've had a new development that's been around for a little while, but it's of course the travel award. So a lot of these trainers that are going to be top in their respective region are going to be at these international championships, which makes them even more epic. And speaking of epic, we got another great matchup. We have, I believe, Dilap versus Chin Yu.
Yeah, that's right. And what's interesting about these trainers is that they know each other so well, and I think they're always traveling together. Very often they're actually, staying together. So they're doing a lot of scrims together. These trainers know each other's strategies very, very well, and neither of them are any sort of stranger to success. I think we mostly see them here in these West Coast, we'll say, type of tournaments. But yeah, neither of them are strangers to Day 2 or success here in the finals.
So the first thing that stands out to me is Chin Yu's team looks to be exactly Out of Pocket's team, but Shadow Steelix instead of the regular Steelix. Because remember, Out of Pocket had Steelix, Wigglytuff, Gastrodon, then he had the 3 shadows of the Shadow Scizor, Shadow Annihilape, Shadow Altaria. So I believe there might have been some coordination or maybe talking to Out of Pocket, or unless they came up with the exact same strategy, because this looks exactly like the team of Out of Pocket.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's the opposite on Dilap Churng's team, right? He's got some of the more flexible picks, like the Corviknight, like the Stunfisk, like the Cradily. So those are Pokemon that are much more traditionally known for being safe swaps, whereas for Chen Yu's team, like we said, it's the try and get alignment and have hard answers to a lot of those Pokemon. So it's going to be interesting to see here in these games. Can Chen Yu find that alignment, or is he going to find himself on the back foot?
Something else I want to point out, I remember earlier we had a Galarian Moltres matched up against the Steelix, and there was no payback. I believe Dilap is running the payback on his Galarian Moltres, so has a little bit more play into that Shadow Steelix. Looks like these trainers are about to be locked in. This is Losers Finals Group D. We said it before, but both these trainers' dreams of day number 2 are on the line. You win, you make day number 2. You lose, you are eliminated.
All right, well, I think that alignment is going to be the key for this matchup. When you take a look at some of these Pokemon, especially like Steelix, it's going to do so well into Pokemon like Galarian Moltres, do pretty well into the Scizor and the Corviknight as well. If it gets lined up versus that Shadow Canto Marowak or that Stunfisk, I mean, we may as well call it a good game at that point. That's so hard to come back from. So I'm trying to think what Chen Yu can really run that is going to give him the most flexibility.
Shadow Altaria, in my opinion.
Yeah?
I think Shadow Altaria is good against everything. The Shadow Scizor can pose problems for it, but at least if you can get some energy advantage, you have stuff to fight back. You have the flamethrowers double super effective, you have the sky attack. I think Shadow Altaria is very flexible against Dilap's team.
I agree. I think it's actually a must bring in all 3 games. I don't see anything that's just going to immediately shut it down.
Yeah.
Once shields are down, it gets a little bit more iffy, right? Especially if the Cradily can land a Rock Tomb, or you can chip it away. But I think that Altaria with shields is going to be a really strong pick.
Yeah, so you probably see that in a lot of battles here. Maybe pair it with some of those alignment Pokemon, or just bring some Shadow. Just bring the tempo, bring the force. We're going to bring the battles here as we get locked into game number 1. We have Dylap versus Chin Yu. Looks like it's going to be Shadow. It's going to be Mudslapper versus Mudslapper. Shadow Candle Marowak versus Gastrodon.
We're getting muddy here, Butters. It
is raining here in Vegas.
That's right. It is raining. The dirt is loosening up, and these two Pokemon are absolutely playing around in the mud. The Shadow Candle Marowak will be the first to reach the charge attack. Chen Yu is at the body slam. Actually, now he's also at the water pulse. Will we see a quick swap out, or are these trainers going to just try and... Yeah.
Tried to catch on the body slam, but was ineffective. And now, this is a dominant matchup. You wouldn't think it, but Altaria is able to win this matchup pretty easily. It can swap a little bit. Actually, going for the air cutter here, trying to get a boost for the payback. Does he get that boost? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, fishing for that boost, but remember, these are non-same type attack bonus sand attacks, double resisted into this Altaria. They are doing 1 damage and 1 damage only, so there's essentially 0 fast attack pressure. Meanwhile, Chen Yu is doing single resisted Dragon Breath and very quickly pacing to these super effective flamethrowers.
And going for another bait here, and another call from Chen Yu. No protect shielding on this air cutter. You think these trainers know each other? He knew that was going to be a bait.
Yeah, they're in each other's minds, and I don't even think that this air cutter is going to knock out. You needed at least 1 boost to knock out. We see a quick cheeky catch here. Dylap Chung able to catch the flamethrower. That's still going to do a respectable amount of damage. It's a little interesting too. While you do have all of this energy that you can throw, actually just gets farmed down by the Gastrodon.
Wow, and that must-bring pick and Shadow Altaria is running wild in this matchup. The Gastrodon is in here. It's got a ton of energy as well. What are you going to come in with? Corviknight, try to soak up that energy, actually get a protection. No! An instant throw from Chin Yu, knowing the Corviknight was coming in.
Yeah, I think you know that Water Pulse can hit anything on this team, right? Either super effective or neutral, so you're not hesitating to throw it whatsoever. Great recognition by Chen Yu. Here comes the air cutter. I think this is going to be enough to knock out, but Chen Yu does not want to get knocked out. Wants to try and reach 1 more Water Pulse.
Yeah, and finally, Dylap does get a protect shield with that air cutter, but the Water Pulse is going to land into this Corviknight. It's not enough to knock out. The timer is not back up yet, so you can't swap out, but now you can, but decides to stay in and actually just get sand attack down. So this Corviknight is going to come out with a decent amount of energy, and that energy is pretty useful against the backline for Chen Yu.
Okay, and actually just nice patience there by Dylap. He does throw the super effective air cutter. Did the counter come through, and is it enough to knock out the Corviknight?
It did come through, and it is! It's enough to knock out, so you couldn't get the double air cutter. I don't know if he had the double air cutter, but that guaranteed it. Now you have the super effective Ice Punch. This is going to chunk into the Stunfisk, but it's also not going to be enough. But the key factor is, does Ice Punch plus Fast Attack do enough damage to knock out the Stunfisk?
Yeah, we've been looking for that ice coverage, and we're finding it here. It's super effective non-stab damage, not enough to quite knock out. You do need 2 of these Mud Bombs. Keep an eye on the switch clock, though, as well, because Chen Yu could go for a cheeky catch, trying to catch
at this point, you got to throw Discharge in case there is a swap, and there was the swap. What a play from Dylap to recognize that there probably is going to be a catch. Does he try to undercharge it as well? Yes, he does. It is a nice. He's trying to get some extra energy, but no, he whiffed a little bit. It's not enough, and he's not going to be able to get that Thunder Shock down, and Chin Yu is going to be able to Dragon Breath down.
He needed to probably do 1 or 2 more bubbles there, just a little bit too much of an undercharge there by Dylap Chung, and game number 1 does go to Chen Yu.
Oh, the undercharges is more art than science.
Yeah.
A lot of these trainers don't know exactly how to perform in those situations. I don't either. It's so hard to know exactly what a fully excellent discharge does into Altaria, and then how does a great do? How does a great with less bubbles, more bubbles? How does a nice do with more bubbles? I think maybe a great just with a little, just hitting the great might have been the play there, but it's so hard in that situation, incredibly difficult. I love the attempt from Dylap though.
Yeah, it is a skill expression. For the viewers at home trying to understand that undercharge dynamic, any excellent is going to be 100% power. Whether you hit all the bubbles or not, as long as it's at excellent, it's going to be 100%. As soon as you reach great, I think you're right at the 75% mark, but there is a gradient for everything below that as well, right? So whether you hit a nice with 3 bubbles or a nice with 4 bubbles, that is actually going to be a small increment of higher damage. So you really have to be perfectly on point with those undercharges if you're trying to come out with a full charge attack without getting farmed down yourself.
And of course, this is an action that they're taking on purpose. They are undercharging in order to get more energy to throw on a different Pokemon. It is a strategy that we see used in Championship Series to try to manipulate the matchups in your favor to try to close out a game. Unfortunately, Dylap, I think maybe if he did 2 Thunder Shocks more damage with that discharge. He might have gotten the back-to-back attacks, which would have been a brilliant finish to that game number 1. Instead, Chinyu really on point in that game number 1.
Butters, you've played a lot of Go Battle League, and you've done some, some grassroots formats as well. You've even done some tournaments here. What is objectively the most difficult bubbles to swipe, would you say? What type?
Oh, flying.
You miss one bubble, that's it.
Yeah, you miss one bubble, that's it. And it's coming out from the same place. You can master it, but I would say it is the hardest one to master. Dylap had it down in game number 1. How many air cutters did he throw?
Yeah, he certainly got a lot. That's right. Well, let's take a look here. Cradily into the Shadow Annihilate. That is going to be a terrible matchup. Immediately, Dylap is going to be swapping into a Shadow Canto Marowak, but Chen Yu, with that one-turn swap, will be able to reach this Rage Fist prior to Dylap Chung reaching his Bone Club.
This is a really tough position for Dylap. His tournament dreams on the line in terrible alignment. He had the Cradily into Shadow Annihilate, and now the counter swap of the Alolan Marowak is going to be faced into this Altaria, but he does hit it with that Rock Slide damage, so maybe a little hope there.
There is definitely some hope, but I think that you're going to have to use your second Protect Shield if you really want to try and flip this. You can't have that. You can't have that Cradily into the Annihilate. Those counters are just too devastating, especially with the Shadow Annihilate.
And decided to Protect Shield here, trying to get the alignment, using both Protect Shields to do so. Does Chinyu give up one? Yes, of course. You want to maintain the alignment, and you can do so by only giving up one Protect Shield. Swap in the Cradily. There is no timer because the timers are desynced. Can you get to attack? But no, the Sky Attack is reached by Chinyu.
Well, you have to get some energy if you're going to play this Cradily into Annihilate matchup. And honestly, the less HP you have, the better for Dylap Chung here. Because Chenyu's going to bring back in the Shadow Annihilate. He's just going to farm all the way down.
Yeah, and that is brutal here. You have the Protect Shield. You're going to use it. You want to save that energy, but we're finishing right where we started, this terrible matchup, and the backline matchup doesn't look great either.
No.
You have that Shadow Steelix into the Corviknight. Are you going to bring in that Corviknight? You really don't have a good opportunity to farm this down. How much energy? And there is the Corviknight. It is a blind Rage Fist here, and now this Annihilate is going to start ramping up.
Look, you don't want to overcomplicate things as a Shadow Annihilate, okay? When you know that you're going to be boosting your counters with that Rage Fist, you normally just go for it. I think the only thing that you'd really worry about would be if there's that Galarian Moltres hanging out in the back, and even then, you're still going to be doing a lot of that boosted counter damage.
And Annihilate did its job. Took out more than half the health of the Corviknight, so now Steelix can clean up. But remember, a Shadow Kanto Marowak with very low health is still a threat versus Shadow Steelix.
And that's the thing, it's Shadow on Shadow damage. Can you get to that Bone Club? You need to swap quickly here, but no, lets the Shadow Steelix get too much energy. Can you farm all the way down with...
Oh!
Yes, you can!
He gets it, and now he has the Bone Club. Suddenly, Dylap has life here. He's going to be able to land this super effective damage. This means the Corviknight needs to get to a payback. If he gets to a payback before he is knocked out, is there going to be a crunch? It's a race. It's going to be crunch to payback. Which Pokemon can get to their Dark Attack?
Does a Crunch knock out? These are super effective. Thunder Fangs here. Yes, I think Crunch is going to be enough. This is brutal for Dylap Chung. So close to being able to get to that charge attack. Unable to do so in game number 2. A 2-0 sweep goes to Chen Yu.
And this Steel type was able to get to its Dark type coverage a little bit faster, and Chen Yu is able to take this series 2-0. Nice handshake from friends there, as Chen Yu is going to be moving on here in Las Vegas. Dylap, a former regional champion, a really talented trainer.
That's right. Yeah, no doubt that Dylap still got it. You know, I think that he played as good as he really could there, but against a team like Chen Yu's, which I think you mentioned was Out of Pocket's team as well.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference is a Shadow Steelix versus normal Steelix.
4 Shadows on his team.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild, actually.
Yeah.
That's the most I've ever seen, I want to say. But either way, it's that win hard, lose hard matchup. And when you have the alignment like that Shadow Annihilate into the Cradily, it's just so hard to come back from. And I think that once you're up 1-0, you can afford to have a team like that that's just so risky, knowing that, okay, I just need to win one game out of 2. Let me try and get that rock, paper, scissors type of alignment that just guarantees a win.
And there are some tools at trainers' disposals that they can use to try to chip away at these negative alignments. You saw Dylap, he desynced the switch timers, which means that he was able to get to his switch timer before the opponent's switch timer was available to try to maneuver around the battlefield multiple times. And those little advantages that you can get with that desynced switch timer can be enough in some situations, and Dialab got very, very close. I mean, this is one of the worst alignments that is possible, and in the end, he was some sand attacks away from the winning attack, but it wasn't a complete blowout, which you would expect in a situation like that.
Plus, we got to see a Mud Slap down on an Altaria, and we also got to see a Thunderfang down on a Shadow Kanto Marowak. So you don't get to see that every day.
Yes, well, Chinyu got some lucky leads in that matchup. Let's see which other trainers are good at getting lucky leads. Welcome, trainers. We're here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships, and we're going to see if luck is on these trainers' side with a special game called Lucky Leads. I have Athy, Roast Beef, and Nighttime Clasher. They each have a plushie which represents their lead Pokemon. In this bag of Trubbish is other Pokemon that are relevant in Open Great League, top Pokemon, as you would say. And each trainer will pick a Pokemon out of this bag, and they need to explain whether they win or lose the lead, or it's neutral. You win the lead, you get 1 point. You lose the lead, you lose half a point. And if it's neutral, nothing happens. And the important thing here is you can't be biased to your plushie here. You have to be honest, because the first place competitor will get a prize or get to choose from a prize box, but also who gives the best explanations will also win a prize in this challenge. So whoever gets over 3 points will win it all, and whoever gives the best explanations will also get to choose a prize. Let's get it started. First off, Athy, what are the attacks on your lead Pokemon?
I'm going to go with Dragon Breath, Sky Attack, and Flamethrower. It's the most common moveset right now, so I think it's the safest. Hopefully I'm right. Let's see how it's going to go.
Let's see if luck's on your side. All right, go ahead and pick a Pokemon and explain what happens.
Malamar. I think this is a pretty neutral matchup. I'm not like super familiar with the specifics. I haven't fought too many Malamar on my Altaria. I don't have Moonblast. I'm going to say it's really neutral. I'm sure it could change how the shield scenarios go, but we're both throwing all neutral attacks in this matchup, and we have very similar pacing. So yeah, we're going to have to see how it goes there.
I love that. That was honest to start us off. So you're at 0 points. All right, Roast Beef, go ahead. Pick from the Trubbish bag here. And then I will tell you, yeah, go ahead, pick, and then go for your attacks on the Sableye. Let's see. Sorry, I was blocking a little bit. Okay, what attacks does your Sableye have?
Shadow Sableye has Shadow Claw, Dazzling Gleam, and Foul Play.
Okay, great. And what is your Pokemon, and how does this matchup go?
Blastoise. I win because I outpaced.
Okay, fair enough. All right, well, you get a point then. All right, so 1 point to Roast Beef here. All right, and now we got Nighttime Clasher. Pick a Pokemon real quick, and then when I give it to you, explain the attacks on your Pokemon and then how this matchup goes.
Sure, we have Azumarill here, Bubble, Play Rough, and Ice Beam. You mentioned there was Bastiodon in the mix, but we don't even have your pump. It's okay. So let's take a look. We have Wiggly, Tough, and then I think this is pretty good for Azumarill, especially because the charms don't really do anything right now. You can pretty much just take them out with 2 moves, and it's very hard for them to charm you down. They might go for an Icy Wind angle sometimes. If you swap it into them, they might try to Icy Wind you and maybe get out of there. However, just generally, I definitely want to be the Azumarill here. You just have better moves overall.
Okay, sounds like 1 point. So we got 1 point, 1 point, 0 points for the honesty over on this side. All right, Anthony, go ahead and take your second Pokemon. What Pokemon was the matchup like?
All right, so I've got Dunsparce here. You know, Dunsparce's attacks don't do too much damage. It's not the most attack-weighted Pokemon, but it's a rock type. Well, it's not a rock type, but it has Rollout and Rock Slide. So I'm going to say I don't win this matchup. You know, I do some damage, but obviously the rock type is going to be super effective in Altaria. It's got a rock type fast move and a rock type charge attack. So yeah, I'm going to say I lose this one.
All right, -1, or no, -0.5, sorry. So luck has not been on your side so far, Athy. All right, Roast Beef, you're up next. Choose from the bag here. What is your Pokemon? How's the matchup go?
Gastrodon. Sableye's glassy enough, it probably loses if they invest shields.
I love it, the honesty here. So you're actually at half a point now because you won one and then you go down half a point. All right, Nighttime Clasher, you're up next. Let's see if the luck continues on the lucky leads here.
We have Cradily. I think this one is, it's not fantastic in the lead. It's always better if you swap a Azumarill and they counter with Cradily because you can obviously Ice Beam them first. I think in the lead, it's probably losing. However, it's not the worst, but definitely still losing overall. Ice Beam, you get to it just a little bit slower than their 2 Grass Knots, so it's not the best.
Fair enough. All right, Honesty again, 3 lost leads in a row here. Let's see if Luck can be on Appy's side
Go for the RPS
in this third pick.
All right, what do we got? Dusclops. I think that this is also, unfortunately, not the best matchup. Assuming that they have Ice Punch. You know, it's double super effective on Atari. It's a dragon and flying type. So Ice Punch doesn't one-shot, but I think it can take me into range where a Shadow Punch can knock out if I were to no-shield it. So I'm going to say I lose this matchup as well.
All right, that's -1. Remember, one of these trainers needs to get the 3.5 to win. All right, up next, Roast Beef.
Yeah, we just talked about Dusclops. Sorry, friend. Galarian Corsola. Sableye wins. Sableye probably has to go down more shields, but it will win.
Yeah, Luck is on your side there. That means you're at 1.5. All right, Nighttime Clasher.
Before we get somewhere. Okay, let's see. We have Fortress. This is not fantastic for Azumarill. I think it's okay sometimes. Not in the lead though, because the Rock Tomb they get to in 17 Bug Bites right before your first play rough, which is 18 turns. So Azumarill definitely loses this one.
Okay, so I think you're down to 0. So we got -0.5, 1.5, and 0 here. All right, let's turn it around here. We're gonna have to lower the point total maybe.
Oh. Clodsire. Oh, this is really interesting because I think this depends on the moveset. What do I do in that situation?
All right, you know what? It's Sludge Bomb and Earthquake.
I think I can win this. I think I can win this with Sludge Bomb and Earthquake. I think Altaria has it's very similar pacing, but the Sludge Bomb just doesn't do as much damage, I believe, as the Sky Attack. So I think I can take the win, provided that they have that moveset.
Okay, all right, that evens it up at 0. All right, let's see if Roast Beef can keep his luck going.
Farce. It's Stone Edge. Anyway, Azu, all you have to do is land the Gleam. Azu never shields first, and then you go straight foul play, and you win with a lot of health left. They never land a move.
Okay, I'm not the judge and jury here. I'm just asking if you win or lose the lead. So I'm gonna give.
You win. If you go 2 shields, you're fine.
Okay, all right. He 2-shielded it, so that means he has 2.5 points, just 1 point away. Nighttime Clasher.
We have Goodra. This is in the lead, really, really solid for Azumarill. It always gets a little awkward if Goodra swaps and you counter swap with it because Thunder Punches do come pretty quickly and they can just bully you with 2 shields. However, Azumarill still just favored here. Play rough and bubbles, easily enough to knock out the Goodra.
Okay, what's your total now?
I think I'm at 1.
At 1. Okay, 1, 2.5, and 0. All right, let's.
2.5, right?
No, 0. I think you lost 2 leads.
Oh.
You lost 2 leads in a row.
Oh, okay. We got an interesting one here too. Primeape. Yeah, this is also moveset dependent as well, I would say, right?
I'm gonna say it has Ice Punch because I gave you the break on the other one, so it has Ice Punch.
I think we still have play with our Altaria though, because I think we can still survive an Ice Punch if it's a non-shadow. And we can also shield, right? So I'm gonna say it's neutral still. Like that's why I'm not gonna say that I win with Ice Punch, but I think it comes down to bait calls there, right? Because if you no shield a Rage Fist, you're in a great position. And if you shield an Ice Punch, you might have a little bit more play as well. But they still have really, really great pacing as well. But because the Ice Punch doesn't quite one-shot, whereas the Sky Attack does, I'm gonna give the edge to a neutral matchup there.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the point. Actually, I think you get 1 point there because I think you can win that matchup in some cases. All right, you're 1 point away. Can you get it right here? What is the Pokemon?
Annihilate. All right. You just straight up win.
Yeah. Okay, looks like Luck was on Roast Beef's side here. I said I was gonna give a prize to the best explanations, but you know what? I'm gonna give a prize to everyone because Nighttime Clasher had amazing explanations, and I think Appy was the most honest. So he will also get a prize. You were half honest. No, you were honest, Roast Beef. Each of these trainers gonna be able to pick something from this box. Congratulations to these trainers, and we're gonna have to find out what luck will be on these trainers' side when they compete this weekend at the Las Vegas Regionals. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
That's right. We're getting back to the Pokemon action. It's a new round. It's a new stage. It's a new regional location. And we're feline good. You like that? You like that?
No, the best part is that you dropped the pun and you immediately look at me for my reaction. And
I couldn't even get it because I saw I didn't even notice he was wearing sunglasses.
You couldn't see my eyes roll, chat, but it definitely happened. Okay, that was actually pretty funny. Before we came on camera, Amanda says, "I'm leading us in. I got it. I got this one." And I instantly became suspicious, and now we know why. But I'm really excited to see our next pair. We got several more matches. Production's loving this tournament so much, we actually added games, Amanda.
I love it. Love to see it.
Instead of just 2 pairs, we're going to cast 3 more, and then our friends are going to get some more as well. So I'm ready to get into it as soon as they are.
All right, well, we are in the losers round here, so that means these are big or go home moments for these trainers. We're in the losers semifinals, I believe, in these next matchups. This is the largest tournament that we've had so far this year for Pokemon Go. Very excited to see all these trainers coming back. We have a lot of big names that have been around for a long time, but a lot of people who are also up-and-comers making a name for themselves this season.
I really appreciate the last series we just saw on stream. We had Dialab taking on Chen Yu. You and I casted Dialab where he fell to that loser side bracket, and he had fought all the way to that finals, but unable to punch his ticket to day number 2. Production gave us the cue, Amanda. They're hyped. We're ready. We've got Mormon Matt taking on Dre Flames here.
We've got a lot of Shadow Pokemon, too, on that side of Mormon Matt there. We got a Shadow Steelix, Shadow Scissor, Shadow Nihilip, and Shadow Altaria. Rounding it out there with a Gastrodon and Wigglytuff. We saw Dre Flames playing a little bit earlier on stream. He's been rocking some interesting picks, notably that Shadow Charizard on his side, and his is running Dragon Breath.
I'm so glad you said that. That is the key, right? Shadow Charizard with Ember is a completely different story than Shadow Charizard with Dragon Breath, and he's got 2 steel types on the opposing side. Mormon Matt gonna lead one of those into the fire flying type. Those Thunder Fangs are gonna rip through it if Drake Flames is not careful.
Yeah, ended up immediately swapping out to that Galarian Corsola for a little more of a neutral matchup. Psychic Fang coming through on that side of the Steelix. This is going to lower the defenses of that Galarian Corsola. That nice and bulky Pokemon, but still gaining a ton of energy. And it looks like Mormon Matt is just content to stay in this at this point because this Corsola has so much energy, and trying to catch with Altaria, still kind of able to do so.
Yeah,
Corsola throwing some shade.
Wanted to avoid the Power Gem and succeeds in that mission. Mormon Matt absorbing that Nightshade into his Shadow Altaria, another tech that we've seen here pretty often in the Las Vegas Regional Championships, but this second one, make no mistake, is going to be the Power Gem.
Power Gem coming through here. Mormon Matt, no shielding that Shadow Altaria, thinking it's perhaps a Nightshade. You see Dre Flames also taken back, a little bit surprised, but in comes the Scissor to try to get some damage off. Another Nightshade is able to be reached right before that Corsola gets knocked out. Mormon Matt puts up a shield.
Look at the value that Dre Flames has gotten out of this Galarian Corsola. I mean, taking down the Altaria, taking back switch advantage, and then pulling a shield from Shadow Scizor. That's incredible. Coming in now with the Charizard, but it's so glassy, it's so shield hungry, he's got to protect it from the Night Slash.
I think Dre Flames might be having some stress here because this was a similar position when he was in with Nighttime Clasher. He's now getting an attack boost and swapping right as an air cutter goes to catch on this Steelix, absorbing all this energy. Mormon Matt shaking his head. He doesn't know for sure. He can breathe easy, just an air cutter.
He's shaking his head, but I think he's feeling it. That was a great catch of the air cutter, and now the Guzzlord comes out, building to the Earthquake, threatening that hard-hitting charge attack, but Dre Flames does not take the bait. He says, throw whatever you want. Psychic Fangs is going to do nothing here.
Not very effective. Guzzlord will go a little bit down, but those Psychic Fangs not doing much of this dark type Pokemon. Meanwhile, just getting up a ton of energy here. Brutal Swing #1 coming through on this Steelix.
Very, very small gesture there, but throwing after 4 Dragon Tails, he's not going to take that extra Thunder Fang damage because he picks up the knockout. So that was very calculated by Dre Flames. Now he's facing off against the Shadow Scizor. Final shield for Mormon Matt. I mean, this is basically his final chance to win this game.
Trying to just bullet punch away, do as much as possible, throwing right before the Brutal Swing was available. Dre Flames uses his shield because he knows he's at the attack. This Scissor is pretty low. It's Shadow. It's going to take extra damage. And once again gets an attack boost, and he's able to reach a Night Slash here.
This is definitely going to KO that Shadow Charizard, but don't forget that Guzzlord is in the back, and it's got a ton of HP to boot. Night Slash connects. Do we get a double boost? No! Scizor going to take the Brutal Swing here. It looks like Dre Flames is going to claim Game 1.
It's brutal out here, especially for that Scissor with no Protect Shields to hide behind. Guzzlord takes it out. Dre Flames takes Game 1 with a Shadow Charizard with Dragon Breath against a double Steel lineup.
Not just that, Amanda, but a Dragon Tail Guzzlord as well versus double Steel. You know, you think, okay, well, Steel defensively against Dragon is incredible. You're going to resist all those fast and charge attacks. However, it looks like Dre Flames has other opinions and other ideas. I mean, the Guzzlord with that brutal swing is so neutral. The Charizard is always going to threaten with the Air Cutter. I mean, at this point, Amanda, what do you think? Does he just run it back in game 2?
I think if you're Mormon Matt, you're wondering why on earth did Dre Flames bring that Guzzlord? Think about these matchups here. Wigglytuff, horrible. Steelix, not necessarily great. We can see that Shadow Scissor puts in work. Shadow Annihilate would punch away, and Altaria's hitting back with those Dragon Breaths. What was the target here for that Guzzlord? And yet it's still put in so much work.
Yeah, one of my favorite quotes as of late is, I'm just not seeing the vision, right? I don't see the vision for Guzzlord, but apparently Dre Flames does. And if he does bring that mighty Ultra Beast back, I think Mormon Matt needs to be prepared. And that kind of maneuver, right? Just like you pointed out, that kind of maneuver might lend Mormon Matt to leaning more on Wigglytuff. Because if he does bring the Wigglytuff, I mean, that's like 4 charms and Guzzlord is out of here, right? It might be really volatile if those two Pokemon are on these teams in game number 2.
Both of these trainers pretty well known, being able to make it quite far in this tournament. Losers semifinals in group number E. And I think that this is like a pretty interesting composition of how these two wanted to play out game number 1. It's always like a fact-finding mission, right? Okay, what is my opponent going to lead? I think Mormon Matt played a pretty safe, kind of predictable line. I'm actually surprised Dre Flames was able to maneuver around it. Let's see if he's able to do it. Game number 2 here. We've got that Shadow Charizard up again, now against a Wigglytuff on the side of Mormon Matt.
I have no idea how this matchup goes, but it looks like Mormon Matt wants to get out of there, swapping into Steelix, met by the Clodsire. This is going to be really, really tough for Steelix to come back from.
Steelix, it does have that Psychic thing, which is going to be able to do nice damage. Earthquake also is going to be able to do a decent amount, but Clodsire is bulky, and Clodsire also has attacks that just hurt. As you can see, super effective damage, knocking that Steelix down so low here.
How many matchups do we see where both Pokemon are throwing double resisted fast attacks into each other? Electric Thunderfang into the ground typing, and then that Poison Sting into the steel ground typing from Steelix.
We're seeing heavy damage being thrown both ways here. Going for that Stone Edge, this normally would not be a very effective attack, but when the Steelix is this low, Clodsire is just doing what Clodsire can. But Mormon Matt, I think, is a little bit content to be in this position here, and you see Dre Flames immediately pivoting out. He wants to try to get as much damage off as possible, and in comes a Wigglytuff to the Corsola. Mormon Matt has found his target.
Yeah, Dre Flames did not want to get farmed down as that Clodsire, recognizing the Scizor is likely coming. That swap was key. He's going to throw the Power Gem and pull the first shield from Mormon Matt, which is actually pretty good. But that Wigglytuff, I'm going to tell you, Amanda, it looks really good in the end game here.
It is going to be very tough to get around, and just charging up a ton of extra energy, throwing on charge attack priority here. Icy Wind will lower the attack of the Corsola, so maybe it was very correct to shield up that first Power Gem when it went through, because this one will not be as effective.
And you got to remember as well, each of these charge attacks takes about 10 seconds off that switch timer, so Corsola might not be in this matchup too much longer. Switch timer expires, the swap is available. Dre Flames decides to stay in and give 3 more charms of energy to the Wigglytuff. Is that a mistake?
I think he's recognizing, oh boy, what am I going to do in this scenario? I just gave extra energy to a Pokemon. My Clodsire is so low in the back. Maybe it's going to be used for a catch, and that's exactly what he's able to do. Catching this Swift, this Clodsire is gone now, but this Charizard still has an uphill climb.
Throwing 2 Dragon Breaths and then swapping on turn 3. Out comes the Shadow Scizor here, and Charizard has a tough matchup ahead of it. Not even going to the Blast Burn. Did you notice that? Didn't even push up to the energy requirement. Instead, just throwing the Air Cutter immediately.
Mormon Matt says, I know how to count. I know that's not going to be quite enough, but the attack does rise. Air Cutter has that chance, and Trailblaze is a guarantee. Guaranteed to not only get that shield, but boost up these bullet punches. It's still going to be close.
If Shadow Charizard can get a full farm down here, which it does, the double Air Cutters against the Wigglytuff, it's going to do a lot of damage.
There's still a shield left on Mormon Matt's side. Mormon Matt has to use it on one of these, because 2 of them would definitely be enough to knock out. This one is actually enough to knock out by itself. Dre Flames takes the series.
I do not know my Shadow Charizard Air Cutter boosted Air Cutter damage calcs, but apparently Dre Flames does, overcoming a double steel team. Just listen to that absurdity, right? There's a Scizor and a Thunderfang Steelix. Dre Flames runs Guzzlord and Dragon Breath Charizard in game 1 wins, runs back the Charizard and wins game 2, even in spite of that.
I think that a lot of times people are like, do I run Ember? Do I run Dragon Breath? And it's always up to like the masterclass of the players who play it so well that make you kind of change your mind. Like, I'm an Ember fan, but when I watch players play it that well, I'm like, maybe Dragon Breath is the way?
I don't know. I mean, this is so fascinating because we saw Dre Flames get knocked to that loser side bracket pretty early on in the tournament, but here he is in the loser semis taking down a double steel squad with a Wigglytuff to boot. I mean, Mormamed had all the tools, everything on paper that you think he needs to win this series, and he got swept.
Just completely swept, recognizing himself. Dre Flames here, even staying in with the Corsola. I thought that was a super interesting play, but it allowed for him to make this catch right here. If he would have swapped out, he wouldn't have been able to do this, and he wouldn't have been able to gain that energy.
Yeah, sometimes it's not about the immediate. You have to have a vision for how the game will play out in the final stages, and that air cutter boost was so instrumental. I mean, the Trailblaze is going to boost you up no matter what, but due to Charizard's typing, it actually doesn't take that much damage from the bullet punches, and I mean, Mormamed realized my only chance is to hang on through one of these, and he couldn't even do that.
I have to be honest with you, I didn't think that that would knock out. It was just like, I, for one, forgot that it was boosted, but my goodness, that was a lot of work.
It looked like a sky attack, right? It looked like an aerial ace. It looked like a harder hitting charge attack than what we're used to, but that just goes to show you, right? I made a video a long time ago talking about Earthquake and how an Earthquake from a Shadow Swampert does a whopping amount of damage compared to something like an Earthquake from a Clodsire.
Sure.
Charizard with Air Cutter, it's deadly when you compare that to like a Corviknight with Air Cutter with a lower attack.
There's so much of that, and this was just the losers semifinals. Again, so many different competitors here. We haven't been able to show all the matches, even though we're giving you guys more matches to watch, but there have been some going on the floor that we want to point out to you guys, because it looks like Haydonis Actual has been knocked out of this tournament in losers round 7 by K-Pine in a 2-1 victory.
Whenever I think of Gudra, I actually do think of Haydonis Actual because he was playing that Pokemon even a year ago, but K-Pine, content creator and a talented trainer in his own right, able to take that 2-1 victory in losers round 7. But that's the thing, right? It says losers round 7. It doesn't say losers finals, which means there are still more games that K-Pine needs to play if he wants to make top cut.
We know that there have been so many talented trainers. Beelzebub in his first ever regional competition was actually knocked down to the losers bracket in his first round. Made a great run, I think to losers round 6, but unfortunately for him, knocked out of this tournament. Used a Mew, a pretty spicy pick, and we've been seeing some pretty interesting spicy picks throughout this tournament. But I've also noticed that we've been seeing a core of Pokemon that did really well in Gdansk, and they've also been doing really well here in Las Vegas.
You want to tell us about it?
Well, I know for sure that there's going to be that Altaria. We've been seeing it everywhere. It seems to be a lot of people's dragon of choice,
Sure.
although people have been opting for a couple different ones. We've seen Corviknight. We've seen, oh my goodness, Florges, Furret, Unova Stunfisk, and we got one
Scizor
more.
or
Shadow,
Empoleon,
Scissor.
right?
Yep.
Absolutely. I think that composition that we saw, not only from PvP David, but also Boom 20 over in EU, has made its way across the Atlantic. But I just want to point out, we've had such a diverse group of grand finalists so far this season. You know, we've had like 6 or 7 events where we've had more than 10 unique Pokemon in the grand finals. And then PvP David and Boom come in and they have identical teams. You know, Belo Horizonte this season was one of the first tournaments in a long time that we had 12 unique Pokemon in the grand finals.
I think that's so cool, and it just shows us how diverse Pokemon Go can be, because in this open Great League meta, when you can essentially pick almost any Pokemon, there are a couple that are on the list that you're not allowed to be using, but I mean...
Not allowed to be using, well, yeah, there is a short list, right?
There's a very short list.
But yeah, to your point, I kind of jumped in there. I was like, wait. Nobody outlawed Shadow Mightyena, Amanda. Don't forget.
Whoop, whoop. No Shadow Mariana, unfortunately, on this team, because I think it was pretty cool, but there is a Sucker Punch user that is something that we haven't seen yet in this tournament on the side of DHC, and that is that Thievul.
Thievul.
What do you think about Thievul?
I think Thievul looks really good. We have seen some trainers over in EEU kind of singing its praises. It does have Sucker Punch, like you pointed out, and it is a pure Dark-type Pokemon, so it does gain that same type attack bonus. It can work away at opponents, and it's bulkier than Shadow Mightyena, so it has a bit more staying power. I do think it could be a very interesting pick, depending on if it finds its targets.
Yep. Speaking of interesting, we have gotten some tweets from you guys, some social posts. Make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, and you might be featured on the stream. But let's go ahead and take a look at it. We got Seagull, the dev, haven't gotten to post yet, but Team Plushies for Milwaukee 2026.
Go
so
ahead.
this wasn't from this, but look at all of these different Pokemon.
Go ahead and pick your favorite. Which one's your favorite here?
That's a good question. I really like Umbreon.
I see Sableye hanging from the rafters,
see him up there.
and you totally overlooked it.
My guy.
But I think if we were holding a community vote, then that Fampi with the safari hat would win by a landslide. That is adorable.
Oh my goodness, all of these different plushies. You love to see how trainers use them. We had a trainer earlier on saying, you know what, it's his first tournament ever. He sees the plushies so, as support on the stage alongside them. There are tons of different ones. Let us know in the chat which ones you think are the cutest. Speaking of cute Pokemon, we've got Pikachu and Eevee, and we've got Nicole, because they're all in Vegas.
This really reminds me of Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, right? Incredible game. So much to love in the Pokemon IP, and what an incredible time we've had here in Vegas so far. That's one of the things, right? If you just say, I'm in Vegas, fellow trainers show up, have a good time, it's always a good time. But make sure to follow the channels no matter where you are or where you're watching from. We really love to see you get engaged and posting your posts on social, but also following the channel. We like to see those numbers go up.
We definitely do. And the more people are watching, the more incentive it is for these players to do well. When they look back and they see who has been cheering for them and see how they've been playing, we still have quite a few to go. And I'm very anxious to see if we will see that Thievul. We saw the Mighty Anna earlier on running that fast attack sucker punch. Thievul on this other side of DHC could be an interesting pick. It does even better, I would say, into that Galarian Corsola because it can be able to throw the Night Slash.
No, absolutely. And I like that because it does carry that dark typing, it's going to have a slight edge against Furret as well. So this Pokemon looks incredibly neutral. There's no fairy type pressure, not even a Florges here to keep that Thievul on the bench. So I would be shocked to not see it in probably all 3 games here, Amanda.
I think that, but where do you put it? That's the real question. Are you going to use it as that safe swap if you don't get a good lead to try to get into a position where you can be more favorable? Or are you just trying to go at the beginning and try to just, slowly whittle away at your opponent?
Yeah, it's a good question. So something that we have seen time and time again here in Las Vegas is that when there's an absence of a Mudslap user, Empoleon is an incredible safe swap. So personally, if I'm looking at this, I'm looking at maybe a Florges or Thievul lead with an Empoleon safe switch, and then you can close it with one of your flying Pokemon in the back. Maybe Altaria because it's more neutral versus the Unova Stunfisk.
Sure, I think that speaking of that Unova and Stunfisk, it looks decently strong because Empoleon does have a good amount of play into Chemcoop's team, but one thing that does stop its role there is that Unova and Stunfisk being able to hit back with those mud bombs and also being able to pace pretty quickly.
Exactly. So I think that for Chemcoop, the pressure is really on him to pinpoint where that Empoleon is, lock down that matchup, and then try to carry that Unova Stunfisk into the next and maybe even the third matchup and keep on throwing those mud bombs and discharges and whittle away his opponent.
Yeah, he doesn't really have any horrible matches for that Unova and Stunfisk, so if I was Chemcoop, I would like to see it. Look at all those Pantsers! Anyway, coming in, we got that Credillia, and we do see that Thievul in the lead, running Night Slash and Play Rough as its charge attack, since we don't see Thievul very often. Very interesting to point out, especially how they want to play out these matches.
It looks like it's going to be 8 sucker punches to that Play Rough, and that would be really helpful if there's an Altaria on the other side, but no, just the Cradilly as well as the other 2 Pokemon in the back. We're see a Rock Tomb get fired off here by Chemcoop as well. Let's see how bulky this Thievul is.
Thievul takes it, dunks it down a little bit below him, and now actually swapping into that Empoleon, like you said, safe swap, but now met with that Unova and Stunfisk. It will be able to outpace since it swapped in first, and this Hydro Cannon will do a nice amount of damage, but Chemcoop goes ahead and lets that first one go and just starts charging up some energy of his own.
I mean, Metal Sound is not going to do much to this electric type Unova Stunfisk, but the Mud Bomb will definitely deal a lot of damage in the other direction. This might actually knock out if it connects, and DCH United is going to let it through.
Goes ahead, lets it go through. Look how much damage that does. I think Chemcoop will definitely have to put up a shield here if he wants to maintain maintain this alignment, but he's also going to get some nice and fast attack damage, potential farm down, because the switch timers are not up yet, and now this Unova Stunfisk comes out with a lot. Basically 2 charge attacks, throwing that first discharge at the Altaria that just came in.
This is what we were talking about, right? If the Unova Stunfisk could find that Empoleon and then carry some energy into the next matchup after that, Chemcoop would be in a great spot, and he's doing exactly that here. Switch timer is up for DCH United. He could reach for that for the Thievul, but he's going to stay in versus the Furret and probably absorb this Swift.
Furret goes ahead and throws its charge attack and being able to hit this Altaria. There's still 2 Protect Shields left on DHC's side, going for a Sky attack to chip away at this Furret. I wonder if we'll see a pivot back into that Thievul, or if he's just going to be content to try to get as much damage off as possible. Nope, we're going right into the Thievul right now. He knows that these Sucker Punches aren't doing too much, but will have to use a shield if he wants to keep it healthy.
I think DHC is wondering if he shields this, if he's able to Sucker Punch all the way through, because there's still about 5 seconds on that switch timer. He's going to get 2, 3, 4, 5, and gets a full Sucker Punch down while resisting the Sucker Punches in kind.
That hurts Chemcoop so much, because this Thievul is basically thieving away at this game, stealing any opportunities to win, because this first Night Slash goes through, the second one will get it desperately low. He's got to shield up this Credilli if he wants to be able to maintain anything in this game.
Well, now Chemcoop is trying to think about it. He says, can I Thundershock down and get the energy on my Stunfisk? But look at these Sucker Punches adding up. He's at the double, but at what cost?
Well, he's going to be able to use 1 shield here. The real question is, will this 1 discharge be enough to knock out? No shield even used on DHC's side. He's so confident.
No shield. DHC looks over and he says, trust me, bro, this is not enough. And he is absolutely right, taking game 1 off of Chemcoop, despite being in a tough position in that mid game with the Empoleon versus the Unova Stunfisk.
DHC confident. They're not even bothering to use a shield, though his Altaria was pretty low. Using that Empoleon as that safe swap and not shielding it up, even though he recognized that Unovan Stunfisk on the other side was going to get so much energy, turns out didn't even matter.
I wonder what Chemcoop is thinking right now, because as we take a little closer of a look at this team, I mean, so interesting to see that pure Dark-type Thievul just stealing away that game number 1, if I might.
I've heard that before.
I wonder what Chemcoop is going to do to stop that Thievul in its tracks for game number 2, because like we pointed out, there is no Fairy-type presence on his team. He doesn't even have a Fairy-type charge attack available to him, so he's got to beat it neutrally.
And I tell you what, we saw the Mighty Anda before, but we saw that it can't comfortably take charge attacks, especially like a Rock Tomb from that Credilli. But Thievul was able to completely take it and still come out with a lot of energy later on. So I tell you what, like, this is another Sucker Punch user that I think people might start taking some notes on.
I really like the idea of Shadow Scizor here for Chemcoop. I mean, you're going to deal a lot of bullet punch damage. I think that's very close. It's very competitive if the Shadow Scizor is lined up against the Thievul, but you don't need to win it outright. You just need to neutralize that Pokemon so that the rest of your team can make some waves. And guess what, Amanda? We're going to see some leads on the field as Panseer takes us in. We're going to get Thievul versus Shadow Scizor.
See how they want to play this out. You see how much damage these Sucker Punches are doing, but Bullet Punch is also just going away here. And the big problem for Chemcoop is, because this is a Dark-type Pokemon, the Night Slashes aren't going to be doing as much damage as the Night Slash from that Thievul, getting that first Protect Shield off of Chemcoop.
Exactly. This is kind of like a Guzzlord situation, right? No matter what you throw, it's not going to do a whole lot of damage, but building way over the Night Slash, this is an important call. DHC lets it through. I think he might even hang on through this.
Going ahead and lets it go. Not very effective. No boost. And actually a nice catch on Chemcoop's side, catching onto the Unovan Stunfisk. And now DHC actually gets to kind of dictate what's going to come in. It's definitely going to be that Altaria. Altaria has 2 shields here, and he gets completely hide the Empoleon from this Unovan Stunfisk, and look what's in the back.
Think about it this way, right? DHC led the Thievul, it neutralized the Scizor, it gave him switch advantage, and it gave him shield advantage. What an incredible impact Pokemon here.
Going ahead, 2 charge attacks here from this Unovan Stunfisk. Discharge number 1, connecting with the Altaria. Discharge number 2, knocking it down to a little bit under half health, but now the Altaria can start hitting back. Flamethrower being thrown from DHC. No Protect Shield used by Chemcoop.
A tendency I'm noting on DHC is that he's not comfortable throwing his charge attacks after a swap. He waits for his opponent to throw their own charge attacks so that he can time his Dragon Breath. But look at this timing from Chemcoop to swap in that Scizor and Night Slash this Altaria.
Saying, okay, you know, I know I have a Night Slash loaded. I want to get some chip damage off where possible. And now a quick pivot into that Empoleon. Empoleon is able to completely metal sound down. The Unova Sunfist is quite low. Altaria needs to be able to get to a flamethrower, but look, there's 2 Protect Shields left on DHC side. In comes that Unova Sunfist. I think we might see that Protect Shield #1 coming through here.
Absolutely. I think if you recognize the Empoleon with energy advantage is going to be key, you need to start protecting it here, especially when both of your other Pokemon are essentially on life support back there. They've got no HP left. We're going to see the Hydro Cannon get fired off from DHC, trying to pick up the knockout, but Chemcoop is not going to give it to him here.
Yeah, Chemcoop saying, okay, using that last Protect Shield because he wants to get as much damage off as possible onto this Empoleon. Gets the last shield from DHC as well, but DHC is going to have to throw to knock out this Unovan Sunfist, and there's a potential catch scenario for Altaria. No, not able to get there in time. This Hydro Cannon will wash away this, this Pokemon.
No, good point. I think that Chemcoop really wanted the energy off this Empoleon to give his Altaria a chance. He needs to connect with the flamethrower here if he's got any hope of winning this game, and DHC United has 2 Pokemon in the back that he could swap on, but one-turn fast attacks are incredibly difficult to swap on.
And keep in mind, Dragon Breath pace is so quick, and now this flamethrower is ready. No catch opportunity available here. This flamethrower will connect. This Shadow Altaria knocks out the Empoleon. Now look at the health on both of the Pokemon left. Oh!
Misses the Sky Attack because the Dragon Breath damage applies, and Thievul has nothing left. Chemcoop able to strike back here in game #2 despite taking a heavy loss in the lead scenario. I mean, seriously, everybody, lost the Scizor basically, lost shield advantage, and gave away switch advantage. I mean, that was dire.
I think the big thing to note at the end was Chemcoop recognizing how important that Unovan Stunfisk was. Even though he had it in a matchup against that Altaria, he swapped out. He had that Scizor to be able to come in, get that Altaria on the side of DHC's low, and then he was able to use his shield to get that Empoleon just low enough for the Altaria to take out.
Exactly. Like we said, it's about managing things, right? You don't need to do the biggest, flashiest play and just absolutely win the game with a single strike, but you have to be patient. You have to be careful, and you have to manage your opponent and put yourself in a position to win. That's what a lot of the best Pokemon Go PvP players do time and time again. This flamethrower was so devastating. I mean, we knew when the swap didn't come through that Empoleon's days were numbered.
Yeah, roasted there, able to just Dragon Breath down before the Sky Attack goes through. Dragon Breath's for you, Dragon Breath's for you. Game 2 for Chemcoop.
Going to a decisive game #3. This is an elimination game for either of these trainers. Either DHC United moves on to the finals or Chemcoop does. We might see a Thievul in the Group F finals, but not if Chemcoop's got something to say about it.
I think Thievul is a really important Pokemon for DHC because it just has such neutral to good matchups against almost everything. But in that same breath, I think Unovan Stunfisk on that side of Chemcoop really proved vital. I think these are Pokemon that I would expect to see on both sides in this Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the question becomes, what do they build around it and how do they adjust? You know what? These trainers are taking a couple extra moments to lock in their teams, and I think that is completely valid. For one of them, their Las Vegas hopes and dreams will be dashed. The other one will continue towards the bright city lights. But let's find out here as our losers semis for Group F continues.
So taking a moment, of course, this is a big moment for both of these trainers. They have the championship points. They have some of this, but what they want is a title. And to do that, they need to get into that next round. We're going into game #3, and looks like Chemcoop has found the lead he's looking for. We'll see if we're going to see a swap here or if we're going to see, DHC actually staying in for a little bit, throwing the Hydro Cannon right away.
Yeah, Chemcoop with a knowing nod there. As soon as the leads were shown, he likes this position for his Unova Stunfisk, and understandably so. Hydro Cannon connects. Unova Stunfisk has energy, just waiting for the swap. Oh, and he does it anyway!
Wow. Recognizing that potentially going to have a swap, no shield used on that side of the Altaria that just came in, and no shield needed because it was a Mud Bomb. In comes the Shadow Altaria from Chemcoop's side, but now it's a little bit behind on energy. It looks like actually throwing right away on DHC's side. Will Chemcoop put up a shield?
Here's the thing, right? Mud Bomb might not be that much damage, but in the mirror match, it might make all the difference. Shadow Altaria taking on its regular counterpart.
Going ahead, just charging up to almost 100 energy here before throwing that first Sky Attack, and DHC doesn't use a Protect Shield. He's already shown that Empoleon, and we also need to be wary that Chemcoop has enough energy that he can get a flamethrower, and that's exactly what he's trying to do.
I'm telling you, the dice are rolling perfectly here for Chemcoop, able to land the lead with that Unova Stunfisk and then pull the shield with the flamethrower. Things are going exactly according to plan, but a charge tech priority tie. This might change things up.
This might. There's 2 Protect Shields on Chemcoop's side. The Unova Stunfisk came back in and pressed the Mud Bomb, and actually Chemcoop lets it go. This Empoleon is still in this tournament, and there is just a Shadow Scissor in the back and a regular Thievul for DHC. This is going to be so close. There's 2 shields on Chemcoop's side.
I think we know which Pokemon Chemcoop chooses in rock, paper, scissors. We're going to see Scizor against the Thievul, and this damage is adding up so quickly. Honestly, Amanda, this might have been a misplay because I don't think the Scizor can get past the Thievul.
This time Chemcoop opting for a Trailblaze. It's going to boost the bullet punches, would also do more damage than the Night Slash, but DHC puts up his last Protect Shield and completely farms it down. This Altaria in the back with just a little bit of help. There's 2 shields remaining, but I don't think Chemcoop's even going to bother using at this point. Thievul's first attack going through.
Yeah, no shield there. Sometimes you got to know when to hold them and when to fold them, and Chemcoop knows that his tournament is over here in Las Vegas.
And what does the Fox say? The Fox says, hey, DHC, we're going on to losers finals here, taking that last game with the Thievul against a 2-shielded Scizor and Altaria.
Wow, what a matchup, right? We knew we were going to get some surprises here in Las Vegas. We thought, okay, we're going to see some Clodsire, some Unova Stunfisk, some Altaria. All those things came true. But Shadow Mightyena and Thievul in Las Vegas are 2 things that I did not see coming.
We have some new Sucker Punch users to be added to that list. I think, players were saying, okay, I see that Europe is doing some different things. There's some new Pokemon that's being brought. Watch this.
Incredibly well done by DHC, but he's not out of it yet. Like you said, Amanda, he's got to win that finals group battle as well in order to punch his ticket to day number 2 and top cut in the City of Lights. But what an incredible showcase from Chemcoop. Enough cannot be said about him. I mean, this Mud Bomb catch, you have to do something really special to come back from that lead, and DHC United did exactly that.
He was able to go through, recognizing that this time a Trailblaze was going to be used. I think if he didn't shield that, it could have actually really ended up flipping, but he had the great wherewithal, and in the end, just pulled through.
Flying under the radar, no shields needed in that game number 3 because the fast attacks did all the talking. Sucker Punch is real, and it's here to stay in Las Vegas.
Going ahead, taking that game, moving on to that winners finals, DHC United. Remember the name, remember the Thievul, because we might be seeing it again.
I don't know, man. I think you kind of you resonate with that Thievul, you know? Dark type, devious.
Yeah.
I think that's you.
Ooh. I like that a lot.
You like Sableye too.
I do. I love Sableye. Foxes are my favorite animal.
Oh, interesting.
So there's a new contender. I had not even considered using Thievul in a Show 6 Pick 3 format. But
I know that
now I might.
I know you're going to be watching DHC's progress through that loser side bracket. If we don't show his matchup on stream, Amanda will be checking the bracket. I hope all of you at home are as well. But what a surprise it's been in Las Vegas. So many. I mean, you and I have casted 2 of the craziest sets we've seen the entire day, right?
Absolutely.
We just saw a Thievul beat a Scizor, and before that, we saw a Guzzlord and Dragon Breath Charizard take down a double steel team. So the world is upside down at this point. We might be in the sphere. We might be spinning around. I can't even tell anymore.
Well, we're about to see Drape Flames up at it again with that Shadow Charizard that had that Dragon Breath. He was the one who was able to take out that double steel team, but now he's got to make it through Nighttime Clasher. This is the losers finals. So before we were in that semifinals round, this is the big moment to see who will be making it into day number 2 here in Las Vegas. And we see the team of Nighttime Clasher. We talked about Pokemon that have really been making an impact back in Gdansk. Also here, 5 of the 6 are the same, but also your friend and mine, Shadow Malamar, also on that side of Nighttime Clasher. He's been playing quite well with it, and he's already made it to that losers finals position.
Let's talk a little bit more actually about Nighttime Clasher, because this is a trainer that was definitely in the conversation last season, and I feel like he's pushing himself to try to reach similar heights here in this season. I mean, a trainer that is traveling across the world practically all the time. I don't know where Nighttime Clasher is at any given moment. He could be in any country honestly, competing in any local or any regional, I can't put a pin in him, right? But he's so impressive and so talented, and coming in now to Las Vegas, he's in the losers finals. I mean, making top cut must mean a lot to him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you say you didn't know where he was. I saw him literally just like a couple weekends ago in Gdansk, so I knew that he was there. He's here in Las Vegas. He's everywhere. He top cut in the Cup yesterday, so he's got even more championship points to his name. A little bit of practice with this current team that he's using. But he's got to go through Dre Flames, and we saw Dre Flames get out of some very tricky spots in that last matchup against Mormon Matt, so it's going to be anyone's battle coming up.
Let's talk a little bit about Shadow Malamar. I feel like we haven't given that Pokemon the spotlight it deserves, and it does kind of do that kind of tentacly thing, but the reason I think, or at least some of the reasons why it's so powerful, and I think Nighttime Clasher, of all the talented trainers here, is leaning on it, is because of its typing coverage, right? You've got Foul Play for the Ghost type opponents, you've got the Psy Wave, which melts down the poison types like Clodsire, you've got Superpower to hit back against Cradily or a Steel type like Steelix. You have so much versatility built into that one single Pokemon, and I feel like everyone else is overlooking it, but Nighttime Clasher thinks that he found a hidden gem.
I mean, it's definitely a niche pick, but when it works, and it looks like it's definitely been working for Nighttime Clasher as he's been able to make it to this losers finals. Dre Flames, again, using that Shadow Charizard with Dragon Breath as its fast attack over Ember. So basically using an almost double Dragon team with Guzzlord also on the team. We're going to hop into game number 1 here. We're going to see Unova Stunfisk up against the Shadow Scizor.
Definitely a competitive matchup here. Discharge is going to hurt, but the Trailblaze from the Shadow Scizor definitely does as well. So going to go ahead and fire off the Mud Bomb here. I think you need 2 charge attacks regardless. So Nighttime Clasher, ever the efficient one, fires off the Mud Bomb.
Going ahead, getting that first Protect Shield from Dre Flames and that Shadow Scizor, and going for that Night Slash over the Trailblaze. It's a little bit quicker to get to. It still packs a punch, but no Protect Shield used by the Unova Stunfisk. And as you can see, still in the green, just knocked down to the yellow now.
Yeah, good call. Maybe a little bit too cheeky early on with the baits, but I love that play by Dre Flames to throw the double Thundershock, swap into the Guzzlord, and sneak an entire Dragon Tail through in the process. But now the tables are kind of turned. We got a Shadow Scizor on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you know that you're going to swap out to try to get a catch, you only want to throw the more efficient attack. Now Guzzlord throwing this brutal swing and getting a Protect Shield in kind from Shadow Scizor. We see how much damage Scizor does, but it is a Pokemon that really needs a lot of shield investment. Nighttime Clasher going for the Trailblaze. This is going to boost the attack of the Shadow Scizor, and he has another shield to hide behind. Dre Flames uses both Protect Shields already in this game.
But if you saw there, that was on charge attack priority, which is a super risky play, but I guess not so risky when you're taking resisted Dragon Tails. But anyway, I think Nighttime Clasher was calling out that he was going to see the throw, and we see the Bullet Punches coming through, and the Scizors at war. Nighttime Clashers does eventually lose that fight.
You know, Nighttime Clasher has some decisions to make as the clock runs down. What's coming back in? He opts to go straight back in with that Unovan Stunfisk. And again, no Protect Shield used. He saw before that this Night Slash is not enough to knock out, and actually he might be able to outpace here, going for another Night Slash. Dre Flame says, okay, fine, if you're not going to shield them, we're just going to get you out of the way.
Nighttime Clasher putting all of his hopes and dreams on the slender shoulders of Furret here, when Dre Flame still has 3 Pokemon remaining, one of them being a mighty bulky Clodsire.
Clodsire coming in. At this point, there is 1 Protect Shield used on Nighttime Clashers that he can use up at this point. There's a Stone Edge and Earthquake already ready. Dre Flames looks like he did click the Stone Edge. Nighttime Clasher going for the Trailblaze. It's going to boost the attack of the Fur. It's the only Pokemon left in the game for him.
Instead of opting to throw early, it looks like Nighttime Clasher actually overcharged there, maybe anticipating the potential switch out from Dre Flames. Gonna throw the Earthquake here. This is gonna hurt. Nighttime Clasher needs to respect it. Does he throw up the shield? No, he tries to call it, and he gets rocked by that same type attack bonus Earthquake.
Earthquake going through Trailblaze number 2. This is already boosted, but Clodsire, we've seen it before. Just a bulky Pokemon with a little derpy smile saying, I can take it. No worries here. And now coming in with the Guzzlord, catching a Swift. But if you were looking at the bottom, if you guys were paying attention at home, that Clodsire has the move already loaded.
It's got a charge attack ready to go. Great swap there, and great timing by Nighttime Clasher to avoid taking the Dragon Tail damage, but the Furret runs out of gas right at the mile marker, and he's unable to cross the finish line, winning game number 1. Dre Flames able to take that and get ahead in this series.
Recognizing how much it's going to be able to take to get through that boosted Furt, was able to hang on by just 1 HP. You saw that he didn't want to throw a charge attack because there was still a shield left on Nighttime Clasher's side, relying solely on that fast attack damage, and it ended up getting the job done for him. He's taken game number 1. He needs to take 1 more game to be able to move on to day number 2.
What an incredible showcase by Dre Flames. I mean, he's doing incredible things unconventionally, right? He's bringing Pokemon you don't expect. I don't know how many other Guzzlords are going to be in Top Cut. He might be the only one if he wins this Losers Finals, and he's been so impressive to watch all day long.
I mean, a lot of people are opting for Altaria as their dragon of choice. He's got 2 sort of dragon-ish usages here. We have that Guzzlord, an actual dragon type, and we have that Charizard with Dragon Breath, just chunking away at his competition here, taking game number 1 by the slimmest of margins.
Game number 2, the question becomes, how do you adjust? If you're Nighttime Clasher, you are in the fight until the very end. Do you need to make a huge change, or do you just need to clean up your play a little bit and just be 5 or 10% better?
Nighttime Clasher is a person who is very consistent. He's such a good trainer. He trains with the best. He team builds for a lot of people who have been able to make it quite far in tournaments, including himself. Nighttime Clasher was the first trainer to take an EU regional championship title away from EU in England a couple years ago. And I mean, he's able to make it to Losers Finals. He's been able to top cut a lot of competitions, but he's been looking to get back in that number 1 spot for a while.
This could be an elimination game for Nighttime Clasher, and he's been locked in for a hot minute. He is ready to throw down versus Dre Flames. Let's get right into it, everybody. This is game 2, Nighttime Clasher and Dre Flames.
Mewtwo says, let's go here. Corviknight up against that Galarian Corsola. This Corviknight is running Payback as one of its attacks, and it becomes a bit of a baiting game because that would be enough to knock that Corsola very low. Dre Flames trying to catch onto that Guzzlord, but now just charging up a ton of extra energy, throwing this first air cutter into the Guzzlord.
Yeah, doesn't get the catch that he wanted. He wanted that Dark-type Payback to connect to the Guzzlord and waste the energy, but instead, Nighttime Clasher stays in. Good timing, throwing the double sand attacks before the air cutter. Didn't get a boost on the first one. Let's see if he gets a boost here on the second try as the charge attack connects, and he does!
See, the thing is, this Corviknight had so much energy, essentially a Payback loaded when Dre Flames swapped in. So now they're just going to start unleashing all of these air cutters onto the Guzzlord, which is already down to the red now. Throwing a brutal swing of his own, but this is not enough to knock that Corviknight down very low.
Now, Nighttime Clasher has a firm grip on the situation here. He knows exactly what he wants to do. I don't even think a second brutal swing would be enough. Counter swapping back into the Galarian Corso. What do you think about this play, Amanda, to bring out the Stunfisk?
Wow, this is a call, and I think if you're Dre Flames, you're feeling pretty good about this call because that Clodsire in the back wants nothing to do with that Unova Stunfisk being able to spam out those mud bombs so quickly. At least Galarian Corsola will start putting a dent into it here. Going ahead, throwing another Nightshade. No protection shield used by Nighttime Clasher. Still 2 on both of these trainers' sides.
Guzzlord still has the Brutal Swing loaded. It's got energy stored, as does the Corviknight. So there is going to be a lot of play here as the game wears on. We might see a quick swap and a charge attack thrown at any moment once these switch timers are fresh.
Going ahead, throwing a Mud Bomb here. Great timing by Nighttime Clasher. Still no protection used by Dre Flames. Both of these Pokemon are getting pretty low. Corsola now knocked down to the yellow. Unova Stunfisk hanging on. Might be able to reach another one if Dre Flames doesn't throw. He does throw this Nightshade. Wants this Unova Stunfisk off the field.
I like the non-traditional timing from Dre Flames again. He did this in the series that we watched earlier today, only throwing the 2 Astonishes. In comes the Scizor. He wants to deal some damage, but the Bullet Punches are grinding down the Ghost type, and he can't get there.
This is a big problem for that Clodsire. If there's 2 shields for that Scizor to hide behind because the fast attacks aren't going to be doing too much, Dre Flames wants to strip away those shields there, and this is a great way to do it, using that Brutal Swing that he had stored up against that, and now being able to come in with the Clodsire. Gonna take that Trailblaze, though.
I like the way that the Scizor kind of snapped its pincers there after the farm down. Very proud of itself, because that energy is going to go a long way as the Bullet Punches grind down the Clodsire, and the Trailblaze has just increased the intensity.
See, here's the thing. Dre Flames has 2 shields left, but look how much is boosted the Trailblaze already did. These bullet punches are hurting. This Clodsire is down to the red. Last Protect Shield used off of Nighttime Clasher's side, but there's still a Corviknight in the back. There's 2 Night Slashes loaded on this and uses the first shield on Dre Flames' side on this very low health Clodsire. We have a potential catch and we have a Corviknight with energy in the back.
A potential catch and a potential combo play coming in with the air cutter. This will likely be enough, and it forces that final Protect Shield away from Dre Flames. You can see him kind of shaking his hand, shaking his head. He doesn't think he has any options at this point.
Going ahead, just charging up a little bit of extra energy. He knows he's not even going to be able to make it to another one. Air cutter number 2 coming through from that Corviknight side, knocking out that Clodsire with so much energy.
What a composition here from Nighttime Clasher to bounce back in what could have been a tournament-ending game against Dre Flames. But let's talk about why this worked, right? Why the Corviknight was so potent in this situation. If you're playing Shadow Scizor as Nighttime Clasher is, you're probably going to keep the opposing Cradilly on the bench. Cradilly can land Rock Tombs into the Corviknight, and it can win the matchup versus Unova Stunfisk. But if it's too scared to even show up, it's got no potential impact. So Nighttime Clasher is kind of trying to force Dre Flames to play the way he wants him to play so that he can execute his game plan.
Yeah, Corviknight was a great, safe lead overall, especially when there's a Shadow Charizard that doesn't have a Fire-type fast attack on that team. Being able to lead that Pokemon and at least do some neutral damage was super helpful for Nighttime Clasher to be able to keep some alignment, keep some energy on Pokemon that he wanted. And you know what? Like, I think that the fact that Dre Flames tried to catch that payback on the Guzzlord just proved costly because the air cutters just came through so quickly and got that Guzzlord too low.
When it comes to the Furret and Scizor test, I think Dre Flames can pass it, but he cannot take on the Corviknight at the same time. So that's got to be at the top of his mind as we go into a decisive game number 3. Losers finals. Loser goes home.
Go home. One of them will, but one of them will make day 2. We'll see who it's going to be as we got the Unovan Stunfisk up against that Guzzlord in the lead. Brutal Swing coming through already.
Brutal Swing connects into that Unova Stunfisk. No shield early on in this game. Trainers kind of feeling each other out. They know these charge attacks are not going to be devastating, so you can kind of allow these through and try to work your way through the matchup. Maybe even start to predict what your opponent has in the back.
Going ahead and just letting these attacks go. And at this point, yeah, again, like, that's exactly well put, Will. Just gaining a ton of energy, trying to figure out, okay, if this Pokemon is in the lead, what could potentially be in the back? And if we take a peek at that back line, we do see that that Corviknight is back along with that Shadow Scizor, kind of a double steel-ish line up against a bulky Corsola and a very squishy Shadow Scizor on the side of Dre Flames.
Yeah, like we talked about, Dre Flames has no direct answer to the Corviknight, so he's got to try to find one, and I think that Galarian Corsola is what he has in mind. As he counter swaps it into the Corviknight, we saw this even back in former NA Regional Championships. This is a classic matchup for the 2026 season, and it could go either way, especially when payback is just that deadly.
Look at this timing by Nighttime Clasher 2. Right before that Power Gem is even ready to go, he throws the attack here, and now Dre Flames actually throws with that Nightshade, and you can see Nighttime Clasher deciding, do I want to shield, do I not want to shield? Looks like he doesn't because he did so much damage with that first payback, just charging up a lot more energy here and going for the next one right before the Nightshade is loaded.
The question is, can Dre Flames farm this Corviknight down with something? I think he believes that he can do it with the Shadow Scizor as he lets that Galarian Corsola go. Guzzlord's a little bit weak. I think he's got to reveal that third Pokemon, get an energy advantage and try to carry it on, but waiting at the switch timer is not doing him any favors either.
Going ahead, these bullet punches are going to slowly start whittling away. At least Nighttime Clasher gets to an air cutter here, but no protection used on Dre Flames' side. We haven't seen the third Pokemon of Nighttime Clasher yet. He just gave a little look to the camera. I think he feels pretty confident here as his own Shadow Scizor comes in.
Huge HP advantage. We saw in a previous matchup that something like a Thievul can beat the Scizor in fast attack pressure, but very few things can. Bullet punches on both sides. Night Slash gets shielded, but look at the damage, Amanda. Look at it just pile on.
Going ahead now, Dre Flames is able to reach another Night Slash. It does get that last Protect Shield off of Nighttime Clasher, but if you take a peek at that Guzzlord that's in the back, it doesn't have a lot of health left. It does have an attack loaded. Brutal Swing, just start swinging away, Guzzlord. Just start swinging.
It's a Shadow Scizor. It's not known for its bulk. Brutal Swing connect down into the red, but I don't think it's going to be enough because the Dragon Tails don't add up in time, and Nighttime Clasher reverse sweeps Dre Flames to make it into Top Cut in Las Vegas.
He's got a little bit of Scizor, a little bit of Corviknight, a little bit of Unovan Stunfisk. A lot of skill got him to day number 2 once again. Nighttime Clasher, a great player, really well known in the circuit. Glad to see that he's getting, back on his form.
A lot of skill and a ton of aura, right? I think we can all agree, but Dre Flames, what an incredible run from him. He's a trainer I always just love to watch his bracket runs because he does such unconventional stuff, bringing Shadow Typhlosion, bringing Dragon Breath Charizard. I mean, you better get the popcorn ready when Dre Flames is on stage because he's awesome.
He definitely knows how to play, and he put up quite a fight here against Nighttime Flasher, but in the end, using that Shadow Scissor, even though it had 2 shields to hide behind, it can't stop those fast attacks from chunking away.
Let's talk about why we didn't see Shadow Malamar, right? We didn't see it at all in this series. I think Guzzlord is a great answer for it. I think that Shadow Scizor is definitely competitive against it as well. And I mean, I don't think there were many targets, right?
I mean, we did talk about the fact that Lapras kind of fell out of favor because it has Psywave as its fast attack. Malamar also opts to use Psywave as that attack, and when there's so many Dark-type Pokemon, it doesn't have as big of targets. Also, if you use Superpower, you end up debuffing yourself in both the defense and attack, so you kind of have to figure out where you want to use Malamar. A lot of people opt to use it in the beginning so they can swap out, and that also makes you a little bit more predictable when you're playing.
Well said. Couldn't have said it better, Amanda. It's been fun to commentate with you today, but I think this is our last rotation for the evening. We're going to hit it back to Tuo Butters and Wholesome, so stick around. You don't want to miss the end of day 1.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Arjef, a smile on his face. He can't believe it. Game number 5 goes to Arjef, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
I play Pokemon since I was a child. I have the Pokemon Gold, and I have a lot of memories playing with my brother, and he's older and he's usually helped me with the game, and it was amazing. Pokemon is something that I really love in my life. I have been playing competitive Pokemon Go since like the day 1, like since have like the PvP in Pokemon Go, and I started playing like against friends and other people from my city, and I saw that I could be a really good player. I started winning a lot and started to practice against like people from other countries and regions. I tried to compete in other sports in the past, and Pokemon Go was the first game. Like I saw my game there that it could be one of the best. I like to win. Like I like to be on stage after with the casters. I like to watch the stream after that, and I like everything on that. The event, the games, like being with my friends, and then the memories. That's amazing. It's something that I will have in my life like forever. It's not easy to keep your mind focused on being competitive and in the games, like you can easily lose that, and you really need to be focused on this battle that you have right now, because that's the next step. Like you have to be better now and for the future. So I think something that I learned, and I try my best to use that when I'm playing. I think my favorite moment right now is winning the international today here in São Paulo. It was something that I dreamed like a lot. Like the last weeks, like almost every day I was dreaming to like being proud and winning, and that's the best memory I have right now, maybe in my life. It's amazing. My #1 goal this season is to be known. Like I really want people to all over the world to know me. Like that's the guy he's winning. That's the guy that is probably the best of the world. And I think to achieve that, I have to win. I have to win regionals. I have to win internationals. I have to win worlds. So that's the goal.
My name is Marto Galde, and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got 5th in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin Six a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be Grookey. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. We have dwindled day number 1 down to just 3 matchups. Up first, we're gonna have Ash and Ash versus DHC United. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Jim Lastname.
Thank you so much, Butters. We've had a great tournament thus far. We love to see just such a smooth gameplay across the board. And what's been really fun is seeing, yes, we've seen a lot of very well-known trainers, the out-of-pockets, the Dunebugs, the Rise to Occasion, but we've seen some surprise and folks that are really making their mark here in the 2026 season as well. I think the most recent one was Puffle Guy.
Yeah. I mean, first tournament ever.
First tournament ever.
That's crazy.
That is.
Who would expect that? I know he wasn't expecting it, but that's just an awesome story. And if you've never competed before, maybe that could be you in your first tournament ever. You never know. Something goes your way, get a little lucky. You're in Las Vegas after all. All right, we got Ash and Ash versus DHC United. Losers finals, Group F. Whoever wins this does advance to day number 2. Whoever loses this does get eliminated. Ash and Ash, I believe, one of the best trainers in Championship Series that has not won a title yet, and he finds himself in a difficult situation on that loser side of the bracket.
And he's had success in a lot of different formats, right? Not only just at the regional level, but also at the IC level as well. So I don't think that there's any sort of pressure that he's feeling whatsoever. I think that he's just cool, calm, and collected. But I am very excited to see DHC United. Not a trainer that I know too well, and he's bringing a pretty spicy Pokemon there if you squint as well, Butters.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. It's another Thievul? We got another
Thievul.
We got another Thievul, a whole separate Thievul, and we got a whole separate leads here going into game number 1. The Unova Stunfisk into the Empoleon. This is a better matchup for that Unova Stunfisk because you're able to slightly outpace here to double charge attacks, and you can endure 1 Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, you're also doing super effective fast attack pressure as that Stunfisk, whereas the Empoleon is doing resisted fast attack pressure. So definitely in favor of the Stunfisk. However, that said, I think it's a pretty easy catch in a lot of situations, knowing that you kind of have to throw right as you get your second charge attack. Otherwise, you're going to lose charge attack priority.
Speaking of that, you did see Ash and Ash pause there before he threw a charge attack. Do we see another pause? No, there is that swap onto the discharge, catching it into the floor, just exactly how you predicted it. Now, does Ash and Ash try to bank up some energy, or does he instantly swap the Cradily, instant Cradily swap?
Yeah, this is going to be one of the better answers to the Florges. I'm curious if you can farm all the way down, because I don't think 2 Chilling Waters are going to knock out. But the thing that you have to kind of keep in mind is, all right, well, do I really want to be that debuffed, or do I want to just try and throw that first Rock Tomb so I only have to deal with 1 debuff?
Now, speaking of debuffs, there's an attack drop to that Cradily here. You have the Rock Tomb available, but actually didn't throw it. Just going to soak up all this energy, just trying to bank as much as possible. Also, maybe even get back to the timer.
That's what I think, yeah.
Taking that Chilling Water here, it's going to be tough to get back that timer. It's also going to depend once you get the knockout, and actually just trying to go for the farm down, thinking he can't get it, so decided to throw the Rock Tomb instead.
Yeah, I like your point there, Butters. I think that, now that you're double attack debuff this Rock Tomb, it still has the utility of the debuff. Oh, a little sneaky undercharge there as well, getting that 1 additional acid damage through. Does swap out now into the Stunfisk. The Hydro Cannon is loaded, just going to sacrifice this, but what that allows you to do is now, yes, switch clocks are a little bit desynchronized, but you have a non-debuff Rock Tomb ready to go.
Well, now you know this Empoleon is energy dry. You have a Protect Shield advantage, and the only Fairy type is out of the battlefield. So Shadow Annihilate's going to have a ton of play here. Here comes the Shadow Annihilate swap into the Unova Stunfisk. You have a Protect Shield advantage. I think you just ramp up. I think you just go for Rage. Don't even mess around to Ice Punch energy.
Yeah, there's no reason to try and go for anything creative here. You simply just go for what Shadow Annihilate is known for, and that is just ramping up that counter damage. You're going to be able to get to that second Rage Fist no problem before 2 Protect Shields have been removed. Things are looking very good for Ash and Ash right now, and you're going to go into that Empoleon matchup probably at least 2 times attack buff.
And that's bold there. 2 Protect Shields remaining and actually let a charge attack through. Now you're a little bit vulnerable to fast attacks here if you're Ash and Ash. DHC's decided to use his last Protect Shield here, doesn't use it, but now it's going to be a fast attack off. And even though Empoleon has a lot more health, it's also taking a lot more damage here.
3 counters is all you need after 2 buffs. Yeah, Ash and Ash recognizing that, hey, I just don't want to run into a situation where I'm going to get knocked out. So I'm going to take what's obviously going to be the less hard-hitting charge attack there in that Mud Bomb, and then just simply go for the counter damage later on. And yeah, Ash and Ash in firm control there once he was able to get that alignment of his Primate, especially up a shield.
I believe talking to Ash and Ash in the past, he thinks that these fighters have been slept on.
Yeah.
Right now, the Shadow Annihilate is really strong. In the past, we've seen him with the Primate and Corviknight core, kind of one of the first trainers to use that core. So these fighters that I think Ash and Ash performs with better than a lot of trainers, that Pokemon in the back, able to catch that Florges in a vulnerable position, and it just closed the game. It was overwhelming.
I think that in general, fighters been slept on a little bit because they've had fewer targets. And I don't want to say that's necessarily the case for this tournament. I think we're seeing a bit of a resurgence, but at least for this competitive season, we haven't seen a ton of normal types. Furret obviously making a resurgence though, so there's another target. I think dark types are really the ones that had dropped off for a while, especially the Umbreons and things like that. The only darks we were really seeing had that sub-flying type, like the Mandibuzz and the Galarian Moltres. So
how about Thievul?
Thievul, and don't just forget Thievul, but we also have another Sucker Punch user that's going to be the Mightyena that we saw from
the Shadow,
from the number 1 American Worlds 2025 trainer, Firestar.
Yes. Wait, a quick correction. We have in the past, I've called Firestar the top trainer in North America. I want to correct that. I meant he was the top American trainer.
That's right.
We do have, of course, Lyle Jeffs from the region of Canada.
That's right.
Who surpassed Firestar. So apologies, Lyle.
Yeah, we got the feedback from Lyle. Don't worry, Lyle, we got you. Let's move into this game number 2, though. Ash and Ash currently up 1-0 versus DHC United. A good lead that we saw here, and this is turning into a great swap as well. Yeah, this is a little bit troublesome because you're still taking neutral damage from this dark type with your sub-ghost typing, but realistically, all you need to do is just get this counter damage in. I think you can even go for Rage Fist if you really want.
I was thinking if that Thievul could steal a boost there to try to flip this matchup, but actually gets a simultaneous, and now anything can happen.
I'm a little bit surprised there. I was expecting a Rage Fist.
Me too. I love seeing this interaction. If you don't click on a Pokemon, the game will choose for you. I believe it always chooses the one on the left. I don't know. I believe right in the last second, DHC chose that Empoleon. Maybe not the best choice.
Yeah, unfortunately there for DHC United, did pick the wrong pick. Again, we talked about this matchup. The Stunfisk is going to be able to outpace to these charge attacks. This is probably going to be the hardest hitting attack, and you have the Cradily still remaining for that Florges. So things are looking good for Ash and Ash.
Yeah, that 50-50 there definitely went in Ash and Ash's favor. You want to pick your Pokemon at the last possible moment if you want to choose, or else you could just keep that left Pokemon and not show anything, let the game choose for you. Here's the swap into Florges once again, counter swap into the Cradily, and it looks like Ash and Ash just has full alignment here.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough spot here because this is such a one-sided matchup. Florges is known as being one of those more flexible Pokemon, but when you're taking fast attack pressure from these acids, puts you in a really tough situation, and especially when you can just use these Rock Tombs to neutralize a lot of that attack pressure that you might have from Trailblaze ramp up, it just completely neutralizes it.
Yeah, it's so tough to try to flip these types of situations here, and you're trying to get back to your switch timer, trying to get a little bit of advantage, but when you see a swap, a counter swap, you can't misalign the switch timer at all. Here comes the Trailblaze trying to increase the attack here of this Florges, maybe just for fun, as this Florges is going to get knocked out by this Rock Tomb, and then we're going to have that same back line matchup. This is looking tough for DHC's chances for day number 2.
Yeah, that Annihilate, you know, honestly had so much play, and it really didn't get that much value. Nonetheless, though, Ash and Ash able to keep that lead alignment and then had a good secondary answer to that Empoleon. Yes, you love to have that Shadow Annihilate onto that Empoleon. I'd say that your next best bet is probably going to be that Stunfisk. That's exactly what we just saw.
Well, it looks like Ash and Ash is moving on to day number 2. He is the champion on the loser side of a Group F that means DHC has been eliminated in this tournament, but did, I believe, receive 160 championship points. Congratulations to both these trainers, as Ashton Ash is going to try to make his way through that loser side of the bracket, day number 2 in Las Vegas.
Yeah, no, very impressive gameplay there. Definitely a lot of help with that alignment in that game number 2 for sure, but never count out Ashton Ash. We've seen him reach, levels that most trainers can only dream of, getting into those grand finals, getting into, day number 2. It's commonplace for him, and he makes it look easy. Makes it look easy sometimes.
Yeah, and it's tough. I actually was just talking to both of the Pokemon Go World Champions because we are honored to have two of them here at the Las Vegas Regionals. We have the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion, Itzact, and the 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, Beelzeboy. And I was kind of talking to them about their approach and about what it takes in a day number 2 and that sort of thing. And they both kind of talked about, it's endurance. Like, it's a lot of endurance and taking it one matchup at a time. I asked them, are you looking ahead? Are you trying to project, oh, I might face them if that bracket turns out there? I have to be prepared for that. And they both agreed that, no, you just kind of have to see what's in front of you and just endure. And that's what a lot of these trainers have done on that loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, I think especially for those losers runs, you really have to have that endurance and that mental fortitude, right? You're just in a situation where you know that you have a long road ahead of you, especially if you have a round 1 loss, for instance. Yeah. I think we actually had that one time. It was in San Antonio. Dunebug lost to the Pokemango. Yes, the Pokemango. Very early on, he was low seeded at the time, so, both very good trainers. But then he went on to win, I think, 8 consecutive matches day 1. Then also have to work through the loser side of the bracket day 2. That's some tough stuff. But Butters, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
Did we get confirmation on the Mew and the Mew set from Beelzeboy?
No, it wasn't. But the Pokemon actually did start with ME. Do you know what the Pokemon could be? It wasn't Mew, but I did find out the spice pick from Beelzeboy. It started with ME.
Hit me with it.
It's Melmetal.
Melmetal?
He brought the Melmetal, and he said, actually, Melmetal was one of his best Pokemon. His other team members are the Pokemon that let him down. Melmetal was strong.
Dang, that is an interesting strategy of telling everyone what you're going to be bringing on social media, leak the rumors, and then bring something completely different for your actual team. Wow, very interesting strat.
Well, it didn't quite work out for Beelzeboy as he was eliminated here in Las Vegas. He did go down in his first matchup, I believe, as well. He didn't have any seeding. He faced the trainer. He lost that first matchup. Wasn't Melmetal's fault, but unfortunately he was eliminated. Our other Pokemon Go World Champion is, I believe, on the winner's side going into day number 2.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that. But in the meantime, we have Studmuffins. He's going to be facing off versus K-Pine. Did we see this matchup earlier today? Is this a rematch, Butters?
This is, because it got wacky earlier on. Because I'm not saying that anyone threw a battle, but in game number 1, it seemed like Studmuffins was going to win, and then suddenly, or K-Pine win, or vice versa. I don't know. Both trainers stole a game early on, and it ended up 1-1. And then I do believe it was Studmuffins who came out on top, because I remember referring to the team that is PvP David's team surpassing K-Pine's originality.
That's right. It's interesting not only seeing the PvP David team, but also the team that we've seen out of pocket. And I think that I want to say maybe Mormon Matt was running it as well. The team that I say just the hard response team, right? It's that team that you win hard, you lose hard. And I think Chen Yu was running it as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was. And at this point, there are some really influential trainers. I would say Out of Pocket is incredibly influential in North America. I would say on the Latin side, Eomero is actually one of the most influential trainers out there in terms of team building. You often see a ton of trainers copying his build and doing extremely well with it. I'm sure there's a trainer like that in Europe as well, but it's funny to see in region to region, there are these influential trainers that you kind of want to get the secret to the formula before the regional comes out.
Yeah, I gotta say, in North America, I feel that Out of Pocket is that mad scientist that's always cooking something new, right? And I think that, when you've got that network of friends and when you're as involved in the community and team building and scrims as Out of Pocket is, I think that there's a lot of folks that are just saying, that team does seem pretty good. Maybe I just yoink it.
Yeah, maybe you're on to something. And you know what? It's kind of worked. Because I think we've seen Out of Pocket teams.
That team has been great this whole tournament.
Yeah, it really has. There's a slight difference with the Shadow Steelix. Some prefer the Shadow Steelix. Obviously, Beelzeboy won the World Championships with a Shadow Steelix. Out of Pocket, the one trainer using that regular Steelix. All right, but this matchup right in front of us, Studmuffins versus K-Pine. Studmuffins won it. We do have a rematch in this losers finals, and it is PvP David's team that we saw in Europe on Studmuffin's side versus the double fairy of K-Pine. We saw a common strategy of double shielding Dedenne in the back for K-Pine in that first matchup. Will we see that in this series?
Dedenne had a lot of positive matchups. Let's see if it can find its alignment in game number 1. We're going to start with a very one-sided matchup. It's the Fur into the Shadow Dust Noir. K-Pine swaps in his Feraligatr. It's going to be met by Stud Muffins, Unova, Stunfisk, but with a little bit of an energy advantage. I think Feraligatr has some play here.
It flips it. It flips it just with the one Shadow Claw. You're able to get to the double Hydro Cannon at the same time as the double Discharge, and now suddenly you can win this zero Protect Shield situation. So I think K-Pine had the proper save swap with that Feraligatr. I really like that strategy coming into this rematch.
You know, it's really interesting too, just because that Discharge is just not that efficient of a move. It leaves a lot to, you know, still be desired when it comes to just the efficiency of Discharge. So yes, it hits for super effective, and maybe it would have knocked out the Shadow Feraligatr, but again, just like you said, K-Pine's able to win this zero shield, no problem.
But you do get the farm down if you are Stud Muffin, so you come out with a lot of energy. You are down to Protect Shield. I think Stud Muffins, all 3 battles in that previous matchup, gave up a Protect Shield to maintain alignment. You see that pattern continuing in this game number 1.
Okay, do you just 2-shield your Dedenne and hope that's going to be the path to victory? It seems like that's what K-Pine's strategy is.
That's what it was earlier on in this previous matchup. It looks like that's what he's going to do. Once again, swapping the Shadow Scizor, and now met by the Dedenne. You just get chunked, though, by these bullet punches.
Butters, did that Dust Noir get to a Shadow Punch, or was it one Astonish off?
Ooh, that would be crucial. But the thing is, even if it is at a Shadow Punch, it's only going to be hitting a Furret in the back.
That's right.
So I'm not sure how valuable that will be in the back line, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, I think that you're just in such a tough position now as K-Pine, right? Because, yes, you do have this Protect Shield advantage, but, I mean, how are you going to get through not only the Scizor, but the Furret? I think you need probably 4 charge attacks. 1 for the shield,
yes.
1 to knock out, and then 2 more for the Furret.
Yeah, and the problem is you have the Protect Shield right here, so you don't have a Protect Shield for the Swift. And all that Furret needs to do is get to a Swift. That Dusknoir needs a Dynamic Punch to be able to have a chance here for K-Pine. Once again, K-Pine going with that strategy of double shield Dedenne in the back, but even a 1 Protect Shield Shadow Scizor is just kind of enough to dent that Dedenne as he brings in the Furret.
Stud Muffin with a little bit of a nod, recognizing the position that he's in. Despite this Dedenne having double stage attack debuff, he just needs to land this Furret. Probably could have just thrown right away. K-Pine has a catch opportunity, but if you catch, there goes your defense buff.
Yeah, you have to be able to get to another Parabolic Charge. Does double knock out the Furret pretty much. Can he get there? Can he get the Miracle Swap? He doesn't go for it, just try to be patient, and it is going to be the Trailblaze in case there was a swap. That's going to be able to knock out the Dedenne. We're going to see how much energy that Shadow Dust Noir did have.
And I think the Trailblaze is a smart play there, because worst case, it gets caught. Now you at least have boosted Sucker Punches, or sorry, yeah, boosted Sucker Punches that you're doing into that Dedenne.
All right, so this is a rematch, but it played out extremely similar to the first matchup. We saw Stud Muffin in all 3 battles in the first matchup commit a Protect Shield to maintain alignment. He did that in this game number 1, and K-Pine in at least 2 of those battles double Protect Shielded the Dedenne in the back. He did it once again game number 1, and it didn't work out. Does he need to throw that strategy out and try something new?
I mean, the thing that would be that we haven't seen whatsoever, you mentioned 2 fairies. The other one is actually that
the Tinkaton.
The Tinkaton. And I don't think we've seen any Tinkaton play at all the entire tournament, Butters.
No, we haven't. This was a Pokemon that had some fringe play, especially at the start of this meta, but is completely fallen off, probably due to all the ground types that have been so common. But it looks like K-Pine liking that double fairy strategy in an Altaria world. I kind of like it as well. Unfortunately, I just feel like the backline strategy of that Dedenne is just not working out versus the Shadow Scizor. Is there a better way to take care of that Shadow Scizor?
I think that the only way that you're actually going to set up that play that he's going for is getting a farm down with the Dedenne so that it goes into a matchup with energy, but it has to be in a situation where it's not taking a lot of fast attack pressure. Maybe something like the Unova Stunfisk, which is a really tough matchup, but taking those bullet punches, it's just chipping away so quickly. You're not able to ramp up fast enough to avoid the damage.
By the time you're getting to that first Parabolic Charge, you're pretty much at half health.
Exactly.
From just the bullet punch, and you're at the Protect Shield, a not very effective Night Slash. So
yeah.
K-Pine, with his tournament dreams on the line, does he switch it up? I think he has to at this point. Does he switch up the team of 3? Does he completely take the Dedenne out? As Stud Muffins must be feeling confident in the fact that what he's doing is working. He's shaking his head right now. Just get in alignment and win.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Butters, I actually wanted to ask you this question. We mentioned the Tinkaton, and we haven't really seen a lot. I mean, I'd still say it's fringe meta at this point. You know what? Let's hold that thought here because we're moving into this game number 2.
All right, it is going to be the Stunfisk versus Fraligator, and Studmuffin's kind of shaking his head a little bit. Maybe wasn't expecting that lead. What do we have in the backline? We do have the Dedenne once more, but we have the Gastrodon. The Gastrodon will be a little bit better against that Shadow Scizor, especially if that Shadow Scizor is down Protect Shields if Studmuffins tries to give him up in this lead scenario.
Well, at the same time, if you're down Protect Shields as the Gastrodon, you've got 2 Pokemon that have access to Grass-type coverage moves that could potentially one-shot that Gastrodon.
Yeah, and here's the super effective Discharge in the Fraligator, knowing that if you take this damage, eventually you can get Thundershock down, but first you will get to another Hydro Cannon. Let's gonna see if the Discharge is thrown when it's available to swap, and it's actually on the Mud Bomb. What a call from Studmuffins, expecting the swap out.
Yeah, smart play. I mean, if you look at the team of K-Pine, there's nothing that's going to be resisting Mud Bomb whatsoever. In fact, it's super effective across 2 Pokemon, so there's no downside whatsoever in throwing that Mud Bomb. Good recognition by Studmuffins.
And he baits out the Furret here. Studmuffins knowing that probably Dedenne is in the back line. I would rather have my Shadow Scizor in the back for that than the Furret. There you mentioned, that grass coverage is going to one-hit knock out that Gastrodon, just lets it go. And now you're in that situation that you mentioned. Yes, it's positive, but it's an uphill battle. You don't knock out with one parabolic charge.
Yeah, you know, you do start ramping and you're taking resisted damage, but these are boosted Sucker Punches. Keep in mind, they're still doing a decent chunk, and you probably want to end up shielding this Swift because this is going to be probably your ticket to victory. This is a tough spot for K-Pine still.
I mean, you have to try to farm down, but the timer is ticking away, and it's almost available for Studmuffins. Studmuffins doesn't decide to swap, just going to try to throw the Swift when he gets to it. There's a swap on the parabolic charge, and that is going to do absolutely nothing into the Stunfisk.
It's such a difficult position for K-Pine because if you don't throw, then Studmuffins just gets that unpunished Swift off. And yeah, you can just see that triple resisted parabolic charge come through. Really tough spot. Nice reverse catch here from K-Pine, but now you've gotten rid of those 2 buffs that you had as your Dedenne. Yes, if you wait your switch clock out here, there's still, I think, an opportunity for you to make... No, this is the final Pokemon. Yeah, that's it.
I don't even know if this parabolic charge is enough. The Stunfisk might hold on.
There's still 2 Protect Shields, Butters.
I want to find out, can the Stunfisk hold on? It is going to be triple resisted.
I don't even think you can farm down at this point. This is just such a tough position, especially when you are in the losers finals. You know you are just 1 game away from making day 2, but you're also just 1 game away from being sent home. Shields are down now for K-Pine. He's able to reach his parabolic charge, but Studmuffins just needs to get to 1 more charge.
Played out a little bit differently in this game number 2, but it was that same strategy in the back for K-Pine, trying to invest in that Dedenne, but just couldn't find the window of opportunity in this matchup. Looks like Studmuffins wins this matchup 2-0 and ensures he will be a part of day number 2 in Las Vegas.
Studmuffins doing it not once, but twice versus K-Pine. That will be the end of the road for K-Pine here in Vegas, but congratulations to Studmuffin. He will be moving on to day number 2 in Losers Finals Group G. He's still got a long path ahead of him, but he's able to take the victory versus K-Pine.
And K-Pine is racking up those championship points, trying to make a world championship push this season in San Francisco. That's what it's all about. This is all going towards the World Championships. We are on the road to Worlds. So one trainer has a shot of being the champion here in Las Vegas, but another trainer does take some championship points away for that road to Worlds.
It's kind of interesting. I know we were just talking about Beelzeboy and its accent and things like that. Specifically for our top 4 from Worlds, keep in mind they all have an automatic qualifier. So, right, that's going to be Patoman, Beelzeboy, and then Hard Jeff, as well as Corlash.
Yes, Elendias Corlash as well.
Does that alleviate a ton of pressure throughout the season where you don't really care quite as much? Or do you think that same competitive integrity is still there?
No, I think it does relieve the pressure of having to qualify in a different way, for sure. I think it's an advantage in the way that you know you're guaranteed qualified. But yeah, we have seen some trainers take their foot off the gas pedal once they've become a world champion, or maybe even a top 4. I think it's more so the world champion.
Yeah.
We saw It's Accent take a step back in the 2024 season, but really ramped it up last season in 2025, of course. And I believe Beelzeboy was saying there was some curse. Whoever won the world championship didn't make day 2 the next world championships every single time. The only trainer to technically do so was Weedle. Weedle,
senior champion.
Exactly. So it's a little, I don't know if there's an asterisk on it. It's a little bit different. There is no asterisk. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the seniors were insanely stacked at that time. But he was the only trainer to do that. Every other trainer that won the Pokemon Go World Championships didn't make day number 2 the next season.
That's wild. I'm very curious to see if that trend continues. But, you know, it's been a really fun tournament so far, and it is great when we get an opportunity to see maybe some spice or a little bit of a flex. Something that we don't get to see every single day when the pressure is off. All right, what are we looking at here, Butters?
Well, the trainer's name is Wild. Or sorry, no, Will.
We can say he's a little wild with that team, at least.
I read Wild because this team is wild. It looks like maybe a Open Great League GBL team, possibly.
That is what it looks like.
Having the Toads Cruel.
Oh, we've seen that team. It's the Annihilate Dugong Bastiodon team, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe Jason was famous for that team for a long time.
Hey, he's got a 2 and an 8 in his name as well, just like Jason.
Oh, yes. Good pick
They might
up there.
be related.
Running the ABA weak team, but you have a lot of options also. You can also match up that Bastiodon with the Toads Cruel. Obviously has that grass and ground type coverage. And then you have the Wigglytuff as well. Don't forget about the Wigglytuff. And then the Fortress. Is it Bug Bite or is it going to be Volt Switch? Guess what? It's Volt Switch.
It's Volt Switch. Well, that's interesting. I'm very, very curious to see where this Bastiodon ends up for Will's team, because there are probably 4 Pokemon that it doesn't really want to see. At least 3 Pokemon. The Feraligatr, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and the Annihilate. The Scizor is a little bit more neutral, but if it can find its way onto that Altaria or into that Wigglytuff, it's game over.
Its position is probably going to be on the bench. I mean, let's be honest. There's a lot of hard counters in this matchup, but you never know. You are in the losers finals here with that Bastiodon. Bastiodon has won the first 2 regional championships in North America. There is a Bastiodon already in day number 2, I believe, with was it Rockhaven? No, Rockhaven didn't make it. But one trainer, I think, did make day number 2 with the Bastiodon. It could be Rockhaven.
No, I think it was Rockhaven.
It was Rockhaven, yeah. Rockhaven, there's even Rock in his name. And Bastiodon's already made it to day number 2. Can Will D make 2 Bastiodons into day number 2? Facing Sceptile Ice, which is an interesting team composition, has the Shadow Annihilate, has the Shadow Scizor, which we've seen from the out-of-pocket build. And the out-of-pocket build has the Shadow Altaria. This time, Sceptile Ice has the regular Altaria and Feraligatr, which I believe is his favorite Pokemon.
Absolutely. Well, we have 3 steel types between the Fortress, the Bastiodon, and then also the Scizor. We're kind of talking about steel types in general. You know, when we look at this meta right now, Empoleon, Corviknights, Bastiodon, you know, we used to see the likes of the Galarian Stunfisk and Registeel, and then maybe the Alolan Sandslash. There wasn't a ton of diversity. Is this moment right now the most diverse when it comes to steel types in any meta that we've ever seen?
You know, I'm always hesitant to say the ever part, but I'm going to say it again because I actually do think it is the most diverse, not only in the diversity of the amount, but also in the diversity of role. Yeah. Because when you mentioned those previous steel types, they served a similar purpose. Now the steel types between Fortress, between Corviknight, between Empoleon, between Shadow Scizor, they actually, Steelix, Bastiodon, they all fit different archetypes in how you use them, which is wildly different from the past steals, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like they're different puzzle pieces versus kind of before it was, hey, it's going to be roughly the same. You know, the Galarian, Stunfisk, Registeel, they kind of serve similar purposes, just like you said.
Yeah.
All right. Well, great observations. These trainers are still locking in here. It is just interesting to see some of these trends over time, right? We talked about kind of the resurgence of the Galarian Corsola and how it's taken over for the Dusclops, and even Dusknoir taking over for that Dusclops. We talked about the updates to the Steels. We talked about the Electrics. We've even talked about some of the best water types. That's one of the great things with these moveset updates is that despite, you know, the Pokemon for the most part staying the same, we get to see a lot of changes to the meta itself just with some of these attack updates.
And this is not looking good for Will D. Having the Wigglytuff in the Shadow Scizor, say swapping into that Volt Switch Fortress, and there's no clear answer because Sceptile Ice is actually weak to this Fortress in the back. There's no answer for Fortress on Sceptile Ice's team.
Yeah, this is kind of the core breaker, to be honest with you. If you don't have that Shadow Kanto Marowak on your team, you don't have any realistic thing that you can just bring in right away. I'm curious, though. Is there a possibility where this can be flipped up so much energy? Can you 2-shield and then Volt Switch down now that you've landed this Rock Tomb?
We're about to find out, and the thing is, Will D didn't use a Protect Shield, so now he can still use the Protect Shield. I think you definitely can farm down and get the alignment here, but is it worth it? Are you gonna also throw a Rock Tomb, or are you gonna double Protect Shield and try to bank all of that energy? Will D actually has a lot of optionality with this team right now.
Yeah, that he does. He does throw the Rock Tomb, wants to get at least one Protect Shield from Sceptile Ice. Sceptile Ice opts to use that Protect Shield. Shield. He's very, very close to reaching this next Hydro Cannon, but I think that Will D's going to have no problem farming down if he wants to invest both Protect Shields.
And it looks like he's thinking about it. You got to do it. You got to do it, Will D. And he does it. He's going to Protect Shield. He's going to go for the Volt Switch down, but pivot. Sceptile Ice knows that he's going to lose the alignment no matter what, and then swap out into the Toad's Cruel here. And this is a key thing compared to other Mud Boys. You don't take super effective damage from this Trailblaze.
And I think you're only one Volt Switch off the next Rock Tomb as well, so it'll be curious to see if he's able to get in a situation where he can use that Rock Tomb to potentially permanently debuff the last Pokemon for Sceptile Ice.
And you get the full farm down here. You have Wrap, you have the Seed Bomb available as well. For Alligator is very low health. Are you going to be able to handle that Wigglytuff in the back with a Protect Shield advantage? You still have a little bit of health on that Fortress. Here comes the Wigglytuff actually going for the Seed Bomb here, I believe, not trying to go for the Wrap, the debuff Wrap as well.
Maybe knows that you can just swap out of the Wrap if the Wigglytuff is brought in, so just throw the harder hitting move, that being the Seed Bomb. Okay, now you're at a little bit of an energy disadvantage as your own Wigglytuff, but do you just bring in the Fortress here, and do you try and catch as Sceptile Ice?
And maybe after you take the Icy Wind, then you swap into the Fortress there, and the Fortress is actually going to be able to hang around a lot. So here comes the Icy Wind. Oh, actually,
it's
no.
a Swift.
Going for the Swift, decided to go for the double Swift instead of the Icy Wind here. Does Will D try to swap out now into his own Fortress? No, looks like he's staying packed here. Going to go for the Icy Wind himself, or is he going to also try to go for the double Swift? And this means Sceptile Ice has his second Swift available. I do expect a swap here.
Yeah, no, this is, I think the Sceptile Ice kind of feels like he needs to make a catch here. Let's see what he ends up doing. Here comes the swap. Switch is loaded and ready to go. Nice patience. Is this enough to knock out the Butters? It's going to be close.
I don't think it's going to be enough, and you have the Rock Tomb after his Volt Switch. Do you just blind throw the Rock Tomb? Is there going to be a swap from Sceptile Ice? There is the blind throw on the Rock Tomb. Sceptile Ice didn't know that it was already available. This is going to be able to knock out the Wigglytuff. Yes, you are going to get Shadow Claw down before you can land the Volt Switch, but I assume that Wigglytuff is going to be able to charm just with one charm.
Wigglytuff into Shadow Scissor, and you take the game. That's got to feel encouraging for Will. He is here in the losers finals. This is win or go home. This is the final match of the evening. So this is truly it. I'm very, very impressed by what he was able to do there, but I think it really came down to Sceptile Ice not having a response to that Volt Switch Fortress.
You know, Wholesome, I think someone had to do it. Someone had to bring a team like this to Vegas and just try to get lucky.
That's right.
To Will D's credit, it wasn't just luck there. He lost lead, so he was able to get the alignment with the tech of that Fortress with the Volt Switch. So I want to give him a lot of credit there. But this team, you look at it, you might think, oh, it is luck dependent. We are in Vegas. We're going to see if Will D has luck on his side in game number 2.
Butters, is there a such thing as ethical gaming when it comes to Pokemon Go?
I think so. I think so. If you ask some traders, yes. I think Axton says he feels unethical right now.
He said he felt dirty is what he said.
He did say that, running the Wigglytuff. Well, it looks like we got the leads for game number 2. We're going to see if it... Oh, Will D has gotten lucky here in Vegas. He has the proper alignment of the Wigglytuff into the Altaria. Swap for Alligator, counter swap Fortress.
You know, we could have maybe seen him stay in a little bit just to get a couple charms off, but I think the earlier that you swap for this Fortress, maybe the better, because it allows you to then get faster to that Rock Tomb, which then allows you to much more easily hang on versus one of those Hydro Cannons later in the matchup.
Speaking of early Protect Shield, knowing that you're going to debuff your opponent, wanting to minimize that damage from the next charge attack, Sceptile Ice also does invest a Protect Shield, but Will D's probably going to double Protect Shield this situation. Doesn't have to do it here, though. Can save it for the next Hydro Cannon.
That's right, and I think that just because of that debuff, you're just in the driver's seat now as Will D. But my question is, can Sceptile Ice find a way to get energy on that Scizor and maybe ramp up a little bit, maybe get a lucky boost and sweep this game?
Well, this isn't actually great because Will D is shaking his head because not only did he give the Protect Shield, this is charge attack priority.
That is
so
the
that
last
means
thing you wanted
all
to do.
this energy that you banked up is wasted into Sceptile's Ice for Alligator that's already low health. You could have Volt Switched that down and used this Rock Tomb for the backline. Now suddenly, maybe there's an opportunity for Shadow Scizor. Up a Protect Shield, it could sweep the backline.
That's exactly right. And actually, this is interesting. Bringing in the Altaria, I think you just recognize that Shadow Scizor is going to be your ticket to victory here. So just whatever, bring in the Altaria, take the super effective Rock Tomb, but I anticipate a quick swap now to the Shadow Scizor, trying to get ahead on energy, and it's going to be probably met by that Toad Scroll. But no, it's instead just going for the full farm down.
Yeah, I think maybe knowing that you can get more energy there and doesn't want to take any Volt Switch damage. Here comes the Toad Scroll here. Does Toad Scroll just go for the wrap, or does it, I mean, obviously Seed Bomb is double resisted into that bug and steel typing of the Scizor, but that wrap does debuff the Shadow Scizor as well.
Yeah, I think you could definitely go for the wrap at this point. Trailblaze is not enough to knock out. You do get the attack boost, throws it right away. You're going to get at least one more Mud Slap, but that's not going to be enough to knock out. Sceptile Ice feeling pretty confident
He's
here.
shaking his head because he knows he can get to another charge attack against that Wigglytuff. Here comes Wigglytuff. He just needs to get to a Trailblaze. He's already at the Trailblaze. Remember, there is energy banked on his Altaria. I don't know if he has a switch timer remaining, but he needs to be able to land that Sky Attack. Can he combo attack? Not quite yet. Just one more Bullet Punch. No, pause, swap, Sky Attack, GG.
GG indeed. Sceptile Ice making that one look easy. What's wild is we've now seen Shadow Scizor into Wigglytuff. That's a game loss. Then we saw Wigglytuff into Altaria, and that resulted in a game loss. What's going on here, Butters?
I don't know. This is wild. I mean, Will D was able to get that key alignment. He did waste that Rock Tomb, but let's just think, if he got to throw that double Rock Tomb into the Altaria doesn't get to bank any energy, right? It maybe even use the Protect Shield. So that does change the game a lot.
I think that was it, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the key thing going into game number 3 in my eyes is, what do you do with the Fortress? Because if you lose lead, the Saesop Fortress is coming, and he's going to 2-shield it. Do you bring out the Shadow Kanto Marowak if you're Sceptile Ice?
Yes, you bring it out. You are expecting Will to bring it. It's worked great for him, not only on the swap, but as a response, but also as a safe swap. I think he feels comfortable with that Pokemon, and if I'm Sceptile Ice, I'm anticipating it, and I'm bringing that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
I think you have to, especially going into game number 3. Tournament dreams on the line here. Will Deeb, with his lucky team, trying to get the alignment. His tool for alignment is that Fortress. Unless he just tries to sit it in that game number 3 and just go full luck. We are in Vegas. He might do it.
Let's see what happens here. Luck's certainly an element in battles from time to time, but we're going to have to see where this lines up. He's led Wigglytuff. Will has led Wigglytuff both games.
Yes.
I wonder if he does it for 3 consecutive games. We went from Scizor to Altaria. What is Sceptile Ice going to bring, and what's Will going to do?
Triple down here for Will D in that game number 3. We're going to see he is actually thinking about it. Sceptile Ice looks like he is ready to go, has his strategy in mind, knowing this would be the fitting last boss in a Las Vegas regional to make day number 2. Storybook type endings here, trainers, as we have game number 3.
Let's get the hype in the chat. This is our last game of our last match for day number 1, and it's going to be Wigglytuff again!
The triple down, and he wins the lead. Say swap for Alligator. Yes, he did bring the Fortress, but is he going to play it slightly differently this time?
I think so. I think you shield the first one. I think you throw the Rock Tomb, then you no-shield the next one. Then you just double shield and farm all the way down. I think Sceptile Ice is still going to use a Protect Shield right away back again, but let's see how this plays out.
Well, if you don't use a Protect Shield here, there's no way to really chip this Fortress, unless you're just going to invest into the Annihilate. So yes, the Protect Shield does come out from Sceptile Ice, knowing that you can get to the double Hydro Cannon at the same time, or slightly before that Rock Tomb is available.
I wonder if Sceptile Ice this time he threw on different timing because he thinks that Will is probably not going to fall for that same trap again.
Right.
Yeah, so let's see if he does that timing. No, he does it again, and this time Will gets the Volt Switch through. So
the adjustment for Will D, and now he's going to have this energy. He's looking confident, but this energy, where's it going to go in the back? Oh wait, but he does have the Earthquake.
He does have Earthquake.
If that Earthquake lands into the Shadow Annihilate here, that is going to do a ton of damage.
Okay, let's see what happens. The Annihilate comes in. The Earthquake is locked and loaded here. This could be the decision that shifts the tides of the battle. Sceptile Ice lets it go!
And it does a chunk, but it doesn't do enough. Now you're going to be able to get this farm down, and once again, we're in the same situation here. Can he bank a charge attack? No, doesn't look like he's going to get to that Rage Fist first. Swapping out here, and now counter swapping. There is the Annihilate in the back instead of the Toadscruel.
This is so much counter damage that's coming through, and I think that we just saw the Rage Fist loaded as well. Is this Trailblaze enough to knock out? It's not the Shadow Annihilate, it is the standard non-Shadow.
Annihilate holds on to reach the Rage Fist here and throwing one more counter. Maybe you want to throw that Rage Fist first to make sure that counter does a little bit more damage the next time, because you will boost the attack here. You will get another damage boost counter. No, actually get knocked out here. You need to get to the Swift here before the Trailblaze, and it's going to be the Trailblaze that reaches first. And Sceptile Ice knows it. This could be the knockout blow to Will D.
Butters, I don't even think you throw that Rage Fist. I think you just go for that one extra counter. Was that one counter enough that would have knocked out that Shadow Scizor? We're never going to know, because Sceptile Ice does win our last game, and he is going to be moving to day number 2, winning the Losers Finals in Group H.
And an exhale of relief as he's able to take down this Vegas specific team from Will D to advance to day number 2. And congratulations, of course, to Will D making it that far and honestly putting on a nice show for us all in Las Vegas.
We did not get to see the Bastiodon, but what we did get to see is Wigglytuff, Wigglytuff, Wigglytuff. And don't forget, Butters, we saw Wigglytuff win into the Shadow Scissor lead. We saw Wigglytuff lose to Altaria lead, and then we saw Wigglytuff lose to Annihilate lead.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. You
win,
won.
lead, lose game.
Yeah, well, no, but the thing is, the game that he won, he lost lead. And then he saw Fortress, I believe. And then the 2 ones that he won lead, he lost game.
That's what I'm saying. When you win the lead, you lose the game.
Yeah, I guess so. That's the new rule.
That's the new
here
rule.
in the Las Vegas Regional Championships. What a day it's been so far, Wholesome.
What a day indeed. We did not get to see that Dugong. We were talking about legacy water types and, ice types and things like that. I was hoping to see the Dugong on display. I don't think it had really any sort of play there whatsoever. But look, these trainers, they stuck to their guns for sure. They were very keen on bringing a certain set of Pokemon. They had to find the right alignment, but it really came down all 3 games to those middle matchups, didn't it?
All right, yeah, so that was our last matchup of the day, but let's look at the bracket. If you're just joining us or joining us late, the winner side of the bracket, this happened a lot earlier in the day. We had Out of Pocket win early on. We had Dunebug win early on and rise to occasion. And go ahead and list their opponents for day number 2.
You know what? I love the stories that we're seeing here because we saw, the Out of Pockets, the Dunebugs, the Rise, the Auburns, people that we've seen make day 2. It's Axon, of course, as well. But yeah, the Habibi EX as well as the Puffleguy stories, just incredible to see some of these trainers that haven't necessarily had those opportunities for spotlight.
Yeah, and we are on the road to Worlds here. It is going to be at Chase Center in San Francisco. And remember, next week in Sao Paulo, Brazil, at the Latin American International Championships, for the first time ever, we have a limited meta. I absolutely cannot wait to see that. Of course, we're going to have top trainers from all around the globe battling it out for the first time ever.
Yeah, and don't forget, we still have a lot of regionals and a couple that haven't even been announced just yet. So very exciting stuff. But again, I just can't believe that we're already at our first international championship for the season. And it's going to be so memorable, like you said, the first time with a new meta. And I really hope that this is kind of setting the stage for what could be the possibility for the future as well.
Yeah, and what will the stage be like tomorrow? We know our start time. It's going to be 9:45 Pacific Standard Time, or local time here in Las Vegas. Don't miss it, because some of the best trainers are going to be battling very early on that winner's side of the bracket.
And make sure that you guys follow the channels as well. You can go to Pokemon.com/broadcast and take a look at all of the different opportunities and follow along with us on social media as well. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon on the platform, now known as X, formerly known as Twitter. You can send in your tweets/posts. We'd love to feature you on broadcast, but a lot of different ways that you guys can follow us. Watch on Twitch, watch on YouTube at youtube.com/Pokemon or twitch.tv/PokemonGo.
All right, real quick, Wholesome, what are your takeaways from day number 1? It's been a wild day in Las Vegas.
Altaria is very, very good. Very flexible. If you're not bringing a Wigglytuff or a Bastiodon, I think it just has tons and tons of play. Floor just looking very strong as well. I think that we're seeing 2 different paths that trainers are taking. Trainers favoring the flexible, safe switch Pokemon, and trainers that are leaning in with that out-of-pocket team, the find the alignment and double and triple down on winning hard.
Well, I think actually there's even more branches that are happening here. It's so hard to pin down this exact meta. I've been talking to trainers at the venue. They're having a hard time as well. Anything can happen in day number 2. We can't wait, and we will see you there tomorrow.